Chapter 1. I command the Universal Bank. Ding. Activating the Universal Bank system. Chun Fan stood before the resplendent hall, momentarily stunned, before his face broke into a rapturous smile. I have finally acquired the Golden Finger. He was a transmigrator, having arrived in the eastern region of the Lingyun continent a month ago, becoming a mere servant of the Chun family in Yin City. In this world, strength reigns supreme. The common folk are but pawns, while only martial artists can ascend to greatness. Martial artists are classified by their prowess: Ling Xiu, Ling Xian, Ling Dong, Hualing, and Tonling realms. The even mightier Yuling realm can traverse the skies. Like celestial beings, as a transmigrator, he naturally refused to remain ordinary, fervently seeking to understand this world, even going to great lengths to obtain the Chun family's ancestral martial arts, preparing to embark on a grand journey of cultivation against the odds. However, he inadvertently witnessed the Chun family's eldest daughter in an intimate act with a man, leading to his untimely demise at her hands. What a humiliation! An utterly exasperating humiliation. I have brought disgrace upon transmigrators. This was Chun Fan's singular thought as he faced death. Although he had another fleeting notion: if only I possessed a system like other transmigrators. To his utter astonishment, he truly received a system. Yet, what use is it to me now that I am dead? Chun Fan erupted in curses. In the next instant, a torrent of information regarding the system flooded his mind. Host: Chun Fan. Identity: Soul Cultivator. Cultivation level: First level of Yin Soul. Resources: 2 Yin Soul puppets. Click to view details. 3 universal tokens. Click to view details. And several debt contracts. Click to view details. The topmost 4 lines of information made Chun Fan's eyes gleam with excitement. Yin Souls are exceedingly rare entities in this world. Only those whose souls remain intact after death, capable of existing for an extended period, can be deemed Yin Souls. Those who achieve this are none other than formidable beings of the world. Clearly, he was not such a being. His existence as a Yin Soul was evidently the system's doing. From here on, I need only leverage the power of the system to continuously fortify the Universal Bank, elevate my Yin Soul cultivation, and one day I shall seize rebirth, perhaps even reconstruct my physical form. And right now, I possess 2 Yin Soul puppets, specially crafted for practitioners of Yin Soul cultivation. I can enter their bodies, walking the earth once more as a human. How marvelous! Chun Fan's disposition was not one to remain confined within the system. He promptly clicked to view the details of the 2 Yin Soul puppets. Immediately, models of the puppets materialized before him. 1 male puppet and 1 female puppet. He had not anticipated the presence of a female puppet. It was far from the rigid, robotic kind. Apart from her somewhat vacant gaze, she bore an uncanny resemblance to a living person. But entering the body of a female puppet, wasn't that a bit perverse? It felt rather strange. Nevertheless, perhaps I'm a tad curious. Upon beholding the female Yin Soul puppet, endowed with breathtaking beauty and a voluptuous figure, Chun Fan's eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. Without further ado, he plunged his Yin Soul into the female puppet's body. In an instant, the puppet's formerly vacant eyes sparkled with life, becoming extraordinarily enchanting, resembling a truly living being. Indeed, it is not as delightful as I imagined. I can only linger within her brow. Moreover, controlling the puppet for combat requires a substantial amount of spirit stones. After venting his frustrations, Chun Fan proceeded to enter the male Yin Soul puppet's body for a test. The male Yin Soul puppet is of 9th rank in the Lingxiu realm, while the female Yin Soul puppet is in the latter stages of the Lingxian realm. To unleash either puppet's full power necessitates a considerable amount of spirit stones. The crux of the matter is, I am currently but a Yin Soul. Where can I procure spirit stones? With a frown, Chun Fan's gaze shifted to the 3 universal tokens and several debt contracts. This wretched universal bank system sounds formidable, yet my account holds not a single coin. There are no resources in the vault. To acquire spirit stones for activating the puppets, I must rely on these universal tokens and debt contracts. According to the information he had received, the purpose of the universal tokens was to attract customers through them, customers could directly arrive at the Universal Bank's trading hall to negotiate loan matters with him. As for the debt contracts, they were of utmost importance to Chun Fan. He immediately clicked to view the details. Golden Eye Demon Lord, borrowing a pair of golden eyes from the Universal Bank, to be returned in 1,000 years overdue debts to be repaid with life. Spirit Charm Fairy, borrowing a visage from the Universal Bank, to be returned in 10,000 years overdue debts, resulting in a lifetime of servitude. Warlord Lei Tian, borrowing a lifespan of 10,000 years from the Universal Bank, to be repaid in 100,000 years overdue debts to be repaid at 100-fold. As he perused the contracts in hand, Chun Fan was left astounded. The Golden Eye Demon Lord, a renowned powerhouse of the Nine Heavens, unparalleled in combat, a pair of golden eyes that can pierce through all, discerning every lie and instilling fear in the hearts of many. To think that the very golden eyes that brought him fame are but borrowed. And the Spirit Charm Fairy. She is the most beautiful woman in the celestial realm, her enchanting skills unparalleled, attracting countless powerful suitors. To think her beauty is also borrowed. What then is her true appearance? Perhaps she should be dubbed the Cosmetic Fairy. Lei Tian, the ancient warlord. Legend has it that he is among the top 10 powerhouses in the divine realm. Who would have thought he also owes the Universal Bank a lifespan of 10,000 years? And more. Damn it. All these individuals are in default, and the mission bestowed upon me by the system is to clear all these debts. The prospect of the Spirit Charm Fairy possibly becoming his servant filled Chun Fan with immense excitement. He was now the master of a Universal Bank system, able to freely sign debt contracts, becoming the creditor to countless powerful figures and beautiful women. Once he reclaimed everything the system had lent out, he would undoubtedly be the mightiest man in existence. The wealthiest man. Ahem. However, my current power is far too weak. I must first seek out some easier targets to collect debts. Moreover, preferably those nearby. Chun Fan remained calm, not allowing himself to become arrogant. He continued to sift through the debt contracts until he finally found one. Governor Xiao Sheng of Lingyun County, borrowing a female puppet of initial Hualing realm strength from the Universal Bank as his wife, to be returned a year for every year overdue. 10 years of lifespan shall be deducted. And he is already 10 years overdue. This means Xiao Sheng owes me 100 years of lifespan just in interest. In previous years, he was merely a mid-level Lingdong realm expert, yet suddenly married a wife and leveraged her power to establish himself in Lingyun County, commanding an army of 100,000, gaining favor with the Qin King, and becoming the envy of all. To think that Xiao Sheng's wife is a puppet, and she is in fact mine. Chapter 2. The first transaction successful. Rich rewards await. What is the most lamentable plight in the world? So many people owe me money, yet I dare not demand it. Those who owe money are all esteemed figures. Chun Fan helplessly realized that even the most insignificant figure, Governor Xiao Sheng of Lingyun County, was beyond his capability to confront. To approach would be akin to courting death. Thus, I can only start with small ventures. Only by succeeding in smaller dealings can I build the capital to confront Xiao Sheng for his debts. Chun Fan had thoroughly studied the system. His current assets, apart from the numerous debt contracts and the 2 puppets, consisted solely of himself. Indeed, his own existence could also be exchanged. I am currently in an Ein soul state, devoid of lifespan, with only soul power to trade. The available capital in Chun Fan's possession was pitifully scant, and I can only offer 1/5 of my soul power. Any more would jeopardize my very essence. Having grasped the basic information, Chun Fan wasted no time in utilizing a trading opportunity. System, I wish to use 1 universal token. I intend to trade 1/5 of my soul power. In the next instant, a universal token abruptly vanished before Chun Fan's eyes, without any forewarning. In Daqin, Yin City, within the Lord's Manor. Li Zhan, a martial officer of Daqin and the Lord of Yin City, commanding an army of 5,000, held absolute authority in Yin City. At this moment, he gazed at his son, who lay on the brink of death, consciousness entirely absent, his visage contorted with rage. Who did this? Who dared to forcibly erase Howard's Ein soul Wasn't I clear in instructing you to stay by Howard's side? How could he end up like this? He grasped the Fujang, who had been kneeling beside him, and roared. Lord, I. The Fujang trembled in fear, stuttering. The young lord. He deliberately led me away, and when I arrived, he was already. Waste. D. Li Zhan, fiercely protective of his only son and deeply affectionate, could no longer contain himself in his fury. He struck down with a palm on the Fujang's head, targeting the Baihui acupoint. Poof! In the next moment, the Fujang's skull shattered instantaneously, blood gushing from his 7 orifices, resulting in instant death. Thud! Upon witnessing this, the others in the room immediately fell to their knees, trembling uncontrollably. Begone. All of you, leave at once. Li Zhan's rationality was utterly consumed by fury. Howard, awaken. Tell father who is responsible for this. I shall annihilate his entire clan. In vengeance for you. At that moment, a token suddenly materialized before his eyes. This token, resplendent in a deep golden hue, was exquisitely crafted and adorned, bearing the 2 characters Wan Jie, radiating a brilliant glow. Wan Jie Bank, trading in all things. In the next instant, a voice of utmost authority reverberated within Li Zhan's mind. Startled, Li Zhan furrowed his brow. The sudden appearance of the Wan Jie token and the authoritative voice echoing in his mind exuded an otherworldly aura. Doubt inevitably crept into his heart. However, if it can trade in all things, surely it can awaken my son? Without hesitation, he grasped the token firmly. At this moment, for his son, he could think of nothing else. He had to take the chance. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original location. When he reappeared, he was already within the grand hall of Wan Jie Bank. Is this truly Wan Jie Bank? I must save my son. I will pay any price. Li Zhan hurriedly declared, fearing that with every passing second, his son might slip away from him. According to Wan Jie Bank's assessment, the cost to save your son is beyond your means. Chun Fan did not reveal himself, but spoke instead. However, I can assist in restoring a portion of his soul, enabling him to speak while retaining some awareness. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Li Zhan was overwhelmed with joy, immediately asking, what must I sacrifice? Ding! Li Zhan's current resources, 100,000 spirit stones, the body flicker technique, shattered stone palm, and 7 women. In the next moment, a system notification echoed in Chun Fan's mind. Hearing 7 women, he couldn't help but smirk. This world was indeed extraordinary, where power could procure anything, and even a city lord could marry 7 wives. 100,000 spirit stones. Chun Fan spoke calmly. 100,000 spirit stones? Li Zhan was taken aback. By sheer coincidence, he had precisely 100,000 spirit stones in his years of accumulation. How did the other party know? In an instant, considering the myriad of wonders associated with Wan Jie Bank, he felt a deep-seated apprehension. Very well. Without a moment's hesitation, he assented, producing a Qinkuan bag from which 100,000 spirit stones emerged, piled in the grand hall of Wan Jie Bank. Seeing this, Chun Fan silently commanded, collect. Immediately, the 100,000 spirit stones vanished without a trace. Li Zhan was astounded the spirit stones had been taken without anyone even appearing. With a reverent expression, he inquired, the spirit stones have been delivered. When will my son's soul be restored? Now. As Chun Fan's words fell, Li Zhan vanished again. Before he could fully comprehend, he found himself back in the room, momentarily stunned. Then he turned sharply to gaze at his son, Howard. To his astonishment, he discovered that Li Hao had indeed opened his eyes. Is Wan Jie Bank this formidable? Astonished, he felt an increasing reverence for this mysterious institution and quickly asked, Howard, how do you feel now? Tell father, who was behind this? Ding. The first transaction has been completed, with a completion rate of 200. You have received rewards corresponding to the completion rate. Reward settlement. Acquire the Yin Soul technique, received 101 Jie tokens, and obtained a special item. After completing the first transaction, a series of system notifications resounded in Chun Fan's mind. Such an abundance of rewards. It is likely due to the exceptionally high completion rate of this transaction on my part. The degree of completion hinges upon the value of what is acquired from the client. Subsequently, he began to examine the rewards. The Een Soul Technique, a high-level celestial skill exclusive to soul cultivators. The Universal Token, 100 pieces available for trade. Special Item 1. Capable of rapidly enhancing cultivation without any side effects. A tremendous gain. At that moment, Chun Fan could not help but display a countenance filled with unrestrained joy. The Een Soul Technique can be utilized for cultivation, and it is indeed a high-level celestial skill. In the realm of Lingyun, it stands as a paragon of cultivation methods. More critically, I find that there is no difficulty in cultivation. I can directly commence my practice, aware of his own mediocre talent. Chun Fan realized that being able to engage in cultivation immediately would save him an immense amount of time. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, and he instantly turned his gaze towards the special item. Only with sufficiently powerful strength can one truly thrive. Usage. Host cultivation ascends to Een Soul's second layer. Host cultivation ascends to Een Soul third layer. Host cultivation ascends to Een Soul ninth layer. The leap in cultivation is astonishing. Feeling his Een Soul swell and become formidable, Chun Fan was overwhelmed with elation. Under ordinary circumstances, a soul cultivator at the Een Soul first layer could slay a first-rank spirit cultivator, while one at the Een Soul second layer could vanquish a second-rank spirit cultivator, and so forth. The Een Soul ninth layer is comparable to a ninth-rank spirit cultivator. Of course, without soul skills, the lethality is virtually negligible. The low level of soul skills results in diminished destructive power. Even so, this acquisition is immensely significant. This transaction not only spared his Een Soul, but also caused its cultivation to soar. This special item is truly remarkable. Miss Chun, I, Chun Fan, have come to exact vengeance. Chapter 3. Vengeance the Chun Family. I shall annihilate you. How dare you harm my Howler? Summon the troops. Surround the Chun family, leaving no one alive. In the Lord's Manor of Yen City, Li Zhan was engulfed in fury. Just moments ago, the awakened Li Hao recounted the event. It was indeed the doing of the Chun family. The motives are painfully clear. They seek to force Li Zhan into submission. Clop, clop. The elite soldiers of the Great Qin, efficient as ever, quickly assembled, marching in perfect unison like 5 great dragons from 5 directions into the city, heading directly for the Chun family. The warriors and civilians of Yen City turned their attention towards the spectacle. The city lord leading an army into the city heralds significant events. Could it be related to the assault on his son? Their advancing direction seemed to be the Chun family. Soon, many followed the army, eager to witness the unfolding drama. In mere moments, the members of the Chun family were surrounded before they even realized what was happening. What are you doing? Do you know where this is? This is the Chun family, the foremost family of Yen City, a group of soldiers and ruffians seeking death. Begone! In an instant, several members of the Chun family shouted in indignation. Clearly, they were accustomed to arrogance, entirely oblivious to their current predicament. Swish! In the next moment, their vision blurred, and before they could react, Li Zhan struck, swinging his sword, causing several heads to soar into the air. Blood splattered across the threshold of the Chun family. I will kill every last one of you Chun family members. The Chun family dare to assault my son. Their crimes are unforgivable. Kill! Li Zhan's voice boomed, resonating like thunder within a 10-mile radius. Kill! 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 Immediately, 5,000 soldiers echoed the call, marching forward in formation, charging into the Chun family. Thud! Thud! A massacre commenced without hesitation. The strongest among the Chun family was merely at the late stage of the spirit profound realm, while Li Zhan was at the initial stage of the spirit movement realm, easily overpowering them. In terms of numbers, 5,000 soldiers utterly eclipsed the mere few hundred of the Chun family. Hence, this slaughter held no suspense whatsoever. The Chun family truly brought this upon themselves. Upon learning of the situation, Chun Fan could not help but shake his head slightly. Is this not an opportunity for vengeance? Why provoke anyone, if not the city lord? In Great Qin, might reign supreme, and the martial spirit is robust. The stronger the city lord, the greater their power. Like Li Zhan, who wields absolute authority over life and death in Yen City. Eradicating a faction is child's play. How dare they even lay a hand on his son? They truly do not know the meaning of peril. Li Zhan, do you possess any evidence to substantiate that it was the Chun family's doing? The head of the Chun family retorted indignantly. Even as the lord of Yen City, you cannot slander my family at will. He was certain that his actions went unnoticed. How then does Li Zhan know it was the Chun family? At this juncture, you still wish to quibble? With a cold snort, Li Zhan declared. It was Howard who spoke it himself. Impossible. The countenance of the Chun family head shifted dramatically. Li Zhan, uninterested in further discourse, gestured, and 4 soldiers carried in a bed, upon which lay Li Hao. At that moment, Li Hao glared at the head of the Chun family with a face full of resentment. How can this be? I had clearly obliterated your Yin soul. How could you possibly awaken? The head of the Chun family questioned in disbelief. Universal Bank, I traded 100,000 spirit stones to restore a portion of Howard's Yin soul. Li Hao did not conceal the truth. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. The Yin soul can be traded? What kind of force is this Universal Bank? How have we never heard of it before? It is astonishingly powerful. The head of the Chun family was utterly bewildered. This exceeded his comprehension. In the grip of fear, a spark ignited in his mind, and he shouted, Universal Bank, I too wish to trade. I will exchange everything of the Chun family for my breakthrough. In this moment, only a breakthrough can secure my life. To trade with the Universal Bank, one requires a universal token. You possess one. At that instant, a stunningly beautiful figure emerged, her voice enchanting and captivating. This was the female Yin soul puppet under Chun Fan's control. Who are you? The soldiers under Li Zhan immediately barred her path. All eyes turned towards her. Then, a universal token floated into the air beside Chun Fnl. Li Zhan's pupils constricted, his demeanor shifting instantly to one of utmost respect as he approached. Are you the steward of the Universal Bank? Li Zhan surmised this because, during his transaction with the Universal Bank, he had distinctly heard a male voice. He could scarcely imagine that such a lifelike Yin soul puppet existed, much less one that could alter its voice. No, I am merely the master's female servant, Chun Fan replied. Everyone's expression changed. Such a stunning woman is merely a slave. Her master must be exceptionally fortunate. My master is also the owner of the Universal Bank. Chun Fan continued. Greetings, miss, the head of the Chun family said with utmost respect. However, before he could finish his sentence, Chun Fan interrupted. I am not a miss. You may call me Little Secret. Little Secret? The head of the Chun family was initially taken aback, then continued. Please grant me a universal token. I have 20,000 spirit stones for you. As he spoke, he produced a Chinquan bag. Chun Fan waved his hand dismissively. I will not give it. I will add 30,000 spirit stones, making a total of 50,000. The head of the Chun family gritted his teeth and said, I will not give it. Chun Fan once again rejected. No matter how much you add, I shall not yield, because my master's name is Chun Fan. With that, his gaze shifted to the eldest daughter of the Chun family. A charming smile gracing his lips as he added, the eldest daughter of the Chun family should be familiar with this name, correct? Upon hearing this, the eldest daughter of the Chun family's expression changed drastically, shaking her head in disbelief. Impossible. He was slain by my slap. Moreover, he was merely a servant of my Chun family. How could he be the master of the Universal Bank? How could he possibly possess a servant like you? Indeed, it sounds utterly implausible, Chun Fan replied with a smile. Yet this is the truth. You would never have anticipated that due to your slap, your Chun family faces an impending extermination disaster. Isn't this world quite wondrous? You, the eldest daughter of the Chun family, wept inconsolably, utterly disheveled. I beg you, spare me. Spare our Chun family. Wretched creature, you are the sinner of the Chun family. Today, I shall represent the Chun family in a cleansing of our ranks. In the next moment, to everyone's astonishment, the head of the Chun family struck down the eldest daughter of the Chun family, his own granddaughter, with a single slap. Chapter 4. The second transaction, subsequently. The head of the Chun family turned to Chun Fan, his expression one of sycophancy, as he ingratiatingly asked, Might I inquire if you are satisfied with this outcome? Esteemed envoy. Tisa Iske. Chun Fan gazed upon the beautiful face of the Chun family's eldest daughter, now contorted in fear and disbelief as she departed this world, and with a couple of tisk sounds, he turned his attention to the head of the Chun family, lightly patting his face as he replied, "Satisfied, of course. I am satisfied. Your granddaughter met her demise at the hands of my master. You have merely repaid her in kind. How ironic. Quite delightful, as long as you are pleased." Regarding the matter of the Wanjie token, the head of the Chun family continued to smile obsequiously. "I shall not provide it," Chun Fan curtly interrupted. The head of the Chun family's expression shifted dramatically, a murderous intent radiating from him as he lunged at Chun Fan with a ghastly visage, exclaiming, "Then we shall perish together." Observing this, Chun Fan coldly scoffed, not evading the attack in the slightest. Bang before the gathered crowd, the head of the Chun family delivered a powerful strike to Chun Fan's heart. He was a master at the late stage of the Lingxian realm, and his full force was lethal. Everyone's expression changed, believing Chun Fan to be doomed, for they sensed no fluctuation of energy from him whatsoever. However, in the next moment, the head of the Chun family's countenance shifted drastically. A strike to the chest, Chun Fan, appearing entirely unfazed, looked at the hand the head of the Chun family had pressed against his chest and remarked, "I never expected the esteemed head of the Chun family to be such a lecher. The puppet possesses astonishing defense and lacks pain receptors, making it a king in close combat. The Yin Soul puppet has all the characteristics of a puppet, and a human soul can enter its third eye to control it, allowing the execution of certain combat techniques. Its combat prowess is thus even more formidable should Chun Fan master terrifying combat techniques. Challenging opponents beyond his level would become a commonplace occurrence. Therefore, despite the head of the Chun family being a late-stage master of the Lingxian realm, he could not harm my little secret in the slightest. Even if Chun Fan possessed no combat techniques, controlling the little secret would render him invincible at the Lingxian level. The outcome of this battle had been predetermined from the very beginning. Remember not to recklessly strike a woman's chest in your next life? Whoosh! In an instant, Chun Fan launched a lightning-fast punch to the throat of the head of the Chun family. Crack! His neck crumpled, half of it collapsing inward. The head of the Chun family immediately bent over, a look of terror on his face as he clutched his neck, staggering backwards before ultimately collapsing to the ground. His vitality extinguished. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed around them as all eyes turned to Chun Fan, filled with astonishment. How could this be possible? "Lord Li, my master has decreed that no one from the Chun family shall be spared." Chun Fan then directed his gaze towards Li Zhan, stating, "Understood." Li Zhan, recovering from his shock, quickly replied respectfully. Nodding, Chun Fan swayed his graceful figure and turned to leave, the crowd parting to create a path for him. Next, he would head to Lingyun County City to collect debts from the county magistrate, Xiao Sheng. Chun Fan did not return to the Wanjie Bank, but instead continued to control the little secret, departing Yin City for Lingyun County City. Along the way, he casually tossed a spirit stone into his mouth. Puppets do indeed have vulnerabilities, such as the area around the heart, which stores the energy required to power the entire body. Destroying it suffices. However, the Yin Soul puppet lacks a specific energy storage location. It simply requires spirit stones to be consumed, allowing the energy to disperse throughout its body and provide power. Consequently, the Yin Soul puppet does not possess the weaknesses of ordinary puppets. Its sole vulnerability lies in the soul. Enemies can only inflict damage on the Yin Soul puppet through soul-level attacks that, of course, as long as Chun Fan's soul is sufficiently powerful, he would naturally not fear such attacks. Nevertheless, the little secret can only remain invincible at the Lingxian realm, while Xiao Sheng is a formidable practitioner at the initial stage of the transforming spirit realm. Furthermore, as the county magistrate of Lingyun, he commands an army of 100,000, with countless experts under his command. To approach him without preparation would be tantamount to delivering my head on a platter. It would be wiser to engage in another transaction, amassing more capital in hopes of uncovering some extraordinary rewards. Without hesitation, Chun Fan entered the Wanjie bank system. I now possess a high-tier celestial technique, the Yin Soul art. granting me greater soul power and a more robust foundation. The range of potential trading partners has thus expanded. With a thought, a Wanjie token vanished from view in the eastern domain of the Lingyun continent, a place bustling with numerous nations. The Dazhou dynasty reigned supreme as the unequivocal foremost power. Beneath it, the strength of the Daming and 6 other nations is also formidable. Daming, King Zhu Tianlong. Since his ascension, he has diligently governed, overseeing the comprehensive development of Daming, leading to its burgeoning national strength. Now, having reached middle age, Zhu Tianlong finds himself stagnated at the late stage of the Tongling realm, unable to make further progress, which has resulted in a bottleneck for Daming's advancement in this world where martial prowess holds paramount importance. The ceiling a nation's growth largely depends on the strength of its ruler. Must Daming forever remain subservient to Dazhou? No, I refuse to accept this. Zhu Tianlong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, soaring through the air, gazing at the splendid landscapes of Daming, as aspirations surged within him, igniting a flame of ambition in his heart. If I could acquire a ground-tier Yin Soul cultivation technique, I would be able to rapidly enhance my Yin Soul, addressing the deficiencies in that regard, thus meeting the conditions for a breakthrough. I shall become a formidable force in the Yuling realm. Standing alongside the Emperor of Dazhou, I will free myself from the shackles of the Dazhou dynasty and swim freely in the vast ocean. However, the Dazhou dynasty would not simply watch as the nations of the Eastern Domain grew stronger and surpassed them. Thus, they have long since monopolized the Yin Soul cultivation techniques throughout the Eastern Domain. The Yin Soul cultivation techniques that circulate externally are only of the yellow and Xian tiers, with the latter being exceedingly rare. Let alone the ground-tier techniques. Even the mighty Daming possesses only the high-tier Xian Yin Soul cultivation technique. This has resulted in a sluggish cultivation speed for his Yin Soul, rendering it impossible to keep pace with his rising strength. If I could obtain a ground-tier Yin Soul cultivation technique, I would be willing to pay any price. Clenching his fists tightly, King Zhu Tianlong roared in frustration. In the next moment, a token suddenly appeared before him. Even with his ability to soar through the air, he could not perceive how it manifested. Wanjie Bank, trading all things, that a voice echoed in his mind, causing Zhu Tianlong's brows to furrow sharply. And after a moment's hesitation, he chose to grasp it. Though he had never heard of this so-called Wanjie Bank, it did not deter him from trying. In the next instant, Zhu Tianlong vanished. Reappearing in the Grand Hall of the Wanjie Bank. Chapter 5. Generous Rewards. What is this? This sudden and bizarre teleportation caused Zhu Tianlong's expression to shift dramatically. Ripping through space? A formation? Countless speculations raced through his mind. As he gazed upon the 4 large characters spelling Wanjie Bank, he steadied his emotions, approaching this mysterious entity with utmost caution. I seek a ground-tier Yin Soul cultivation technique. May I inquire if your esteemed bank possesses it? Ground tier is too low. Our bank has yet to catalog it. We only have the high-tier Yin Soul cultivation technique. Chun Fan's voice resounded. High tier. Zhu Tianlong's pupils constricted suddenly, a flicker of ecstatic delight flashing through his eyes, though his expression remained composed as he continued to inquire. What price must I pay? Since this is a transaction, there must naturally be a cost. Ding! The system's prompt echoed in Zhu Tianlong's mind, revealing his current resources: 3,000 beauties from the harem, 10 spirit veins, Lingyu steps, and the blazing palm. Chun Fan's attention was immediately drawn to the spirit veins. A single spirit vein could support the establishment and development of a nation. The Daqin, a relatively remote small country in the Eastern Domain, possesses but 1 spirit vein. Yet Daming boasts an astonishing 10 spirit veins. 10 spirit veins, Chun Fan immediately interjected. Impossible. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tianlong's expression changed. If he were to relinquish all 10 spirit veins to Chun Fan, Daming would rapidly decline. Spirit veins are the foundation of a nation. Without spirit veins, his strength could not be enhanced. Even with the high-tier Yin Soul cultivation technique, he would be unable to break through. The cultivation speed of the Daming populace and royal offspring would also be severely hampered. 9 spirit veins. Chun Fan, well aware that Zhu Tianlong would not acquiesce, took a step back, as is customary in business transactions, 0.1 million spirit stones. Zhu Tianlong inquired, "Do you truly believe that a high-tier celestial-level soul cultivation technique is worth merely 10 million spirit stones?" Chun Fan retorted, "High-tier celestial level." Upon hearing this, Zhu Tianlong's eyes gleamed with intensity, yet he still furrowed his brow, feigning hesitation as he replied, "At most, half a spiritual vein." Nevertheless, Chun Fan shook his head once more, asserting 8 spiritual veins, no less than he had already taken 2 steps back. Impossible. Zhu Tianlong resolutely shook his head in response. 0.8 spiritual veins would be an exorbitant loss. Moreover, how can I trust that the technique you offer is indeed celestial tier? Zhu Tianlong continued, "We must first verify the goods. King Ming, you must understand this. It is you who is seeking my favor." Chun Fan waved his hand dismissively, stating, "If we cannot reach an agreement, please take your leave." "Wait." Zhu Tianlong suddenly gritted his teeth and proclaimed, "1 spiritual vein. However, I do not require the complete celestial level soul cultivation technique." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Chun Fan raised an eyebrow, recognizing an advantageous opportunity for 3 spiritual veins. "I shall provide you with the first layer of the cultivation technique." Before Zhu Tianlong could object, Chun Fan continued, "But you must present the spiritual veins first." Zhu Tianlong's brow furrowed tightly. It must be said that Chun Fan's demands were exceedingly harsh. Yet, as Chun Fan had pointed out, did he truly have any alternatives? He was the one in need. "Very well. I accept your terms." Zhu Tianlong gritted his teeth, conceding, "Once I break through to become a spirit master, 3 spiritual veins shall be within my grasp. However, they are not in my possession at the moment. I must return to the Great Ming to retrieve them." Zhu Tianlong explained, "This token grants access to the Universal Bank. However, you have wasted one of my tokens, and you will need to compensate with your Flame Palm technique." Chun Fan stated. Zhu Tianlong felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The initiative in this transaction lay entirely with the other party. Here, he took a deep breath and reluctantly produced the secret technique for the Flame Palm. With a wave of his hand, Chun Fan made Zhu Tianlong vanish, and the Flame Palm technique was also taken away. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Tianlong returned once more, presenting 3 spiritual veins to Chun Fan and receiving the first layer of the soul technique in return. However, Zhu Tianlong did not depart immediately. He began to cultivate the soul technique on the spot, evidently wishing to verify its authenticity. Yet, Chun Fan had no intention of accompanying him in this verification process. He waved his hand, urging Zhu Tianlong to leave, as he needed to swiftly examine the rewards from this transaction. Meanwhile, Zhu Tianlong found himself back in the Great Ming and immediately changed color. Clearly, he was concerned that he had been deceived. After all, why would he not be allowed to verify the goods on site? However, upon reflecting on the other party's mysterious capabilities, he felt powerless. "I hope this truly is a high-tier celestial technique." Taking a deep breath, Zhu Tianlong promptly crossed his legs to cultivate the soul technique. Moments later, "Haha, wonderful, it's genuine. Zhu Tianlong, am on the brink of a breakthrough." Zhu Tianlong exclaimed in ecstatic delight. "Your Majesty, one day, Zhu Tianlong, shall ascend to the throne." He was overwhelmed with joy and immediately bowed with cupped fist towards the distance, sincerely expressing gratitude to the Universal Bank. Ding! The second transaction was complete, achieving a completion rate of 200. Rewards corresponding to the completion rate were granted. Reward summary. Obtained 10,000 female soul puppets, 100 universal tokens, and 1 special item. At this moment, Chun Fan, oblivious to Zhu Tianlong's situation, was entirely focused on his rewards. Another 200. The soul technique is divided into 10 layers, trading the easiest and least effective first layer for 3 spiritual veins, and using 1 universal token to acquire the Earth tier basic combat skill. Flame Palm is indeed exceedingly advantageous. He hastily began to examine the rewards. Female soul puppets, 10,000. Strength at the late stage of the Spirit Profound Realm. Universal tokens, 100. Usable for transactions. Special item, 1 to upgrade soul puppets, with no side effects. To think I received 10,000 soul puppets, and all of them are at the late stage of the Spirit Profound Realm. Splendid. However, Why are they all female? Contemplating the imagery of leading 10,000 women in a battle, Chun Fan's expression grew peculiar, as it was simply too enchanting. He could hardly bear to look. If he could control them all, wouldn't he possess an army of 10,000 elite defenders at the late stage of the Spirit Profound realm? And he wouldn't need to worry about betrayal. This journey would surely enable him to reclaim his debts. Previously, with the cultivation of the first layer of soul, Chun Fan could only control one soul puppet in battle. Now, with his cultivation at the 9th layer of soul, he could command 10,000 soul puppets in combat. Utilizing the special item, immediately, Chun Fan activated the special item. Enhancing it upon Xiaomi, he then noticed that Xiaomi seemed to become more agile. Her height increased by several suddenly. Chun Fan nonchalantly discarded the corpse behind him into the pit. Muttering to himself, "I wonder if this pit is deep enough to bury you all," as his gaze shifted to the short and stocky Xiao Lu. Instantly, Xiao Lu felt a jolt of realization. However, before he could gather his wits, Chun Fan's lithe figure moved again, her small fist striking mercilessly against Xiao Lu's chest. Crack! Subsequently, his sternum visibly caved in. With a sudden force, Xiao Lu's heart was overwhelmed and burst apart. Pathetically weak, he was utterly incapable of unleashing his full potential. Chun Fan shook her head in disinterest and then turned her gaze towards the others, including the leader. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The leader and his companions were completely caught off guard, let alone able to mount a rescue. "Well, I didn't expect you to be such a rebellious plaything, a little firecracker, but I find this version of you much more appealing. Onward, do not harm our captive lady. If you so much as pluck a hair, I'll have your heads." The leader's chubby face twitched with a sinister grin, showing no concern for the loss of his two subordinates, but rather growing more intrigued by Chun Fan. With a roar, the bandits behind him charged forward. Excellent. Chun Fan, feeling no need to mount her steed, strode forward with purpose. Bang! Bang! Xiaomi, at the peak of the spirit movement stage, faced off against this gang of bandits, who were merely the dregs of the spirit cultivation and spirit profound stages. Moreover, Chun Fan had chosen to unleash her full power for the sake of testing her combat prowess. Thus, the outcome of this battle was entirely predictable. On the battlefield, Chun Fan charged through like a wild beast, leaving a trail of corpses in her wake. Bang! In under a minute, she shattered the last bandit's skull and tossed the remains into the pit behind her. How fortuitous! The pit still had room for one more. "Will you enter of your own accord, or shall I invite you in?" Chun Fan glanced back, raising an eyebrow as she observed the trembling leader, smiling as she spoke. This smile was exquisite, sweet, and silky, yet anyone who beheld the nearly filled pit of corpses behind her would feel a chill creep into their hearts. "Go." The leader finally regained his senses, his expression shifting wildly as he made a frantic escape. He was only at the initial stage of the spirit movement realm, yet the woman who had just revealed her combat strength completely overshadowed him. How could he possibly stand a chance? "You cannot escape." Whoosh! In the next moment, Chun Fan's figure flickered, leaping forward to close the distance. The sound of rushing air from behind startled the leader, causing him to tremble as he pleaded. "Heroine, please show mercy. Spare me. I can offer you gold and spirit stones." In an instant, without a word or waiting for him to finish, Chun Fan delivered a punch. Bang! Instantly, the back of the leader's head exploded, his chubby face etched with fear and regret. Bang! Still airborne, Chun Fan tossed his corpse into the pit, disdainfully remarking, "As if I would be interested in your gold and spirit stones. Go." Thereafter, she settled herself upon the leader's steed, spurring it into a furious gallop. Throughout the ordeal, not a single drop of blood stained Chun Fan, nor did she carry any scent of carnage, owing to her swift departure from the battlefield. What did this signify? The disparity in strength between the two sides was far too great, entirely on different levels. Chapter 7. Entering Lingyun County City, encountering the first beauty Lingyun County City, tall and densely populated. It is the most bustling area of Lingyun County, serving as the political, cultural, and commercial hub of the entire region. The moment Chun Fan stepped into Lingyun County, the cacophony enveloped her, brimming with boundless vitality. The shops and vendors lining the streets shouted enthusiastically. Chun Fan couldn't help but slow her pace, taking in the local wares. Having just arrived in this world, she had yet to truly experience its customs and culture. Beautiful lady, would you care to see our exquisite rouge? Absolutely a bargain. Lovely lady, how about checking out our parasols? They provide perfect shade, ensuring your complexion remains fair and beautiful. Miss, would you like a skewer of candied hawthorn? It's delicious and nourishing for the skin. Hearing such enthusiastic calls from the vendors, Chun Fan couldn't help but twitch her mouth in amusement. Moreover, due to her striking figure and stunning appearance, she garnered quite the attention. Just then, a young nobleman, entirely captivated by her, accidentally stumbled and fell against a girl who weighed at least 300 pounds. Young man, you touched me. I'm still a pure maiden. You must take responsibility. The crowd was quick to notice. The hefty girl wrapped her arms around the young nobleman. Let me go, he cried out in despair. Chun Fan chuckled silently. Her laughter instantly rendered the surrounding flowers pale, plunging the area into an unusual silence. Even the previously raucous girl and the nobleman stood frozen. Chun Fan felt a tinge of regret for bringing Xiaomi along. She should have brought Xiao He instead. Xiao He was the only male soul puppet within the system, and Chun Fan had named him Xiao He. What is happening? Why is it so quiet here? Just then, a sharp voice shattered the brief silence. Make way! Bang! Following that, several authoritative shouts rang out, and many people were kicked to the ground, wailing in agony as chaos ensued. It's the county magistrate's daughter, Xiao Shui. Make way. She's used to being arrogant. Don't provoke her. She is the most beautiful girl in Lingyun County, but compared to her, this beauty pales in comparison. Hearing the murmurs around her, Chun Fan raised an eyebrow. The daughter of Xiao Sheng? How fortuitous, for I was just looking for Xiao Sheng. In the next moment, Chun Fan spotted Xiao Shui, a charming and cute young lady, yet her haughty demeanor was exceedingly discomforting. Xiao Shui immediately locked her gaze onto Chun Fan. She was simply too stunning. Instantly, her delicate features turned cold, jealousy flooding her face. Someone, mar her face. How dare she be more beautiful than me? In Lingyun County, this princess is the most beautiful, truly arrogant. Chun Fan smirked and replied, Little girl, don't think that just because you're young and beautiful, I will show you any pity. Sister, I advise you to be kind. By the way, which wife of Xiao Sheng is your mother? At this, Xiao Shui's face darkened with murderous intent. That my father has only one wife. That is my mother. You wretched girl, how dare you question my identity? You seek death. With that, she lunged at Chun Fan. Her gaze was venomous, her slender sword aimed directly at Chun Fan's lovely face. Clearly, she intended to mar Chun Fan's beauty. Can puppets bear children? It seems that Xiao Sheng has gone to great lengths to conceal the fact that his wife is a puppet. Chun Fan quickly deduced, I merely wish for you to take me to meet your parents. However, if you insist on seeking your own demise, then I shall grant you your wish. Step. In the next instant, Chun Fan made a sudden leap, closing the distance of over 10 meters in an instant, standing before Xiao Shui. You dare? Xiao Shui's fair face changed, but unfortunately for her, she was merely at the mid-stage of the spirit profound realm. How could she possibly stand against Chun Fan? Even the several spirit movement realm guards protecting Xiao Shui were too slow to intervene. Crack! In the next moment, Chun Fan had already snapped Xiao Shui's delicate neck without a hint of mercy. After dying twice, her disposition had undergone a significant transformation. She killed the little county princess. Kill her. Otherwise, we will all perish in an instant. Xiao Shui's guards cried out in horror, charging forward. The surrounding crowd, terrified, screamed and scattered. Bang, bang! Especially upon witnessing the new arrival brutally smash the head of one of the little princess's guards, the scene became gruesome and violent, causing the onlookers to be utterly terrified. She killed the little princess. If we kill her, can we not claim credit from the county magistrate? Not far away, several martial artists exchanged glances before decisively rushing forward, intending to surround and eliminate Chun Fan. Bang! Puffed. One by one, they met their demise. Bang! Boom! Chun Fan commenced a relentless slaughter. The puppets, in addition to possessing an extraordinarily high defense coefficient, exhibited an unyielding tenacity. Provided there were sufficient spirit stones, they could fight indefinitely. How audacious! Moments later, a sudden roar echoed as a contingent of soldiers burst forth from the crowd, encircling Chun Fato. Dare commit such a massacre in Lingyun County City. You must be weary of life. The figure donned in armor was evidently a commander. General Qian, she has slain the young county princess. At that moment, a voice resounded. What? General Qian's pupils constricted, and his gaze towards Chun Fan was instantly filled with murderous intent. He was the foremost general under the county governor, young and promising, brimming with potential, and held in high esteem, being an absolute confidant of Xiao Sheng. In his fervent ambition to ascend further, he had relentlessly pursued Xiao Shui, and after much effort had finally won her affection, only to find Xiao Shui was dead. Did that not spell disaster for his plans? Death. With such thoughts swirling, the flames of fury ignited within him, propelling him to strike at Chun Fan. He was at the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm, with extraordinary combat prowess, frequently engaging in frontline battles, and well-versed in combat experience. Even when faced with formidable foes at the late stage of the spirit movement realm, he could hold his ground, let alone this seemingly frail woman before him. In his eyes, subduing Chun Fan would be a simple task. Capturing her would be a significant merit to present to the county governor, especially since she was a stunning beauty. With such thoughts, General Qian flicked his wrist, flipping his military blade so that the back faced Chun Fan. Clearly, he intended to capture her alive. Alas, boom, under General Qian's incredulous gaze. Chun Fan extended her left hand and seized his military blade, then forcefully yanked it back as her right fist struck out. Boom! Caught off guard and faced with a vast disparity in strength, General Qian had no time to evade as his head was struck. In the next moment, it exploded. Death. Chapter 8. A bloody path for the county governor's mansion. Step, step, as Chun Fan seemingly indulged in spirit stones like candies. She advanced towards the county governor's mansion. With each step, blood splattered, and corpses lay strewn about. A blood-soaked path led straight to the governor's manse amidst the crowd. The onlookers were rendered speechless, convinced that Chun Fan was doomed to perish. Chapter 9. Seizing your wife, reaping your lifespan. Chun Fan, you never anticipated that I would use a puppet from the Wanjia Bank against you, Xiao Sheng smirked. Yet in the next moment, bang, bang, his wife suddenly intervened, slaying the two guards besieging Chun Fan. Witnessing this, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Your lady you, Xiao Sheng's countenance changed. Xiao Sheng, do you truly believe your wife will heed your commands? She belongs to me. With Xiao Sheng's wife aiding in the battle, Chun Fan seized the opportunity to turn his gaze towards Xiao Sheng and stated, Ah, what is happening? Could it be that the county magistrate's wife is having an affair? In an instant, the members of the magistrate's residence were engulfed in shock, their minds racing with various conjectures. Who exactly are you in the Wanjia Bank? Xiao Sheng gritted his teeth and inquired. You must have guessed by now, I am the female servant of the current master of the Wanjia Bank. Chun Fan replied with a smile. Our master has stated that you borrowed this female puppet of initial transformation realm strength for 11 years. And according to the terms of the contract, you are 10 years overdue. In total, you owe the Wanjia Bank 100 years of lifespan. Today, I have come to reclaim what rightfully belongs to the Wanjia Bank, along with the interest. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd was further perplexed. What is the Wanjia Bank? So the county magistrate's wife was borrowed. Moreover, it seems like the county magistrate is refusing to repay the debt. Such matters sound exceedingly bizarre, defying common sense, leaving the crowd utterly bewildered. I don't know what you are talking about. Kill her, a reward of 100,000 spirit stones, a promotion of 3 ranks. Xiao Sheng bellowed. Immediately, the reinforcements that had just arrived, oblivious to the situation, were spurred into action by the promise of rewards. Whoosh! Meanwhile, Xiao Sheng himself swiftly turned and fled without hesitation. The Wanjia Bank was a terrifying entity. And now he was alone, with his powerful wife betraying him. How could he stand a chance, trying to escape? Chun Fan furrowed his brow. He had considered confronting Xiao Sheng directly and had great confidence in his little secret, not to mention the assistance from the initial transformation realm puppet by his side. However, he never anticipated that the opponent would not even attempt to fight back and would simply flee. Pursue! At this moment, the little secret Chun Fan controlled was merely at the late stage of the spirit movement realm, unable to catch up, so he commanded the initial transformation realm puppet beside him. Whoosh, whoosh, Chun Fan followed closely behind. In an instant, the once boisterous and blood-soaked magistrate's residence fell eerily silent, with the remaining people exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to proceed. Surround and eliminate these two. Just then, as Xiao Sheng darted into the city, he spotted a large contingent of troops arriving, his face lighting up with elation as he issued an attack order without hesitation. He still had 100,000 Qin soldiers. He had not lost yet. This was his territory. He could control everything. Kill, kill, kill. The Qin soldiers turned their weapons towards Chun Fan and his companion. Executing the command, Chun Fan could distinctly sense the overwhelming fury coursing through him. However, life and death are not determined merely by the intensity of one's rage. Bang! Chun Fan was unable to evade the attack. After all, the proximity and the opponent's superior strength left him with little choice. Yet, humph! He merely let out a low grunt, and though he was pushed back several steps, he quickly stabilized his stance. Are you all right? How is this possible? In an instant, Xiao Sheng momentarily forgot his intention to flee, staring at Chun Fan in disbelief, only to quickly react. You are a puppet. You must be a puppet. Although his combat power had greatly diminished, striking such a vital area as the chest should have certainly been fatal to a late-stage Ling Dong realm warrior. Unless he were a puppet, to be precise, I'm an Yin soul puppet. Chun Fan regarded Xiao Sheng with indifference, as if observing a corpse. I initially intended to let you live, but you chose to court death. Therefore, I cannot be blamed, since it was your wife who enabled your rise. Let her be the one to conclude your fate. As Chun Fan's words echoed, the puppet, possessing the strength of an early-stage Hualing realm warrior, promptly struck Xiao Sheng atop his head. Bang! His skull exploded instantly. A once prominent county governor had thus fallen. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Ding! The first dead has been recovered, with a completion rate of 100. Additional rewards obtained. Reward summary: 1,000 first-grade Divine Explosion Talismans, 100 second-grade Divine Explosion Talismans, 10 third-grade Divine Explosion Talismans, 1 fourth-grade Divine Explosion Talisman, and 1 fifth-grade Divine Explosion Talisman. Just after slaying Xiao Sheng, the system notification chimed, and Chun Fan's eyes brightened. Divine Explosion Talismans. So many. Splendid. Divine Explosion Talismans are a type of talisman. They can be used to annihilate foes through explosive force, the higher the grade. The greater the explosive power. Under normal circumstances, a first-grade Divine Explosion Talisman can kill a Lingxiu realm warrior. A second-grade Divine Explosion Talisman can slay a Lingxian realm warrior. A third-grade Divine Explosion Talisman can take out a Ling Dong realm warrior. A fourth-grade Divine Explosion Talisman can vanquish a Hualing realm expert. And a fifth-grade Divine Explosion Talisman can eliminate a Tongling realm powerhouse. This means I now possess a cache of immensely powerful bombs. Chun Fan's brows furrowed in contemplation. It is a pity that additional rewards are only available upon the recovery of the first debt. Subsequent recoveries will yield no further such bonuses. Nevertheless, even so, this is an exceedingly favorable outcome. It is akin to receiving a substantial supply of timed explosives for free. This is my trump card? Crafting talismans requires formidable soul power. I am now at the 9th level of Yin Soul. My soul power is not lacking, and perhaps there is a chance for me to become a Spirit Talisman Master. A Spirit Talisman Master inscribes talismans onto various talisman stones, creating diverse talismans for combat and even warfare. If I could ascend to the rank of a 9th-grade Spirit Talisman Master, I could effortlessly produce the legendary 9th-grade talismans. Moving mountains and overturning seas, obliterating nations would be but a trifling matter. Alas, my talent is exceedingly abysmal. This is the source of Chun Fan's frustration. Upon arriving in this world, he had attempted to become a Spirit Talisman Master, but regrettably, his talent was so dismal that it was almost unbearable to behold. For now, he must rely on the system. Since the Wanjie Bank can trade in all things, it should also be able to trade in talent, right? Chun Fan's eyes glinted. It seems I need to take on more clients. HM, He then snapped back to reality, realizing he remained within the brow of the little secret, surrounded by his female In-Seoul puppet army, with countless warriors and civilians of Lingyun County glaring at him. He remained still, and so did everyone else, not daring to utter a sound, their gazes filled with dread, dispersed that I am merely here to collect a debt, targeting only the debtor, and it concerns no one else. Chun Fan waved his hand dismissively, and without bothering to observe the crowd's reactions, he turned and left. He needed to hasten the third transaction. After Chun Fan's departure, his actions in Lingyun County spread like wildfire throughout the Great Qin. The name of the Wanjia Bank began to emerge in the public eye. This mysterious and even sinister organization was suddenly etched into the memories of many factions. Meanwhile, Chun Fan settled into an inn in the county city of Lingyun, closed the door, and entered the grand hall of the Wanjia Bank. Wanjia Token appear, find suitable clients. Now his resources had noticeably increased. Aside from what he possessed before, he had just acquired 100 years of lifespan and a plethora of divine explosion talismans from Shaosheng. All of these were valuable trading assets in the capital of Great Qin, deep within the Meng family estate. Meng Tian, the Great Qin's formidable general, exuded an awe-inspiring presence, his strength formidable enough to intimidate all nations. Unfortunately, during his youth, he often fought on the front lines, accumulating numerous hidden injuries. Previously, due to his overwhelming prowess, these injuries remained suppressed, never surfacing. Now, with age taking its toll, the accumulated injuries finally erupted in an instant. His body collapsed, lying on the bed, shrouded in despair. Ever since he had taken to this sickbed, the Meng family's influence had plummeted, especially his military authority as the national general, which had drawn the attention of many. Nowadays, factions were fervently vying for Meng Tian's military power in the court, and yet no one came to visit him. Consequently, the once bustling Meng family had become desolate. The stark contrast was utterly astonishing. Only the ninth prince, Qin Zheng, had come to pay a visit. Chapter 11. A new client, Your Highness. Prince Zheng, I fear I can no longer support you. Gazing at the ninth Prince Qin Zheng, Meng Tian said weakly, You tirelessly serve the Great Qin, yet Father does not do everything in his power to cure you. He watches you die before his very eyes. You are his brother in support. Qin Zheng clenched his fists tightly, his previously gentle demeanor turning ferocious. How could he be so cold-blooded? Does he know of your clandestine support for me? That cannot be. Upon hearing this, Meng Tian's gaze fell, revealing a profound understanding. Too great a merit obscures the sovereign. These 4 words encapsulated everything. Hearing this, Qin Zheng abruptly closed his eyes, filled with immense unwillingness, after so much effort to gain Meng Tian's backing. Such a calamity had befallen them. If Meng Tian were to die or lose his power, he would be entirely stripped of the opportunity to contend with the crown prince for the throne. At that time, given the crown prince's ruthless nature, he would undoubtedly not spare him. Not to mention those ministers who supported him, even the descendants of General Meng. The cruel crown prince would not let them off. A bloody storm would surely sweep through the court, and the root of all this turmoil lay in the sudden deterioration of General Meng's health. If he could save General Meng, no matter the cost, it would be worth it, Qin Zheng thought to himself. The Wanjia Bank trades in all things. Just then, a voice of supreme authority resonated in Qin Zheng's mind. Wanjia Bank. Suddenly, Qin Zheng opened his eyes wide, only to see a Wanjia token floating before him. News from Lingyun County indicates that County Governor Shaosheng owes a debt to a puppet from the Wanjia Bank, and the bank's envoy has come to collect. In plain view, his lifespan had been confiscated for 100 years. Could this news be true? Qin Zheng and Meng Tian exchanged glances, both recognizing the hope reflected in each other's eyes. Meng Tian had evidently also heard the voice. His heart, once as gray as ashes, reignited. If there was a chance to survive, why would he seek death? Swish! Meng Tian immediately grasped the Wanjia token, and the next moment, he vanished without a trace. Witnessing this, Qin Zheng's pupils constricted, but he felt a surge of joy. At this moment, when Meng Tian reappeared, he had already entered the grand hall of the Wanjia Bank. Cough, cough. He coughed weakly a couple of times. Horrified as he surveyed his surroundings, inwardly wondering, what kind of power is this? Taking a deep breath, he steadied his thoughts and clasped his hands, saying, I am Meng Tian, seeking to trade. Meng Tian, the great Qin's national general, in the twilight of his years, with only 3 months of lifespan remaining. Information about Meng Tian surfaced in Chun Fan's mind, and he instantly deduced Meng Tian's purpose for coming. However, he still asked, Meng Tian, what do you wish to trade? Upon hearing this, Meng Tian's pupils constricted. Although he was a peak expert in the late stage of Hualing realm, he still could not discern Chun Fan's location. His voice seemed to emanate from all directions. It was omnipresent, impossible to pinpoint. He realized that the owner of the Wanjia Bank must possess unfathomable strength. His heart filled with trepidation. His attitude shifted. Meng Tian wishes to trade for lifespan. I heard that the Wanjia Bank collected 100 years of lifespan from Shaosheng today. Meng Tian desires that 100 years of lifespan. With this 100 years, my injuries will heal naturally. I shall surely return to my peak. Oh, very well, Chun Fan replied, but what price can you offer? Suddenly, a line of information resurfaced in his mind. Manchin's current resources, 10 million spirit stones, 10-fold strength. 1 4th grade Divine Explosion Talisman, 2 4th grade Divine Shield Talismans, 2 4th grade Divine Movement Talismans, 2 4th grade Divine Power Talismans, 1 Ancient Jade Key, Purple Spirit Fungus, and a Millennium Earth Ginseng. Truly, he is the great general of the Qin dynasty. Chun Fan raised an eyebrow. Among these resources, there were several that piqued his interest. A century of lifespan is no trivial matter, and Montian is willing to exchange 10 million spirit stones for it. After a brief hesitation, Montian spoke. 10 million spirit stones are equivalent to several years of taxes from the Qin dynasty, which is already a considerable amount. However, Chun Fan shook his head and replied, so in your eyes, your 1 year of life is merely worth 100,000 spirit stones. Montian furrowed his brow. Clearly, he sensed Chun Fan's dissatisfaction with this price. How much does the master wish for? Montian immediately countered. He was reluctant to continue quoting, as that would only leave him in a passive position. Chun Fan could see through Manchin's thoughts, but alas, from the moment you entered the 10,000 Realms Bank, I had already grasped all your secrets. A smirk curled on Chun Fan's lips as he directly stated, 10 million spirit stones, 10-fold strength, 7 4th grade talismans, plus the ancient jade key you possess. What? At these words, Manchin's expression shifted. Setting aside the 10 million spirit stones and 10-fold strength, how did the other party know that he had 7 4th grade talismans? That was astonishingly accurate. And the ancient jade key. He had unwittingly obtained it from an ancient tomb, and until now, he had not realized its utility. How could the other party have known? Taking a deep breath, he further acknowledged the terrifying prowess of the master of the 10,000 Realms Bank. However, as a late-stage practitioner of the spirit transformation realm, his temperament was remarkably resilient. He quickly steadied his emotions and said, Master, I can offer you 10 million spirit stones and 10-fold strength, but 7 4th grade talismans. Each one is worth several million spirit stones and is often scarce in the market. It is impossible for me to agree to your demand for 7. Even I require 4th grade talismans for combat and survival. Hearing this, Chun Fan remained unmoved. General Montian, do you believe your life is more important? Or are these 4th grade talismans more valuable? How about this? I shall offer you 50 years of lifespan, and I will only require 3 4th grade talismans. What do you say? No way, Montian immediately refused. He would never consider his lifespan too long. This was a golden opportunity he must seize to secure a full century of life. After pondering for a few seconds, he stated 10 million spirit stones, 10-fold strength, the ancient jade key, and 4 4th grade talismans. That is my bottom line. That a bottom line is meant to be broken. Chun Fan replied coolly, I give you one last chance. Do you accept the conditions I proposed? Montian, clearly he did not expect this master to be so domineering. In business, is not the customer regarded as a deity? Yet, in Chun Fan's eyes, the customer was merely an ATM. What Montian held was not a necessity for him. Yet what Chun Fan possessed was something Montian urgently needed. Thus, Chun Fan was certain Montian would acquiesce. Sure enough, Montian ultimately nodded in agreement. This is what you seek, with a wave of his hand. 10 million spirit stones, the scroll for cultivating tenfold strength, the ancient jade key, and 7 fourth-grade talismans were all piled in the hall. Then, Chun Fan quietly thought, "Collect." Instantly, these items vanished, all stored in the vault of the 10,000 Realms Bank. Closing his eyes, he relaxed. Chapter 12. Trouble with a century of lifespan flooding into Manchin's body. The changes were immediately evident. His hair shifted from white to black, and the heavy aura around him transformed into something immensely powerful. Of course, the most significant change was one Montian could feel himself. At this moment, he sensed his state returning to its peak. That feeling of regaining control over his power was one he greatly cherished and was profoundly familiar with. In a sudden moment, he opened his eyes wide. A bright gleam shot forth from his eyes. Wonderful. I am now equivalent to my prime, having broken through to the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. Previously in his prime, his strength had only reached the initial stage of the spirit transformation realm. Now in this state, he had every hope of pushing towards the next level, the spirit communication realm. How could he not be excited? As long as he broke through to the spirit communication realm, his lifespan would extend. Gratitude filled him. Immediately, Montian clasped his fists and deeply bowed towards the 10,000 Realms Bank. Few could elicit such sincere reverence from the great general of the Qin dynasty. Chun Fan said, "There is no need for such formality. Our transaction was merely a matter of mutual need. Now, do you not feel you have gained an advantage?" No. Montian had previously only wished to survive. He had not thought that deeply. Now, having truly returned to his peak, he realized he had the potential to go further. Thinking of it this way, he had gained immensely. The price he paid was absolutely worth it. Montian cupped his hands and said, "Master, should you ever require the assistance of this general, do not hesitate to speak. In this Qin dynasty, my name, Montian, still holds some influence. The 10,000 Realms Bank only engages in transactions." Devoid of sentiment, Chun Fan replied coolly, "You may leave. May I inquire your esteemed name?" "Master." Montian swiftly changed the subject, asking, "Chun Fan," having already revealed his identity when he killed the Chun family's eldest daughter in Yen City. There was no need for concealment. In fact, he had no intention of hiding. By the way, just as Montian was about to depart, he suddenly recalled something. "Master Chun, I have news that should be of some use to you." "Oh." Chun Fan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Xiao Sheng is a confidant of the Crown Prince. You have killed him, and given the Crown Prince's character, he will undoubtedly seek revenge against you." Montian warned, Dado, with the 10,000 Realms Bank at his disposal. Would he fear him? He waved his hand, and Montian promptly vanished from sight. Ding! The third transaction was completed, achieving a 100 completion rate. Rewards for the corresponding completion rate were granted. Reward summary. Obtained a special item. The moment Montian left, a reward notification appeared in Chun Fan's mind. How is it only 100? It seems I severely underestimated the value of a century of lifespan. Chun Fan furrowed his brow. This was a lesson he must remember. Receiving only a special item felt like a significant loss. Nevertheless, obtaining a special item was still commendable. He just wondered what treasures lay within this special item. Since I am here, I shall make the most of it. Chun Fan adjusted his mood and hurriedly began to inspect the reward. Special item. 1. Capable of instantly enabling the user to fully master a particular combat technique. Such a boon, without hesitation, Chun Fan chose to use it to enhance his tenfold strength. It is known that his talent is quite lacking, not only in terms of cultivation, but also in the area of combat technique training. The emergence of this special item perfectly resolved this issue. In the next moment, he suddenly felt a surge of information flooding his mind, as if this knowledge had always belonged to him, with no discord or rejection whatsoever. Tenfold strength, fully mastered. Chun Fan clenched his fist, his fighting spirit surging. Tenfold strength, a primary Earth-level combat technique, can be utilized for close combat, possessing immense power capable of penetrating flesh to reach internal organs. Inflicting significant damage, such formidable combat skill, Manchin's signature technique, he had now completely mastered. Moreover, this technique was perfectly suited for the close combat of puppets, with tens of thousands of puppets unleashing tenfold strength together. What a terrifying thought. Chun Fan could only feel pity for his enemies. Puppets are inherently adept at close combat. If they could use tenfold strength, they would not merely be invincible among equals, but could battle above their level. After all, tenfold strength is an Earth-level technique. Crown Prince of Qin, do you not seek to take revenge on me? Come swiftly. Chun Fan felt invigorated once more. Subsequently, he continued to examine the newly acquired 7 fourth-grade talismans alongside the mysterious ancient Jade Key. The Divine Explosion Talisman, used to slay enemies through explosion. The Divine Shield Talisman, a defensive talisman, with higher grades offering greater defensive coefficients. The Divine Movement Talisman, capable of accelerating the user's speed, forcibly enhancing it without any side effects. The Divine Power Talisman, capable of augmenting the user's strength, also forcibly enhancing it without side effects. These are all remarkable items, especially the fourth-grade talismans, although the market price is several million spirit stones. They are often scarce. If they were readily available, the renowned great general of the Qin dynasty would not possess only 7. Chun Fan was certainly aware of the market trend, AS, for this ancient Jade Key. He was unaware of its purpose. He merely found it rather mysterious and decided to acquire it from Montaigne. He hoped it might prove useful. However, the system's appraisal of this transaction was rather low, indicating that the value of this ancient Jade Key was likely not substantial. When Montaigne appeared again, he was still lying on the sickbed, but his complexion was remarkably good. Upon seeing this, Qin Zheng immediately understood. It was a success. His face was alight with ecstatic joy. The composure he had cultivated over time could not mask his exhilaration. Montaigne did not wait for Qin Zheng to inquire. Instead, he proactively stated, "I have gained a century of life. My condition has returned to its peak, and I'm likely to achieve a breakthrough soon." Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng's pupils contracted with astonishment. Really? Another breakthrough would mean he would reach the realm of spiritual communication, on par with his father at that time. Even if he were to outshine his master, his father would undoubtedly refrain from casually dealing with General Montaigne. "Father, since you favor the Crown Prince, do not blame me for carving my own path." Qin Zheng's gaze flickered, his thoughts racing, and he quickly devised his own plan. Furthermore, Montaign's eyes narrowed as he spoke. "I've already informed the owner of the Wanjia Bank, Chun Fan, that the Crown Prince intends to send someone to trouble him." Oh! Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng's lips curled into a smirk, saying, "Now that will be quite the spectacle that Montaign's actions not only serve to grant Chun Fan a favor, but also further sow discord between Chun Fan and the Crown Prince. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, especially when that friend is as enigmatic and powerful as the Wanjia Bank. Naturally, such an alliance is worth nurturing." Chapter 13. The Black Feathered Eagle in the Qin Dynasty. A local governor is a significant minister, wielding the power of life and death over a region, and it is simply unacceptable for such a figure to be murdered, although rumors suggest it was due to debts unpaid. And many have witnessed the event. The Crown Prince of the Qin Dynasty has distorted the facts. How could the Princess of Lingyun County, Xiao Sheng, a loyal and virtuous minister of Qin, possibly default on her debts? The individuals from the Wanjia Bank are arrogant and tyrannical, having slain Xiao Sheng and abducted his wife. Their crimes are unforgivable. They must be pursued with full force to uphold the dignity of the Qin dynasty. Subsequently, the Qin king authorized military action, mobilizing 100,000 Qin troops from the vicinity of Lingyun County, along with numerous formidable experts, personally led by the Crown Prince's trusted general, Gan Yuwei, to march against Chun Fan. In an instant, various factions within the Qin dynasty turned their attention to this matter. Clearly, this was a demonstration of power by the Crown Prince. The king's approval signifies his complete support for the Crown Prince. Even at the risk of civil conflict, the Qin dynasty has not engaged in internal warfare for a century. The Qin army has primarily focused on neighboring states. This time, however, a precedent has been set. Meanwhile, Chun Fan, the party involved, did not concern himself with the Crown Prince's intentions to create trouble. He was busy sifting through loan contracts in the nearby region. He intended to collect debts, conducting transactions while reclaiming debts. It was a dual endeavor. Both hands must be strong. Chun Fan's spectral essence was formidable. He could read rapidly and soon located a borrower nearest to him. Prince Chu Wushuang had borrowed a third-grade talent from the Wanjie Bank to be repaid in 10 years, with the penalty for overdue payment being the forfeiture of his appearance. Upon reading this line of information, Chun Fan was taken aback. What is this situation? Is a third-grade talent so undervalued? As far as he knew, talents were graded from 1 to 9, with 9 being the lowest tier. Typically, achieving the Lingxian realm level was already quite commendable, barring exceptional circumstances. A first-grade talent was the most formidable, having not appeared in the Eastern Domain for nearly a millennium. Third-grade talents were rare in the Eastern Domain, and under normal circumstances should be able to reach the Emperor's Spirit Realm. Right? Chun Fan could not help but scoff. The penalty for overdue payment was merely the loss of his appearance. Was his visage truly so precious? Taking a deep breath, he touched his face and suddenly grew curious about Chu Wushuang's looks. Could there truly be someone more handsome than I? Yet since you defaulted on your debts and lack integrity, do not blame me for claiming your handsome visage. This debt contract must be resolved promptly. The third-grade talent you borrowed is desperately needed. As my own talent is woefully inadequate, and my cultivation speed is painfully slow. However, the Great Chu and Great Qin are neighboring regions, and Xiaomi, possessing only late-stage Lingdom strength, would still require approximately half a month to reach Great Chu. Even utilizing a swift movement talisman, weakness in power is indeed a significant issue. Ultimately, this dilemma stems from strength. I must quickly acquire the third-grade talent. Furrowing his brow, Chun Fan was averse to spending the next period merely traversing the road. I must devise a plan that I either need to procure a flying beast or rapidly enhance my own strength. With this in mind, he rose to his feet. Enhancing strength is not an overnight endeavor, but a flying beast can be purchased. Excuse me, miss, could you kindly inform me where flying beasts are sold in Lingyun County? Chun Fan exited the inn and inquired of a passing woman. Controlling Xiaomi, who appeared as a woman to outsiders, he sought to avoid trouble by asking women, rather than men, the West Gate Market. The woman, captivated by Chun Fan's extraordinary beauty, instinctively lowered her head. Saying, "Thank you," Chun Fan promptly turned to follow the direction provided by the woman, but on the way, Chun Fan noticed many gazes directed towards him, realizing that it was Xiaomi's striking appearance that drew attention. He hastily donned a golden mask to reduce the number of lingering looks. Arriving at last, he soon found himself at the West Gate Market. The variety of goods available here was more extensive, with an array of elixirs, talismans, martial techniques, combat skills, as well as various antiques and jewelry. Chun Fan wasted no time and quickly made his way to the area where flying beasts were sold. The business appeared less bustling, with only a handful of customers present. However, it was evident that those who came here were either wealthy or possessed formidable strength. After all, flying beasts are not something just anyone can afford. A single flying beast could cost tens of millions of gold coins or several 100,000 spirit stones. The market here was small, thus the quantity and variety of flying beasts were also limited. Chun Fan soon completed a round and discovered a total of 7 flying beasts. Ultimately, he found himself in front of a black-feathered eagle. This moment, an elderly man clad in black robes with long eyebrows stood before the eagle, arms clasped behind his back, exuding a powerful aura. Chun Fan was unaware of his strength, but he sensed a certain ominousness emanating from him, which was exceedingly discomforting. Currently, the elderly man was haggling with the owner. 1 million spirit stones is too expensive. I do not have that much on hand. I can only offer 870,000 spirit stones. Can you accept 870,000 spirit stones? No way. This black-feathered eagle is incredibly fast and still in its juvenile stage. Once it matures, its value will exceed 1 million spirit stones. The owner shook his head. If you buy it for 1 million spirit stones, you won't be at a loss. After saying this, he glanced at Chun Fan and casually asked, "Miss, are you looking to buy?" Upon hearing this, Chun Fan's lips twitched slightly. Being addressed as Miss felt truly awkward. Xiaomi, am I to part with you? Chun Fan contemplated whether he should bring Xiao He out next time. The old man in the black robe sneered at Chun Fan, dismissively stating, "The old man cannot afford it. Can she?" Chun Fan, who do you look down upon? 1 million spirit stones? Chun Fan directly turned to the owner, inquiring. Indeed, That is the lowest price. I cannot be bothered to haggle. If you can buy, then buy. If not, before the owner could finish, Chun Fan casually pulled out a Chinquan bag and tossed it over, saying, "Inside are 1,000,000 spirit stones. The Chinquan bag is a gift. Please help me wash it and clean its feathers." Having just received 10,000,000 spirit stones, offering 1,000,000 was hardly a burden. Competing with me in wealth? Upon hearing this, the owner's eyes lit up, quickly seizing the Chinquan bag, his expression turning jubilant. He had initially thought Chun Fan could not afford it, but was taken aback by such generosity. It is known that while the black-feathered eagle is excellent, its price is exorbitant. Selling it in the impoverished Lingyun County is quite challenging. 1,000,000 spirit stones is just right. Please wait. I will clean the feathers of this black-feathered eagle immediately. After confirming the amount, the owner's attitude shifted instantly from nonchalance to extreme politeness. Hold on. Just then, the old man in the black robe ominously remarked, "Little girl, are you determined to snatch my possession?" "Your possession?" Chun Fan raised an eyebrow, looking at the owner, asking, "Owner, are you selling someone else's belongings?" "What do you mean? Are you trying to swindle me?" "Not at all." The proprietor hastily explained, "This is undoubtedly my family's flying beast." "Oh." Chun Fan instantly grasped the situation and turned to the elderly man in the black robe with long eyebrows. "I have paid for it. It belongs to me. Does this esteemed elder lack funds and thus disallow me from purchasing?" Upon hearing this, the elderly man's expression darkened. Chapter 14. Worse than death. Very well. Excellent. The elderly man in the black robe fixed his gaze on Chun Fan with unyielding intensity. In that moment, Chun Fan felt as though he were being targeted by a venomous serpent, his very soul shivering slightly. "Little girl, when out in the world, you must learn to protect yourself. Remember, never walk alone at night." The elderly man said coldly, "Thank you for your concern. Esteemed elder, I possess the black-feathered eagle and shall be walking very little from now on." Chun Fan replied. "You..." The elderly man narrowed his eyes sharply. His jaw clenched before turning on his heel and departing. How amusing, Chun Fan thought to himself, bewildered. Was it not rather tyrannical to be unable to purchase something merely due to someone else's financial constraints? "This young lady," the proprietor interjected quietly at that moment. "That owner, you may refer to me as Miss Sister or Beauty, but do not call me Miss," Chun Fan responded. The proprietor, taken aback by the peculiar request, scrutinized Chun Fan before saying, "Little Beauty, this man's surname is Chio, and he is known as Elder Chio to outsiders. His methods are treacherous, skilled in the use of poison, and he harbors a vengeful heart. This is the 5th time he has come here to purchase the black-feathered eagle. He has declared that no one is allowed to buy it. Otherwise, they will become his enemy. His reputation is formidable, and it is said that he has reached the late stage of the spirit movement realm, employing cruel and sinister tactics, which is why no one dares to provoke him. This is also the primary reason the black-feathered eagle remains unsold. To be honest, had you not come to purchase today, I would have likely sold it to him for 870,000 spirit stones. After all, the black-feathered eagle consumes far too much, and the cost of raising it is exorbitant." Chun Fan remarked, "So, you mean I overpaid?" "Beauty, I suggest you take the black-feathered eagle and fly away from Lingyun County City as soon as possible. That IT would be wise to leave this place and avoid any conflict." The proprietor advised, "I understand. Thank you for the reminder." Chun Fan nodded, neither affirming nor denying the suggestion. The late-stage spirit movement realm was nothing to fear. Poison. If he were a normal person, one would naturally be cautious. But the little secret he controlled was a soul puppet, immune to water and fire, let alone poison. Of course, there was no need to share this with the proprietor. Not good. The black-feathered eagle has fainted. A servant responsible for cleaning the feathers rushed in, his face ashen. What happened? The proprietor's expression turned grim. After finally finding a significant customer to sell the black-feathered eagle, how could such an incident occur? What if the buyer wants a refund? The servant stammered, kneeling in fear. What could have happened to the black-feathered eagle? "I cannot bear the burden. Beauty, I will do my utmost to heal the black-feathered eagle." The proprietor quickly reassured Chun Fan before turning to check the situation himself. That IT must be that old man. Chun Fan's gaze darkened, an inkling of suspicion stirring within him. The black feathered eagle had just been fine. It had suddenly changed, most likely due to that elderly man in the black robe. Poison. Before long, the proprietor returned, his complexion grim, gritting his teeth as he said, "It must surely be that man named Xiao. How dare he lay a hand on my flying beast here? Truly audacious." This proprietor's background was also formidable. Otherwise, he would not engage in the business of flying beasts, let alone monopolize the market in Lingyun County. "Beauty, I have temporarily stabilized the black feathered eagle's condition, but the poison it has contracted is unlike anything I have encountered. Until we find an antidote, I cannot guarantee when the poison can be cured." The proprietor looked apologetically at Chun Fan, offering her a pouch containing 1,000,000 spirit stones. Receiving the pouch, Chun Fan's brow furrowed in displeasure. "This old man is truly hindering my affairs, should I encounter you again. Mark my words," Chun Fan thought viciously, then turned to leave, disregarding the other flying beasts. His primary concern was to vent his frustration. As he exited the flying beast market, the figure of the elderly man in the black robe gradually emerged, ominously stating, "Little girl, dare you challenge me? Such a shame to waste your figure and beauty. Tonight, I shall make you wish for death." That night, while Chun Fan was practicing the soul technique, he suddenly sensed an impending threat. By the time he reacted, he had already been pierced in the shoulder. A poison needle. Elder Qiao. As expected, the next moment, the elderly man in the black robe appeared. Who else could it be but Elder Qiao? "Little girl, soon your skin will rot. Your face will be covered in festering sores, and streams of pus will flow forth until your demise. Does that sound intriguing?" Elder Qiao's sinister laughter echoed. "Quite interesting indeed," Chun Fan replied. "However, I believe it would be far more entertaining if it were to happen to you." "Huh?" Elder Qiao laughed heartily. What a jest! In the next instant, Chun Fan, uninterested in further banter, swiftly pulled the black needle from his shoulder. Seeing this, Elder Qiao sneered. "How naive! Do you think simply removing it will nullify the effects? The toxin has already entered your body, coursing through your meridians, spreading throughout you. Even if you were a strong practitioner of the spiritual transformation realm, you would still perish. Tell me, are you not feeling an unbearable itch all over? Kneel and plead for mercy. Spend the night with me. Surrender all your resources, including the black feathered eagle. I may consider allowing you to die a less gruesome death." Swish! Chun Fan dashed towards Elder Qiao. At that moment, Elder Qiao finally sensed something amiss. "You should have lost your ability to move by now. It seems your poison is not as potent as I imagined." As Chun Fan closed the distance, he declared, "Humph! Regardless of what methods you employed, you cannot nullify the effects of my unique poison. Now, let us play for a while." Elder Qiao, confident in his own strength, immediately unleashed a powerful punch. Tenfold strength. Chun Fan did not hold back. He saw this as an opportunity to test the might of the tenfold strength. Bang! Their fists collided. The next moment, crack! Elder Qiao's expression changed drastically. The sound of bones cracking reverberating as his gaunt face contorted in agony. Bang! Instantly, his withered figure was sent flying. Puff! A mouthful of blood erupted forth. One punch was all it took to severely injure him. In contrast, Chun Fan appeared unaffected, not only refusing to retreat, but instead taking a bold step forward to seize Elder Qiao by the neck, stating, "It seems you are lacking not only in poison, but also in strength." "You cannot." Elder Qiao gazed at Chun Fan in disbelief. Chapter 15. The Siege of Chun Fan. How is it possible that you remain unharmed? The poison needle has clearly pierced your skin. Elder Qiao stared at Chun Fan, incredulous. "Do you not understand?" Chun Fan's alluring lips curled into a subtle smile, a charming arc gracing his face. "Take your time to ponder. I trust you will come to comprehend it yourself. Once you do let me know." Huh. Elder Qiao was momentarily puzzled, unable to grasp the thought process of the golden-masked beauty before him. "Did you not comprehend?" Chun Fan raised an eyebrow, then suddenly thrust the black needle into Elder Qiao's body. Puff! In the next instant, Elder Qiao's expression shifted dramatically. Bang! To prevent him from seeking an antidote, Chun Fan gripped his neck with one hand while using the other to relieve him of his pouch. Crack! Crack! Accompanied by the sound of bones shattering. Elder Qiao's face twisted in torment as he let out continuous screams. Bang! After finishing, Chun Fan casually discarded Elder Chiu like refuse, unhurriedly settling into a cross-legged position to continue practicing the soul technique. Before long, Elder Chiu found himself engulfed in an unbearable itch, his body rotting away, festering sores appearing on his face. The itch was so intense that he clawed at himself frantically. Every touch ruptured the sores, releasing copious amounts of pus. Yet he continued to scratch, his hands coated in a mixture of pus and blood, a truly pitiable sight. You have revealed your true nature. You are a puppet. Only a puppet could be impervious to toxins. Who is your master? Why do you seek to harm me? Old Chiu finally comprehended everything and, in a tone of desperation, pleaded, whatever you wish to take from me, I am willing to offer. I beg you. Spare my life. Why do you think my master seeks to torment you? Chun Fan opened his eyes once more and inquired, I do not know. I am dying from the itch? Ah. Save me, I implore you. Old Chiu had entirely shed his former arrogance, now displaying a visage of humility and terror. Then continued to ponder. Chun Fan replied, closing his eyes again to cultivate the Yin Soul technique. I understand now. Understand? Old Chiu, upon witnessing Chun Fan's demeanor, grew anxious. If this continued, it would not merely involve tearing his flesh, but would escalate to rupturing his blood vessels, meridians, and even his internal organs. He was acutely aware of the nature of this poison, which provoked unbearable itchiness from within. I should not have competed with you for the black feather eagle, nor should I have poisoned it, causing it to be temporarily incapacitated. Old Chiu had become astute, promptly asking, am I correct? Where is the antidote? Chun Fan nodded in satisfaction and then queried, where is it? It is in my Chinquan bag. Old Chiu immediately replied, in that small brown vial. Additionally, could you kindly retrieve the antidote for the corpse poison? It is in that small blue vial. Corpse poison? Chun Fan remarked. So this poison is called corpse poison. It bears a fitting name and exhibits commendable effects. With that, he turned it apart. Wait, Old Chiu exclaimed. What are you doing? I'm going to help the black feather eagle with its antidote. Chun Fan answered. Senior, ancestor, could you please first assist me in removing the poison? Very well, Chun Fan readily acquiesced. Halting his departure and retrieving a small red vial from his Chinquan bag. No. This is the 100 flowers poison, which causes the victim's body to sprout flesh-like buds, resembling blooming flowers, draining the poisoned individual's vitality. Old Chiu hastily interjected. Immediately, Chun Fan produced another small bottle. This is the illusion spirit poison, which can infect spiritual energy. Any warrior with spiritual energy in their body will succumb to its effects, remaining perpetually trapped in an illusion. This is the spring spirit medicine. Upon consuming it, one's mind becomes consumed with matters of love, and even the use of spiritual energy cannot suppress its effects, but rather exacerbates the potency. This is the rigid death poison. Once ingested, the body becomes stiff, akin to that of a corpse. With each vial Chun Fan unveiled, Old Chiu swiftly recited a torrent of information. It was not until Chun Fan had extracted all the vials from his Chinquan bag that he ceased his actions and declared, Thank you for informing me of the uses of these vials. As a reward, I shall grant you a swifter death that you shall not escape unscathed. Old Chiu stammered. Chun Fan, observing the decayed and putrid state of Old Chiu, refrained from touching him, instead retrieving a sharp sword from Old Chiu's Chinquan bag and swiftly piercing his throat. With a decisive step, he turned to leave. Yet, as he exited the inn, he encountered two inebriated men. Upon seeing her figure and the mysterious allure emanating from her golden mask, the alcohol took hold of them, prompting them to block Chun Fan's path. Beauty, where are you headed on this fine evening? Shall my brothers assist you? Chun Fan, disinterested, attempted to sidestep them, but suddenly furrowed her brow, sensing danger, not from the two drunken men, but from elsewhere. Come forth. Chun Fan's gaze swept across the shadows surrounding her. What are you saying, sister? Surely you're not intoxicated? Come along with us. The two drunken men slurred, barely able to contain themselves as they readied to make a move. In the next instant, dozens of silhouettes emerged. The two drunken men, taken aback by the sudden presence of so many individuals, quickly regained their composure, sneering, We are experts in the spirit profound realm. We fear not your numbers. You must be the little secret envoy of the Universal Money House, correct? A towering figure at the front of the assembly stood with arms crossed, coldly scrutinizing Chun Fan. People of the crown, Prince Qin? Chun Fan inquired. The sudden arrival of so many experts, clearly targeting him, indicated their allegiance to the crown prince of Qin. Bring your master forth. Otherwise, you shall meet a most dreadful end, the formidable figure declared with a stern voice. What is the meaning of this? Are you not allies? The drunken men interjected, one of them staggering towards the imposing figure, threateningly stating, "You better scram, or you'll regret it." I am. In a heartbeat, his voice was silenced, and he collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. The remaining drunken man's intoxication vanished in an instant as he comprehended the gravity of his predicament. "Do not kill me." He desperately attempted to explain. Silence. The imposing figure frowned, and without any visible action, the drunken man too was slain, falling dead on the spot. "What have you deliberated?" The figure then turned his attention to Chun Fan, inquiring once more. "No need for deliberation. This trivial matter is within my capacity to resolve, so you need not trouble yourself, my lord." With that, Chun Fan fixed his gaze on the imposing figure, asking, "Shall we relocate to another venue for our confrontation? Or shall we engage here in the county city?" Chapter 16. A feast of bloodshed. Since you refuse my offer, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. With that declaration, dozens of figures simultaneously raised their weapons, pointing them menacingly at Chun Fan. "It appears you intend to fight here," Chun Fan acknowledged, nodding. "Perfect. I was just lamenting the lack of excitement in our last encounter. I hope you will provide some challenge." "Where is your army from the Universal Money House?" the imposing figure queried, seemingly unhurried to strike. "Army? Oh, you mean the 10,000 female Soul puppets. There's no need for them to deal with you." Chun Fan waved dismissively. "Female Soul puppets." The imposing figure's brow furrowed, evidently unfamiliar with the term. In his understanding, there are only puppets. What could a female Soul puppet possibly be in this impoverished corner of the Great Qin? It was no surprise he had never heard of it. Chun Fan, understanding the confusion, explained, "It is an upgraded version of a puppet, possessing no weaknesses. In short, they are exceptionally formidable, a unique possession of our Universal Money House. By the way, have you encountered Xiaosheng's wife? She is a female Soul puppet." With that, he summoned Xiaosheng's wife from the Universal Money House and asked, "Do you recognize her?" Upon seeing her, the imposing figure's pupils constricted, his expression darkening as he declared, "I am Gan Yu Wei. I once met with the county guard Xiao and know his character well. I never imagined you would slander him, accusing him of debt, and even kill him to seize his wife. Such sins are unforgivable." Hearing this, Chun Fan was momentarily taken aback, then realized, smiling, "Is it so natural to distort the truth? Enough that I cannot be bothered to waste words with you. History is always written by the victors." In the next instant, Chun Fan's figure flickered, and she opted to strike. Bang! Gan Yue also unleashed a punch. The sound of their clash reverberated through the air, and both retreated 10 steps. A mid-stage expert of the transformation realm. Chun Fan's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, not expecting that the adversary would be of such caliber. The Great Qin was indeed willing to expend significant resources to confront him. Despite exerting his full strength and even employing the tenfold strength, the result was merely a stalemate, and he sensed that the opponent had not even unleashed their full power. Tenfold strength. You have mastered General Meng's ultimate skill. What is your connection to General Meng? At this moment, Gan You's attention was entirely captivated by this revelation, neglecting to hasten his attack on Chun Fan. If the Universal Money House had ties to General Meng, the implications could be substantial, potentially shaking the very foundations of the Qin court. There is no connection. General Meng merely transacted with the Universal Money House once. Chun Fan did not conceal this. Even promoting the Universal Money House, the price he paid included the tenfold strength, while the Universal Money House granted him a century of lifespan. That is preposterous. Lifespan cannot be traded. Are you attempting to deceive a 3-year-old child? Moreover, you are in Lingyun County, while General Meng is in the Qin capital. When did you ever meet? Gan Yue let out a derisive sneer, disdainfully remarking, "It seems you have no intention of speaking the truth." Chen Fan replied, "I am merely stating the facts, am I not? How can this be construed as lying? Very well, since you refuse to believe me, let us engage in combat," with an air of indifference. Chen Fan asserted, "Even if you are a spectral puppet, you are no match for me." In a swift motion, Gan Yue drew a soft sword from his waist, angling it menacingly towards the ground, and coldly declared, "What you have encountered thus far was merely an appetizer. Now, I advise you to reveal all your trump cards, or you may find yourself without another opportunity. I may indeed be at a disadvantage against you, but I assure you, the resources at my disposal far exceed your own." Recognizing the disparity in their strengths, Chen Fan was not foolish enough to allow himself to be pummeled. He possessed a substantial number of fourth-grade talismans. Although he had only recently taken charge of the Universal Money House, his resources eclipsed those of this so-called general. With a swift movement, he dashed forward once more. "Overestimating yourself," Gan Yue scoffed derisively. His soft sword flicking through the air with the precision of a venomous snake, aimed at Chen Fan from a treacherous angle. This sword was a spiritual weapon, capable of inflicting damage upon this alleged female spectral puppet. However, Chen Fan had no intentions of engaging in a direct confrontation. As they closed the distance rapidly, he hurled a fourth-grade divine explosion talisman towards Gan Yue. Caught off guard, Gan Yue had no time to evade. His movements faltered, and he could only instinctively channel his spiritual energy for defense. Alas, it was too late. His face, once composed, now reflected sheer terror as a cataclysmic explosion enveloped him, the shockwaves radiating outward, obliterating everything within a radius of several hundred meters. Coughing amidst the swirling dust, Chen Fan pinched his nose and swiftly vacated the area, distancing himself from the site of the explosion. At the moment, he activated the fourth-grade Divine Explosion Talisman. He simultaneously deployed a fourth-grade Divine Shield Talisman, thus sparing himself from any harm. Yet, Gan Yue and his subordinates were utterly annihilated, reduced to nothingness. "This is rather disappointing," Chen Fan mused, shaking his head, "that I suspect the news will soon reach the ears of Prince Qin. Yet another trump card has been revealed." Just then, he heard the rapid approach of countless disciplined footsteps. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing atop Inin's roof, where he beheld throngs of Qin soldiers hastening towards the site of the explosion. Surely, there must be at least 100,000 of them. Observing the streets teeming with Qin soldiers, Chen Fan couldn't help but exclaim, "Are they all here to deal with me? You dare to kill General Gan? All 100,000 Qin soldiers, he my command, and surround this man to annihilate him." A general soon spotted Chen Fan and immediately issued the order to encircle and eliminate him. "How bold of them to seek me out." Chen Fan shook his head, stating, "Such an impressive display. Yet do they truly believe the Universal Money House is so easily intimidated? Are they afraid of the Great Qin?" In the next moment, his expression darkened. With a flick of his hand, 1,000 female spectral puppets materialized unexpectedly, annihilated overnight. No. According to the intelligence relayed by the scouts, the entire operation took merely about half an hour. Such terror! He dared not hastily issue orders for an assault, realizing the formidable strength of the mysterious organization known as the Universal Bank, which could potentially bring about the ruin of the Great Qin if further provoked. Thus, he must exercise utmost caution. However, the Crown Prince of Qin was exceedingly reluctant and furious, snarling, "Father, the Universal Bank has obliterated our Great Qin's 100,000 troops. Moreover, General Gan Yue has also fallen victim to them. If we do not impose severe punishment, what will become of the dignity of our Great Qin? They are openly scornful of our royal authority. I implore you, Father, to dispatch troops once more in this battle." All losses fell upon his forces, and he would not rest until he had his vengeance. "Are you instructing this prince on how to act?" The king of Qin's expression grew cold. "Qin Hai dares not." The crown prince's demeanor shifted, and he immediately spoke with trepidation. "Withdraw." The king of Qin gestured dismissively. Though royal authority is vast, in this world, strength reigns supreme. He understood that true power could easily disregard royal decrees, even extinguishing a nation with a mere flick of the hand. Hence, he must proceed with caution. The news also reached Qin Zheng and Meng Tian. Both were equally astounded. The universal bank was indeed terrifying. It was imperative not to offend them. Taking a deep breath, Meng Tian spoke first. Nodding, Qin Zheng remarked, "Not only must we avoid offending them, but we should also seek to win them over to our side. Let them become our allies." However, Meng Tian shook his head, stating, "The power of the universal bank is far too formidable to be swayed by us. Furthermore, they welcome all customers, caring not for who they are, as long as the price is right. Therefore, our objective should be to swiftly undermine the Crown Prince. We must prevent any transactions between them and the universal bank. Continuing to oppose the universal bank will merely deplete our great Qin's strength." Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng's pupils constricted, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded gravely. Chapter 18. The auspicious hour has arrived. I come to collect my debt. Chu Wushuang, the Crown Prince of Great Chu, is also renowned as the most handsome man in the realm. With a jade-like demeanor, he surpasses even Pan, and in beauty, countless maidens and young wives harbor dreams of him in their hearts. Yet, if one were to pinpoint a flaw, it would be that 10 years ago, his talents were rather dismal. With the aid of Great Chu's abundant resources, by the age of 18, he remained but a waste. Merely a sixth-tier spiritual cultivator. In a world where strength reigns supreme, such talent renders even the most handsome visage utterly futile. Indeed, his position as crown prince hung by a thread. However, a decade ago, for reasons unknown, Chu Wushuang suddenly surged forth in power. In just 2 months, he ascended from a sixth-tier spiritual cultivator to the initial stage of the Spirit Profound realm. A year later, he reached the latter stage of the Spirit Profound realm. 3 years hence, he broke through to the initial stage of the Spirit Dynamic realm, surpassing all the youthful geniuses of Great Chu, ultimately becoming its foremost talent. 8 years later, he achieved further brilliance, breaking through to the latter stage of the Spirit Dynamic realm. And now, he stands as a top-tier expert in the initial stage of the Spirit Transformation realm, hailed as the greatest talent in a century. His renown within Great Chu has reached its zenith, and even across the Eastern domain, he has become a figure of note. Today marks the occasion of his grand wedding. His fiancée is none other than the favored Princess Chong Lu of the Great Wei. It is well known that Great Wei is a powerful nation, second only to the Great Zhou dynasty among the 6 great powers of the Eastern domain, that be why marrying the Princess of Wei. Chu Wushuang is guaranteed the unwavering support of Great Wei. Moreover, the king of Chu publicly declared that after the crown prince's marriage, he would abdicate the throne. In that moment, Chu Wushuang appears to be the ultimate winner in life. Ascending to the throne at the age of 28, standing atop the pinnacle of royal power, with a beautiful wife by his side, and the crucial fact that his wife's background is formidable enough to swiftly bolster Great Chu's national strength. His future achievements are boundless. Yet, Chu Wushuang is filled with trepidation, because his talents were borrowed from the Universal Bank. 3 months ago, Princess Chonglu of Great Wei declared that should he break through to the initial stage of the Spirit Transformation realm, she would wed him. At that time, his contract with the Universal Bank had already expired. According to their agreement, he was to return his third-tier talent. However, he harbored deep feelings for the Princess of Wei and understood the significance of an alliance with her. Thus, he chose to breach the contract. Recently, he successfully broke through to become an initial stage expert in the Spirit Transformation realm, finally winning the heart of Princess Chong L. as long as he can marry her today. Even if the Universal Bank takes back my talents and appearance, it matters not. For after today, I shall be the king of Chu. Princess Chonglu is already my woman. This is an unalterable truth. Chu Wushuang, hands clasped behind his back, gazed upon the vast landscapes of Great Chu, contemplating, at that time with Great Chu in my hands, who would dare defy my commands? How could Great Wei stand idly by and allow their daughter to suffer indignities? They will surely find ways to assist Great Chu's resurgence. And with this thought, Chu Wushuang's gaze suddenly sharpened, radiating a glimmer of brilliance. Even if the Universal Bank sends emissaries, they may not possess the capability to reclaim my third-tier talents, let alone my appearance. It must be said, he is indeed handsome. Though his expression is somewhat shadowy, he possesses a unique charm that momentarily captivates the maidservants attending him. Timing is everything to AT this moment. Chun Fan has already arrived at the capital of Great Chu. Upon learning of Chu Wushuang's entire saga, he could not help but recall a phrase: marry a beautiful and wealthy woman, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. A complete life, Victor. Yet, how can he so comfortably use the talents of others without my consent? He had no intention of waiting and headed straight to the Crown Prince's residence, where the wedding was to be held. 1,000 soul puppets, 1 5th-tier divine explosive talisman, and a dozen 4th-tier divine explosive talismans. This is his trump card, daring to stir chaos in the capital of Great Chu. It is about to begin. The wedding is about to commence. This is undoubtedly the most significant event in Great Chu in recent years, a nationwide celebration. It is said that the tax burden has been halved this year. The Crown Prince and Princess Chonglu of Great Wei are indeed a match made in heaven. The marriage of the Princess of Wei to our Crown Prince will certainly be advantageous. In an instant, the common folk buzz with excitement, their spirits uplifted. Chun Fan listened to the chatter, feeling the monumental significance of this union between the two nations. Meanwhile, at the Crown Prince's residence, guests filled the hall, celebrating joyously, with envoys from neighboring nations arriving to convey their congratulations. Even emissaries from the Great Zhou dynasty made an appearance. This clearly signifies the immense impact of the Wei-Chu alliance. It is a testament to the strength of both Great Wei and Great Chu, as well as an acknowledgement of Chu Wushuang's talents. The king of Chu has arrived. The auspicious hour has come. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the newlyweds began to follow the elaborate customs of Great Chu. Progressing through the various stages of the wedding ceremony to AT this moment, Chun Fan finally arrived at the gates of the Crown Prince's residence. Oh, you have an invitation? He was halted by the guards at the entrance. None. Chun Fan shook his head. This is a royal wedding. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted to approach. The guard frowned and stated, I have urgent business. Chun Fan replied. What could possibly be more important than the Crown Prince's wedding? The guard questioned, observing Chun Fan's skin as smooth as jade and his devilishly handsome physique. Although Chun Fan wore a golden mask that obscured his features, it was evident he was an unparalleled beauty. The guard could not help but speculate. Could it be that the Crown Prince has left behind some romantic entanglement? He instinctively glanced at Chun Fan's abdomen, wondering if he might be pregnant. I have come to collect a debt. Upon seeing the guard's reaction, Chun Fan immediately understood his thoughts, his expression darkening as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the guard's expression soured, barking, You dare come to the Crown Prince's residence to collect a debt? Have you lost your mind? Others come bearing gifts. This is the first time I've heard of someone coming to collect a debt. He promptly pointed his spear at Chun Fan, sternly commanding, Get lost. I truly come to collect a debt. Your Crown Prince owes me, Chun Fan asserted. What? The guard, infuriated, was about to take action when a young man dressed in splendid robes suddenly appeared, waving his hand and saying, Today is the Crown Prince's wedding. There must be no bloodshed. Prince of the Eighth. The guard immediately bowed respectfully. Beautiful lady, what debt do you come to collect? Why not come to my residence for a chat? I would like to understand the situation. This eighth prince brazenly scrutinized Chun Fan, his thoughts unmistakably lecherous. Without needing to guess, Chun Fan could discern the unsavory ideas swirling in his mind. Alas, it was clear that things would not proceed smoothly. It seems that Chapter 19, Bloodshed at the Wedding, an ominous omen, finds Chun Fan initially intending to collect debts calmly and depart, yet he realizes that his thoughts were rather naive. Not only is he unable to enter, but he is also confronted with an unwelcome suitor at the gates of the prince's residence. How dare he harbor ill intentions towards my little secretary? Seeking death indeed. Beautiful lady, come to settle your emotional debts? The eighth prince had yet to finish his sentence when he reached forth to grasp Chun Fan's delicate hand. Bang! Crack! In a sudden motion, Chun Fan struck, shattering the eighth prince's Adam's apple with a single punch. All while under the astonished gaze of the onlookers. Gasping, the eighth prince widened his eyes, clutching his throat as he staggered back, a visage filled with terror. He felt the specter of death looming. How could this woman dare to kill him? Had she lost her mind? After all, he was the eighth prince of the Chu. You dare to slay the eighth prince? Seize her! The guards, equally horrified, shouted in alarm. And numerous soldiers of the Chu rushed forth. Xiaoyu! Chun Fan had no time to engage with these ruffians, and with a mere thought, he summoned his black-feathered eagle, Ka. In the next instant, the black-feathered eagle screeched as it swooped down, wings flapping fiercely. Thud! Chun Fan exerted force through his legs, causing the ground to sink slightly beneath him, and then, as if propelled by a cannon, he ascended several dozen meters into the air, just as he was about to plummet back to earth. The black-feathered eagle soared beneath him. Whoosh! The eagle ascended rapidly, carrying him towards the interior of the prince's residence, leaving chaos in its wake at the entrance. Someone approaches on a flying beast. Could it be a congratulatory envoy? So young. Which nation's messenger could this be? Though the prince's residence was vast, it was but a mere flap of wings for the black-feathered eagle to traverse from the gates to the wedding venue. Below, envoys from various nations and high-ranking officials of the Chu quickly recognized Chun Fan and began to speculate. Whoosh! The black-feathered eagle hovered 100 meters above the ground, refusing to descend, as Chun Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down upon the crowd. This scene instantly ignited discontent among the onlookers. Everyone was seated. How dare he presume superiority over us? Who are you? Someone inquired loudly. If you come to offer congratulations, please descend to observe the ceremony. I have come to collect debts from Chu Wushuang, Chun Fan replied, not to offer congratulations. What? They exclaimed, preposterous. How could His Highness the Prince owe you anything? In an instant, the high-ranking officials of the Chu erupted in outrage. Meanwhile, Chu Wushuang's expression shifted slightly. They have arrived. The people from the Multiverse Bank have indeed come. Yet, how is it that this person differs from the one with whom the contract was signed? Could he be a newly appointed envoy? However, the timing of their arrival is too early. Chu Wushuang's eyes darkened. I have not yet fully married the Princess of Dawei. I have not ascended to the throne of Chu. Whether Chu Wushuang owes me debts is easily ascertainable. Chun Fan regarded Chu Wushuang with a calm demeanor. It was his first encounter with Chu Wushuang, and he could not deny that this individual possessed an utterly flawless appearance. The most handsome face he had ever seen, without exception. Libel, I do not know who you are, nor do I owe you any debts. Chu Wushuang retorted coldly. To disrupt my wedding is to stand against me. Against a Chu and against a Wei. He was not foolish. He understood the terrifying reputation of the Multiverse Bank, thus directly involving both the Chu and Wei. This was also his source of confidence. Report, a woman has just killed the eighth prince outside the gates. It was her. It was her. At that moment, a guard rushed to report, immediately pointing at Chun Fan. Indeed, she has come to cause trouble. Does she not know her place, daring to create chaos here, and to slay the eighth prince? Regardless of who you are, you shall pay the price today. In an instant, the crowd was filled with fury, discussing among themselves, Your Majesty, Your Highness, I request permission to slay this woman, to uphold the dignity of the Chu. In the heat of the moment, a burly general with a commanding presence stepped forward, kneeling and requesting to engage. Granted, declared King Chu. Chu Wushuang added, Today is my day of celebration. It is not suitable for bloodshed. Capture this woman alive? Yes, the general's voice boomed, and he rose, fixing his gaze on Chun Fan. Demonis, surrender. Whoosh! With that, he propelled himself skyward, his figure soaring rapidly, a master at the late stage of the spirit movement realm. Chun Fan raised an eyebrow, immediately discerning the man's cultivation level. You are too weak. He shook his head, recognizing that this was merely a pawn for Chu Wang and Chu Wushuang to test his strength. 10th level strength, 3rd grade divine power talisman. In the next moment, Chun Fan did not hold back. Launching a punch from above to create a certain shock effect. He even activated the 3rd grade divine power talisman. Bang! The two fists collided. Chun Fan unleashed a punch devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, instantly shattering the immense spiritual power the general had condensed in his fist before crashing down on him. Crack! The general's fist was visibly crushed in an instant. Bang! Following that, Chun Fan's fist struck the man's heart with tremendous force. Uffed, blood erupted violently, and the general's body crashed heavily to the ground. Dead. A small crater formed on the ground beneath him. The entire process was imbued with a striking sense of violent beauty. A master of the spirit transformation realm? Preposterous. At once, the expressions of the crowd shifted, their attitudes varying. That general had displayed astonishing combat prowess, nearly invincible at the spirit movement level, yet he was slain in a single punch. The impact was indeed shocking. She has just utilized a third-grade divine power talisman. At that moment, a talisman master spoke up. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes brightened. She activated a third-grade divine power talisman. This indicates that her true power is perhaps not as formidable as initially perceived. And even if she is a master of the spirit transformation realm, how dare she act so brazenly in Dechu? That is tantamount to seeking death. Indeed, I request the king to slay this demoness, to uphold the dignity of Dechu. We implore the king to slay this demoness, to uphold the dignity of Dechu. Demoness, you seek death. Chu Wushuang evidently surmised that Chun Fan's strength was not formidable. Otherwise, there would be no need to activate a third-grade divine power talisman. Thus, in the next moment, he swiftly lunged towards Chun Fan, to prevent Chun Fan from revealing the matter of his borrowed third-grade talent. Daring to disrupt my wedding, if I do not slay you, how can I uphold the dignity of the Chu? Chapter 20. The pressure of the Chu Wushuang, indeed a master at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm, could already hover briefly in mid-air, with his sword pointed at Chun Fan. He stood defiantly against him. Truly, he is the Prince of Dechu. With spirit transformation cultivation, he looks down upon the talents of various nations. The prince's talent is a rare third-grade gift, scarcely seen in the Eastern domain for a century. Even the prince of the great Zhou dynasty pales in comparison. With the prince personally intervening, he is certain to slay the demoness. Below, the sycophants seize the opportunity to flatter, clamoring in support. Chu Wushuang. It seems you are resolute in refusing to repay your debts, Chun Fan remarked. Have you considered the consequences? Still slandering me as death approaches. Chu Wushuang snorted coldly, declaring die. In the next moment, Chu Wushuang chose to strike. Seeing this, Chun Fan shook his head and produced a fourth-grade divine explosion talisman. Upon seeing this, Chu Wushuang's expression changed, and he faltered momentarily. A fourth-grade divine explosion talisman is sufficient to obliterate any master of the spirit transformation realm. Unless he utilizes a fourth-grade divine shield talisman or a defensive spiritual artifact. However, on his wedding day, he had no such items on him. Impossible. Chun Fan shook his head, placing the fourth-grade divine explosion talisman back into his storage pouch. It would obliterate Xiao Yu as well, and your visage serves as my interest. It cannot be destroyed. Otherwise, I would suffer a great loss. You? Chu Wushuang's expression shifted as he hesitated to take the initiative. Whoosh, however, while he refrained from attacking, Chun Fan struck directly. Fourth-grade divine power talisman. With a fierce shout, Chun Fan activated the fourth-grade divine power talisman, combined with his 10th-level strength, unleashing an utterly terrifying force. Swish, upon witnessing the scene. Chu Wushuang's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, she thrust her long sword forward with great force, simultaneously uttering a sharp command. 3 talents sword technique. A resonant hum filled the air as the moment she executed the 3 talents sword technique. It seemed as though an infinite essence of sword intent converged, its brilliance piercing the heavens. The onlookers below felt as if their faces were being sliced by blades, a testament to the sheer terror of this strike. With a clang, the clash of fist and sword resonated. Then, Chu Wushuang's body was sent flying as if severed from its tether, struck down with overwhelming force. The Crown Prince's mastery of the 3-talent sword technique had reached its zenith. Capable of slaying a mid-level master in the spirit realm. Yet in a single blow, he had been grievously wounded. Moreover, the enchantress remained unscathed. All present were left in a state of shock, unable to comprehend the impossibility of all. Yet this was the undeniable truth. Regardless of the might of one's abilities, they could not compare to the power of a 4th-ranked divine power talisman. Marionette. In an instant, King Chu flashed forward, rescuing Chu Wushuang, and then hovered in midair, his gaze fixed intently upon Chun Fan, stating, "How intriguing." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd below, clearly taken aback by the revelation that this enchantress possessed an exceedingly rare fourth-rank divine power talisman. Even more astonishing was the realization that this being, indistinguishable from a living person, was but a marionette. "You possess an astute eye," Chun Fan acknowledged with a nod. "But may I inquire as to your true identity? What brings you here to disrupt the peace?" King Chu's expression darkened, wary of the hidden power that the woman displayed. "I am an envoy of the Universal Bank," Chun Fan declared, "and I have come to collect a debt. Chu Wushuang has defaulted on her loan, and it is only natural that I seek repayment. How can this be construed as causing chaos?" "The Universal Bank?" King Chu's brow furrowed, clearly unfamiliar with this entity. Chun Fan's exploits in the Great Qin had yet to reach his ears, for the distance between them was vast, and King Chu had recently been preoccupied with matrimonial alliances. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, "What debt does Wushuang owe you?" "Ah, so you're finally willing to hear me out? If only this had been resolved without the need for violence," Chun Fan replied. Exasperated. 10 years ago, she borrowed a third-rank talent from the Universal Bank, and 3 months ago, it was due. Yet she has refused to repay this. A wave of disbelief swept over the assembly, including King Chu. "How is this even possible? One can borrow talent." "Nonsense! Surely, you have lost your senses. Talent is an innate gift, not something to be traded." The crowd erupted in debate, expressing their skepticism. "Enchantress, I suspect you covet Wushuang's talent." The voice of Princess Chong Lu of the Great Wei, who had remained silent until now, cut through the commotion, her tone icy. Once rational, she now questioned whether Chu Wushuang truly had defaulted on her loan. Upon hearing Chun Fan's claim of borrowing third-rank talent, her certainty in his deceit solidified. "Talent cannot be bought or sold." "Patience," Chun Fan interjected. "I have yet to finish my account. If she fails to repay, Chu Wushuang must offer her beauty as interest to the Universal Bank." "Preposterous," Princess Chong Lu scoffed, utterly dismissing Chun Fan's words. "Beauty cannot simply be taken. I have heard of techniques to disfigure, but never of one that can extract beauty." "King Chu, why waste breath on her? Just kill her," Princess Chong Lu commanded, her high status compelling even King Chu to heed her this. King Chu's expression hardened as he replied coldly, "Enchantress, do you think there is no one in the Great Chu who can oppose you?" He ultimately resolved to take action. First, the Universal Bank was an entity he had never heard of and likely not a significant power. Second, if what this enchantress claimed were true, and Wushuang's talent and beauty were surrendered, the prestige of the Great Chu would undoubtedly plummet. Furthermore, the alliance with the Great Wei would be irrevocably shattered. Lastly, he could not bear to see his son reduced to a mere husk, especially now that Princess Chong Lu had taken a stand. If he did not act, would he not be allowing the dignity of the Great Chu to be trampled upon? How could the Great Chu maintain its standing in the Eastern Domain afterward? With a hum, King Chu's aura suddenly surged forth, a terrifying killing intent enveloping a vast expanse, locking onto Chun Fan and the black feathered eagle. In that moment, Chun Fan felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, while the black feathered eagle emitted a cry of fear at a spirit realm master, truly formidable. He spoke, his longing for such power evident. "Die." King Chu uttered the word with a heavy finality, his palm gathering a dense surge of spiritual energy. While torrents of celestial essence surged around him, a strike from the spirit realm could obliterate a city. Faced with such overwhelming force, the pressure on Chun Fan was palpable. With a swift motion, he retrieved a talisman from his Chinquan pouch, brandishing it before him. "King Chu, do you recognize this? Are you certain you wish to continue your assault?" In the next instant, King Chu's expression shifted dramatically. "A fifth-rank divine explosion talisman. You possess a fifth-rank divine explosion talisman." King Chu's face reflected sheer astonishment, his gaze fixated upon the talisman in Chun Fan's grasp, a source of great trepidation for him. The fifth-rank divine explosion talisman could threaten even late-stage spirit realm experts. Despite his numerous defensive measures, he had only recently broken through to the spirit realm, significantly weaker than those at the late stage. Should he be caught in the explosion, his demise would be inevitable. Moreover, this was the capital of the Great Chu. The explosive power of a fifth-rank divine explosion talisman would reduce the surrounding area to ruins. Leaving no survivors, the attendees of the Crown Prince's wedding included high-ranking officials and envoys from various nations, particularly Princess Changlu of the Great Wei, whose noble status would render the Great Chu a pariah should she perish in the blast. Additionally, the Great Chu would suffer catastrophic damage, becoming prey to all. What? A fifth-rank divine explosion talisman. The officials and envoys of the Great Chu were struck with horror, their faces paling in disbelief. Even Princess Changlu, who had previously exuded arrogance, now looked grave, her eyes fixed upon the talisman, silencing her earlier bravado. You wouldn't dare. King Chu inhaled deeply, attempting to maintain his composure. Would I? Chun Fan smirked slightly, his demeanor light. You see, I am but a marionette, merely a servant of my master. Even if I were to perish in the explosion, it would matter little to the Universal Bank. But you would be engulfed by the terrifying blast. With no hope of survival. Care to test it? As he spoke, Chun Fan waved the fifth-rank divine explosion talisman in front of him. Stop. Do not act impulsively. In an instant, the envoys from various nations recoiled, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the talisman, their voices rising in alarm. Princess Changlu could not help but interject. King Chu, should I perish here, the Great Wei's martial forces will swiftly raze your Great Chu to the ground. At her words, King Chu's expression darkened. Being threatened by a princess of the Great Wei, especially on his own territory, was an exceedingly uncomfortable position for him. Yet he found himself powerless. What do you want? King Chu, feeling utterly constrained, despite his resplendent yellow robes and overwhelming aura, was firmly at a disadvantage. Ultimately, he could only seek a resolution to, I have stated my purpose. Chun Fan replied coolly, I am here to collect a debt and seek interest. King Chu's expression soured as he realized he might indeed have to watch his son and his talent be stripped away and his beauty extracted. Do you not find what you propose to be utterly absurd? Talent and beauty are innate gifts. How can they be traded? King Chu questioned. The Universal Bank facilitates the exchange of all things, Chun Fan asserted. There is much more you do not know. 10 years ago, Chu Wushuang's talent was mediocre, and the Great Chu expended countless resources to enhance her abilities, yet her progress was limited. Suddenly, her strength soared. Surely, no one has questioned this. At these words, the crowd recalled the past. Indeed, they previously attributed her rapid improvement to accumulated experience and late blooming. But upon reflection, it does seem suspect. What relation does innate talent have with hard work? It seems Chu Wushuang truly did engage in dealings with the Universal Bank. In a moment, the envoys from various nations were engaged in fervent discussions. The high-ranking officials of the Great Chu, wary of the might of King Chu and Chu Wushuang, were reluctant to speak. Yet their eyes betrayed their skepticism. King Chu, how audacious you and your son are! You dare to deceive my Great Wei. The Princess of Changlu of Great Wei, upon hearing this, felt a chill sweep across her delicate face. As she coldly declared, This is slander. She is maligning me. I have not borrowed any third-grade talents. Father, save me. He covets my innate gifts. Chu Wushuang, having just recovered from a grave injury, began to argue desperately, his previous arrogance and confidence evaporating in an instant. Great Wei had already turned against him. If Great Chu were to forsake him as well, he would be left utterly vulnerable. What are you hesitating for? Chun Fan turned to King Chu, speaking with a calm demeanor. I have lingered here long enough. Let me test if I can extract your talents and beauty. Father, no. Save me. Seeing the hesitation in King Chu's eyes, Chu Wushuang's voice turned frantic. In the next instant, Chun Fan, growing impatient, leaped down to stand before Chu Wushuang. The crowd around them dispersed instantly, fearful to approach Chun Fan and not come any closer. Chu Wushuang struggled desperately, blood pouring from the corner of his mouth, his face a mask of torment and dread. Yet, Chun Fan pressed his hand firmly against the crown of his head. A humming sound resonated, and Chu Wushuang trembled as if his very essence had been siphoned away. His innate arrogance dissipating completely, replaced by despondency and mediocrity. This star transformation left everyone astonished. Could it be that Chu Wushuang's talents had indeed been extracted? You have already taken my talents. Do not take away my beauty as well. I beg you, I implore you. Chu Wushuang, who held his appearance in utmost regard, pleaded desperately. I can offer other compensation in exchange, please. However, Chun Fan merely shook his head indifferently. Your most prized possession, Chu Wushuang, is your beauty. Other compensations hold no value in my eyes. Since you have breached the agreement, you must pay the corresponding price. Otherwise, what becomes of the dignity of the Universal Money House? Collect, with Chun Fan's final utterance. All present bore witness, as Chu Wushuang's once flawless visage appeared to be gradually peeled away. Ah! Chu Wushuang let out a heart-wrenching scream. He frantically covered his face, attempting to halt the unfolding calamity. But it was in vain. Soon, Chun Fan retracted his hand. After losing his face, Chu Wushuang's countenance became gaunt and hideous, resembling a malevolent specter from the depths of hell, even with his hands covering his visage. The grotesque transformation was unmistakable. No, no, Chu Wushuang wailed, touching his grotesquely altered face, producing a shrill cry. Is the face of the crown prince of Chu merely a mask? No. A mask would revert to its original form once removed. Yet his entire face has been irrevocably disfigured. Chapter 22. Clad in crimson robes, skin like cream with a whoosh, Chun Fan departed. In the end, King Chu remained passive. He could only watch in anguish as his son's talents and beauty were taken from him. Trembling with rage, yet too fearful to act, he feared the potential downfall of Great Chu. The ruin of Chu Wushuang and the tarnishing of their reputation were bearable as long as he remained alive. As long as the envoys from various nations and the Princess of Chonglu of Great Wei were still alive, all would be well. Yet he underestimated the fury of Great Wei. How could Chu Wushuang's south actions place the Princess of Chonglu in such peril, almost ruining her life? This was deception, malicious intent, territorial concessions, and reparations. The king of Wei was enraged. Great Chu was compelled to cede 8,000 miles of territory and pay a compensation of tens of millions of spirit stones. Thus, Great Chu narrowly escaped annihilation. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Third-grade talent. Fusion. The moment Chun Fan left the capital of Great Chu, he entered the Universal Money House and decisively fused the third-grade talent with his own abilities. In the next heartbeat, he felt a newfound affinity with the very fabric of this world. Let us practice the soul cultivation technique and experience the cultivation speed of third-grade talent. Chun Fan was elated. At the same time, he casually scattered a multitude of universal tokens, seeking customers. King Qin. After days of investigation, he had uncovered no leads regarding the Universal Money House. All information related was merely about the actions of the Universal Money House in Lingyun County. What good was that? He remained apprehensive, unwilling to provoke the Universal Money House further. Father, there are already voices of dissent within the nation. I request that you impose severe punishments on the Universal Money House. The one speaking was none other than the Crown Prince of Qin. No. At that moment, Prince Nine, Qin Zheng, countered vehemently. Father, you must not. The Universal Money House is shrouded in mystery, and its backing is likely immensely powerful. We, Great Qin, are merely one of the myriad nations of the Eastern Domain, far from capable of contending with genuine formidable powers. Recklessly offending the Universal Money House could spell disaster for our Great Qin. Old Nine, what do you mean by this? The Crown Prince of Qin coldly challenged. Are you seeking to inflate their power? Brother, as a figure of authority, one must not act rashly. Qin Zheng, composed yet resolute, replied, I, as a prince, act solely for the benefit of Great Qin. I implore you, Father, to proceed with caution. Are you teaching your father how to govern? The Crown Prince retorted, casting a heavy accusation that I dare not. Qin Zheng knelt. I see you are indeed. The Crown Prince was about to voice another retort. Silence, King Qin barked. Thud, the esteemed ministers knelt. Humph, with a cold snort, King Qin shot a frosty glare at the Crown Prince before his gaze settled on Qin Zheng. His eyes narrowing as he inquired, Old Nine, do you have any good suggestions? This Old Nine seemed to have undergone some transformation recently. His tone was far more assertive than before. He dared to openly confront the crown prince. What did he intend? What scheme was he hatching? King Qin was all too aware. Father, why not experiment with a transaction with the Universal Money House? Qin Zheng proposed. Impossible. The crown prince immediately objected. We have lost 100,000 troops to the Universal Money House, along with the lives of experts like Gan Yuwei. Engaging in trade with them would be akin to capitulating. Qin Zheng, do you still possess any integrity? The Universal Money House trades in all things. They are merely merchants, driven by profit. What enmity do they harbor? Friends. Qin Zheng remained unfazed. Why can't we trade with them? We're not ceding land or paying reparations. What does that have to do with integrity? If the crown prince was momentarily at a loss for words, a tea may be worth a try. Just then, King Qin interjected suddenly. Father, the crown prince immediately sought to continue persuading. However, King Qin raised his hand, directing his attention to Qin Zheng. Since you proposed the transaction, why not you approach the Universal Money House to discuss? Just mention that I intend to annihilate the 200,000 troops at the borders of Great Shu and inquire what price must be paid. Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng's eyes flickered. His father had not considered aiding General Meng in recovering from his injuries. The matter of Meng Tian potentially healing and even breaking through to the next realm was being kept tightly under wraps. Only he and Meng Tian were aware. Indeed, his father wished to see General Meng perish. Taking a deep breath and fully recognizing King Qin's true nature, Qin Zheng spoke up. Father, I have heard that transactions with the Universal Money House require one to possess a universal token to enter. The appearance of a universal token necessitates a strong desire from the trader to achieve a specific objective. Even if one finds their envoy, acquiring a universal token is not guaranteed. Dado. King Qin furrowed his brow. Furthermore, if a transaction fails, to enter again, one must pay a hefty price to obtain another universal token. Qin Zheng continued. I cannot represent Great Qin, so I believe it would be better for you, Father, to personally negotiate with the owner of the Universal Money House. Qin Zheng, I see you are merely aiming for Father to enter the Universal Money House. What are your true intentions? The Crown Prince interjected once more, striving to thwart this proposition. And how do you know such intricate details? In Lingyun County's Yen City, the envoy of the Universal Money House once mentioned this. With a little effort, it is not difficult to uncover. Qin Zheng inquired, Elder brother, did not the royal father command you to thoroughly investigate the secrets of the Wanjie Bank? Are you unaware of this matter? The expression of the Crown Prince Qin changed dramatically. In his efforts to aid his father against the Wanjie Bank, he had indeed neglected to delve into its underlying truths. In an instant, he felt a chilling aura enveloping him. Thud. Bowing deeply once more, the Crown Prince Qin exclaimed, Father, your son, you may withdraw. The Qin king interjected, his disappointment palpable as he struggled to rein in his fury. Father, your son, the Crown Prince attempted to continue explaining, but was abruptly silenced by the icy glare of the Qin king, prompting him to hastily retreat. Yet deep within his gaze lingered an ocean of resentment. Old Jiao, you too may withdraw. I shall give earnest consideration to the matter regarding the Wanjie Bank. The Qin king stated, Yes, Father. Your son takes his leave. Qin Zheng uttered no further pleasantries and respectfully exited. A visitor arrives? Meanwhile, Chun Fan remained blissfully unaware of the happenings within the Grand Qin Imperial City and welcomed a new guest. Whoosh, a figure materialized within the Wanjie Bank. Chun Fan's pupils dilated. Such beauty! The woman donned a flowing crimson robe, her long hair cascading elegantly, her piercingly cold yet clear eyes akin to an ethereal goddess. Her skin was fairer than snow, her features exquisitely refined, her figure perfectly proportioned, exuding an otherworldly grace that hinted an alluring mystique. The blend of serene detachment and captivating charm formed an irresistible allure. Chun Fan was certain that she was the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered in his 3 lifetimes. Even the starlets from his first life paled in comparison to her. Is this the Wanjie Bank? The woman spoke, her lips parting slightly, her countenance icy, her tone laced with profound indifference. Indeed, Chun Fan snapped back to reality, responding, it was evident that this woman bore a story of her own. I seek vengeance, willing to pay any price. Chapter 23. I desire your freedom. Su Qingyu got a name that resonates beautifully. She herself is extraordinarily stunning, hailed as the most beautiful woman in the Great Qin. Moreover, her beauty is matched only by her exceptional talent. Yet, her family background is quite ordinary, devoid of any influence, merely the daughter of a humble villager from a small mountain hamlet. Before her rise, her beauty, once revealed, destined her to become prey for the powerful factions and forces vying for her. Nevertheless, she refused to succumb to fate, turning down countless suitors from noble families and powerful circles. 3 days prior, Emo Tianlong, the young master of the Sifang sect, had once again been rebuffed by Su Qingyu, and this time, it was in public. Emo Tianlong felt utterly humiliated in a bid to win her affection. He suppressed his fury and implored, "Qingyu, if you would be with me, no one would dare disturb you again. Not only that, with your talent, my Sifang sect support would ensure your strength skyrockets. Achieving the spirit transformation realm would be a mere formality. I would also bring your parents to live with us at the Sifang sect, allowing them to enjoy wealth and honor. I could even secure them positions in the court." Yet, all he received in return was Su Qingyu's icy rejection. In that moment, Emo Tianlong's fury ignited. He acted immediately, slaughtering Su Qingyu's parents and incinerating the entire village. Had it not been for the pendant around her neck unexpectedly unleashing tremendous power. Slaying all of Emo Tianlong's henchmen and scaring him away, she too would have been captured and made his plaything. As Emo Tianlong departed, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, witnessing her parents' lifeless bodies and despairing faces. Observing the raging inferno and hearing the harrowing screams of the villagers, Su Qingyu's demeanor transformed drastically. The robe she wore, soaked in her parents' blood, turned a ghastly crimson before her very eyes. The chilling malice she exuded seemed to even quell the flames of the inferno. She knelt for 3 days and nights until the familiar home she once knew was reduced to ashes, devoid of life. Buzz! At that moment, the Wanjie token appeared before her. The Wanjie Bank, a place for the exchange of all things. A voice resonated within her mind, and without hesitation, Su Qingyu grasped the Wanjie token firmly. The rumors surrounding the Wanjie Bank had spread throughout the Great Qin, even reaching the ears of those residing in remote villages. She yearned for vengeance and sought the aid of the Wanjie Bank. Su Qingyu, formerly known as Long Yi, the legitimate daughter of the Long family from the central domain of the Lingyun continent. Observing the stunningly enchanting girl before him, a piece of information surfaced in Chun Fan's mind. The Long family from the central domain of the Lingyun continent. Chun Fan's pupils constricted, although his knowledge of the Lingyun continent was limited. He knew it was home to the most powerful 8 families, one of which was the Long family. To encounter the legitimate daughter of the Long family here in the Great Qin was indeed astonishing. Why does she now go by Su Qingyu? Why is she hiding here? Why are her parents so weak? Amidst his confusion, Chun Fan instantly deduced that the girl before him was far from ordinary. "You seek vengeance?" Chun Fan inquired. "What price are you willing to pay?" Su Qingyu spoke coldly, seemingly reluctant to elaborate further as Su Qingyu's current resources. First-rate talent, unparalleled beauty, perfect physique, 13 spirit stones, and a mysterious pendant. A series of thoughts flashed through Chun Fan's mind. Only this few spirit stones? Truly impoverished. However, her inherent attributes are incredibly enticing. First-rate talent, unparalleled beauty, perfect physique. Each of these qualities is worth its weight in gold. First-rate talent, the pinnacle of talent in the Lingyun continent, sufficient to break through to the sacred realm and become a legendary figure. Unparalleled beauty and a perfect physique are extraordinarily rare and sought after. All these attributes are precisely what the Wanjie Bank currently requires. What do you believe you can offer for this transaction? Chun Fan took a deep breath and countered to "My beauty." Su Qingyu replied without hesitation. Then chuckled bitterly, "Do not all men covet my face? I am willing to trade my visage for a chance at vengeance. The opportunity to personally slay Emo Tianlong." Following this, basic information regarding Emo Tianlong surfaced in Chun Fan's mind. Emo Tianlong. Late-stage spirit movement realm, young master of the Sifang sect. The young master of the Sifang sect? Chun Fan raised an eyebrow and remarked, the Sifang sect, the foremost sect in the Great Qin, is a colossal entity second only to the royal family. The sect master is a peak expert of the spirit transformation realm. However, your beauty holds immense value and could indeed secure an opportunity for vengeance. Yet with your talent, if you bide your time for a few years, you may have the chance to personally slay Mo Tianlong. Why resort to trading with me at the Wanjie Bank? At his words, Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes turned frigid, causing the temperature in the entire Wanjie Bank Hall to plummet. I want him dead now. I do not wish for him to live another moment. The chilling tone made Chun Fan's eyelids twitch involuntarily. Very well, I am willing to engage in this transaction with you. Chun Fan nodded. However, I do not require your beauty. Su Qingyu furrowed her brows, questioning, what is it that you desire? Your freedom, Chun Fan declared. Why? Su Qingyu was taken aback. She had expected the owner of the Wanjie Bank to covet her beauty and body, and she was prepared to offer herself. To her surprise, he merely sought her freedom. Your talent is remarkable, and your future potential is limitless. This was the reason Chun Fan sought Su Qingyu's freedom. The Wanjie Bank currently had no emissaries. Every debt collection required his personal effort, which was exceedingly cumbersome and exhausting. He would rather devote that time to diligently cultivating and becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. If Su Qingyu were to join the Wanjie Bank, with her talent, after acquiring its resources, her strength would undoubtedly soar, quickly becoming his capable aide. How many years of freedom do you require from me? Su Qingyu, still unaware of her origins, was solely focused on vengeance. After avenging her parents, where would she go? She felt lost. For now, serving the Wanjie Bank seemed a viable option. A lifetime, Chun Fan stated. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu fell into a moment of silence. Chun Fan remained patient, awaiting her decision. Since he intended to invest substantial resources in nurturing Su Qingyu, it was inconceivable to allow her to leave. Agreed. Soon, Su Qingyu provided her affirmative response. But I have one condition. Oh, pray, do tell. Chun Fan was certain that Su Qingyu would agree. Even if Su Qingyu were to learn about her true heritage and become an envoy of the Universal Bank, it would still be a tremendous honor. Moreover, she was still oblivious to her own origins. Additionally, her reason had been entirely consumed by hatred at this moment. All she could think about was revenge. However, Chun Fan did not expect her to propose conditions that I will not do what I do not wish to do. You cannot force me, Su Qingyu declared, but Chun Fan nodded. This is a soul contract. Once signed, it takes immediate effect. The previous transaction holds no binding power, nor was there any contract involved. However, becoming an envoy of the Universal Bank requires the signing of a soul contract. Should it be violated, both body and soul shall perish. Chapter 24. Triggering side questing. Side quest triggered. Establish the Universal Bank, expand influence, increase notoriety, recruit envoys, and upon reaching a certain scale, corresponding rewards will be granted. The moment Su Qingyu signed the soul contract, a series of information appeared in Chun Fan's mind. That a side quest? Excellent. His eyes sparkled. As long as there were rewards to be gained, it was a good thing. He was eager to enhance his strength and forge his physical body. Ding! First-time side quest triggered. Rewards obtained. Please click to view details. Successfully recruited the first envoy of the Universal Bank. Rewards obtained. Please click to view details. Once again, several messages surfaced in Chun Fan's mind, and he could not help but display a joyous expression. Rewards. Finally, there were rewards again. He wondered what he would obtain this time. Without hesitation, he clicked to view. Holy Fire Heart Method, a high-level celestial technique. When cultivated to perfection, one can embody a sea of fire and produce sacred flames that incinerate all things in the world. Cultivating fire-based combat skills will yield twice the results with half the effort. Special item. Time card. Containing 100 years of time, can be split for use and can instantly affect others or the host. Aiding their cultivation. Special item. 1. Used for rapid enhancement of cultivation, with no side effects whatsoever. Marvelous. These rewards were exceedingly generous. The Holy Fire Heart Method, a high-level celestial technique. Countless martial artists would covet such a treasure. Even those venerable families with millennia-long legacies would struggle to acquire techniques of this caliber, right? In 100 years of time. This is quite different from lifespan. Nonetheless, the concepts of time and lifespan are fundamentally similar. They are both exceedingly precious. Last time, I did not fully appreciate the value of lifespan, resulting in a completion rate of only 100 for the transaction. This time, I must make the most of this 100 years. Chun Fan then turned his gaze to the second special item, his face alight with excitement. He was thoroughly familiar with this special item. Without hesitation, he activated it. Ding! Host cultivation level raised to the second level of Een Spirit. Host cultivation level raised to the third level of Een Spirit. Host cultivation level raised to. Host cultivation level raised to the ninth level of Een Spirit. Very nice. Feeling his Een soul grow substantially in strength almost instantaneously. Chun Fan was elated. Although he was still far from the level of forging a physical body, such a rate of advancement was exceedingly terrifying. He believed that in the near future, he would surely be able to reconstruct his physical body and return to the realm of existence. How should I use this time card? Chun Fan was reluctant to keep resources in his hands. Help me cultivate. Though his talent was not exceptional, given 100 years, he could still make significant progress. Master, I have signed the soul contract. When can you assist me in seeking revenge? At this moment, Su Qingyu's voice echoed. Upon hearing, Chun Fan returned to his senses and suddenly turned to Su Qingyu. His eyes shining brightly. Using the time card on himself would be a sheer waste. Wouldn't it be perfect to use it on Su Qingyu instead? You wish to personally slay Mo Tianlong? Chun Fan inquired. Indeed. Su Qingyu nodded. But you are merely a third-tier spirit cultivator. Your strength is too weak, Chun Fan replied. However, I can grant you 10 years to cultivate. I believe that with your talent and the resources of the Universal Bank, you will attain a level of strength that is truly formidable. He split the 100 years of time into 10 segments. There was no choice. His resources were limited, and he had to conserve. He needed the remaining 90 years for himself, and to keep in reserve for emergencies. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu furrowed her brow and said, I want to kill Mo Tianlong immediately. She feared that Chun Fan might be having second thoughts. You misunderstand. Chun Fan quickly clarified, realizing her misinterpretation. This 10 years will only take a moment in reality. Immediately, Su Qingyu's brow tightened even further, clearly not comprehending. You may not understand. Just do as I say. The Universal Bank is shrouded in mystery. You will gradually come to understand, he reassured her. Prepare yourself. This is the high-level celestial technique, Holy Fire Heart method, along with the low-level earthly combat skill, Blazing Palm. Take them both to cultivate. Chun Fan, disinterested in further explanations, waved his hand. The Holy Fire Heart method and Blazing Palm appeared before Su Qingyu. Before she could collect her thoughts, Chun Fan activated the time card upon her. In an instant, Su Qingyu felt her surroundings shift. She seemed to be immersed in an ocean of time, utterly still. Everything around her appeared to have come to a halt. Before her floated the scrolls for the Holy Fire Heart method and Blazing Palm. Cultivate. Subsequently, recalling the master of the Universal Bank's instructions and adopting an attitude of better to believe than to doubt, she resolutely began her cultivation. By the way, I also need spirit stones. Cultivation requires spirit stones to assist in achieving maximum efficiency. Just as Chun Fan was about to produce a large quantity of spirit stones, he suddenly paused, gritted his teeth, and took out a spirit vein. Su Qingyu, I have invested heavily. You must not let me down. I only have 3 spirit veins, which I painstakingly traded for from Ming Wang. He then focused his thoughts, and the spirit veins circled around Su Qingyu. Buzz! In the next moment, Chun Fan felt Su Qingyu's aura begin to soar. 4th-tier spirit cultivator. 5th-tier spirit cultivator. Initial stage of the spirit profound realm. Mid-stage of the spirit profound realm. Whoosh! In the next instant, Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes suddenly opened wide. Her aura transformed. In her pupils, flames danced, becoming ever more enchanting and noble. As if capable of incinerating all things, Chun Fan even began to suspect that meeting her gaze might result in spontaneous combustion. Her crimson robe was adorned with countless flame patterns, as though she were amidst a sea of fire. Or rather, she seemed to be surrounded by countless fiery spirits. At that moment, Chun Fan could not help but admit that his heartbeat quickened. Truly worthy of a first-tier talent. Prince Chu Wushuang, possessing a third-tier talent. Took 10 years merely to break through to the initial stage of spirit transformation, and he was already at a higher cultivation level than you. Yet you have reached the mid-stage of spirit communication, Chun Fan remarked, exhilarated by the powerful being he had created. Indeed, this is splendid. Having an envoy with mid-stage spirit communication strength will undoubtedly make debt collection much more convenient in the future. At this moment, Su Qingyu was filled with astonishment. She knew that her transformation was entirely due to the master of the Universal Bank. It was he who had granted her the strength for revenge. Go seek your vengeance. You are an envoy of the Universal Bank and may freely enter and exit the Universal Bank's hall. After you have avenged yourself, return immediately. I have debts that require your recovery. Chun Fan accepted Su Qingyu's gratitude with composure. Understood. Su Qingyu promptly vanished from her location. Having a first-tier talent is indeed advantageous, although her achievements were linked to the high-level celestial technique and spirit veins I provided. The comprehension of such a high-level technique also demands time and talent. If I had relied on my previous talent, I would likely have only reached the entry-level understanding of it in 10 years. Once Su Qingyu departed, Chun Fan could not help but reflect, fortunately, I now possess a third-tier talent. I will also use 10 years to cultivate and see how far I can elevate the Yin Soul technique. Resolutely, he closed his eyes to cultivate and dedicated 10 years of time. Yin Soul technique. Entry level. The Yin Soul technique has reached perfection. The first level of the Yin spirit. The fourth level of the Yin spirit. In the next moment, Chun Fan opened his eyes, brilliance flickering within them. The majestic Yin Soul invigorated his spirit. At the fourth level of the Yin spirit, possessing soul techniques would grant him combat prowess comparable to that of an early-stage practitioner of the Spirit Master realm. Now, all I lack are soul techniques, truly worthy of a third-tier talent. Though it may pale in comparison to a first-tier talent, it is still quite impressive to maximize its benefits. Chun Fan decided to refrain from using the remaining 80 years for the time being, waiting for a better talent to emerge before he fused them, subsequently utilizing those 80 years. After all, his current Yin Soul cultivation is sufficient. Xiao Yu, let us return to the Great Qin. Since we are to establish the Universal Bank, let us first establish a branch here in the Great Qin. Chun Fan declared, filled with vigor. He kept in mind the mission set forth by the system, as it pertained to his strength. The Great Qin is the place he is most familiar with, and the Universal Bank has already garnered a certain level of renown. Establishing it here should facilitate a smooth opening. Let us soar through the skies of the Great Qin and find a suitable location. After issuing the command, he closed his eyes, focusing on the situation of Su Qingyu. The owner of the Universal Bank can synchronize with the experiences and sights of the emissary. This is indeed one of the remarkable wonders of the Universal Bank system. It also alleviates the tedium of the journey. The moment Su Qingyu departed from the Universal Bank, she found herself back in the small mountain village, reduced to ashes. Everything felt surreal, leaving her somewhat dazed. Until she slowly raised her palm and saw the fiery imprint upon it, she finally believed that she had undergone a transformation. Feeling the power within her, her beautiful eyes suddenly turned cold. The flames in her pupils dancing. Emo Tianlong, today marks your demise. Buzz! In the next instant, a raging inferno erupted within a radius of several hundred meters around her, while she remained steadfast in the midst of the flames. Unscathed and serene, it was breathtaking. Chun Fan could not help but swallow hard. From his perspective, it was as if he beheld a flame fairy, with an ethereal and enchanting aura, her charm unparalleled. A robust young man. How could he remain unaffected? Taking a deep breath, Chun Fan steadied his thoughts and continued to watch, treating it as an exercise in cultivating his composure. The master of the Universal Bank. His composure must be impeccable. Whoosh! Su Qingyu's figure flickered as she soared through the air. As a mid-stage practitioner of the Spirit Connection realm, she possessed the qualifications to traverse the skies. Though her small mountain village was not close to the Four Directions sect, it took her merely a quarter of an hour to arrive. This woman is extraordinarily beautiful. Wow. Her blood-red robe is so cool. She is flying through the air. This is a mid-stage practitioner of the spirit connection realm. In our great Qin, is there not only the king of Qin as a spirit connection practitioner? Who is this woman? What brings her to our Four Directions sect? Su Qingyu landed upon the martial arts plaza, paying no heed to the murmurs surrounding her. She had come here solely to kill. Her striking presence rendered the proud disciples of the Four Directions sect ashamed, too intimidated to approach, let alone inquire. Mo Tianlong, come forth and meet your death. Su Qingyu spoke, her voice clear and penetrating, instantly resonating throughout the entire sect. At that moment, Mo Tianlong had already recovered from the fright of 3 days prior and was in a secluded spot, playfully teasing a junior sister. Sister Fan, rest assured, your monthly stipend will definitely be at the highest standard. Brother Tianlong, regarding the purple blood pill, the girl referred to as Sister Fan wore a pale blue long dress, exuding an impressive aura of elegance and beauty, her voice as soothing as a gentle breeze, evoking a sense of tenderness. The purple blood pill is a second-tier elixir, and acquiring it is exceedingly difficult. Even I possess only one that it can assist late-stage practitioners of the spiritual profound realm in communicating with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, significantly increasing the likelihood of breaking through to the spirit movement realm. Such a pill is highly coveted. Mo Tianlong's gaze wandered unabashedly over Sister Fan's delicate form, his intentions unmistakable. Sister Fan, as beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she replied, Brother Tianlong, have you not already broken through to the early stage of the spirit movement realm? You need not the purple blood pill at all. Sister, your information is still quite up to date. You cannot hide anything from Sister. Since you desire it, I shall give it some serious consideration. Saying this, Mo Tianlong could not help but grasp Sister Fan's small hand. Sister Fan's delicate body shivered, attempting to break free. However, Mo Tianlong only tightened his grip, saying, What's the matter? Sister Fan no longer wishes for the purple blood pill. If I am not mistaken, Sister Fan, your talent is commendable, but you suffered a severe injury a year ago, your foundation damaged. Otherwise, you would have likely already reached the early stage of the spirit movement realm. However, with a damaged foundation and without suitable elixirs to assist, breaking through to the early stage of the spirit movement realm is quite difficult. Furthermore, your family seems to be in dire straits at present. Correct? One cannot deny that Mo Tianlong is putting considerable effort to satisfy his desires. Brother Tianlong, you are quite well informed. Sister Fan suddenly ceased her struggle. Indeed, Mo Tianlong spoke the truth. She needed to break through swiftly. Only by ascending to the early stage of the spirit movement realm and showcasing formidable strength could she draw the attention of the higher-ups in the Four Directions sect, thus securing her family's safety. If she continued to hold back, she would only watch her family be destroyed, her parents perish, and even face the threat of her own life. Even hidden within the Four Directions sect, with Mo Tianlong as character. Would he ever let her off? In truth, her visit to Mo Tianlong already signified her resolve. Then, what was she still hesitating for? What was she still holding back? Taking a deep breath, she bit her silver teeth fiercely, then resumed her charming smile, leaning her body closer to Mo Tianlong. Seeing this, Mo Tianlong was overjoyed. Just then, Su Qingyu's sweet voice rang out. Chapter 26. When the sacred fire emerges, all things turn to ashes. Seeking the young master. Could this be revenge? The young master has actually offended a practitioner of the spirit connection realm. A great calamity is about to befall the Four Directions sect in an instant. The expressions of those around shifted dramatically, each revealing various emotions. Whoosh! Who dares to wreak havoc in our Four Directions sect? At that moment, a gaunt and scruffy young man darted forward at Itse Qingyun. Brother he is a lackey of the young master, a late-stage practitioner of the spiritual profound realm. He must have missed the sight of the fairy descending from the sky. Otherwise, how would he dare to appear so brazenly? Under the watchful eyes of all, Qingyun stepped forward, and then he beheld Su Qingyu. His pupils widened in shock, so beautiful, especially in that blood-red robe. It was mesmerizingly enchanting. It's you, Su Qingyu, as Mo Tianlong's lackey. He was quite competent and naturally aware of Su Qingyu's existence. In fact, he was the first to witness Su Qingyu's beauty in the small mountain village and subsequently relayed the information to the young master, hoping to leverage this opportunity to draw closer to him and gain some benefits. How dare you come to the Four Directions sect? You dare to bring the young master to his death. Such audacity! Although Qingyun was unaware of how Su Qingyu had arrived here and that she appeared quite different from before, he knew that she was merely a third-tier spiritual cultivator. So why would he fear? Get lost. Su Qingyu coldly uttered a single word. She did not wish to kill those who were irrelevant. Though her heart burned with hatred, she was not one to indiscriminately slay. Nor had she allowed hatred to completely consume her reason. You court death. Qingyun's face flushed crimson. He had just been insulted by a mere village girl. He was a late-stage practitioner of the spiritual profound realm, an inner disciple of the Four Directions sect. Whoosh! In the next moment, he could no longer be bothered with words, directly lunging forward. Naturally, he would not kill Su Qingyu. He intended to subdue her, personally delivering her to the young master. Su Qingyu, although I am unaware of why the young master did not capture you 3 days ago, if I can deliver you to his bed, he will surely be pleased. As he approached, Qingyun suddenly lowered his voice. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes narrowed, and the temperature around her soared. She recalled, the individual before her had once come to the mountain village and seen her. You are the one who disrupted my peaceful life. Su Qingyu's demeanor was as cold as ice, sending shivers down one's spine, yet the temperature around her was inexplicably rising at an alarming rate. Indeed, it was I who divulged your beauty to the young master of the sect. What nonsense about a tranquil life. How could such days compare to a life of luxury and abundance? You ought to be grateful to me. Qingyun scoffed, his brows knitting slightly as the distance between them diminished. He felt the ambient temperature surge sharply, leaving him breathless in an instant. Die. Su Qingyu did not slay those who were inconsequential. But Qingyun was not among them. You think you can kill me? You overestimate yourself. Upon hearing Su Qingyu's words, Qingyun couldn't help but let out a chilling laugh, cursing. What the hell is this weather? Why is it so hot? Buzz! In the next moment, twin flames ignited within Su Qingyu's clear black pupils. Qingyun's eyes widened in shock. How could flames burn within a person's eyes? Suddenly he felt an intense heat rising within him. His blood and even the spiritual energy in his dantian and meridians seemed to ignite in an instant. It felt as if he was engulfed in a raging inferno, and the burning was from the inside out. He let out a horrific scream, one so chilling it caused those nearby to shudder involuntarily. Boom! In an instant, his rushing figure spontaneously combusted. It was as if he had become a walking torch. What is happening? Why did Qingyun suddenly Mo Wuyan cast a glance at Su Qingyu, his tone heavy with gravity? He refrained from inquiring about the events that had transpired, opting instead to directly incapacitate his own son's dantian, a considerable concession in itself. Today, Mo Tianlong must perish. Yet, Su Qingyu remained unmoved, her expression devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, Imoen was taken aback by Su Qingyu's blatant disregard for face, his countenance darkening instantly. Do you truly believe my Sifangmen to be without defenders? Buzz! In the next moment, Su Qingyu raised her hand, a terrifying fiery giant palm materializing in an instant, and then it came crashing down upon Mo Tianlong with great ferocity. Witnessing this, hurriedly formed hand seals and shouted, "Attack together!" Whoosh! Whoosh! Soon after, several figures surged forth, all striking simultaneously. Together with Mo Wuyan, there were 8 individuals, all top-tier experts from Sifangmen, at the transformation spirit level. Even if you're a spirit communication realm powerhouse, you have no right to wreak havoc within my Sifangmen. Mo Wuyan barked coldly. The 8 transformation spirit masters, each practicing different combat techniques, unleashed a torrent of mighty spiritual power that pressed down on the surrounding Sifangmen disciples, causing them to retreat step by step. In stark contrast, Su Qingyu's fiery giant palm seemed considerably diminished in force. For a time, it appeared as though the situation was back under Sifangmen's control. 8 transformation spirits, engaging in a joint assault against Su Qingyu. What a formidable spectacle! Chun Fan remarked, his heart as steady as a rock. As Yu Qingyu practiced a high-tier heavenly-level technique and an earth-level combat skill, and her own strength had reached the mid-level of the spirit communication realm. If she could not overcome this group of old fellows, she would be unworthy of becoming the messenger of the Wan, Jie Qinzhuang. Just as the thoughts crossed his mind, the forces of both sides clashed violently. Boom! In the next instant, Chun Fan observed both sides' attacks momentarily falter, as if they were evenly matched. However, boom! In the next moment, the offensive of the 8 transformation spirit masters weakened at a visibly alarming rate. Look! The fiery giant palm seems to be consuming the attacks of the sect leader and the others. Not consuming, it is burning the spiritual power. More and more disciples of Sifangmen began to realize this. As the terrifying spiritual power that constituted their offensive was being scorched by the raging flames, if this continued, they would undoubtedly be incinerated. Attack with all your might. If we allow this to break through our defenses, we will surely die. The sect leader of Sifangmen bellowed, and the other 7 elders hastily channeled their robust spiritual power into their respective assaults. Instantly, the fiery giant palm began to gradually fade. The flames diminished. Both sides were locked in a war of attrition. Yet, while they could channel their spiritual power, could not Su Qingyu do the same? Moreover, her spiritual power was far purer and more formidable than that of the 8 top experts from Sifangmen. However, it was evident that she did not wish to prolong the battle. She aimed to eliminate Mo Tanlong with utmost speed. Chapter 28. The emergence of the Fire Phoenix, the annihilation of Sifangmen as one could see. The flames in her eyes suddenly flared up. Consequently, the intensity of the fiery giant palm surged. Then, in an instant, the fiery giant palm pierced through the collective spiritual attack of the 8 transformation spirit masters, dispersing into 8 separate fiery giant palms that struck toward these top-tier experts of Sifangmen. Swift as a shooting star. What? This, the Turtle Mountain Shield, a 4th-tier divine shield talisman. The sect leader and others of Sifangmen all changed their expressions simultaneously. Hastily activating various life-preserving measures, they could hardly fathom that Su Qingyu was capable of breaking through their offensive. They had all witnessed the demise of the 3rd elder just moments ago. If struck by this fiery giant palm, the consequences would be dire. Whoosh! At that moment, a hand that seemed capable of overshadowing the heavens suddenly appeared, forcefully suppressing the 8 fiery giant palms. Instantly, it neutralized Su Qingyu's lethal strike. Spirit Communication Realm. Chun Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. Wasn't it said that the strongest among Sifangmen was merely at the late transformation spirit level? The situation had exceeded expectations. Ancestor. Immediately, the sect leader of Sifangmen provided Chun Fan with an answer. Ancestor. The other 7 elders also respectfully saluted. Ancestor. The disciples of Sifangmen initially stood in shock, then erupted in joy. It turned out that they too had a powerhouse of the spirit communication realm within their ranks. Demonis, do you intend to sever the roots of my Sifangmen? The ancestor of Sifangmen, looking emaciated and exceedingly aged, spoke with a tone of dominance. I shall only kill Mo Tianlong. Those who obstruct me shall die. Repeatedly thwarted, Su Qingyu was evidently enraged. She felt the temperature around her soar dramatically. Under the intense heat, even the air began to warp. Buzz! In the next moment, her blood-red robe began to flutter without wind. The flame patterns upon it seemingly coming to life, like fiery spirits joyously dancing in all directions. Wherever they passed, infernos erupted. Upon witnessing this, everyone's expression shifted once more. Such an eerie technique was unheard of. Even the ancestor of Sifangmen now bore a grave expression, his demeanor exceedingly serious. Presumptuous, die. If these fiery spirits were allowed to invade every corner of Sifangmen, the entire sect would undoubtedly be engulfed in flames. Moreover, water would be utterly ineffective. The ancestor of Sifangmen understood that to completely extinguish this terrifying blaze, one must address its source. Buzz, he once again extended his right palm. The spiritual energy of the surrounding heavens and earth, spanning thousands of meters, converged instantly, forming an immense hand that blotted out the sky. Then it came crashing down, dark and oppressive. It obscured the heavens, as if the very space could not endure it. All disciples of Sifangman, heed my command. Attack together. The sect leader of Sifangman immediately issued the order, leaving no opportunity for Su Qingyu's survival. Yes, countless disciples of Sifangman complied, shouting in unison as they launched their assaults. In their view, Su Qingyu was doomed. So why defy the sect leader's command? Su Qingyu, you are far too overconfident. The ancestor of Sifangman is my forebear. He will certainly slay you. What a pity I cannot indulge in your beauty. At this moment, Mo Tianlong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, grinning maliciously. How shameless! Chun Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked, to gather the entire sect's strength to besiege a single woman. You truly have no shame. Do you think Su Qingyu can withstand this? At this moment, Su Qingyu was enveloped in an overwhelming pressure, akin to Mount Tai bearing down upon her. Buzz, in the next instant. Two fiery wings suddenly sprouted from her jade-like back, grand and resplendent. At that moment, she resembled a fire phoenix. Noble, invincible. Swish! The fiery wings flapped fiercely, and her figure soared into the air, charging directly at the obscuring giant hand. Simultaneously, the flames in her eyes blazed to their zenith. Soon after, her entire body appeared to ignite, enveloped in sacred fire. Boom! Following this, she transformed into holy fire, colliding violently with the obscuring giant hand and the multitude of ferocious assaults. Buzz, in the next moment, her form halted abruptly. Then she seamlessly absorbed countless fierce attacks, incinerating the obscuring giant hand. Boom! Then she struck her palm against the chest of the ancestor of Sifangman, followed by a scream of agony. Buzz! Subsequently, hundreds of meters above the ground, the flames surrounding her suddenly transformed into countless flickering flames, cascading in all directions. It resembled a rain of fire, exceedingly spectacular. Yet for Sifangman, this rain of fire was a calamity. Save me! Run! Chaos erupted below as casualties mounted. Mo Tianlong, witnessing this scene, was utterly dumbfounded. Thud! He collapsed to the ground, shocked, gazing at his ancestor, his father, the elders of Sifangman, and thousands of disciples, all engulfed in roaring flames. Each one screaming in torment before falling one by one. This is impossible. How could this be? He was completely paralyzed with fear. Not only that, but a large quantity of yellow liquid streamed from beneath him. He had actually urinated in fright. High above, Su Qingyu coldly fixed her gaze on Mo Tianlong, her eyes aflame with a chilling hatred and disgust. Die! She slowly uttered a single word, and then the flames in her beautiful eyes surged violently. In the next moment, Mo Tianlong's entire being ignited spontaneously. To sacrifice an entire sect for a worthless scoundrel. How utterly ridiculous. Chun Fan observed the Sifangman, now completely engulfed in flames, witnessing the horrifying spectacle of countless lives being burned alive. Yet he felt no compassion, shaking his head and choosing to look away. Whoosh! Zhuangzhu! Suddenly, Su Qingyu returned to the grand hall of the Wanjie Bank, and her entire demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation, with her vengeance fulfilled. The burden that had weighed heavily upon her frail shoulders was lifted, leaving her considerably more at ease. Over 100,000 miles away, Yan Dan, the regent of the great Yin dynasty, had borrowed a spiritual artifact from the Wanjie Bank, known as the Bloodblade, and had failed to return on time, opting instead to forfeit spiritual veins as collateral. For every decade of delay, he owed one spiritual vein. Now, after a lapse of 90 years, he was required to repay 9 spiritual veins. Go and retrieve what rightfully belongs to us. Chun Fan instructed that I have but one demand. Expedite the process. There are numerous individuals and factions that still owe debts to the Wanjie Bank. Awaiting your attention. Understood. With that, Su Qingyu swiftly departed once more. She had spent less than a minute in the Wanjie Bank's grand hall before returning to the Sifang sect. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, she vanished. Meanwhile, Chun Fan continued his search for the optimal location to establish the Wanjie Bank. Chapter 29. The first failed transaction, the news of the Sifong sect annihilation by a mysterious woman, sent shockwaves throughout the Great Qin. It was said that the sect's founder had revealed his ability to commune with spirits. Yet even with the help of the 8 top-tier masters from the Sifong sect and all its disciples, they were still slaughtered. The entire ordeal transpired in less than 10 minutes. The Sifong sect was the foremost faction in the Great Qin, second only to the imperial family. Even the Qin emperor held them in high regard. Many disciples from the Sifong sect have been appointed as governors and city lords, deeply entrenched in the Great Qin's affairs, wielding considerable influence over the court's decisions. How could such a powerful sect be extinguished? In an instant, disbelief washed over many. The Sifong sect was simply too formidable, and the circumstances were too bizarre. Who was that enchantress? What was her background? Why did she annihilate the Sifong sect? The Crown Prince of Qin raged in the royal palace. He was filled with fury. He was astonished that such a massive power as the Sifong sect could be extinguished so abruptly. He was enraged that the sect's leader's daughter was his fiancée, Yi, who had staunchly supported his claim to the title of Crown Prince and served as his strongest ally in ascending to the throne. And now, they had been obliterated. His position as Crown Prince was undoubtedly perilous. No, I cannot sit idly by. The Crown Prince panicked. Previously, with the Sifong sect as his backing, many high-ranking officials had aligned with him, and even when he made mistakes, no one dared to speak out. Now, having suddenly lost his greatest support, his status plummeted, leaving him in a state of disarray. Especially troubling was the news that General Meng's injuries seemed to be healing. This meant he was unlikely to obtain General Meng's military power. Moreover, during this time, he had employed every means necessary to vie for General Meng's authority, even going so far as to offend him. It was clear that his future was fraught with challenges. What should I do? What can I do? I want to kill Qin Zheng. I want to become the king of Qin. The Crown Prince clenched his fists tightly. Suddenly, a Wanjie token appeared before him. Wanjie Bank, trading in all things that a voice of supreme authority echoed in his mind. Wanjie Bank. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince's pupils constricted. He harbored an intense hatred for the Wanjie Bank, as it had been responsible for the death of his trusted confidant, Princess Xiao Sheng of Lingyun County. However, eliminating Qin Zheng was of utmost importance. Qin Zheng must die. Since the Wanjie Bank could trade in all things, could it not procure Qin Zheng's life? A glimmer of determination ignited in his eyes, and he seized the Wanjie token. In the next moment, he found himself within the grand hall of the Wanjie Bank. This sudden turn of events caused a flicker of surprise to cross the Crown Prince's face. This peculiar method was entirely foreign to him. At that moment, he gained a deeper understanding of the Wanjie Bank. What would you like to trade? Just then, Chen Fan's voice rang out. He had already gleaned the Crown Prince's personal information and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Conducting business with an enemy was a first for him. Nevertheless, with business at hand, it was only logical to entertain the proposal. Thus, he did not dismiss the Crown Prince. I want Qin Zheng dead. The Crown Prince declared without hesitation. The sooner, the better. The Wanjie Bank does not engage in assassination, but I have a way to help you fulfill your wish, Chen Fan replied with a smirk. Fully aware of the Crown Prince's motivations stemming from palace intrigues, he was uninterested in the politics of the court. He opened his doors to customers solely for the sake of business. But what are you willing to pay? He inquired next out a prompt echoed in his mind. Current resources of Qin Hai, 80 million spiritual stones, the Burning Heaven technique, 3 4th-rank Divine Shield talismans, 1 4th-rank Divine Movement talisman, 10 luminous pearls, and 12 beauties from the western regions. What a peculiar assortment of resources. Why were they all Divine Shield and Divine Movement talismans? How fearful of death could one be? Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of 80 million spiritual stones. Surely, he must have amassed quite a fortune from the resources at his disposal. It was evident that this Crown Prince was not the diligent sort and would never become a wise ruler. Of course, this had nothing to do with him. His gaze turned to the 80 million spiritual stones along with a 4th-rank Divine Shield and Divine Movement talismans. Those are the items that piqued his interest. 1 million spiritual stones. The Crown Prince raised a finger and proclaimed. Chen Fan fell silent for a moment. Are you jesting? 1 million spiritual stones for Qin Zheng's life. He is the ninth prince of the Great Qin. Surrounded by experts of the spirit transformation realm, he must possess a plethora of talismans and protective items. How could this crown prince only be willing to offer a mere 1,000,000 spiritual stones? Crown Prince, you wish to kill Qin Zheng, the ninth prince of the Great Qin? Chun Fan inquired, this. The crown prince frowned and arrogantly replied, in the Great Qin, the Qin surname is the imperial family. Who among the common folk would dare bear this name? They must either change their surname or perish, and among those with the surname Qin, only the ninth prince is named Qin Zheng. Observing the crown prince's haughty demeanor, Chun Fan countered, since you recognize that Qin Zheng is of royal blood, and that royalty is synonymous with nobility in the Great Qin, do you truly believe his life is worth only 1,000,000 spiritual stones? The crown prince was taken aback by the rebuttal, his frown deepening as a grim expression crossed his face. He then spoke again, 150 million spiritual stones. What say you? Upon hearing this, Chun Fan couldn't help but chuckle softly. He had merely added 50 million spiritual stones. How laughable! What are you laughing at? The crown prince, perceiving the sarcasm in Chun Fan's laughter, grew sullen and demanded, have your bank's owner come forth to negotiate. I wish to see just how insatiable the Wanjie Bank can be. I am the owner, Chun Fan replied, uninterested in further banter. 80 million spiritual stones, along with 3 4th-rank Divine Shield talismans and 1 4th-rank Divine Movement talisman. Otherwise, I will not entertain this discussion. What? The crown prince's pupils constricted. How did the Wanjie Bank know he possessed exactly 80 million spiritual stones? How do they know he had 3 4th-rank Divine Shield talismans and 1 4th-rank Divine Movement talisman? Have you lost your minds? Taking a deep breath, the crown prince steadied himself and, in a fit of rage, laughed. 80 million spiritual stones? Why don't you go and rob someone instead? What an outrageous demand. Then it's settled? Chun Fan inquired, most 200 million spiritual stones. The crown prince spoke as if you're bestowing a favor, his hands clasped behind his back, adopting an air of superiority. Seeing this, Chun Fan couldn't be bothered to haggle any further and simply stated, please take your leave. You. The crown prince began to protest, but Chun Fan waved him off. In an instant, the crown prince vanished from the grand hall of the Wanjie Bank. Chapter 30. A father and son both come to trade. What a delusional fantasy. To think that they would demand my 80 million spiritual stones and all of my 4th-rank Divine Shield and Divine Movement talismans. Upon returning to his study, the crown prince's face was clouded with anger. He did not lament the failure of this transaction, for the other party's demands were nothing short of extortion. Meanwhile, within the Wanjie Bank, Chun Fan shook his head in disbelief. As the crown prince of Qin, how could his vision be so limited, lacking in ambition? He was nothing more than a miser. To offer 80 million spiritual stones along with several 4th-rank Divine Shield and Divine Movement talismans in exchange for the life of his greatest rival would secure his position as crown prince and ultimately lead him to the throne of Qin. What a lucrative deal that would be. If he distrusted the Wanjie Bank, he could have simply proposed a deposit for the transaction. Yet this crown prince refused to do so, only willing to part with a meager 200 million spiritual stones. What was there left to negotiate? You have squandered a token from the myriad realms. Although Chun Fan currently possesses a surplus of these tokens, the rewards from recent successful transactions have not included any, thus making each one exceedingly precious. Each token spent is 1 token less. Enraged, he promptly blocked the individual. Just then, unexpectedly, another guest arrived. It was the King of Qin, as Chun Fan's mind conjured the personal information of a newcomer. He raised an eyebrow slightly. The visitor, clad in a golden robe, was imposing in stature and exuded a formidable aura. It was indeed the King of Qin. This family is rather intriguing, that a son plotting against his father, and both seeking to engage in trade. Taking a deep breath to gather his composure, Chun Fan declared, at the Myriad Realms Bank, we trade in all things. What is it that you wish to trade? King Qin. Upon hearing this, the King of Qin's expression still bore hints of skepticism and wariness. The Great Shu has stationed 200,000 troops at the borders, and I desire their disappearance. How peculiar that both father and son wish for the Myriad Realms Bank to eliminate their foes. Chun Fan was rendered speechless and directly refused. The Myriad Realms Bank engages solely in trade and does not act as an enforcer. I can, however, offer you time, or provide you with combat techniques, or even assist you in making a breakthrough. At that point, you may act as you see fit. Offer me time. Assist me in breaking through. The king of Qin's pupils constricted upon hearing this, his skepticism intensifying. How could he be given time? He was currently at the early stage of the spirit connection realm, having lingered in this state for a full 8 years without touching the barriers to a breakthrough. If it were so easy, he would have broken through long ago. Such empty promises. He mentally labeled the Myriad Realms Bank as a mere facade. Moreover, now is indeed an opportune moment to confront the Chu state. Chun Fan stated. What do you mean? Inquired the king of Qinat this moment. He was yet unaware of the turmoil concerning Chu Wushuang. Chu Wushuang owes the Myriad Realms Bank a third-grade talent, which has gone unpaid past its due date. Why female slave caused a scene at the wedding, seizing the third-grade talent, and, as a punishment, took her beauty as well. She nearly ruined the princess of Chongluo Wei, inciting the wrath of the Wei king and placing the great Chu in a precarious situation. Now would be an excellent opportunity for Qin to strike against CHU. Is this information credible? The king of Qin's pupils contracted. Within 3 days, the news will reach the great Q. Do you believe I have any reason to deceive you? Chun Fan replied nonchalantly. The Myriad Realms Bank has no need to deceive a mere king of Qin. Upon hearing this, the king of Qin's brow furrowed. The attitude displayed by Chun Fan was one of superiority, which was quite discomforting for someone accustomed to looking down upon others. I wish to break through to the mid-level of the spirit connection realm. I wonder what the Myriad Realms Bank seeks to gain from me. The king of Qin spoke. Despite his inner discontent, he concealed it well, still uncertain whether the Myriad Realms Bank was merely playing tricks or if it truly possessed a power beyond his comprehension. The resources currently at the disposal of Qin Shang included 4 spiritual veins, the Burning Heaven technique, 70 million spirit stones, the 8 trigram steps, the Xian Iron Palm, 2 4th-grade divine explosion talismans, 3 4th-grade divine power talismans, 2 4th-grade divine shield talismans, 2 4th-grade divine movement talismans, and 3,000 beauties in his harem. As Chun Fan examined the king of Qin's resources, an odd expression crossed his face. The number of spirit stones held by the crown prince was indeed greater than that of his father. The king of Qin. How ironic. 3 spiritual veins. Chun Fan stated coolly. Impossible. The king of Qin's countenance darkened instantly, and he rejected without hesitation. He was fully aware of what spiritual veins represented. The 4 spiritual veins of the great Qin were the accumulated foundation of generations of Qin kings. How could he simply relinquish 3 of them? 40 million spirit stones. The king of Qin was rather generous, offering more than half of his savings at once. 2 spiritual veins, Chun Fan pressed, despite the favorable opportunity for the great Qin to expand its territory. The value of this offer could not possibly compare to that of the spiritual veins. My lord, I can at most offer 60 million spirit stones. If this deal can be made, then let us enjoy a pleasant collaboration. If not, then we must part ways. Chun Fan could perceive the distrust in the king of Qin's gaze, but paid it no heed, responding, I am willing to make further concessions. 60 million spirit stones. 2 4th-grade divine explosion talismans, 3 4th-grade divine power talismans, 2 4th-grade divine shield talismans, and 2 4th-grade divine movement talismans. Furthermore, the entire Lingyun mountain range shall belong to the Myriad Realms Bank, and I demand that you immediately dispatch individuals to establish a Myriad Realms Bank at the summit of Lingyun Mountain. It must be completed within half a month. The summit of Lingyun Mountain was the best location he had carefully considered. Upon hearing this, the king of Qin's pupils shrank, hesitating momentarily before shaking his head once more. The summit of Lingyun Mountain is fraught with rugged terrain, steep cliffs, and numerous spirit beasts. Establishing a grand Myriad Realms Bank there would be exceedingly challenging. If it is to be completed within half a month, it would undoubtedly require a tremendous investment. In every other aspect, I can agree. However, in terms of spirit stones, I can only offer you 30 million. Upon hearing that the King of Qin's concern was regarding the spirit stones, Chun Fan couldn't help but recall the crown prince and immediately said, King Qin, I believe that with the Great Qin's resources, spirit stones should not be an issue. If you capture a few corrupt officials, that 30 million spirit stones deficit can easily be covered. 60 million spirit stones, not a single coin less. Upon hearing Chun Fan's pointed suggestion, the King of Qin immediately understood the implication and furrowed his brow, asking, what does the master mean? This is the information of the guests. I'm afraid the Myriad Realms Bank cannot disclose it. Otherwise, if news spreads, who would dare to engage in transactions at the Myriad Realms Bank? Chun Fan stated. Returning to our trade, I wish to break through first before providing you with what you seek. The King of Qin said, his gaze flickering. Very well, Chun Fan replied, a smirk playing on his lips. Within the Myriad Realms Bank, he was akin to a deity, unafraid of any potential debts. Chapter 31. Transaction completed. Rewards received. The King of Qin had come to trade with a singular purpose, to probe the background and strength of the Myriad Realms Bank. However, upon entering, he learned of the unrest in the Great Chu and keenly recognized this as an opportunity. A chance for the mighty Great Qin. It must be seized. As for whether the Myriad Realms Bank was merely a FA or truly possessed extraordinary capabilities, one transaction would reveal all. Moreover, if the Myriad Realms Bank could indeed assist him in achieving a breakthrough, this transaction would be entirely worthwhile. Of course, the prerequisite was that he must first break through. I shall grant you 10 years. With your talent and accumulated experience, this duration should suffice for a breakthrough. With that, Chun Fan, uninterested in further explanations, directly bestowed the 10 years upon the King of Qin. Buzz! In the next moment, as the King of Qin harbored doubts, he felt the environment around him shift, as if he was adrift in an ocean of time. Is this real? He furrowed his brow, vigilantly scanning his surroundings, still skeptical. Could this be an illusion? He then closed his eyes to earnestly sense this world. Observing this, Chun Fan couldn't help but chuckle softly. With your talent and cultivation, attempting to comprehend the laws of time, you are overestimating yourself. As it turned out, this was indeed the case. The King of Qin perceived nothing. Whoosh! He began to run frantically, yet all he saw was an expanse of white, with everything around him frozen in time. King Qin, if you continue to waste time and fail to break through, you can hardly blame the master of this establishment. I could see that moment. Chun Fan's voice resounded thunderously, seemingly emanating from all directions, making it impossible for him to pinpoint its source. The King of Qin's expression changed, a flicker of alarm coursing through him. The methods of the master of the Myriad Realms Bank were indeed peculiar and formidable. With no other options, he had no choice but to place his trust in them. 1 year passed. 2 years passed. Buzz! 9 years later, the aura surrounding the King of Qin surged dramatically. He had finally achieved a breakthrough. I almost thought that granting you 10 years would yield no results. Chun Fan sighed in relief. Had the King of Qin failed to break through, he would have had to provide him with additional resources to assist in his advancement. At that point, the transaction would have been decidedly unprofitable. In the final year, the King of Qin focused on solidifying his cultivation, intending to practice his combat techniques. However, he remained wary, concerned that the Myriad Realms Bank might learn his techniques. So he opted instead to enhance his strength. Just as swiftly, all these events transpired in the blink of an eye. When the King of Qin opened his eyes again and beheld the Myriad Realms Bank, he was momentarily stunned. Have I truly broken through? The tumultuous surge of spiritual power within him was undeniable. He was astounded. In an instant, his impression of the Myriad Realms Bank crystallized into a singular thought. Terrifying. Terrifying indeed. Now, it was time for him to pay the price. That moment, Chun Fan's voice echoed. Excellent. Here are 2 4th-grade Divine Explosion Talismans, 3 4th-grade Divine Power Talismans, 2 4th-grade Divine Shield Talismans, 2 4th-grade Divine Movement Talismans, along with 60 million Spirit Stones. Furthermore, once the Universal Bank is established, I shall personally come to extend my congratulations. The attitude of King Qin was evidently much more respectful, and no need for that. Chun Fan waved his hand dismissively. Immediately, King Qin vanished without a trace. Is it truly happening? Upon returning to the familiar Qin Palace, the cautious King Qin finally believed in the reality of it all. And thus, his heart was gripped by a deep astonishment. The Universal Bank, shrouded in mystery, was not to be trifled with. Moreover, the establishment of the Universal Bank in the Great Qin represented an unparalleled opportunity. An opportunity that belonged to the Great Qin. A gleam of brilliance flickered in King Qin's eyes, summoned the skilled craftsmen from across the nation to the peak of Lingyun Mountain at once. Also, urgently request the left and right chancellors and the 6 ministers to come before me. Ding! The 5th transaction was completed with a fulfillment rate of 200. Rewards corresponding to the fulfillment rate were granted. Reward summary. Acquired a protective formation for the Universal Bank, received a fortune card, and obtained a special item. The familiar system notification chimed again, causing Chun Fan's brow to lift in delight. A bountiful harvest. Once again, a remarkable bounty. With a fulfillment rate of 200, the rewards were indeed plentiful. Just what was needed to establish the Universal Bank. A protective formation. As for the fortune card, its value was immediately apparent. And the special item was synonymous with good fortune. Wait, just as he was eager to click and view the rewards, a sudden realization struck him. The 5th transaction, does that mean the transaction with Su Qingyu counted as one as well? Why was there no task reward upon the transaction's success? Chun Fan was filled with confusion. The only explanation was that when the side quest was triggered, the rewards were given all at once. No matter, I shall check the rewards. Then, Chun Fan clicked to view the reward details. Protective formation for the Universal Bank. 1. A small-scale formation. Fortune card. 1. Capable of altering the user's fortune value. With a change index of 5 stars, usable only for transactions. Special item. 1. An upgrade for the Een Spirit Puppet, with no side effects whatsoever. The fortune card can only be used for transactions, meaning it cannot be utilized for oneself? Is this a limitation imposed upon me? Chun Fan felt somewhat speechless that the system would impose restrictions on its host. The protective formation for the Universal Bank would be used after its establishment. Now, to use the special item, he promptly applied the special item to the little secret. Buzz! In the next moment, the little secret, who had only possessed late-stage spirit movement strength, instantly ascended to the late-stage spirit transformation realm. This special item was truly capable of ignoring level disparities. Each use could elevate 1 full tier. How terrifying! Chun Fan took a deep breath, filled with joy. For as time progressed, the special item's ability to enhance the little secret strength would become increasingly advantageous. Next, to the peak of Lingyun Mountain, Xiaoyu, give it your all. Chun Fan urged he needed to oversee the construction of a Universal Bank, as this would be the first of its kind, and he would likely reside there for a considerable time to come. As for whether King Qin would assist him in building the Universal Bank, he had no worries. Though King Qin was ruthless, he was also exceptionally wise. He did not easily believe in anything. But once convinced, he would dedicate himself wholeheartedly. His determination was far beyond that of Prince Qin. The achievements of the Great Qin today were largely due to him. Such an astute individual would surely not oppose the Universal Bank. Moreover, with the example of Chu Wushuang before him, King Qin would not dare to breach his word. Chapter 32. The political upheaval in Dian days later, Su Qingyu soared through the skies, arriving at the capital of Dian. In comparison to the Great Qin, Dian's overall national strength was notably more formidable, with the nation thriving in peace and stability. However, over 100 years ago, Dian had faced dire straits. Internal strife and external invasions posed constant threats of annihilation. At that time, the king of Yin had passed away from illness, leaving the throne to the crown prince, who was merely 5 years old. In such a tumultuous environment, no one had any confidence in Dian's future. It was under these circumstances that Regent Yin Dan made a transaction with the Universal Bank that he borrowed a spiritual weapon known as the Bloodblade. Spiritual weapons, which possess a form of sentience, are exceptionally sharp and immensely powerful. The stronger the wielder's internal spiritual energy, the greater the weapon's might. It can easily slay foes of higher tiers, as if it were a common occurrence in the entire Eastern domain. Only the great Zhou dynasty possessed a single spiritual weapon, reserved for national defense. This illustrates the rarity and power of spiritual weapons. Subsequently, wielding the Bloodblade, he quelled internal strife and repelled external enemies. instilling fear in all unruly elements, thus stabilizing the state of Dian. After decades of development, Dian flourished even more than in the past. Yet with prosperity came ambition. As the regent of Dian, Yin Dan had played an indispensable role. His trusted confidants were spread throughout the land, holding significant power for years, commanding respect and authority. Without me, there would be no present-day Dian. Dian's current state is entirely due to my efforts, Yin Dan. Why should I allow the king of Yin to ride atop my shoulders? Yin Dan plotted a rebellion. Logically speaking, with his power, prestige, and mid-stage spirit connection strength, as well as being a member of the royal family, usurping the throne should be a trivial matter. However, the king of Yin was not an easy opponent. Having lived under Yin Dan's shadow since childhood, he had endured injustice. Even Yin Dan's closest aides had never regarded him highly. How could he remain unaware? From the age of 18, he began to cultivate his own influence. Though his power had not grown significantly over the decades, it was firmly in his grasp. Most crucially, he had established a connection with the great Zhou. In a bid to suppress Yin Dan, the Zhou emperor sought a compliant Dian, offering strong support to the king of Yin, even marrying one of his daughters into the royal family. Moreover, several mid-stage spirit connection experts were dispatched to Dian. The dowry included a substantial number of 4th-grade divine explosion talismans and several 5th-grade divine explosion talismans. The intent was clear: to protect the king of Yin. To intimidate Yin Dan. Simultaneously, the great Zhou stationed troops at the borders, prepared for any eventuality. This series of maneuvers left Yin Dan hesitant to initiate a coup. A stalemate ensued. When the due date for repayment to the Universal Bank arrived, Yin Dan found himself unable to return the Bloodblade. Without the aid of the spiritual weapon, how could he possibly confront the Zhou Emperor and the King of Yin? His fate would be sealed. Fortunately, after a delay of 90 years, the Universal Bank seemed to have forgotten him, failing to demand repayment. Currently, he had found an opportunity, the chance to instigate a coup. The King of Ming had broken through. He had become a powerful figure at the level of spirit sovereign, rivaling the Zhou Emperor. Holding the power to ascend to the throne, the great Zhou had no time to support the King of Yin. They were entirely focused on dealing with the great Ming. For the great Zhou, it was absolutely intolerable for another emperor to exist in the eastern domain. That would be a provocation. Once the King of Ming proclaimed himself emperor, the great Zhou would undoubtedly launch a war of annihilation. Today, Yin Dan prepared to initiate the coup. Delay would mean disaster. My lord, all preparations are in place. An excited trusted minister exclaimed, "We are willing to follow the Lord and usher in a prosperous era for Dian." The other confidants echoed in unison, "Excellent." Upon witnessing this, Yin Dan's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he issued the command. Move! He had waited far too long for this moment. Instantly, the sprawling capital of Dian was awash in blood. To be cautious, Yin Dan wielded the Bloodblade and personally made his way to the royal palace of Dian. "Regent, what do you intend to do?" The moment the King of Yin laid eyes on Yin Dan, his countenance changed drastically as he guessed the truth, shouting furiously, "What I desire, does the King of Yin truly not comprehend?" Yin Dan said, his expression a mix of mockery and amusement as he gazed at the King of Yin. "You are my blood uncle, the true brother of my father. Do you truly wish for us to meet in battle?" The King of Yin could not possibly be oblivious to Yin Dan's intentions. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, blood seeping forth. Yet he felt nothing I do not wish for this, Yin Dan replied with a smile. "However, you insist on occupying the position that rightfully belongs to me. What can I do?" Preposterous. Upon hearing this, the King of Yin gritted his teeth and shouted, "When did this throne ever belong to you, Yin Dan? When I say it is, then it is." Yin Dan's expression darkened in an instant as he swiftly approached the King of Yin, seizing him by the neck and lifting him off the ground. "Everything you possess now is a gift from me, Yin Dan. Without me, you are nothing. You would not even be alive today. Now, I reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. What objection could there be? You are treasonous, utterly unfilial. The ancestors of the great Yin will not let you escape." The Yin King exclaimed, his face flushed with rage. Under my command, the great Yin shall only grow ever more prosperous. If it were not for your servitude to the great Zhou, opposing me, the great Yin would have risen to prominence long ago, standing among the strongest nations. All of this is due to you. You are the true sinner of the great Yin, and my deceased brother, your father. Had he not been so foolish and tyrannical, would the great Yin have declined so swiftly? You and your father are the ones who truly lack the face to confront our ancestors. The Yin King retorted, if you kill me, the great Zhou will not spare your queen, who is, after all, a princess of Zhou. These words. Yin Dan seemed to hear the most ludicrous jest. Just yesterday, the Zhou Emperor dispatched powerful guardians to protect you, and they have all since departed. To slay me, the Zhou Emperor has instigated further turmoil within the great Yin, leaving you with a 5th-grade divine explosion talisman. Currently in your possession, I presume. That is a counterfeit. It has been switched. What? How do you know such details? The Yin King's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly thought of something, sharply turning to a nearby eunuch. It was you, Xiao Detzi. We grew up together, and you would betray me? The regent can help me regain my former vitality and become a man once more. Nearby, a shadowy-faced eunuch chuckled sinisterly. Just the other day, I savored the essence of Yang Guofei. The experience was indeed intoxicating, a taste that lingers on. Moreover, the regent has promised me a position as a minister, something you cannot provide. As he spoke, the eunuch named Xiao Detzi produced a 5th-grade divine explosion talisman from his robes. Presenting it to Yin Dan, Chapter 33. I'm the envoy of the Universal Financial Institution. My lord, this is Xiao Detzi respectfully handed over the 5th-grade divine explosion talisman to Yin Dan. Yin Dan furrowed his brow. Your Majesty, this is a 5th-grade divine explosion talisman. The Zhou Emperor desires chaos within the great Yin, unwittingly bestowing upon us a remarkable gift. Xiao Detzi quickly altered his tone, a fawning expression on his face. Hearing this, Yin Dan finally nodded in satisfaction, extending his hand to accept the 5th-grade divine explosion talisman. Suddenly, Yin Dan, the Yin King, and even Xiao Detzi felt the presence of death descend upon them. Boom! Instantly, the 5th-grade divine explosion talisman erupted in blinding radiance. It is the Zhou Emperor. The Zhou Emperor seeks to annihilate the entire royal family of the great Yin. Yin Dan's countenance shifted as he hastily summoned his defenses. But alas, it was too late. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, engulfing everything within thousands of miles. Even someone as formidable as Yin Dan was reduced to mere ashes in an instant. In the capital of the great Yin. Atop the Wangjiang Tower, the highest edifice in the entire realm, stood the great Yin Empress, her beauty akin to a portrait, adorned in resplendent phoenix robes. She bore another title, the Taiping Princess of the Great Zhou. Zhou Tianyao. At this moment, she surveyed the chaos unfolding within the capital of the great Yin. She silently observed the regent Yin Dan's forces slaughtering the royal lineage, watching as Yin Dan breached the palace. As if all of this were of no concern to her. Until, suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated through the great Yin palace, the violent shockwaves visibly radiating outward, wreaking havoc throughout the entire palace. Then across the capital of the great Yin, countless soldiers, martial artists, civilians, and structures were hurled into the air, devoured, and destroyed. Not even a scream had the chance to escape. This explosion claimed innumerable lives within the great Yin, yet in the eyes of the great Yin Empress, this cataclysm only consumed her enemies, the enemies of the great Zhou. Whether it be the regent Yin Dan or her husband, the Yin King, they were enemies of the great Zhou. Her sole mission for all these years, since marrying into the great Yin, was to elevate her son to the throne. She aimed to govern from behind the curtain, to ensure the great Yin became a vanguard for the great Zhou dynasty. This was the task entrusted to her by the Zhou Emperor. Her father, swoosh, a figure swiftly approached, kneeling on one knee, presenting a blood-red blade, stating, Princess Yao, this is the spiritual weapon, Bloodblade. Zhou Tianyao accepted it with her jade-like hand, her eyes shimmering as she fixated upon the Bloodblade, especially noting how the crimson blade seemed to flow as if alive, A smile graced her delicate face. Is this the blood blade that rivals the national spiritual weapon of the great Zhou? Mother, my father is still in the palace. Behind her, the great Yin crown prince gazed in horror at the terrifying explosion, stuttering in his speech, entirely oblivious to the change of ownership of the Bloodblade. Liner, your enemy, is the Regent Yin Dan. He is the one who caused your father's demise, destroying the royal lineage of the great Yin. Zhou Tianyao toyed with the Bloodblade, her tone icy and devoid of emotion. At her words, the great Yin crown prince trembled inexplicably, lowering his head and responding, "Yes, mother." Yet deep within his gaze surged boundless resentment. He was no fool. If the Regent Yin Dan intended to slay his father, why would he still seek his own demise? Victory was already within reach. Why today did his mother, who had long resided within the palace, insist on bringing him to Wangjiang Tower? Furthermore, the powerful guardians dispatched by the great Zhou were all present. Everything was glaringly evident. His father, who had loved him dearly, had ultimately been ruthlessly abandoned by his mother, becoming a pawn in the power struggle. And that grandfather he had never met was the greatest mastermind behind it all. Yet, he was too weak. Nothing but a mere spectator, forced to watch everything unfold. Utterly helpless. Was it truly the case that everything in the great Yin would be seized by the great Zhou? He felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Just then, a fiery figure appeared in the air. With a perfect oval face, arched brows, a delicate nose, a cherry-like mouth, cascading hair, skin as smooth as cream, and legs that were both shapely and straight. Her proportions flawless, exuding a chilling aura, she donned a flowing blood-red robe that accentuated her otherworldly beauty, a celestial maiden. The great Yin crown prince had encountered many beauties, yet he had never seen one so breathtaking. Instantly captivated, he found himself momentarily entranced. A powerful guardian. Who are you? Zhou Tianyao furrowed her brow, her expression turning cold. The four powerful guardians behind her stood ready for battle, prepared for conflict. Envoy of the Universal Financial Institution. Su Qingyu spoke coolly, her tone frosty. I have come to collect a debt. The Universal Financial Institution? Collect a debt? Zhou Tianyao shook her head. This princess has never owed a debt. You must have mistaken the person. The debtor is the Regent Yin Dan of the Great Yin, who borrowed a spiritual weapon from the Universal Financial Institution, known as the Bloodblade, Su Qingyu replied. Zhou Tianyao's countenance darkened, her grip tightening around the Bloodblade. So, you have set your sights on the Bloodblade. I care not what power the Universal Financial Institution wields. In the Eastern Domain, no one dares to oppose the great Zhou dynasty, nor does anyone dare to seize anything from us. Kill her. In the next moment, she decisively issued the command to attack. The Universal Financial Institution was unknown to her. The moment the opponent insisted on taking the Bloodblade, it was clear they intended to rob her. Thus, they must be eliminated. Swoosh, swoosh. Four powerful guardians surged into action. 3 were in the initial stage of the spirit realm, and 1 was in the mid-stage. The great Zhou dynasty indeed had profound depth. Su Qingyu was now in a predicament. Within the Universal Financial Institution, Chun Fan noticed Su Qingyu's plight. Flame palm. Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes shimmered, her pupils igniting with fervent flames, the sacred fire enhancing the power of the flame palm to a new level. Flame palm. People from the Great Ming? Zhou Tianyao's expression turned exceptionally grim upon witnessing the Ming King's signature technique. The flame palm. The Great Ming has indeed sent someone to covet the Bloodblade. The Ming King desires the Bloodblade to counter the national spiritual weapon of the Great Zhou. I know not of any Ming King. I am the envoy of the Universal Financial Institution, here to collect a debt. Su Qingyu stated calmly. Hand over the Bloodblade, and I shall spare your life. Ridiculous! Do you think you can threaten this princess? Zhou Tianyao scoffed. Kill this witch. Boom! As soon as her voice fell, the forces of both sides clashed violently. Boom! Suddenly, the residual force of the assault instantaneously obliterated the Wangjiang Tower, causing it to collapse. Chapter 34. The Royal Cold-Bloodedness. Su Qingyu's formidable combat prowess, further amplified by the terrifying existence of the sacred fire cultivated through a high-tier, celestial-level technique, combined with the flame palm. rendered her lethal. This allowed her battle strength to far surpass her peers, rivaling even the late-stage experts of the spirit communication realm. However, she faced 4 formidable adversaries from the spirit communication realm, one of whom was even at the mid-stage level. Moreover, Su Qingyu had only mastered the flame palm technique and lacked any talismans, while these 4 spirit communication experts boasted a plethora of defensive techniques, various talismans, and numerous offensive skills, showcasing a wide array of strategies and equally formidable overall combat power. Thus, for the time being, both sides reached a stalemate. Skill in martial arts is valued for its quality rather than quantity. Observing this scene, Chun Fan furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "However, 4th-tier talismans indeed have a tremendous impact on combat effectiveness. If this drags on in the enemy's territory, Su Qingyu will soon find herself at a disadvantage. Defeat is inevitable." At that moment, beads of crystalline sweat had already begun to glisten on Su Qingyu's fair forehead. This battle was indeed quite taxing for her. Yet, she continued to fight with all her might, even contemplating trading injury for injury. "I must complete the task. This is the first mission entrusted to me by the Manor Lord. I absolutely cannot fail." Deep within her heart, she felt immense gratitude towards Chun Fan. Without him, she would not have been able to exact her revenge. Without him, she would merely be a feeble weakling at the mercy of others, possibly even reduced to someone else's plaything. Moreover, Chun Fan not only aided her in avenging her grievances, but also provided her with a purpose in life through the assignment, altering the course of her existence. Otherwise, having avenged her great wrongs and lost her family, her life would be shrouded in confusion, devoid of any belief in survival. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, and her delicate face suddenly hardened as she completely relinquished her defenses, channeling all her strength into the flame palm, attacking the mid-stage expert of the spirit communication realm. Bang! Bang! In an instant, her sudden decision took everyone by surprise. The next moment, she was sent flying, her face pale, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Meanwhile, the mid-stage spirit communication expert, being in possession of a 5th-tier divine shield talisman, remained unscathed, a commendable display of courage. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Tianyao sneered disdainfully and said, "It's a pity that your methods are far too singular. If you had possessed a 4th-tier divine strength talisman just now, he would already be dead." Buzz! Flames erupted from Su Qingyu's back, halting her backward flight. And then she accelerated fiercely, once again launching an offensive. Her face was filled with determination and madness. "Seeking death," Zhou Tianyao scoffed coldly and commanded, "Did you not desire to obtain the blood blade? Today, I shall use the blood blade to slay you." With that, she stepped forward fiercely, brandishing the blood blade, exuding a chilling aura of murderous intent. Whoosh! Whoosh! Simultaneously, to prevent any unforeseen events involving Zhou Tianyao, the 4 spirit communication bodyguards beside her immediately followed suit. In a peak state, 4 against 1 was merely a stalemate. Now, with Su Qingyu injured and facing 5 opponents, while Zhou Tianyao wielded a spiritual weapon, it was apparent that Su Qingyu stood no chance of victory. Yet, she continued to press forward, displaying unwavering loyalty. Realizing this, Chun Fan understood that if he did not intervene, Su Qingyu would not only face defeat, but would surely perish. Whoosh! With a thought, a token from the 10,000 Realms vanished from the Grand Hall of the 10,000 Realms Bank. The 10,000 Realms Bank trades in all things. The next moment, a voice of supreme authority resonated in everyone's ears. Zhou Tianyao's brows shot up, and she scoffed, "Can't win. So you resort to these petty tricks? I'd thought the 10,000 Realms Bank possessed great power. What a waste of time. It can end now. Bloodblade spirit, heed my call, sweep away all foes." As her words fell, the blood blade in her hand trembled violently, and a crimson liquid surged upon the blade, suddenly unleashing a blood-red light that traversed the heavens, altering the very fabric of the world as if shrouded in blood clouds, turning the earth itself crimson. At this moment, Su Qingyu stood suspended in the air, observing this celestial phenomenon without moving. She understood that the Manor Lord was intervening. The Manor Lord was aiding her. Thus, she was certain that this woman before her, along with the 4 spirit communication experts by her side, was doomed to die. I shall give you one last chance. Surrender the Bloodblade and also hand over 9 spiritual veins. And you and your subordinates may live, as Yu Qingyu spoke again. Although her heart had been consumed by hatred, leading to a drastic change in her character, she was not one to indiscriminately kill innocents. I truly wonder where your confidence comes from. Facing death, you still utter such words? Zhou Tianyao laughed derisively, as if she had heard a joke. This princess needs no opportunities from you. What I desire is your life. You which perish. With that, she thrust the blood blade fiercely. Saida Su Qingyu let out a breath. Buzz! Suddenly, the blood-red light that spanned the sky sliced downwards. In your next life, remember never to provoke the great Zhou Empire. The next moment, Zhou Tianyao's complexion changed dramatically. The blood-red light was heading straight for her and her bodyguards. Impossible! How can this be? Just a moment ago, I had clearly established my dominance over the Bloodblade. It belongs to me, which what sorcery have you employed? Ah, in the next instant, the blood-red light pierced through her waist, severed in 2. Poof! Poof! The familiar sound of flesh being pierced echoed, followed by the sound of her wretched screams. Bang! Bang! Zhou Tianyao and her companions all fell to the ground. Whoosh! Su Qingyu slowly descended before Zhou Tianyao and her 5 companions. Save me! Save me! Whatever you desire, this princess will give you, Zhou Tianyao screamed in agony. Her face twisted in pain as torrents of blood gushed from her wound. Even with her pure and immense spiritual energy attempting to seal it, she could not halt the flow of her life force. The Grim Reaper had already arrived. Su Qingyu spoke coolly. I offered you a chance, yet you did not cherish it. You brought this upon yourself to, die. All of you die. Together perish, Zhou Tianyao, seeing no hope for survival, frantically pulled out a multitude of 4th-tier divine explosion talismans from her Chinquan pouch, descending into madness. Mother no, the Crown Prince of Yan's expression altered dramatically. Yet Zhou Tianyao paid him no heed. You are a member of the Great Yin. Your death is of no consequence. I shall bring chaos to the Great Yin. Since she could not live, nor control the Great Yin, she would utterly destroy the last legitimate heir of the Great Yin. Let chaos reign in the Great Yin, rendering it incapable of posing a threat to the Great Zhou. Mother, the Crown Prince of Yin seemed to grasp something unfathomable, momentarily stunned. Boom! Zhou Qianyao's face twisted in a malevolent grin as she shrieked. Chapter 35. Mission accomplished. Another transaction. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, a cacophony of explosions erupted. 4th-tier divine explosion talismans can kill experts of the spirit communication realm. A multitude detonating simultaneously could even obliterate mid-stage spirit communication experts. Their power rivals that of 5th-tier divine explosion talismans. It is conceivable that once the explosion spread, all those nearby would perish, including Su Qingyu. Even an area spanning hundreds or even thousands of miles would be engulfed in the explosions, leading to utter annihilation. Countless lives would be lost. Zhou Tianyao appeared deranged, her face contorted. The Crown Prince of Yin was filled with despair and resentment. However, in the next moment, whoosh, the blood-red light enveloped Zhou Tianyao. No. Seeing this, Zhou Tianyao's complexion changed. Yet it was already too late. The explosion occurred. Her body was instantly obliterated into mere fragments. No, not even fragments remained, completely dissipating from this world. The explosion's force was immense, and the blood-red light surrounding Zhou Tianyao diminished at a visible rate. However, spiritual weapons ultimately proved superior. The explosion vanished into nothingness, and the blood-red light merged back into the blade of the Bloodblade. Buzz! Subsequently, the Bloodblade fell into Su Qingyu's jade-like hand. Bang! The Crown Prince of Yin, witnessing this scene, let out a heavy sigh of relief. Collapsing to the ground, his entire body soaked, the debt of Yin Dan will be repaid by the Yin nation, as Yu Qingyu gazed indifferently at the Crown Prince of Yin and said, The Bloodblade is in hand. 9 spiritual veins are still needed. This prince shall provide them. The Crown Prince of Yin nodded immediately, not daring to show any resistance. Moreover, the Great Yin has suffered consecutive and severe blows today, incurring significant losses with the national treasure, the Bloodblade, being taken away. leaving it far from its former glory. Retaining the spiritual veins in hand would only result in them being seized by other forces. The Yin Kingdom possesses a total of 10 spiritual veins, and with his renown and power in the kingdom, he can only safeguard one at most. Thus, at this moment, the Yin Crown Prince feels no sorrow in relinquishing it. However, what truly concerns him are the items within the Qianzhong's cosmic pouch and those in the Great Yan's treasury. It is these possessions that constitute his capital for reclaiming the exalted status of the 9-5. I shall only take what belongs to the Qianzhong, Su Qingyu declared. Thank you. The Yin Crown Prince's expression brightened at her words. Moments later, Su Qingyu grasped the Qianzhong token and entered the Qianzhong. Master, here are the blood blade and the 9 spiritual veins. She presented them promptly. Indeed, as expected of a spiritual artifact, Chun Fan received the 9 spiritual veins into the storage and toyed with the blood blade, stating, from here on, it simply requires nurturing with spiritual stones or even the spiritual veins themselves, and its power will grow exponentially. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu did not interject, but instead said, in this debt collection, my efforts were lacking, necessitating the master to intervene personally. I humbly request your punishment. Chun Fan raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze towards Su Qingyu, replying, this matter is not your fault. However, this battle has revealed a flaw in your insufficient foundation. Master, at this moment, Su Qingyu interrupted Chun Fan, saying, I have comprehended a defensive combat technique based on sacred fire and guided by spiritual power. Chun Fan responded, is this what is referred to as a first-grade talent? To create combat techniques with such ease, if given the chance, I must obtain a first-grade talent, or even a more extraordinary one. With this thought, Chun Fan eagerly anticipated further transactions and debt collections. Here are 3 loan contracts, all overdue, situated within the Eastern domain. You may handle them. Chun Fan then relayed the information regarding the 3 loan contracts to Su Qingyu, and afterward, she departed to pursue the debts. Subsequently, he mounted the black-feathered eagle and resumed his ascent toward the peak of Lingyun Mountain. With haste, after a day, he finally reached the summit, where a plethora of craftsmen and formidable warriors were already present. The actions of the Qin King were indeed swift. Chun Fan felt quite satisfied with the Qin King's attentiveness. Conducting transactions with intelligent individuals is always a relief. Had it been the Qin Crown Prince, numerous troublesome matters would inevitably ensue. At last, another guest arrives. Chun Fan felt a surge of anticipation, wondering about the identity of the new guest, the resources they possessed, and their desires. Thud. The sound of footsteps echoed. And soon, a youth with a chiseled visage and resolute expression came into view, exuding an aura of unfathomable depth. Long Xian, a generation's spiritual sovereign, entangled by love. The basic information of Long Xian flashed in Chun Fan's mind. A powerhouse of the spiritual sovereign realm. Chun Fan's pupils constricted as he gazed upon the striking young man before him. But a superlative powerhouse of the spiritual sovereign realm had come to the Qianzhong for a transaction. In the entirety of Lingyun continent, the most formidable beings were merely at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, while the spiritual sovereign realm loomed above it. This illustrated the terrifying nature of a superlative powerhouse of the spiritual sovereign realm. The crucial aspect was that this individual appeared to be of similar age to him. Chun Fan's heart trembled. I asked this the Qianzhong. I am willing to trade everything for the life of my wife. At that moment, Long Xian spoke, his voice urgent and his expression fraught with anxiety, lacking the calm demeanor one would expect from a powerhouse of the spiritual sovereign realm, though. You are willing to offer everything. Chun Fan's pupils narrowed as a thought struck him, and he inquired. Indeed, I would even sacrifice my life. Long Xian asserted, I do not require your life. I desire your talent. The Qianzhong facilitates the exchange of all things. To save a life, one could simply transfer Long Xian's lifespan to his wife. However, he was in dire need of top-tier talent. Long Xian, at such a young age, had already broken through to the spiritual sovereign realm. His talent must be extraordinarily exceptional. This was precisely what Chun Fan yearned for, exchanging what you most desire for what I most covet. This transaction is advantageous for both parties. Long Xian, a solitary cultivator devoid of any backing. had rapidly risen in the central region of Lingyun continent solely based on his prodigious talent, making him the greatest dark horse in Millennia Point 10 years prior. He had fallen in love with Qin Yinjin, the daughter of the preeminent Qin family at that time. He had been nothing, lacking any connections, and their love had encountered fierce opposition from the Qin family. Nevertheless, Qin Yinjin had chosen to elope with Long Xian, willing to stay by his side. Over the past decade, Long Xian had tirelessly endeavored to prove that Yinjin's choice to be with him was the right one and to demonstrate to the Qin family that he was the most suitable partner for her. Dedicating himself to relentless cultivation, his rapid rise in cultivation had gradually earned him the Qin family's recognition. 3 days ago, he had secluded himself in a certain location within the Eastern Domain for cultivation. As a late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm powerhouse, he was on the verge of breaking through to the spiritual sovereign realm. A pivotal moment indeed. Upon success, he intended to return to the central region with Yinjin. To the Qin family, to achieve this, he had even deliberately sealed his 6 senses. However, he was ambushed by enemies, and in an effort to protect Long Xian, Qin Yinjin was killed, right before his eyes. Long Xian managed to break through and annihilate his foes with extreme cruelty, but he could not revive his beloved because he had sealed his 6 senses during the breakthrough. Long Xian had not even been able to see his wife's final moments. Had it not been for the threat to his own safety, he might never have awakened. Yinjin, at that moment, he felt as though a significant part of his heart had been stripped away, leaving an emptiness within. The joy that should have accompanied his breakthrough dissipated entirely in that instant. What have I broken through for? To become stronger, to provide Yinjin with a better life. Yet, because of my strength, Yinjin has perished. He reflected on the past decade, during which Yinjin had followed him, constantly fleeing for their lives, caring for him day and night, never experiencing a moment of peace, while he had only focused on his cultivation. He had neglected to truly accompany Yinjin. When longing floods like a river, one can ride the boat of love. In this moment of regret and affection, his obsession reached its zenith, and he was even willing to sacrifice his own life for Yinjin's revival, even if it were just to see her one last time. The Qianzhong facilitates the exchange of all things. When that authoritative voice resonated, he did not hesitate to seize the opportunity. He then arrived at the Qianzhong. All right, I am willing to trade my talent to save my wife. Upon hearing Chun Fan's words, Long Xian readily agreed without a moment's hesitation. Very well. Chun Fan did not hesitate either, stating directly, "Your wife has just passed, her soul lingering within her body. You must take these 2 Qianzhong tokens and return." Allowing her to grasp them and bring her here. As he spoke, 2 Qianzhong tokens floated before Long Xian. Good. In the next instant, Long Xian grasped them and then vanished from sight. In but a breath's time, he reappeared, cradling his recently deceased wife. Your wife's soul is too weak. In 3 minutes, it will dissipate, completely returning to the heavens. Within the Qianzhong, Chun Fan was akin to a deity, immediately discerning Qin Yinjin's current state. What must I do next? Long Xian urged. As the 3 minutes swiftly approached, his anxiety escalated. 3 minutes is ample time. Chun Fan, however, spoke with confidence. First, hand over your talent. All right, Long Xian readily complied, urging with urgency, I implore the master to act swiftly. With that, Chun Fan focused his thoughts, and Long Xian's brow furrowed as a terrifying sensation of detachment washed over him, the entire process occurring in an instant. Subsequently, Long Xian's demeanor shifted, his eyes losing their brilliance, his soul devoid of vitality. It is done. Chun Fan immediately sealed his talent within a jade box, his expression filled with exuberance. What comes next to save my wife? I beseech the master to fulfill his promise. Long Xian, seemingly unfazed by his transformation, spoke. Qin Yinjin. Chun Fan could sense Yinjin's soul weeping and trembling, clearly agonized by witnessing the immense sacrifice her husband had made for her sake. You have seen all that Long Xian has done. He only wishes for you to return to life, to be together forever. I hope you can muster your spirits. Next, I shall impart the cultivation method of the Yin Soul technique into your Yin Soul and grant you a span of 50 years. With your first great talent, your Yin Soul will undoubtedly grow immensely powerful, enabling you to be reborn through your physical form. As he spoke, The cultivation method of the Yin Soul technique seamlessly entered Qin Yinran's Yin Soul. Subsequently, with a mere thought, he deducted 50 years from the time card. Buzz! In the next instant, Qin Yinran's Yin Soul plunged into the ocean of time. Without hesitation, she chose to cultivate, her resolve unwavering. Yin Soul, first level. Yin Soul, second level. Yin Spirit, first level. Yin Spirit, second level. Yin God, first level. Yin God, second level. Before long, Qin Yinran's Yin Soul cultivation surpassed Chun Fan's, and yet, only a few months had passed. Truly deserving of her first-grade talent, Chun Fan observed as Qin Yinran's Yin Soul cultivation soared, while Long Xian wore a face of concern, anxiously watching over Qin Yinran's lifeless body. His own Yin Soul cultivation was insufficient to perceive her presence. Yin Saint first level. Yin Saint second level. Only 10 years remain. She must break through to the Yin Saint level to reach the realm of human soul and achieve rebirth through her physical body. Based on Chun Fan's assessment, given Qin Yinran's talent, 50 years would be ample time to transcend the Yin Saint level and attain the human soul realm. The final 3 years. The final 2 years. The final year. At last, Qin Yinran broke through. Human soul, first level. Chun Fan's eyes narrowed. My judgment was remarkably accurate. Buzz! In that moment, the 50 years elapsed, and Qin Yinran's Yin Soul opened her eyes. Chun Fan could sense her Yin Soul's overwhelming strength, which even exerted considerable pressure upon him. Qin Yinran, it is time for you to enter your physical form. I shall guide you through the process. Chun Fan spoke, his expression tinged with excitement. This was his first time witnessing the process of rebirth through one's physical body, though it differed from the process of reconstructing a physical form. It filled Chun Fan with anticipation. His future also lay in the reconstruction of his own body. All right, Qin Yinran nodded. Long Xian, by her side, was increasingly anxious, despite his cultivation at the Spirit Lord realm. He felt utterly helpless at this moment. Whoosh! In that instant, Qin Yinran's Yin Soul returned to her body, initiating the rebirth process under Chun Fan's guidance. This process was not swift. Time trickled by, second by second. Long Xian grew increasingly tense, beads of sweat forming on his palms, yet he dared not move, fearing that any disturbance might jeopardize his wife's success. At a certain moment, Qin Yinran suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. Long Xian's pupils constricted, his entire body trembling, tears welling in his eyes. Xingu, Yinran has returned. Qin Yinran smiled radiantly, vitality radiating from within her, reclaiming her former brilliance. Yinran. Long Xian immediately embraced Qin Yinran tightly. His voice hoarse. We shall never part again. Qin Yinran's face glowed with happiness. Chun Fan remarked, while I am delighted to have facilitated this reunion for you, it seems rather inappropriate for you to flaunt your affection before me. A solitary noble, especially since I am also your savior. Ahem. Noticing the couple's lingering embrace, Chun Fan cleared his throat, breaking the enchanting scene. Soon after, Long Xian and Qin Yinran came to their senses, especially Qin Yinran, whose cheeks flushed as she remembered that they were in the Wanjie Bank, with others present. Chapter 37. Nurturing the sword embryo, emptying the coffers. Thank you, Master. Long Xian expressed his gratitude, his face radiant with joy. No need for thanks. This was merely a transaction. We each sought what we required. Chun Fan replied calmly. Xingu, upon hearing this, Qin Yinran grasped Long Xian's hand, tightening her grip, her face filled with concern and worry. Long Xian understood his wife's sentiment, smiling reassuringly. No worries. Yinran, rest assured, I have come to terms with it. Nothing is more important than you. Moreover, my cultivation remains intact. The Spirit Lord realm is sufficient. Hearing this, Qin Yinran tenderly caressed Long Xian's face, her eyes brimming with affection. Xingu, from now on, I will protect you. All right, I would like to experience the feeling of being protected as well. Long Xian replied with a smile. Chun Fan interjected. Thankfully, Qin Yinran did not continue to indulge in lovey-dovey exchanges. Her beautiful eyes turned towards the Wanjie Bank, and she said, Master, this is the cultivation method for the soul technique. Yin Soul Needle, voluntarily gifted by Yinran beyond this transaction. Chun Fan, a tip perhaps? As the esteemed master of the Wanjie Bank, I cannot accept tips. The Yin Soul Needle is an advanced Earth-grade soul technique, capable of performing Yin Soul attacks. A piece of information suddenly emerged in his mind. Thank you. He promptly stored away. If the master visits the central domain in the future, please allow Long to extend his hospitality at the Qin family. Long Xian added, very well. Chun Fan nodded, thinking to himself, so Long Xian has firmly decided to live off his wife. How enviable. Qin Yanran said, Xian Ge, let us return home. Long Xian home. They then departed. Upon returning to their residence, the couple wasted no time in setting off toward the central domain. In the future, Long Xian would likely require Qin Yanran's protection, though Qin Yanran's current strength did not match Long Xian's. Possessing only the spirit master realm, her Yin soul was exceptionally formidable, making her undoubtedly the strongest individual in the Lingyun continent. Given the Qin family status in the Lingyun continent, she would undoubtedly be able to cultivate various soul techniques, becoming invincible. Furthermore, with her first-grade talent, her future achievements would be boundless. In contrast, Long Xian, despite being a top-tier spirit lord, lacked the talent for further advancement. He was destined to stagnate and await being surpassed. Consequently, in the future, Long Xian would be eclipsed by Qin Yanran. Ding! The sixth transaction was completed, achieving a completion rate of 200. Rewards for the corresponding completion rate were granted. Reward summary: 100 Wanji tokens and 1 Qinggang sword. A completion rate of 200 indicates that this transaction was exceptionally successful, but why are the rewards so meager? Chun Fan furrowed his brows. Could it be that this Qinggang sword is formidable? Surely it cannot be a spiritual weapon. At that thought, his pupils constricted. He hastily clicked to view the rewards. Wanji tokens, 100. Usable for transactions. Qinggang sword. 1. A sword embryo, which, after nurturing, can become a spiritual weapon. Possessing immense power. A sword embryo? Nonetheless, it is quite satisfactory. This reward is still quite generous. Chen Fan had already witnessed the terrifying power of spiritual weapons. Though nurturing is required, what I lack most at present are spiritual stones. Nurturing it is, no problem. Without hesitation, Chun Fan took out the sword embryo and merged his soul imprint into it. The sword embryo, akin to an infant, seemed to establish a connection with Chen Fan at that moment. The sword embryo before him was no longer a cold weapon, but seemed to possess emotions and warmth. Since you have chosen to follow me, you shall be treated to the finest. He generously placed 1 million spiritual stones around it. The next moment, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What speed is this? Too fast, ISNT it. 1 million spiritual stones, resembling a small mountain, were vanishing at a visible rate. The speed at which it consumed spiritual stones was astonishingly absurd. Another 1 million spiritual stones. Chun Fan understood that this single million wouldn't suffice. It might not even last an hour. Thus, without hesitation, he produced another 1 million spiritual stones. Since I have decided to nurture a spiritual weapon, I must be willing to invest. Moreover, the more I invest during the sword embryo phase, the greater the weapon's power upon completion, to obtain an immensely powerful spiritual weapon. The affluent Chun Fan gritted his teeth and even pulled out a spiritual vein. The Bloodblade, with its overwhelming aura of slaughter, is not suitable for me. Furthermore, Su Qingyu's foundation is too weak. If the Qinggang sword successfully nurtures, I can have Su Qingyu wield the Bloodblade. Chun Fan had already formulated a plan. Now, I will first integrate the Celestial Grade talent into my own. He then took out the Jade box containing the Celestial Grade talent. In the next moment, the fusion of talents was successful. My current talent has merged the Celestial Grade talent, 3rd grade talent, and my original talent, exceeding even the Celestial Grade talent. My cultivation speed will undoubtedly be extremely rapid. Immediately thereafter, he immersed himself within the confines of the Universal Bank, diligently practicing the Yin Soul technique while simultaneously monitoring the real-time status of the sword embryo. A day later, a breakthrough occurred. He ascended to the 5th level of the Yin Spirit. Truly, it is deserving of its Celestial Grade talent. In merely a day, he advanced from the 4th level of the Yin Spirit to the 5th. When Chun Fan opened his eyes, he was overwhelmed with joy as he sensed the state of his Yin soul. Just yesterday, he had witnessed the first-grade talent Qin Yinran enhance her Yin soul cultivation, taking an entire 10 days to elevate from the 4th to the 5th level. Yet he had achieved it in a single day. His cultivation speed was tenfold that of a first-grade talent. What if I were to utilize the time card? Chen Fan's brows furrowed in contemplation. Just as he was about to allocate 10 years for his cultivation, he suddenly found himself dumbfounded. Is the sword embryo truly this insatiable? Chen Fan felt as though his heart were bleeding. What did he see? A complete spiritual vein had utterly vanished. The previous 20 million spirit stones were now on the brink of depletion. Time flies in cultivation. Thankfully, he had completed his breakthrough and opened his eyes. Otherwise, the sword embryo would have surely starved. However, this consumption is simply too excessive. I fear I can no longer afford this. Chen Fan hastily produced another spiritual vein. Though his hands trembled, to owe his knowledge. Nurturing the sword embryo could take anywhere from a brief month to several hundred years. With his current resources, how could he sustain such an endeavor? At most, he could last 10 days. I shall never again boast of being wealthy or think myself affluent. With a rueful expression, Chen Fan turned his gaze towards the universal token, feeling an unprecedented urgency. Without funds, he could not afford to be idle. He needed to trade swiftly, earn money, sustain the sword embryo. Chapter 38. Spirit Beast Go. This time, Chen Fan scattered all of his remaining universal tokens without hesitation. He was not concerned about the volume of transactions overwhelming him. In fact, through his observations, he noted that the speed at which the universal tokens sought clients had significantly slowed recently. Perhaps they are now discerning the quality of clients? Chen Fan speculated. This was beneficial, as it would help avoid unnecessary troubles and dramatically increase the success rate of transactions. However, he hoped that this multitude of universal tokens would attract more clients and that they would arrive promptly. Otherwise, his resources would surely be depleted. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan resisted the urge to glance at the spiritual veins and spirit stones beside the sword embryo, lest his heart quiver in anxiety. Cultivate, grant me 10 years. He then immersed himself in his practice. Yin Spirit 6th level, Yin Emperor early stage, Yin Sovereign 1st level, Yin Saint 1st level, Human Soul 1st level, Human Soul 6th level. When Chen Fan opened his eyes once more, his Yin soul had grown exceedingly powerful, having reached the realm of the human soul. He was no longer formless as before. He had taken on a corporeal form. However, at present, he still could not venture long under the sun, only able to roam during the night. Moreover, the human soul realm merely allows for rebirth through his original form, which had long since been destroyed, leaving no trace of his corpse. Thus, he was still unable to reconstruct his physical body. Chen Fan was not in a rush. Having reached the 6th level of the human soul, his progress was already remarkably swift. He decided to hold off on using the remaining 10 years for now. What if the upcoming transactions required this decade of time? It would be quite awkward if he had none left. How would he then acquire spiritual veins and spirit stones? Presently, his foremost task was to nurture the sword embryo. Consequently, he exited the Universal Bank, temporarily halting his cultivation, and prepared to venture outside to familiarize himself with the surroundings near the peak of Lingyun Mountain. After all, remaining within the Universal Bank indefinitely was not a viable option. Bang! He entered the body of his companion, the black feather eagle, leaping down from its back to the mountain range. Xiaoyu, play by yourself for a while. Rest. Chen Fan waved his hand. The black feather eagle had been soaring in the skies for days without proper rest and was utterly fatigued. With a swift flap of its wings, the black feather eagle took off. Whoosh, whoosh. Although Xiao Mi possessed the strength of the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, it still paled in comparison to the likes of Long Xian. Yet in the realm of Daqin, it was undoubtedly a top-tier expert. In other words, it was absolutely safe. With remarkable speed, Chen Fan darted around, exploring everything within his vicinity. Several hours later, he had thoroughly surveyed the mountain ranges within a 1,000-mile radius and had gathered considerable information. First, there were no inhabitants in the vicinity, only a few hunters and martial artists who came to hunt. Second, this area was home to numerous wild beasts and even spirit beasts. Their allure to hunters and martial artists was undeniable. Hence the frequent occurrences of bloodshed. Spirit beasts, creatures capable of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, utilized unique breathing techniques to transform the absorbed energy into their own spiritual power, thereby enhancing their physical forms. This significantly amplified their combat abilities. Among the more formidable spirit beasts, some could even wield spiritual power in combat, rivaling martial artists of the spirit profound realm and even the spirit motion realm. As for those even more powerful, Chun Fan had not come across any records in the books he perused, yet he believed they certainly existed. Thirdly, this mountain range was vast and endless, with the development efforts of Qin and surrounding nations limited to the outskirts. Even the peak of Lingyun Mountain lay within the outermost region. When time permits, I must venture into the inner areas. Chun Fan did not intend to enter just yet. For now, he sought to capture some spirit beasts. The meat of spirit beasts, when roasted, is incredibly fragrant. He knew he was in for a treat. Although he lacked the seasonings such as cumin, chili powder, and sesame paste from another world, the meat of spirit beasts still emitted an irresistible aroma, causing his mouth to water. At that moment, he detected a shift in his ears, his beautiful eyes gleaming as he exclaimed, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." "It's you, little rabbit." He sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy. The rabbit that had just darted by was a spirit beast. Spirit rabbit, don't run. Whoosh! This spirit rabbit, with strength comparable to the spirit profound realm, stood no chance against Xiaomi. In an instant, it was captured by Chun Fan's delicate hand. Immobilized. Crack! Chun Fan exerted force, shattering the spirit rabbit's spine. Why taking matters into his own hands? He ensured his sustenance. Time to roast. Half an hour later, a delectable aroma wafted through the air. Chun Fan couldn't help but swallow hard. After a few more minutes of roasting, it was finally ready, and he began to feast heartily. To be precise, it was Xiaomi who was indulging in the feast. As Xiaomi could consume spirit stones, it could naturally enjoy spirit meat as well. It possessed all the functions of a normal human. Of course, all the sensory experiences were felt by Chun Fan, as his own soul resided within Xiaomi. Roar! Such a rich aroma wafted far and wide, inevitably attracting wild beasts. A massive striped tiger charged forward, roaring with great speed and imposing stature. However, to Chun Fan, it appeared utterly feeble. "Go! Quickly leave. I have no desire to kill you. Don't seek your own demise." He was enjoying his meal and wished not to have his mood disrupted. He could hardly be bothered with an ordinary tiger. Roar! Yet the massive striped tiger remained undeterred. After all, Xiaomi was merely a puppet, lacking spiritual power to emanate a terrifying aura to intimidate the tiger. Nevertheless, scram! Chun Fan's beautiful eyes narrowed suddenly. The formidable power of his own soul instantly enveloped the striped tiger. It felt as though it had plunged into a chilling abyss, abruptly halting, its face contorting in fear as it glanced at Chun Fan before swiftly retreating in panic, tail between its legs. With a smirk, he resumed his enjoyment of the spirit rabbit meat, savoring the spring water from the mountains, utterly content. This day had been exceptionally pleasant for him. After such a prolonged state of tension, he had finally found relaxation, and his own soul cultivation had unexpectedly progressed. A balance of tension and relaxation was indeed the path of cultivation. Such was the essence of life. As night fell, Chun Fan, having dined to his heart's content, resolved to use the heavens as his blanket and the earth as his bed, preparing for a restful slumber. Tomorrow, he would once more immerse himself in cultivation and trading. Whoosh! At that moment, a sudden sound of breaking air reverberated, causing Chun Fan to raise his eyebrows in surprise. Chapter 39. Trouble approaches. A spirit beast. A spirit beast with the strength comparable to that of an early-stage spirit movement realm. With a raised brow, Chun Fan promptly resolved to take action. Passing by and not seizing the opportunity would be a grave mistake. A spirit beast of such caliber is exceedingly rare, and its flesh is exceptionally delectable, far surpassing that of ordinary spirit beasts. Whoosh! Bang! With a swift motion, her delicate figure darted forward. Her jade hand clenched into a fist, and she struck fiercely upon the head of the spirit beast, which was utterly unprepared. Thud! Without any resistance, the spirit beast's skull shattered, resulting in its immediate demise. Had Chun Fan not wished to avoid excessive bloodshed, and had she not restrained her strength, the beast's head would likely have exploded. A magic ape spirit beast? Its size is quite substantial. I fear I may not finish it alone. Observing the figure of the magic ape spirit beast before him, Chun Fan remarked, "Perfect, this will serve as nourishment for Xiao Yu, who is currently in a growth phase and too weak. Xiao Yu, come here." With a thought, he summoned the black feathered eagle, which had been frolicking in the distance, causing it to halt its activities and swiftly fly over. As the business of the 10,000 Realms Bank expanded and the clientele grew increasingly formidable, the matters he needed to handle would inevitably become more significant and complex if Xiao Yu's strength did not keep pace. It would face elimination. Thus, enhancing its capabilities was an urgent matter. Whoosh, whoosh, just before Xiao Yu's arrival, a dozen sounds of breaking air emerged, and Chun Fan's gaze was drawn to the figures before him. The magic ape spirit beast was slain. This woman is stunning. Soon enough, these dozen figures encircled Chun Fan. They bore expressions of trepidation and astonishment. They were wary of Chun Fan's formidable prowess, having witnessed the swift extermination of the magic ape spirit beast, and captivated by her extraordinary beauty. In contrast, Chun Fan maintained a relaxed demeanor, having surmised the situation at hand. This young lady, the magic ape spirit beast, was our intended prey. The leader, a composed, middle-aged man, fixed his gaze upon Chun Fan and spoke first. Prey naturally attracts hunters, and many hunters will have their eyes on it. However, Chun Fan replied nonchalantly, "The one who hunts is the one with the skill." In truth, if I had not intervened, it would have been quite challenging for you to slay this magic ape spirit beast, wouldn't it? Deep in the mountains and forests, especially at night, is when the magic ape spirit beast excels at evasion. While your group may not be weak, even your leader, who is at the early stage of the spirit movement realm, would find it nearly impossible to successfully hunt the magic ape spirit beast. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man frowned slightly but remained courteous, clasping his hands in greeting. "Young lady, we have been tracking it for quite some time. Moreover, we require its flesh and blood for significant purposes. Might I inquire if it could be sold to us?" Whoosh, whoosh. Just then, several figures flashed into view. Among them was a young man, brimming with arrogance. Upon seeing Chun Fan, his eyes lit up, and a wicked grin spread across his face as he spoke. "Miss, in the dead of night, alone in such darkness, isn't it dangerous? How about this? Surrender the corpse of the magic ape spirit beast to me, and I shall offer you my protection. So you need not worry about being disturbed by unsavory characters or uninvited beasts. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, especially sensing the burning gaze of the young man, Chun Fan felt a surge of displeasure. Initially, she had intended to discuss the sale of the spirit beast, for she was not in urgent need of its flesh and blood, and, given her strength, could potentially capture even stronger spirit beasts. Since the other party was in need, a transaction could be possible if the price was right. However, at this moment it was far from appealing. Chun Fan firmly declined. "Dado, what is it that displeases you? Young lady, would an additional 10,000 spirit stones as compensation suffice?" "It is not a matter of spirit stones," Chun Fan replied coldly, fixing her gaze upon the young man. "It is simply that I have no interest in you. I do not wish to engage in a transaction." Her words. The arrogant young man appeared as if he had been struck, his expression darkening. One of his lackeys immediately stepped forward, threateningly declaring, "Do you know who my young master is? He is Xie Wenlei, the eldest son of the Xie family in Lingyun City." "I do not know him," Chun Fan replied candidly. The lackey momentarily faltered before retorting with a sinister expression. "Beautiful lady, I advise you not to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Enough with the prattle. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. Spare me the chatter." Chun Fan urged impatiently. Just then, Xiao Yu finally arrived. "Caw! Caw!" It landed before Chun Fan, vigilantly glaring at Xie Wenlei and his companions, clearly sensing their hostility. "Is this your trump card?" Upon seeing the black feathered eagle, Xie Wenlei's eyes gleamed with avarice. Initially, he had hesitated, contemplating whether to take the risk of attacking Chun Fan due to her strength. Now, however, he was ready to make his move. A flying beast, is worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. And this beauty before me is the most exquisite woman I have ever encountered. She is simply exceptional. Other women pale in comparison to her. Greed and desire, coupled with his arrogance, clouded his judgment. No, Chun Fan stated, this is merely a flying beast I raise. With that, she tossed the corpse of the magic ape spirit beast to the black-feathered eagle, instructing, Xiao Yu, this is your meal. Caw. Instantly, the black-feathered eagle emitted a joyous cry and began to feast voraciously. Witnessing this, Xiao Wenlei could no longer contain himself, ready to issue the command to attack. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man attempted to dissuade him. Young master, she has slain that magic ape spirit beast. Did you not see? No, the middle-aged man shook his head. That is remarkable that I refuse to believe she could kill a magic ape spirit beast of early-stage spirit movement realm strength in such a short span of time. There must be some trickery involved. As for what that trickery is, we shall discover it through testing. Xiao Wenlei had his own reasoning. If we wait any longer, the corpse of the magic ape spirit beast will be devoured by that accursed bird. The middle-aged man found himself at a loss for words in rebuttal. Attack, Xiao Wenlei commanded, and in an instant, they moved to strike. Whoosh! At that moment, Chun Fan, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, smirked and vanished from her position in a flash. Where did she go? Xiao Wenlei and the others furrowed their brows. They felt a blur before their eyes, and Chun Fan's figure had completely vanished. Chapter 40. The Soul Departing from the Body. The black-feathered eagle remained unaware of its master's intentions, simply staying put and continuing to consume the magic ape spirit beast with glee. The more gruesome, the better. Where is she? Xiao Wenlei's forehead creased tightly. Just moments ago, she was right there, and now she has vanished. I have heard tales of a group of people perishing in these deep mountains and forests, one of whom was a beautiful woman. At that moment, the lackey's expression shifted, and he began to spiral into irrational thoughts. His cowardly nature had begun to frighten him. The others also changed their expressions, especially upon witnessing the black-feathered eagle feasting unperturbed upon a magic ape spirit beast. The scene exceedingly bloody, the chilling sounds of its chewing sent shivers down their spines. Just then, a whistling wind echoed through the forest, imbued with an air of eeriness. The lackey felt an inexplicable chill creep up his spine. Reaching out to grasp the arm of the person beside him to quell his rising anxiety and fear. However, why can't I grasp it? He realized his hand could pass right through the other's arm. This Chun Fan slowly turned her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. The lackey screamed in panic, darting backward with exaggerated movements, causing chaos among the others. What are you doing? Why are you shouting? Xiao Wenlei was indeed taken aback, only to find nothing at all, and he kicked his subordinate in frustration. That moment, the subordinate had already collapsed in fear, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Wenlei's words. His gaze fixed intently on the spot where Chun Fan had just been. Yet there was no one there. Ghost! A ghost! The subordinate screamed once more. What on earth is happening? Xiao Wenlei slapped him across the face. Finally bringing him back to his senses. Young master, just now, he began, but was abruptly cut off by another chilling scream. Young master, there was someone just now. I'm certain they were not one of us. They smiled at me, and then, right before my eyes, they vanished. The speaker was a burly man with a shaved head, usually quite brave, but now cowering in terror, his face a mask of horror, as if he had witnessed something truly dreadful. Immediately, even those who had been reluctant to believe, and who were generally bold, began to panic. Even Xiao Wenlei felt a twinge of trepidation, observing the scene of the black-feathered eagle feasting amidst the eerie surroundings. He nervously bit his lip. That it must be the woman's doing. What could possibly be so terrifying? My dear lady, why resort to such underhanded methods? We could have a proper discussion. The middle-aged man frowned. Sensing the strangeness of the situation, it was undoubtedly the woman who had just vanished that was behind this. He trusted his judgment. However, in the next moment, Chun Fan reappeared, this time with startling suddenness. Standing before everyone and inquiring, "Are you looking for me?" This time, everyone screamed in unison and turned to flee. Who could think of anything else? How cowardly! Witnessing this, Chun Fan shook his head and remarked, Indeed, the manifestation of souls in the realm of human spirits is quite effective. Wandering through the night forest is certainly frightening. He had staged this little spectacle merely to test the efficacy of his manifested soul. The results proved to be remarkably effective in instilling fear that if he were to activate the Soul Needle, its offensive capability would also be formidable. In conjunction, it could utterly shatter the enemy's will. Chun Fan resolved to begin cultivating the Soul Needle thereafter. Chirp! Just then, the black-feathered eagle had completely devoured the corpse of the demon ape spirit beast, emitting a pleased cry. Chun Fan could sense the emotion it wished to convey. It was simply delectable. "Thank you, master. Let us depart." He then affectionately patted the head of the black-feathered eagle, climbed onto its back, and took off. Just as he soared to a height of 100 meters below, Xiao Wenlei and the others returned. Having regained their composure, they had been deceived. If there truly were something unclean, how could it possibly approach with so many vigorous men gathered together? Now, seeing Chun Fan and the black-feathered eagle retreating, they became even more convinced of their suspicions. Xiao Wenlei, in a fit of anger and embarrassment, shouted, "Don't run. If you have the ability, don't run. Woman, do you only know how to employ despicable tactics?" Upon hearing this, Chun Fan couldn't be bothered to respond, leaving entirely. This group had provoked him. He had merely played a trick on them, and was too disinterested to argue further. To deal with such weaklings would only soil his hands. "Let us see how my sword embryo is progressing." He then entered the Universal Bank and, upon discovering that the spiritual pulse had not yet been fully absorbed, instructed Xiaoyu to pause at a certain spot, then settled down for a good rest. As dawn broke, Chun Fan awoke feeling invigorated. "On my sword embryo." He hurried back into the Universal Bank, and indeed, the spiritual pulse was nearly depleted. He then took out another spiritual pulse. "This is the third one. I still have 8 left." Yet, at that moment, there were still no customers arriving, so Chun Fan turned his attention to Su Qingyu. I recall she needed to deal with a debt contract, which would involve a spiritual pulse. At this time, Su Qingyu had finally arrived at the debt collection location, the Qingyun sect. This was a hidden sect whose ancestor had borrowed 3 spiritual pulses from the Universal Bank a millennium ago, and had failed to repay on time, resulting in a double debt. Just as Su Qingyu prepared to take action, a universal token suddenly appeared before her. She understood that the owner was seeking her. With a swish, she grasped the universal token and vanished, returning to the hall of the Universal Bank. "Owner?" Su Qingyu's delicate face wore a look of confusion. "Take this Bloodblade." Chun Fan instructed. "The upcoming debt contract must be executed flawlessly. No room for failure." "Yes." Su Qingyu's expression grew serious as she respectfully accepted the Bloodblade, then departed. Soon, with the Bloodblade in hand, she stormed into the Qingyun sect. Unsurprisingly, the ancestor of the Qingyun sect, unwilling to repay, attempted to use the sect's protective formation to slay Su Qingyu, who was a mid-level practitioner of the Spirit Connection realm. However, as expected, this ancestor was swiftly slain by Su Qingyu wielding the Bloodblade. There was no resistance whatsoever. The Qingyun sect, which possessed 7 spiritual pulses, lost 6 of them. Instantly, chaos erupted within the Qingyun sect. Meanwhile, Su Qingyu took nothing more than the spiritual pulses, turning to leave, and delivered them to Chun Fan before hurrying to the next debt collection site. At this moment, Chun Fan gazed at the 6 jade boxes before him, letting out a deep breath of relief. 6 more days of sustenance. Chapter 41. Qinzheng supervises the work thud after a few days of searching around the Lingyun mountain range. Chun Fan returned to the summit of Lingyun Mountain. To his surprise, Qinzheng was personally overseeing the project. He had not anticipated that Qinzheng had arrived here several days prior to supervise. The king of Qin truly took this seriously. Moreover, the 9th Prince Qinzheng was adept at seizing opportunities. Disembarking from the back of the black-feathered eagle, Chun Fan approached the construction site of the Universal Bank. At this moment, construction was in full swing, with tens of thousands of workers laboring efficiently. Surprisingly, the weakest of the laborers were practitioners of the spirit cultivation realm. Moreover, they appeared to be military personnel. Chun Fan once again felt the king's emphasis on this project. To expedite completion of the promise, he directly dispatched troops for construction, including several practitioners of the spirit profound realm. He was quite satisfied. In just a few days, the entire project had taken shape. At this rate, it seemed it would be completed in less than 15 days. Whoosh! Chen Fan did not rush to find Qin Zheng. Instead, he wandered around, wanted to take a look. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng was personally supervising the work. A few days ago, when his father suddenly issued the order to build the Universal Bank, Qin Zheng was genuinely taken aback. Shortly after, he and Meng Tian speculated that his father had struck a deal with the Universal Bank, and one of the terms of that deal was likely the establishment of the Universal Bank. At that time, the king of Qin issued 3 commands. First, he would personally lead the expedition, not bringing a single soldier from the capital, but only taking a few elite palace guards to the Qinshu front lines. This news must be kept strictly confidential. Simultaneously, the 6 ministries were to mobilize all resources to supply the front lines. Second, to build the Universal Bank. The Ministry of Works must treat this as a top priority. Spare no resources and establish the Universal Bank on the summit of Lingyun Mountain within 15 days. To demonstrate seriousness, the king decided to send a high-ranking official to supervise the work. Third, to remain in the capital, to oversee the overall situation and maintain the normal operation of various affairs in the Great Qin. Consequently, the crown prince voluntarily requested to remain in the capital. He was indeed the most suitable candidate. All the ministers and the king of Qin had no objections. Even Qin Zheng did not oppose. Moreover, what was even more curious was that Qin Zheng chose to be the supervisor. Naturally, the crown prince supported this. With Qin Zheng out of the way in the capital, he could better exert his influence, even seizing the opportunity to eliminate some of Qin Zheng's confidants. Thus, Qin Zheng arrived. Upon reaching the summit of Lingyun Mountain, he dedicated himself to supervising the work, even going so far as to allocate his own resources, diligently working day in and day out, an unprecedented display of seriousness. The purpose, of course, was to impress the owner of the Universal Bank. For a better collaboration in the future, even if his intentions were evident, the effort he exerted was genuine and undeniable. Heave ho! Heave ho! At this moment, several practitioners of the spirit cultivation realm from the Qin army were straining to transport an extremely dense boulder. Clearly struggling. Observing this, Qin Zheng immediately rolled up his sleeves, declaring, "Let me do it." Then, to the astonishment of everyone, he single-handedly lifted the boulder to its destination. "Everyone, let us work harder. The 9th prince has taken the initiative. So do we have any reason to slack off?" It seemed the higher-ups were taking this project even more seriously than anticipated. In an instant, the workers began to murmur amongst themselves. It is worth noting that Qin Zheng was indeed the esteemed 9th prince. He has unexpectedly stepped on the battlefield himself. What does this signify? Could it imply dissatisfaction with the efficiency of the collective labor? Immediately, everyone hastened to seize the moment. Today, there would still be a lavish feast. Then, Qin Zheng bellowed, "Excellent. Many thanks to His Highness the 9th Prince. Splendid." The crowd, invigorated, worked with renewed zeal. With sumptuous food and drink, along with generous wages, such an opportunity is rare indeed. Furthermore, with a deadline of 15 days. For each day completed ahead of schedule, every individual would receive an additional 100 gold coins. Qin Zheng spoke again, urging, "Work, work, no dawdling. Hurry up, have you eaten?" Instantly, the crowd, brimming with enthusiasm, seemed to possess boundless energy. Witnessing this scene, Qin Zheng finally sighed with relief that a reward of 100 gold coins per person, for tens of thousands, amounts to several million gold coins. All of this would come from his own pocket. Moreover, this is merely for 1 day ahead. What if they finish 2 days early? That would be over 10 million gold coins. Though gold coins may not hold the same value as spirit stones, they're still a vital resource. Your Highness, this is a token of goodwill from our Lingyun city and the Xie family. Just then, the city lord of Lingyun and the head of the Xie family, along with Xie Wenlei, arrived with a large number of spirit beasts and other supplies. Oh, spirit beasts. Qin Zheng's gaze casually swept over the supplies, ultimately resting on the dozens of spirit beasts. The value of these creatures is immense. It is evidently quite a feat for Lingyun City and the Xie family to present such a bounty. Very thoughtful. Qin Zheng nodded and remarked, "It is only proper to do so." The city lord of Lingyun and the head of the Xie family immediately chimed in. Their tones obsequious and postures exceedingly humbled. As for the proud Xiao Wenlei, he was relegated to a mere spectator, wearing a forced smile, too intimidated even to straighten his back. He understood that this was the ninth prince of the great Qin, of noble birth and formidable strength, far beyond his capacity to offend. If he could forge even the slightest connection with him, his future political endeavors would surely flourish. Moreover, it would greatly aid in enhancing his own strength. The upcoming martial examinations were of utmost importance. If he could gain the ninth prince's favor, even a mere word could secure him a place at the prestigious Great Qin Academy. It is known that the Great Qin Academy only admits the finest offspring of the realm, and those who emerge from its halls possess strength, at the very least at the spirit movement level. Any city lord from that institution is bound for immeasurable achievements in light of such temptation. He lowered himself even further. Furthermore, such matters should never be broached directly. One only needs to act. The ninth prince is undoubtedly astute enough to discern the intentions behind his presence, if he is willing. He will surely offer his support. This was the counsel imparted by his father before his arrival, and Xiao Wenlei wholeheartedly agreed. In truth, since their initial meeting, he had been performing admirably. This is my son. 17 years old at last. Xiao Wenlei's father seized an opportunity to introduce his son. Your Highness the ninth prince. Xiao Wenlei stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Indeed, a 17-year-old at the spirit profound level. His future is boundless. Qin Zheng nodded in acknowledgement. Instantly, both Xiao Wenlei and his father were filled with joy. Your Highness, Xiao Wenlei has consistently distinguished himself in Lingyun City, regarded as the pinnacle of talent throughout Lingyun Prefecture. Upon hearing of your arrival to oversee operations, he even ventured into the mountains to hunt spirit beasts. The city lord of Lingyun interjected at an opportune moment. He hunted these spirit beasts? Qin Zheng raised an eyebrow, finally directing his attention towards Xiao Wenlei. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenlei was about to feign humility to present himself as modest and virtuous, thereby perfecting his performance. However, at that moment, a commotion erupted nearby. Chapter 42. Roll Wang Quan. Turning towards the source of a noise, Xiao Wenlei's brow furrowed upon recognizing a familiar figure. Wasn't that his lackey? What was he up to now? He better not jeopardize his important matters. What is happening? Qin Zheng inquired, his expression revealing a hint of displeasure. The construction of the Wanjie Bank is of paramount importance, and any disruptions are intolerable. If disturbances arise at this moment, jeopardizing the progress of the bank's construction, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Observing the shift in Qin Zheng's demeanor, Xiao Wenlei's expression altered, and he anxiously glanced at his father. Yet, before his father could notice his gaze, Qin Zheng spoke up. Let us see what is happening. With that, he took the lead towards the commotion, and the crowd followed suit. Isn't that the enchantress? As they drew closer, Xiao Wenlei immediately recognized Chen Fan, his countenance darkening. What a stroke of bad luck! I thought I wouldn't see you again, he thought bitterly, recalling the humiliation he faced that night, which filled him with rage. Although she was beautiful, punishment must be administered. Beautiful. He immediately shifted his gaze to Qin Zheng. According to his father's and the city lord's investigations, this great Qin prince seemed quite fond of beautiful women. Not only was his wife stunning, but even his concubines were breathtaking, truly enviable. Indeed, he then noticed a change in Qin Zheng's expression, his attention entirely captivated by that enchantress. Such a beautiful woman. How regrettable that I cannot possess her. However, once I ascend, who knows what I might achieve? A man without power, wealth, or influence is utterly inconsequential. At that moment, a middle-aged official strode forward, reporting, Your Highness the Ninth Prince, there has been an issue with the Foundation. What do you suggest? Understanding the gravity of the situation concerning the bank's construction, Qin Zheng recognized the need to address it immediately. However, he glanced back at Wang Quan and the others, his brow furrowing. Your Highness, I know these two commoners. Surely there is some misunderstanding. Perhaps I should handle this. Upon seeing this, Xiao Wenlei immediately interjected. Being able to resolve issues for his master would mark him as a valuable subordinate, and he was keen to seize this opportunity. His father and the city lord exchanged worried glances, as this was not part of their plan. If the situation escalated beyond expectations, it could easily lead to disaster. Nevertheless, they felt somewhat reassured by Xia Wenlei's confident demeanor. Resolve it promptly. Do not delay the progress of the bank's construction, Qin Zheng remarked, raising an eyebrow before halting his advance, nodding in agreement. Rest assured. I will handle it, Xia Wenlei assured confidently. His spirits lifted that if he could manage this disturbance effectively, it would surely deepen the Ninth Prince's impression of him, and if he handled it, even better. He couldn't help but glance at Chun Fan, contemplating. I hope you recognize the situation. It would benefit us both. Otherwise, with that, Qin Zheng departed. Xia Wenlei's father and the city lord hurriedly followed. Next, Xia Wenlei strode toward Chun Fan and Wang Quan. Chun Fan found himself somewhat speechless. Encountering adversaries in this place? What a coincidence! As anticipated, Xia Wenlei's lackey had come to provoke trouble. Enchantress, what brings you here? Do you know where this place is? What explanation do you have for the incident a few days ago? He demanded. Let me tell you, if your explanation does not satisfy us, you will regret it. This Lingyun mountain region is under my master's control. At this moment, Wang Quan's expression was menacing, radiating arrogance. I have nothing to explain. I have matters to attend to and cannot waste time here. Leave. Chun Fan frowned slightly. Although he currently had no transactions and his dealings with Su Qingyu were progressing smoothly. That did not mean he wished to squander time on someone like Wang Quan. Surely, sleeping or practicing would be far more enjoyable, or dealing with Su Qingyu regarding debts would certainly be more appealing. You dare to disrespect me? Wang Quan's expression darkened instantly, filled with fury. Haven't you already said that before? Chun Fan retorted. Can you not come up with something new? Upon hearing this, Wang Quan was thoroughly enraged. Who said that beautiful women can do whatever they please? That they can be tolerated? At this moment, he felt as if he might explode. He wanted to strike this enchanting woman. However, he still retained some rationality. Aware that the enchantress before him wielded formidable and unpredictable abilities, especially considering the presence of the Ninth Prince. If he caused a scene, wouldn't that jeopardize his master's affairs? What is happening at this moment? Xia Wenlei had already approached. Young master, she began, but Wang Quangang was interrupted as Xia Wenlei waved his hand dismissively. He turned to Chun Fan and said, My lady, we had a misunderstanding earlier, and I hereby apologize. Wang Ke? What is happening? Chun Fan raised an eyebrow, unable to fathom Xia Wenlei's intentions. In Onid, as I have never regarded you at all. Upon hearing this, Wang Chu exploded with anger, which, do not be ungrateful. My young master has never apologized to anyone. You are the first. Do you really think so highly of yourself? Even Xia Wenlei's expression darkened at that moment. It is precisely because I have apologized that I can overlook your earlier disrespect. Otherwise, you would already be a lifeless corpse. Chun Fan replied coolly. However, if you continue to seek attention here, I would not hesitate to end your wretched existence. Wang Chu's face contorted with rage, ready to retaliate. But upon meeting Chun Fan's eerily calm gaze, he felt an inexplicable chill course through him. Silencing his words, at this juncture, Xia Wenlei managed to regain his composure and asked, My lady, do you know who that man is? He gestured subtly towards Qin Zheng, careful not to point directly at him. Him? I do not know him. Chun Fan replied honestly. He is His Highness, the Ninth Prince. Xia Wenlei proclaimed that so he's the Ninth Prince. Qin Zheng. Chun Fan nodded, acknowledging that only Qin Zheng was worthy of such reverence in this place. You dare to call the Ninth Prince by name? You have likely never encountered someone of such esteemed status before. Xia Wenlei inquired. Are you not excited? Chun Fan retorted. What do you mean? How did this conversation veer towards Qin Zheng? What exactly are you trying to convey? I have no time to squander on you, nor on your ilk. Chapter 43. A fist to obliterate. Upon hearing this, Xia Wenlei nearly spat blood in frustration. The composure he had just regained threatened to shatter. Fortunately, he remembered his ambitions and took a few deep breaths to steady himself. Fine, I shall not waste words. You came here seeking His Highness, the Ninth Prince, did you not? Xia Wenlei asserted, wearing an expression that suggested he had seen through her point. One could say that. Chun Fan acknowledged, as she sought to inquire about the progress of the Wanjian Money Bank, making it a sensible choice to consult the overseer, Ninth Prince Qin Zheng. Very well, Xia Wenlei replied, his expression confirming his assumptions. He thought to himself, I initially believed her to be a virtuous woman, but she is merely another sycophant, enamored with superficiality. Though he held her in disdain internally, he did not express it outwardly. I can introduce you, but what reward might you offer me? He proposed, eager to gain advantages from both sides. His gaze shamelessly roamed over Chun Fan's alluring figure, unable to suppress his desires. This was the ninth prince's woman, and logically he should not covet her. Yet, the thrill of conquering a woman of such rank was irresistible. Taking a deep breath, his eyes gleamed with a peculiar excitement as he whispered, If His Highness, the ninth prince, desires you, then you must also spend a night with me. He also considered the possibility that this enchantress might not be accepted by the ninth prince. In that case, why would he still hold back? Naturally, he would claim her as his own. Wang Chu's pupils constricted, a mix of fear and exhilaration coursing through him. Just imagining it was thrilling. Meanwhile, Chun Fan, who had initially intended to disregard him, suddenly darkened her expression. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she stated, Since you were so intent on seeking death, I shall oblige. With that, she produced a small brown vial from her cosmic bag and inquired, Do you know what this is? Xia Wenlei's brow furrowed as he was drawn to the vial. Noticing that the brown hue did not stem from liquid, but from countless long, slender brown worms writhing within, creating the illusion of color. His expression shifted dramatically. What do you mean by this? Xia Wenlei, apprehensive, attempted to speak, but Chun Fan swiftly shoved the entire vial into his mouth, forcing it down his throat and into his stomach. In an instant, his face paled, terror filling his eyes as he could no longer maintain his earlier air of superiority and calm, retching violently. What are you standing there for? Hurry and help me get it out. He bellowed at Wang Chu. Such a fine young master. Wang Chu hastily rushed forward to assist. Unfortunately, Chun Fan's strength and precision were exceptional. The vial was already lodged in his stomach, making it nearly impossible to expel. Do not move. Your struggles will only hasten the worm's emergence from the vial. Soon, your body temperature will rise uncontrollably, and you will begin to rot from the inside out, ultimately reducing your very skin to ashes. Xia Wenlei trembled in fear, his face a mask of terror as he envisioned the impending horror. The thought of his life ending was unbearable. Give me the antidote. Otherwise, I will do everything in my power to kill you. If I must die, I will drag you down with me. Xia Wenlei became utterly frantic. Overwhelmed by the fear of death, he could not think of anything else. His cries soon captured the attention of Qin Zheng and others nearby. Qin Zheng furrowed his brow but remained silent, continuing with his affairs. Well, at this moment, he finally comprehended the nature of the existence he had provoked. Chapter 44. Qin Zheng's audience. At this juncture, Xia Wenlei's body temperature had soared to an alarming 70 or 80 degrees. Even as a practitioner of the Lingxian realm, he could scarcely endure it, howling in agony, bereft of the time to mourn his father's demise. Whoosh, whoosh, just then, Qin Zheng and his companions arrived with haste. With such a commotion occurring, and considering the death of the head of the foremost family in Lingyun City, it could not be overlooked. Who are you? How dare you kill the head of the Xie family? The expression of the city lord of Lingyun City was dark and foreboding as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Chun Fan. The death of the Xie family head was a serious matter that demanded attention. Help me, help me! Before Chun Fan could utter a word, Xia Wenlei, who had collapsed to the ground, could no longer withstand the escalating temperature. He screamed in torment, his body ablaze, his face flushed, and his eyes bloodshot. My young master has been poisoned by her. Ninth Prince, City Lord, save my young master. Wang Quan knelt with a thud, hastily recounting the events. Naturally omitting certain details, focusing solely on incriminating Chun Fan, placing the entirety of the blame upon him. What? Just because the young master of the Xie family treated you poorly, you resorted to poisoning? And even killed the head of my family? The city lord's countenance darkened instantly as he glared at Chun Fan, coldly stating, Although your strength is formidable, we in Lingyun City cannot contend with you. But your actions here offend the ninth prince. You have delayed the progress of the establishment. Can you bear the consequences? He wisely invoked the ninth prince, fully aware of Chun Fan's overwhelming power. having just slain the head of the CF family with a mere punch, and recognizing that he was outmatched. Help me! Help me! Stop talking! She possesses the antidote. I am dying. At that moment, Xia Wenlei screamed once more. In the brief seconds while the city lord spoke, faint wisps of mist began to rise from his body. This was due to the considerable evaporation of moisture within him. Moreover, the evaporated moisture was of high temperature, resulting in the formation of mist. This indicated that his internal temperature had reached an extreme level. It was likely exceeding 100 degrees. Chen Fan cast a glance at Xia Wenlei's agonized state. His expression indifferent. Xia Wenlei's current predicament was entirely of his own making. He bore no psychological burden. Where is the antidote? Bring it forth. The city lord of Lingyun City raised his voice emphatically. At this juncture, Qin Zheng finally spoke up. My dear lady, lives are at stake. Could you kindly present the antidote first? We can discuss other matters afterward, I assure you. I will provide you with justice. Qin Zheng was astute enough to discern that Wang Quan was concealing the true course of events. Unprovoked, how could one be poisoned? There must be underlying circumstances. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan regarded Qin Zheng with newfound respect. He lacked the arrogance typical of those in high positions. Though inherent pride radiated from him, his demeanor remained approachable. Yet there is no antidote, Chen Fan stated matter-of-factly. Even if there were, I would not present it. He has offended me. This is the punishment he deserves. You, the city lord of Lingyun City, immediately reprimanded. You audacious witch! How dare you defy the will of the ninth prince? And what if I do? Chen Fan furrowed her brow, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she fixed her gaze upon the city lord. Instantly, the city lord felt a chill envelop him, as if doused in icy water. His heart raced with alarm. Sensing imminent death, what do you intend to do? Ninth prince, this which has caused chaos here, killing in public and disrupting the construction of the Wanjie Bank, she ought to be executed on the spot. The city lord of Lingyun City shouted with a facade of bravado at that moment. Qin Zheng noticed that many were turning their attention toward this scene, and his brow furrowed in concern. Clearly, this would impede the progress of the Wanjie Bank's construction, but he promptly interjected. My lady, may I inquire how this father and son have offended you? If what Wang Quan stated is true, you may not leave here today, but if there are other circumstances, I shall end at this moment. They trembled uncontrollably, their legs shaking in the biting cold as beads of sweat dripped profusely from their brows. Please provide me with an introduction to the internal structure of the Wanjie Money Exchange and the current progress of its construction. However, Chen Fan paid no heed to the two individuals. Striding directly into the establishment, Qin Zheng hurriedly followed suit, while the lord of Lingyun City and Wang Quan were promptly escorted away by Qin Zheng's guards, both too fearful to raise a fuss, lest they be executed on the spot. Chen Fan held no interest in the fates of these two. He was disinclined to engage with such insignificant characters or squander time on them. His focus was entirely on the construction of the Wanjie Money Exchange. The overall style and architectural design had been personally orchestrated by his father, the king. Qin Zheng reverently elaborated on the details. Moments later, Chen Fan nodded, visibly satisfied. Overall, the Wanjie Money Exchange under construction bore a striking resemblance to the one in his system, with the main hall being nearly identical. However, it incorporated numerous features unique to local Qin money exchanges, such as storage rooms and soundproof compartments, among others. One could hardly argue that it lacked meticulous planning. After all, the Qin emperor had never seen the other aspects of the Wanjie money exchange system. Having only spent a brief time in the main hall that I have, but one request, Chen Fan stated, I end the rear courtyard of the Wanjie money exchange. Leave a space for the construction of a teleportation array. He pondered the system's purpose in commissioning the Wanjie money exchange over the past few days. Beyond aspects of reputation and prestige, the most crucial element was trade, to facilitate transactions. In the future, as the Wanjie money exchange expanded across the eastern region, and even throughout the Lingyun continent, would the exchanges be interconnected solely by foot, or perhaps by flying beasts? That would be far too slow. Even traversing through the air would not suffice. The eastern region is simply too vast. Thus, the establishment of a teleportation array became imperative. This would ease his travel. Teleportation array. Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng's pupils constricted, and he immediately nodded in acquiescence that a teleportation array is a formation that consumes a tremendous amount of resources. The great Qin could scarcely afford such a venture. It is worth noting that even within the entire eastern region, only the great Zhou dynasty possesses a single teleportation array. Furthermore, the schematics for such arrays are exceedingly rare, making them difficult for outsiders to procure, even if one were a master of formations capable of constructing a teleportation array. Without the schematics, it would be impossible. In summary, the construction of a teleportation array is fraught with challenges. That the Wanjia Money Exchange could undertake such a feat only deepened Qin Zheng's understanding of its capabilities. In truth, Chun Fan currently lacked the ability and resources to construct a teleportation array, yet he firmly believed that he would soon realize this goal. Subsequently, he dismissed Qin Zheng and entered the interior of the Wanjia Money Exchange. Upon entering, he immediately sensed a change in the sword embryo. It had become increasingly sharp and formidable. How delightful! How satisfying! "Thank you, Master." As his attention was drawn to the sword embryo, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. It seemed that the sword embryo had gained a semblance of sentience. According to ancient texts, shouldn't it only develop intelligence after becoming a spiritual weapon? Was it on the verge of creating a weapon spirit? Wasn't it only divine weapons that possessed weapon spirits? Could it be that my sword embryo was destined to directly evolve into a divine weapon? Chun Fan's pupils constricted at this thought, his face alight with joy. The number of divine weapons across the Lingyun continent is exceedingly limited. If I were to possess one now, I could truly dominate the eastern region. He then took out another spiritual vein. No longer hesitant. Consume. Devour with abandon. Wait. He recalled the system's prompt stating that once the sword embryo took shape, it could only become a spiritual weapon. So what was its current status? Scratching his head in confusion, he felt the weight of his ignorance. He needed to seize the opportunity to acquire some books for further reading. However, this world is vast, and the eastern region is merely a fragment of the Lingyun continent. Legends speak of other continents beyond, perhaps even the existence of a demon realm. Chun Fan furrowed his brow. The information gleaned from the Chun family in Yen City was but fragments, vague and incomplete, leaving him with only a superficial understanding. Even so, he was acutely aware that this world was undeniably larger than he had ever imagined. Moreover, it was home to a plethora of professions such as alchemists, formation masters, talisman masters, and weapon refining masters, each encompassing a vast expanse of knowledge that he could not possibly master in its entirety. If only there existed an encyclopedia about this world. Chun Fan mused. If only he could access information directly. Trade. Only through trade could he potentially acquire such an encyclopedia. Perhaps the system would reward him with one. Of course, such matters depended on the system. Despite being its host and the owner of the Wanjia Money Exchange, he could not take anything for granted. He then redirected his focus to Su Qingyu, who was currently collecting debts. Chapter 46. Great fortune. Su Qingyu's debt collection proceeded smoothly, further enriching the inventory of Chun Fan's Wanjia Money Exchange. Yet, he pondered, why had the Wanjia tokens not yet been assigned to customers? I haven't opened for business in days. At that moment, his brow arched. Just as he lamented, a customer arrived. Wang Debao, a wandering cultivator of exceptional talent, had diligently trained and, before turning 25, had successfully broken through to the initial stage of the spirit realm. However, misfortune had recently befallen him. First, a bird's droppings landed atop his head, causing his breakthrough to fail and preventing him from advancing to the mid-stage of the spirit realm. Then, at an auction, he finally set his sights on a coveted pill, only to see it snatched away by a mysterious figure at an exorbitant price, leaving him empty-handed. Later, upon returning home to prepare a meal, he unexpectedly entered a state of enlightenment. Neglecting to notice that the fire in his stove had spread, he only realized the flames when the intense heat forced him out of the state of enlightenment, at which point he saw the surrounding area engulfed in fire. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a torrent of spiritual power, instantly extinguishing the flames. To have my rare moment of enlightenment ruined in such a manner? Surely, I must be the first martial artist in a millennium to waste such an opportunity. Moreover, Witnessing the charred remnants of his surroundings and the many items reduced to ashes, he could not help but grimace. His face etched with frustration. Why must I be so unlucky? He felt as if he had been cursed. After his residence was scorched, he resolved to cease his training and return to his family. Yet upon arriving at the Wong family, he discovered that the entire clan had been annihilated. Enraged, he bellowed, "Who did this? I shall destroy their entire family." Soon, Wong Dabao, leveraging his formidable strength, tracked down the identity of his enemy and promptly sought revenge. However, to his astonishment, the slain individual's background was formidable, entangled with a well-established sect in the region. This sect, disregarding Wong Dabao's explanations, aggressively sought to eliminate him, exhibiting a brazen audacity. Subsequently, he found himself compelled to confront the entire sect single-handedly. Ultimately, he succeeded in annihilating the sect. Yet, it turned out that one of the slain belonged to a prince of the Great Zhou dynasty. In other words, he had offended the entire Great Zhou dynasty. What more could possibly go wrong? He felt as though he were losing his mind. He swiftly turned to flee. He was no match for the Great Zhou dynasty. At that moment, as he was escaping, he raised his gaze to the heavens and cried out in despair. "Why? I have worked so hard. Must I be slain by this wretched luck? How could fate be so cruel?" He was acutely aware that since time immemorial, the path of cultivation relied not solely on talent, diligence, and foundation, but also on luck. In previous years, his rapid progress had been inextricably linked to fortuitous circumstances. But now, "O heavens, I beseech you, grant me salvation." Dabao kneels before you. Wong Dabao's corpulent form crashed to the ground, his face brimming with sincerity. Whoosh! At that moment, the Wanjie token materialized. Wanjie Money Exchange, trading all things. A voice of supreme authority resonated in his mind. Wong Dabao's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately grasped the token tightly. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself in the grand hall of the Wanjie Money Exchange. "Is anyone here?" "Shopkeeper, is anyone present?" "Young lad." Initially astonished, Wong Dabao soon abandoned all caution, acting as if he were in his own home, and directly voiced his complaint. "Why is there not a single place to sit?" The entire hall was eerily empty. "Where is the counter?" Chun Fan could not help but feel a vain throb at his temples. Cough, cough, he cleared his throat and replied, "Wanjie Money Exchange, trading all things. Wong Dabao, what do you wish to trade?" Having gathered all the pertinent information about Wong Dabao, Chun Fan was well aware of his recent spate of misfortunes and understood that his visit to the Wanjie Money Exchange was an attempt to alter his luck. "Luck? Recently, I have been plagued by a streak of misfortune. Could the esteemed proprietor extend a helping hand, perhaps in a manner that does not involve monetary exchange?" Wong Dabao inquired. Chun Fan replied, "I cannot." Upon hearing this, Wong Dabao shrugged, seemingly expecting such a response, and continued, "Indeed, in this world, it seems I am the only one still dedicated to selfless acts of kindness." Chun Fan remarked, "Given your misfortunes, how can you still find the energy to jest?" Wong Dabao, unfazed, retorted, "What other options do I have? To cut my veins? To hang myself? To wail? Would it be of any use?" "No, it would not," Chun Fan stated. "Your mindset is commendable. However, a transaction is a transaction. I never engage in unprofitable dealings." "Very well. Let us conduct business as business ought to be conducted," Wong Dabao proposed. "Can you perhaps alter my fortune so that I may experience a bit more luck?" "Certainly." Chun Fan recalled the fortune card, a perfect solution to Wong Dabao's plight, yet he was uncertain how much luck it could bestow upon him. "I possess a treasure that enhances one's fortune, though its effects vary from person to person, and thus cannot be guaranteed." Chun Fan spoke candidly, for the Universal Money Bank never engages in deceitful practices or false advertising. "Oh, how refreshingly honest. Might you elaborate on what one could expect should your treasure indeed bestow good fortune?" Wong Dabao, intrigued, expressed a keen interest in the Universal Money Bank. "Should luck be on your side, you might find an unassuming ring in the marketplace, which would house a powerful elder who would teach you the art of alchemy and assist in enhancing your abilities. Akin to acquiring a master without cost," Chun Fan explained. Wong Dabao, possessing an extraordinary capacity for acceptance, immediately wore an expression of eager anticipation. Is that truly the case? Striving alone is exhausting. Might I encounter a kind grandmother? No. Rather, a beautiful sister, who could also assist me with my personal affairs. Chun Fan queried. Are you seeking to change your fortune, or are you in pursuit of a romantic partner? Are you willing to engage in a transaction? He followed up with another question. Upon hearing this, Wang Dabo nodded eagerly. Of course. Only a fool would refuse. Why not inquire what the average fortune entails? Chun Fan kindly reminded him. Wang Dabio waved his hand dismissively, assuming a demeanor of nonchalance. Could it possibly be worse than my current luck? Considering Wang Dabo's circumstances, Chun Fan nodded. With the fortune card, Wang Dabo's luck would certainly not worsen at the hotel. What price must I pay? Wang Dabo inquired proactively. Wang Dabo, a dominating blade, 130,000 spirit stones, the dominating technique, ghost steps, and 7-fold blade. Instantly, a message flashed in his mind. Is that all? Chun Fan observed Wang Dabo's air confidence, as if he were concealing billions of spirit stones, and could not help but twitch slightly at the corner of his mouth. This fellow truly excels at theatrics. I nearly fell for it. What is your most treasured possession? Chapter 47. Another messenger acquired. You mean to say that I must offer my most prized possession in exchange? Wang Dabo, suddenly alert, questioned. Indeed, Chun Fan affirmed. Alas, upon hearing this, Wang Dabo sighed and retrieved a jade pendant, displaying a reluctant expression as he hesitated. Here, I hope you'll treat it well. Chun Fan. Wait, what is this? The system did not list it, clearly indicating it lacks value. Are you mocking me? He furrowed his brow and asked, Do you think I'm foolish and wealthy enough to trade my fortune for a mere jade pendant? No. Wang Dabo quickly waved his hand, explaining, This pendant was obtained by my mother when I was born, as she sought blessings from the sacred Buddhist site. Although it may not be valuable, it has been with me for over 20 years, cherished closely, and holds extraordinary significance for me. It is indeed my most precious possession. To demonstrate the seriousness of this transaction, I present my most treasured item. How could you accuse me of mocking the esteemed proprietor? Did you not inquire what my most prized possession is? Chun Fan. You win. Truly a master of sophistry. By his reasoning, Chun Fan found himself at a disadvantage. Feeling somewhat guilty. Fear not. Your dominating blade, 130,000 spirit stones, dominating technique, ghost steps, and 7-fold blade are of no interest to me. Chun Fan took a deep breath, deciding to be more forthright. Upon hearing this, Wang Dabo's pupils constricted. What is the background of this universal money bank? How could they so precisely identify every resource I possess? Moreover, you are exceedingly impoverished, Chun Fan added. Immediately, Wang Dabo's lips twitched slightly. As a rogue cultivator, his resources were indeed lacking, especially in recent years of persistent misfortune. Since you seem to know everything, I am now even more curious. What is it that you desire from me? Let me make it clear. I am fond of women and have a perfectly normal orientation. I have always maintained a clean reputation. Wang Dabo's body tensed, his expression one of wariness. Chun Fan found himself at a loss for words. He realized that conversing with this individual was infuriating. Had it not been for Chun Fan's commendable temperament, he might have already exploded with rage. I have no time for idle chatter with you. Chun Fan stated, I desire your freedom. Eternal freedom. Freedom? Wang Dabo frowned upon hearing this. The reason he remained a rogue cultivator to this day was precisely to avoid becoming entangled with any faction, which would restrict his freedom and embroil him in various conflicts and intrigues. Given his talent and strength, would he not have attracted the attention of major powers? Without exception, he had declined all offers. The Universal Money Bank, being so formidable, must surely be aware that I, Wang Dabo, have never allied with any faction, correct? Wang Dabo questioned. In response, Chun Fan, having anticipated this, calmly stated, First, this is the most valuable thing you possess at present, and it is precisely what I covet. Secondly, your current predicament cannot merely be described as unlucky. It is exceedingly perilous. Should a few spirit masters from the great Zhou dynasty pursue you, your demise would be inevitable. Thirdly, since you have consistently refrained from joining a major faction, you must understand the plight of a rogue cultivator. Wang Dabuo wholeheartedly agreed with these 3 points, particularly the third. If he were backed by a powerful faction, who would dare to provoke him? If he were supported by a formidable force, he would receive ample resources and would not need to toil endlessly for the means to strengthen himself. In summary, after being a rogue cultivator for so long, he had gained a profound understanding of its advantages and disadvantages. Furthermore, if you were to join the Universal Money Bank, you would not only be able to change your luck but also experience a completely different dynamic than with other major factions. By joining us, your only responsibilities would be to collect debts and assist clients with minor troubles. Nothing more. Additionally, you would enjoy the benefits that accompany membership in a powerful faction. Chun Fan elaborated, his voice imbued with an almost magical allure, stirring Wang Dabuo's interest. How can I trust you? Wang Dabuo immediately inquired. The Universal Money Bank operates with unwavering integrity, strictly adhering to the principle of honoring contracts. A simple inquiry will reveal this. Chun Fan replied with confidence. Wang Dabuo, forgive my ignorance, but I have never heard of the Universal Money Bank, let alone your commitment to contracts. Chun Fan, this conversation has become futile. You are exhausting me. Simply state whether you wish to proceed with this transaction. Chun Fan, weary of superfluous dialogue, directly asserted. His interest in Wang Dabuo stemmed from his strength and exceptional talent in the entire eastern region. Individuals of exceptional talent are exceedingly rare. Since he had encountered one, he naturally sought to recruit him. After all, the Universal Money Bank was in its infancy. It was in dire need of personnel. Chun Fan mused that, I am willing. Without hesitation, Wang Dabuo declared, I have no choice but to accept, given my dire circumstances. Moreover, I have high hopes for the future of your Universal Money Bank. Although he spoke playfully and with a smile, he was acutely aware of his actions and how to maximize his benefits. Oh, Chun Fan raised an eyebrow. Did you not claim to be unfamiliar with our Universal Money Bank? It matters not that you have not heard of us. What is crucial is that the name of your bank exudes power and promises a bright future. Wang Dabuo appeared entirely confident. Chun Fan, I am utterly exhausted. He suddenly found himself at a loss, questioning whether enticing this individual into the Universal Treasury was indeed the right choice. The signing of a sole contract rendered him as the envoy of the Universal Treasury. Any violation would lead to the obliteration of his very essence. Chun Fan's voice resonated in the air. Subsequently, a contract appeared in Wang Dabuo's mind, his spiritual mark seared upon it. Instantly, it felt as though he had forged a connection with Chun Fan. Chun Fan experienced an overwhelming sense of being able to control his life and death at will, a sensation he recognized all too well. Master of the Treasury, you have yet to assist me in altering my fortune. This envoy is still awaiting your grand fortune to save me. Wang Dabuo hurriedly exclaimed, fully immersing himself in his role. Chun Fan, not one for idle chatter, promptly employed the fortune card on Wang Dabuo and then waved his hand, expelling the chatterbox from the hall of the Universal Treasury. Immediately, he sensed a newfound tranquility enveloping his ears. How delightful! At that moment, his spirit experienced immense joy. He then redirected his attention back to Wang Dabuo, for this fellow had just become the envoy of the Universal Treasury, and Chun Fan harbored no desire to see him perish so soon. Moreover, he was eager to observe whether the fortune card could indeed alter this man's misfortune and to what extent. Chapter 48. Bloodline Reversion. Luck explodes. Ding. The 7th transaction was completed, achieving a 100 completion rate. Corresponding rewards for the completion were granted. Reward settlement. 1 vial of bloodline potion obtained. A completion rate of 100 this time. It seems I severely underestimated the efficacy of the fortune card. Much like the previous transaction regarding lifespan, Chun Fan sighed inwardly. Thankfully, Wang Dabuo was now an envoy of the Universal Treasury, so it wasn't entirely a loss. However, this also indicated that the fortune card's ability to enhance luck was likely immense. Wang Dabuo had struck it rich. He refrained from hastily checking on Wang Dabuo's situation and swiftly clicked to view the reward. Bloodline Potion. 1 vial, capable of enhancing the purity of a spirit beast's bloodline. This appears to be a valuable item. It can elevate bloodline purity, perfectly suited for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is also a spirit beast. With that, Chun Fan shifted his gaze to the resting black-feathered eagle nearby, gently patting its head as he spoke. Xiao Yu, your current strength is too feeble. Let your master lend you a hand, shall we? Cheep cheep. The black-feathered eagle joyfully let out a cry, clearly thrilled. Bloodline potion. Activate. Ding. Black-feathered eagle. Ancient Beast Clan. Bloodline purity 0.01. Instantly. Basic information about the black-feathered eagle materialized in Chun Fan's mind. To his surprise, it belonged to the Ancient Beast Clan. Chun Fan's knowledge in this area was limited. Yet he understood that the Ancient Beast Clan consisted of exceedingly powerful beings, with bloodline purity having diminished over tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years. Given that Xiao Yu's bloodline purity was at 0.01, it was entirely normal, and he felt no disappointment. Let us see how much the bloodline purity can be enhanced. In the next moment, the information in his mind shifted once more. Black-feathered eagle. Ancient Beast Clan, bloodline purity increased to 0.05. Black-feathered eagle. Ancient Beast Clan, bloodline purity increased to 0.25. The speed of this enhancement is astonishing. Chun Fan's expression brightened. As expected, the effects of this bloodline potion were remarkable. Bloodline purity represents innate talent for beast clans. They rarely cultivate, and their strength increases with age, relying entirely on their innate abilities. Thus, the higher the bloodline purity, the better. Black-feathered eagle. Ancient Beast Clan. Bloodline purity increased to 10. The information in his mind froze, and Chun Fan couldn't help but nod. An increase of 1,000 times in one go. This effect is far beyond my expectations. Excellent. Moreover, he sensed an air of nobility emanating from Xiao Yu. A regal aura that seemed to look down upon the world. Even Chun Fan himself felt a twinge of trepidation rising within him. With a focused gaze, Chun Fan expressed his delight. Xiao Yu. Congratulations. One day your master will elevate your bloodline purity to 100 or even surpass that of your ancestors. He held great confidence in this. As the master of the Universal Treasury, was there anything Chun Fan could not achieve in this world? Taking a deep breath, Chun Fan returned to the Universal Treasury to observe Wang Debao's situation. Upon exiting the Universal Treasury, Wang Debao was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting the master to send him out without prior notice. Furthermore, he had been returned to the very spot he had vacated. Did this mean he would once again face the onslaught of the Great Zhou dynasty's powerful entities? Whoosh! Whoosh! As if summoned by his thoughts. He immediately sensed three formidable presences rapidly approaching, unmistakably from the direction of the Great Zhou dynasty. What happened to my luck being improved? Wang Debao grumbled, preparing to flee. Fighting was not an option. He had to escape. Chun Fan. He was fully convinced of the system's reliability. The fortune card was too highly valued to fail in altering Wang Debao's misfortune. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, three equally terrifying presences appeared from the shadows, racing towards the pursuing entities of the Great Zhou dynasty. People from the Great Ming? What a coincidence! Wang Debao's face lit up with excitement. The Great Zhou and Great Ming were currently at an impasse, often clashing, yet due to the intervening nations, they maintained a degree of restraint that large-scale warfare had yet to erupt, but skirmishes were common. Encounters between the two nations often resulted in conflict at the slightest provocation. To his astonishment, Wang Debao had stumbled upon such an opportunity. This was truly a stroke of luck? Clearly, the master had not deceived him. The Universal Treasury is indeed the most formidable force I have faith in. My judgment remains remarkably astute, Wang Debao declared. Chun Fan's lips twitched. The thickness of Wang Debao's skin was beyond imagination. More importantly, this fellow seemed blissfully unaware of it. Whoosh! Without delay, Wang Debao joined the fray, decisively aligning himself with the Great Ming's side. 4 against 3. Though Wang Debao was woefully impoverished, his strength was perilously close to that of the mid-tier of the spirit realm, and his earth-grade techniques in swordplay and footwork rendered his combat prowess formidable. Before long, one of the three spirit realm experts from the Great Zhou was slain, while the other two seized the chance to retreat with all their might. Not pursue, Wang Debao cautioned, for they were not far from the Great Zhou's borders. and pursuing could lead to unforeseen complications. Having grown cautious over time, the three experts from the Great Ming exchanged glances, signifying agreement, and then proceeded to divide the spoils from the slain adversary's spatial pouch. By sheer coincidence, they discovered within a treasure trove of elixirs intended to aid a novice spirit realm practitioner in breaking through to the mid-tier of the spirit realm. 3 in total. It seemed the deceased had gone to great lengths to procure them for his own advancement, only to meet an untimely fate, thus benefiting Wang Debao and the others. Each of you may take one, and I shall claim the remaining items, one of the mid-tier spirit realm experts proposed. Wang Debao and the others had no objections. Soon, the three Great Ming spirit realm experts extended an invitation for Wang Debao to join their ranks, which he politely declined. Although the Great Ming dynasty is formidable, can it compare to my universal treasury? I am an envoy of the universal treasury. How could I possibly align myself with you? Once the three spirit realm experts from the Great Ming had departed, Wang Debao couldn't help but murmur with a sense of pride. Master, you are truly remarkable. My luck is invincible. Not only did I encounter the Great Ming's powerful assistance, but I also obtained the elixirs necessary for my breakthrough. You are my idol. You are my deity. Chapter 49. The mysterious cave appears. Wealth and danger await upon hearing this. Chun Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes. He was uncertain whether being fervently admired by this fellow was a blessing or a curse. He was all too aware of the wild antics some fervent fans could undertake. From here on, I will not need to seek opportunities for a breakthrough. I can simply consume the elixir, and with my foundation and accumulation, I can break through at any moment. Suddenly, after expressing his profound admiration, Wang Debao's wasted no time. Fearing that his stroke of good fortune might be exhausted, in a flurry, he sought a concealed spot to begin consuming the elixir. Half an hour later, a surge of energy erupted in the hidden cave. Mid-stage of the spirit connection realm, Chun Fan's eyes sharpened. He realized Wang Debao's had achieved a breakthrough. Indeed, his luck was remarkable. Within a short span, he had not only survived, but had also acquired the necessary elixir for his breakthrough. And now, he had successfully transcended. One could only wonder if greater fortune awaited him. Chun Fan mused that although Wang Debao's was fortunate, it was insufficient for his transaction completion to merely reach 100. The true value of the fortune card had yet to be fully realized. At this moment, Wang Debao's felt exceptionally content. The thrill of good luck was exhilarating. Having become a mid-stage spirit connection powerhouse, his confidence soared. He would no longer be like a stray dog, relentlessly hunted by the Great Zhou dynasty. Crack! Boom! Just as Wang Debao's was about to test his newfound strength, he suddenly noticed the rocks behind him, dislodged by his laughter, cascading down like a row of dominoes, resulting in a massive collapse of stones. Whoosh! Wang Debao's swiftly darted out of the cave, fearing entrapment. Could it be? I merely laughed. I almost became a victim of a landslide. Did my good fortune end the moment I broke through? Wang Debao's felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, questioning the fleeting nature of luck. How exhilarating! Yet now, how unfortunate! Wait, is this a passage? In the next instant, Wang Debao's pupils dilated. The stone walls of the cave had ceased shedding debris, revealing a narrow passageway, shrouded in darkness, obscuring what lay within a mysterious cavern. Elated, Wang Debao's expression brightened. Chun Fan, too, narrowed his eyes, inwardly acknowledging, indeed, the value of the fortune card has not yet been exhausted. This enigmatic cave surely harbors treasures of great worth, treasures that could aid Wang Debao's. However, Wang Debao's hesitated. Surely, my good fortune won't vanish the moment I step into the passage, leaving me buried alive? Or could there be traps inside? Poison gas? Arrays? What if they lead to my demise? Chun Fan stumbled, nearly losing his footing. Wang Debao's, your imagination is truly vivid, observing the tormented expression on Wang Debao's face. Chun Fan felt an inexplicable irritation. Thankfully, Wang Debao's was not one to dither. He quickly steeled himself, declaring, fortune favors the bold. Adversity cannot be evaded. Every opportunity is accompanied by danger. How could one shrink back merely due to peril? Upon hearing this, Chun Fan nodded, his earlier tension alleviated. Then Wang de Beos added, Amit Ba, esteemed master of the cave, please bless me. I believe in you. That is why I venture forth. Please, grant me your protection. Chun Fan felt an urge to spit blood. I am a master of the Universal Bank, not a monk. What good are your prayers? Had it not been for Chun Fan's curiosity about the cave's contents, he would have lost interest by now, preferring instead to observe the beautiful Su Qingyu collect debts. Subsequently, Wang de Beos cautiously entered, delving deeper. Moments later, my heavens, so many treasures! Wang de Beos exclaimed at this juncture. Chun Fan, too, could not suppress his astonishment. What did he behold? An abundance of spirit stones, gold coins, talismans, elixirs, and even combat techniques and cultivation methods. A veritable trove. The proprietor of this mysterious cave, named Mu Li, was a formidable figure from a millennium ago, a powerful rogue cultivator. Chun Fan quickly noted an inscription by skeletal remains. The resources here rival those of a sect. However, his brow furrowed slightly upon reading a condition set forth by this formidable individual. Should a fated person wish to claim these resources, they must vow through martial arts to avenge me. The adversary of this venerable Mu was named Zhou Qian, hailing from the great Zhou dynasty. Once, Mu Li and Zhou Qian were sworn brothers, sharing a deep bond. Yet, through a twist of fate, they both fell for the daughter of a formidable faction. Desiring her, Zhou Qian resorted to treacherous means, viciously attacking his brother Mu Li, at the cost of severe injuries. Managed to escape, yet his condition worsened, and he disappeared from sight. Despite this, Zhou Qian relentlessly pursued him, fearing Mu Li would reveal the truth and jeopardize his marriage to the powerful maiden, dispatching men to find him. Ostensibly searching for his brother, he sought to eliminate any threat. Mu Li concealed himself well, remaining undiscovered. Eventually, Zhou Qian with a noble woman of that great faction and, thereafter, rapidly ascended in power and influence, annihilating Mu Li's family. Mu Li watched helplessly as his kin perished, filled with grief and rage. Yet due to his grievous injuries, he succumbed to despair. Zhou Qian, is he not the infamous carefree prince of the great Zhou dynasty? I never imagined he harbored such despicable past. Wang de Beos, evidently more informed about the great Zhou dynasty than Chun Fan, furrowed his brow in concern, stating, this individual was already a mid-stage spirit connection powerhouse a century ago. And now his power is unfathomable. He may have even transcended to the spirit master realm. Furthermore, within the great Zhou dynasty, he commands great authority and is held in high esteem, even treated with deference by the Zhou emperor. Additionally, his wife is the daughter of a powerful faction in the central region. Should he be slain, it would undoubtedly embroil us with that faction. This resource is not easily obtained. Wang de Beos hesitated, then took a deep breath, gritting his teeth resolutely, declaring, wealth and glory lie in peril. I'll take the risk. Immediately, he raised his left hand and vowed loudly. I, Wang de Beos, wish to claim the resources of the venerable Mu Li, to avenge him by slaying Zhou Qian. Should I betray this oath, my martial path shall be severed. I shall never ascend again. Chapter 50. The meeting of two envoys. I seek a girlfriend. Buzz. The instant his words fell, he felt a subtle tremor in the surrounding spiritual energy. Then, his expression shifted. An array. Cold sweat broke out on his back. If he had not sworn, he might have been trapped here. Though he was a mid-stage spirit connection powerhouse, he understood the terrifying power of certain killing arrays, which were beyond his capability to confront. Venerable ancestor, I shall certainly avenge you, Wang de Beos reiterated, observing this. Chun Fan smirked slightly, unfazed. As long as he wished to save Wang de Beos, he could rescue him even within a killing array. Whoosh! Wang de Beos gathered all the treasures within, then produced the universal token from his possession. Gripping it tightly, swish, when he reappeared, he found himself in the grand hall of the Universal Bank. Master, you are truly remarkable. My admiration for you is as boundless as the mighty river Oh, you realize? My luck is simply explosive, Wang de Beos exclaimed excitedly. Enough. If you are satisfied, that is all that matters. Chun Fan interrupted him. Otherwise, this fellow might prattle on for half an hour. Then, Master, do I need to submit the resources I just acquired? Wang de Beos inquired, instinctively covering his Chinquan bag, clearly reluctant. Seeing this, Chun Fan felt utterly speechless and replied, Rest assured, I have no interest in your meager possessions. You underestimate the Universal Bank. However, you will need to assist me in debt collection. And all debts and interests must be returned to me without exception, ensuring the reputation of the Universal Bank remains intact. Otherwise, I shall clear house. Upon hearing this, a chilling dread surged through Wang de Beo's very soul. He realized that this master, who had never shown his face, possessed immense resources and terrifying power, clearly not someone he could afford to offend. His expression turned serious as he earnestly replied, Master, you can rest assured, though I, Wang de Beos, may be frivolous and lack decorum, I am still aware of the spirit of the contract. Let us hope it remains that way. Chun Fan nodded, unconcerned about the possibility of Wang de Bao betraying him, and continued, the Yuan Jieqian Zhuang has already dispatched an envoy named Su Qingyu, who is currently in the eastern region to collect debts. However, she is alone and tirelessly traversing vast distances, which is rather exhausting. The eastern region is quite expansive, so your assistance in shouldering some of this burden is required. Fortunately, the debt contracts in the eastern region are not numerous. Only a little over a dozen remain. With your help, the debt collection process should accelerate. This is the debt you are to recover next. Wait, Master Zhu. Wang de Bao was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, saying, being an envoy of the Yuan Jieqian Zhuang can even resolve matters of life and love. This time, it was Chun Fan's turn to be stunned, wondering what he meant. However, he quickly regained his composure and cast a somewhat peculiar glance at Wang de Bao, realizing that the fellow's thought process was indeed quite unique. He then remarked, If you can win her heart, I shall acknowledge your capabilities to is she beautiful? Wang de Bao immediately inquired. Certainly, she is beautiful, Chun Fan affirmed with a nod. She is currently handling a debt issue and will return here once she is done. At that time, you shall have the chance to meet her. Really? Wang de Bao's heart fluttered with a hint of anticipation. He became so excited that his ample flesh shook, then asked, Master, do you have any dapper attire? I would like to change, Chun Fan replied. Do you not have any of your own? Wang de Bao suddenly looked embarrassed, saying I do, but they are all unwashed. This one I'm wearing is the least odorous. Chun Fan teased, You embody the true essence of manhood. You flatter me, Master. Wang de Bao laughed that a true man should not be bogged down by trivialities. Chun Fan retorted, If one cannot sweep their own room, how can they hope to sweep the world? Wang de Bao responded, Master, you are indeed a great talent. Even a casual remark of yours is filled with profound wisdom. Just as he was about to say more, Su Qingyu's figure appeared. With a rustle, she glanced at Wang de Bao, then calmly shifted her gaze elsewhere, showing no interest in him. With a casual wave, she placed the debts to be collected in the hall, stating, Master, this is the debt we are to recover this time. Upon seeing this, Chun Fan gladly accepted the documents at the tea that moment. Wang de Bao finally regained his senses, staring at Su Qingyu's profile, feeling suddenly bashful and lowering his head. His earlier bravado entirely vanished. Wang de Bao, what's wrong with you? You were just, Chun Fan inquired. Wang de Bao hurriedly interrupted, then introduced himself. Hello, I am Wang de Bao, the newly appointed envoy that I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Chun Fan remarked that upon hearing this, Su Qingyu nodded in acknowledgement. Su Qingyu, showing no intention of elaborating further, it seemed Wang de Bao also preferred to limit his interaction with Su Qingyu, quickly asking, Master, how do you plan to allocate the debt collection in the eastern region? I have just joined and am eager to prove myself. If you have matters of your own, you may attend to them first. Chun Fan said, aware of Wang de Bao's vow to aid Mu Li in her revenge. There is no rush. Rushing will not help. That matter cannot be resolved in a day or two. Wang de Bao waved his hand, indicating his desire to wait until the Great Ming and Great Zhou were in complete disarray and engaged in a bloody conflict. And at that point, he would only need to face Zhou Qian alone, and the Great Zhou dynasty would likely lack the energy to assist Zhou Qian thus providing him with an opportunity for vengeance. During this interim, he needed to continue enhancing his strength, for he was still too weak. Even if he were to act now, it would be little different from courting death. Very well, let us divide the debts by region to save you the trouble of running back and forth, which takes too much time on the road. Chen Fan promptly began to allocate the debt contracts. Moments later, Su Qingyu left with the new debt contracts, and Wang Debao lagged slightly behind. Chen Fan then asked, "Why did you suddenly lose your nerve? I thought you would launch an aggressive pursuit." "Enough, master," Wang Debao sighed, saying, "She is simply too beautiful, too elegant. Especially in that blood-red robe, she is extraordinarily enchanting. I cannot handle it." "I never expected you to possess such self-awareness," Chen Fan remarked. "Hurry and collect the debts. Once you join the Wan Jieqian Zhuang, there will be bread, strength, and even girlfriends waiting for you regarding your first debt. It may pose some difficulty. I suggest you familiarize yourself with the situation before acting. Do not rush in recklessly. It may lead to a poor start and an early defeat." Wang Debao asked, "Will I really have a girlfriend?" "Off you go," Chen Fan urged. Chapter 51. The spirit tool is complete. Ambushed after forcibly sending Wang Debao away, Chen Fan could not help but dig at his ears. The world was once again tranquil. In the following days, he diligently practiced the Yin Soul technique, nurturing the sword embryo, observing the progress of the establishment, and awaiting transactions. During this time, the aura of the black feathered eagle continuously grew, its speed far exceeding previous rates, as the power of its bloodline began to manifest. One day, while immersed in his training, he suddenly opened his eyes. Whoosh! His Yin soul departed from the body of Xiaomi, entering the hall of the Wan Jieqian Zhuang. The Qinggang sword is about to be forged. He fixated on the sword embryo, his emotions surging with excitement. Over this period, the Qinggang sword had consumed 10 of his spiritual veins, and it was finally on the verge of a metamorphosis, set to evolve into a powerful spiritual tool that would dominate a realm. The sword embryo spun rapidly, creating a dazzling spectacle, while the surrounding spiritual stones and remnants of thin spiritual veins energy surged into the sword embryo in an instant. Whoosh! Chen Fan produced another spiritual vein without hesitation. Buzz! The speed of the sword embryo's rotation quickened as it absorbed the energy of this vein at an accelerated rate, rapidly nearing depletion. Whoosh! This time, Chen Fan tossed in 2 spiritual veins. Having come this far, what was there to hesitate about? He absolutely would not allow any mishaps at this final stage. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Buzz! Whoosh! Subsequently, Chen Fan continued to feed it several more spiritual veins. And when he introduced the 8th spiritual vein, the speed of the sword embryo suddenly slowed. Gradually, the true form of the Qinggang sword began to present itself to Chen Fan. Once the sword embryo came to a complete standstill, the 8th spiritual vein was wholly consumed, revealing a long sword that seemed poised to pierce the heavens, fully exposed before Chen Fan. He could sense that this Qinggang sword was incredibly proud and sharp, even detecting a noble aura of a king. This is the Sword King, the king of spiritual tools. His pupils contracted, and he immediately focused his thoughts in an instant. This king of spiritual tools joyously leaped into Chen Fan's hand, showing no signs of rejection, but rather an overwhelming sense of affinity. The moment Chen Fan grasped the hilt, it felt as though he wielded the entirety of the world, sword directed at the heavens. Overlooking all beneath, I wish to traverse the realms. Who dares to contest me? At this moment, the Wan Jieqian Zhuang felt like a realm of heroes, with one soul and one sword, as if it were a grand martial world. A blood-soaked blade before you is but a younger brother. Chen Fan gently caressed the Qinggang sword, murmuring to himself, that moment, the Qinggang sword emitted a series of hums, as if to say, "Master, do not dare to compare me with those inconsequential spiritual tools. You are insulting me." Chen Fan responded, "Good." Just then he abruptly raised an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth lifting into a subtle smile, saying, "I did not expect that upon your emergence, someone would be willing to blood sacrifice for you to awaken your edge." Buzz buzz. The Qinggang sword was filled with excitement. "Go forth and seek out the one who lurked and attempted to ambush me." With that, Chun Fan exited the Wan Jie Qianzhuang, returning to Xiao Mi's body, now holding the Qin Gang sword. Whoosh! The Qin Gang sword immediately soared into the night, disappearing like a child frolicking in the dark. Observing this, Chun Fan shook his head with a smile, making no attempt to stop it, rising calmly, and saying, "It seems someone knows me quite well, even going so far as to summon a formidable Yin soul to deal with me." Just moments ago, his Yin soul had been in the hall of the Wan Jieqian Zhuang, thus receiving no harm. Rather, the Yin soul attack initiated by the adversary had been detected at the first moment. In fact, considering Chun Fan's current level of Yin soul cultivation, even if he relaxed his defenses and allowed it to strike, he would sustain no injuries, for the disparity in their Yin soul cultivation was far too great. It is important to note that with his current human soul cultivation, he could roam freely across the spirit cloud continent. What formidable Yin souls could possibly exist in the mere Great Qin? Soon a series of anguished cries echoed from afar. Found it. Clearly, Chun Fan did not anticipate that the Qin Gang sword would locate the hidden enemy so swiftly. With a flash of his figure, he sped towards the location of the Qin Gang sword. Moments later, Chun Fan beheld the ambusher. It was an elderly man, dressed in luxurious attire, gaunt and wiry, with eyes brimming with vitality. This was an external manifestation of a powerful Yin soul. Yet at this moment, he appeared somewhat disheveled. He was pierced through the center of his brow by the Qin Gang sword, and his body seemed to dangle from the tree, swaying back and forth. Lifeless beyond measure. Whoosh! Upon noticing the arrival of its master, the Qin Gang sword was promptly withdrawn, joyfully circling around Chun Fan as if to take credit for its deed. Chun Fan had initially intended to interrogate the deceased regarding his identity and the mastermind behind him. But with the man now slain by the Qin Gang sword, any chance of questioning was lost. Nevertheless, he refrained from chastising the Qin Gang sword, recognizing his own lack of clarity in the matter, and instead praised. "Well done, little Qing, for swiftly identifying the villain who ambushed me." Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of astonishment at the sword's formidable power. There were no signs of struggle, nor any celestial phenomena accompanying the event. A ghostly expert of at least the transformation realm had been effortlessly dispatched with a single strike. To put it plainly, the Qin Gang sword had executed the blow with mere casualness, effortlessly slaying the foe. Buzzing, the Qin Gang sword, elated by the commendation, became even more jubilant, vibrating twice before pointing its tip toward the distance. "Do you wish to play?" Perceiving the sword's eagerness, Chun Fan nodded and replied, "Go ahead, but do not indiscriminately slay the innocent." Buzzing, subsequently, the Qin Gang sword, displaying a remarkable sense of sentience, nodded its tip and then soared away, darting up and down, even circling a towering tree, moving from its roots to its crown without harming a single branch or leaf. Boundless energy, and its control over power was exceedingly precise. Whoosh! Observing this, Chun Fan felt reassured and, grasping the body beneath him, returned to the Wanjia money exchange, seeking out Qin Zheng. After careful consideration, he resolved to inquire about the deceased elder. This man was clearly no ordinary individual, and given Qin Zheng's standing in the Great Qin, he should have some recognition of him. "Isn't this Elder Qin?" Qin Zheng immediately recognized the individual and hastily introduced. Elder Chun, a third-rank talisman master of the Great Qin, a royal tribute of noble status. His master, Elder Fong, is a fourth-rank talisman master and the national master of Great Qin, highly esteemed by the king and wielding significant power. "How could he die here?" Chun Fan spoke. "He came to assassinate me." "What?" Qin Zheng's expression changed abruptly. "I bear no grievances against him. He couldn't possibly come to assassinate me without cause. There must be a mastermind behind this." Chun Fan spoke again. Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng immediately comprehended the implication of the envoy from the Wanjia money exchange. Chapter 52. The Wanjia money exchange established, the ancient hunting ground opens. Elder Fong, as the national master, has never openly supported anyone. However, Elder Chun has maintained a close relationship with Prince Qin Hai. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Zheng candidly stated, "To prevent the envoy from misunderstanding and thinking I am sowing discord, I must add that this matter is known throughout the court." Hearing this, Chun Fan understood Qin Zheng's concerns and nodded, formulating a hypothesis in his mind. This incident was highly likely orchestrated by the narrow-minded and not particularly clever Prince Qin Hai. The Wanjia money exchange is about to be completed, isn't it? Chun Fan shifted the topic and inquired. Reporting to the envoy, it will be completed by tomorrow, Qin Zheng respectfully replied. Indeed, Chun Fan nodded, stating, we are 3 days ahead of schedule. This is a reward from my master for you. As he spoke, he handed a Wanjia token to Qin Zheng. Thank you, esteemed envoy. Upon seeing this, Qin Zheng's heart surged with joy, even with his composure. He could not conceal the delight evident on his brow. First, only those in possession of a Wanjia token can engage in transactions with the Wanjia money exchange. This is a key to the door. Not something just anyone can obtain. Second, this reflects the attitude of the Wanjia money exchange's master. His recognition is of utmost importance. Given the king's regard for the Wanjia money exchange, the master's stance directly influences his standing within Great Qin. It may even affect the ultimate fate of the princely title. Whoosh! Immediately, Chun Fan turned to leave, while Qin Zheng was exceptionally elated to the point of being unable to sleep through the night. Based on my analysis with General Meng, the king's extreme emphasis on establishing the Wanjia money exchange is likely due to a transaction with the master of the Wanjia money exchange. And realizing its formidable nature, if the king were to learn that the master of the Wanjia money exchange gifted me a Wanjia token, he would undoubtedly lean towards my side concerning the final allocation of the princely title. At the very least, he would not continue to support Prince Qin Hai as he had before. Qin Zheng's eyes sparkled with determination. The throne of Great Qin shall be his. Today, news returns that the king showcased his might, decisively slaying the 3 commanders of the Great Chu army, advancing with overwhelming force, and incorporating the entire territory of Great Chu into the Great Qin domain. Moreover, the king has discovered a spiritual vein in the recently conquered territory of Great Chu. This is indeed a boon for the rise of Great Qin. Our Great Qin may not be without hope of establishing a dynasty. Qin Zheng clenched his fists tightly. The Ming dynasty could rise completely. So too can our Great Qin. The Wanjia money exchange is the opportunity. Therefore, the princely title of Great Qin is destined to be his. The following day at noon, the Wanjia money exchange was officially established. Without any ceremony, as Chun Fan disliked such formalities, Great Qin was in dire need of the soldiers who had built the establishment. Ding! As he watched the soldiers and craftsmen gradually depart, a system notification suddenly echoed in Chun Fan's mind. The first Wanjia money exchange has been established. Reputation value has reached 100 points. Reward: an encyclopedia. Chun Fan. What is reputation value? Is it the recognition of the Wanjia money exchange? And how is 100 points determined? Furthermore, he had previously mentioned wanting an encyclopedia, yet this time he was rewarded with one. The system cannot possibly determine rewards based on his desires, can it? If that is the case, it would be splendid. Just as he was about to click to see what this encyclopedia contained, Qin Zheng approached. Esteemed envoy, the ancient hunting ground is about to open in Great Q. Is the esteemed master of your establishment interested? If so, we in Great Qin would be willing to act as guides. The ancient hunting ground is said to be a battlefield from ancient times, where countless ancestors perished, filled with heavy malevolent energy and great peril. However, because ancient powerful beings fell there, they left behind various techniques, combat skills, and other precious resources, all highly coveted by the world. Each time it opens, many rush in, yet most do not return, and this has been the case for thousands of years. This leads to even more resources being lost within, enticing more individuals to enter in search of their fortunes and great opportunities. Ultimately, the ancient hunting ground has evolved into a place where major factions train their disciples and select outstanding talents. To prevent unfairness, powerful individuals from Zhongzhou have deployed a large formation, only allowing those under the age of 20 from the younger generation to enter. Each major faction has a certain quota, which varies yearly based on their overall strength. That it is said that many have gained great opportunities from it, soaring to new heights, correct? Chun Fan inquired. Indeed, the ancient hunting ground opens once every 3 years, and nearly all the talent from the eastern domain enter it. Qin Zheng replied. Not long ago, the great Chu's Prince Chu Wushuang, whom you punished, also entered it and reaped substantial rewards, reportedly acquiring mid-level Earth-tier combat skills. 12 years ago, a talent from our great Qin entered a mysterious tomb and experienced a significant surge in power. There are countless examples. However, only talent from the Eastern Domain and select talent from Zhongzhou are qualified to enter. Individuals from the other 7 domains have no such privilege. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan nodded. He understood that for talents from the Eastern Domain, the ancient hunting ground was a place for rising to prominence, an opportunity for fame, while for talents from Zhongzhou, it was merely a training ground. Then what use is it for me to enter? Chun Fan had no desire to engage with such a group of talents. However, he realized that while he may not wish to stir up trouble himself, he could select a portion of outstanding talents to recruit into the Wanjie Money Exchange. The tasks given by the system included 2 points. First, to expand the reputation of the Wanjie Money Exchange. Second, to recruit envoys for the Wanjie Money Exchange. This large gathering of talents is undoubtedly a splendid opportunity for both fame and recruitment. Chun Fan recognized that the current Wanjie Money Exchange, while drawing some attention, remained largely unknown across the vast Eastern Domain. The majority of people were unaware of this force, even within Great Qin. It was not common knowledge. I will go. However, I will not participate. Chun Fan spoke calmly. The Wanjie Money Exchange will release news, seeking envoys from the ancient hunting ground, with no limit on numbers. What? The Wanjie Money Exchange is seeking envoys? Qin Zheng's pupils constricted slightly, and his expression flickered. If he were to become the envoy of the Universal Bank, he would be irrevocably tied to it, riding on the same war chariot. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. A momentous opportunity. His heart stirred, yet he harbored his own reservations. Would this affect his governance of the Great Qin? He still needed to confer with General Meng. Chapter 53. Within the book lies beauty. After Qin Zheng departed, only Chun Fan remained atop Lingyun Mountain T that moment. He had already entered the Universal Bank, commencing his exploration of the encyclopedia. Encyclopedia. Omniscient and omnipotent. Access rights are not yet fully open and require the infusion of spiritual veins for nurturing. Omniscient and omnipotent. Chun Fan's pupils contracted slightly. Did this not perfectly resolve his embarrassing predicament of ignorance? Open it. Instantly, an ancient tome appeared before Chun Fan, adorned with 4 grand characters. Encyclopedia. However, there was nothing discordant about it. It was quite thick. Chun Fan examined it closely, realizing he would need to study it thoroughly. It would be impossible to finish in a short span, so he chose to sit cross-legged. He then opened the first page. Buzz! In the next instant, it was as though a world unfolded before Chun Fan. He felt as if he had activated a divine perspective, gazing down upon the kingdom within the book. Countless figures engaged in various activities. Some hurried along their paths. Others exchanged words. Some attended to their pregnant wives, while children frolicked about. Wait. As these scenes unfolded before him, Chun Fan was momentarily stunned. Was this not merely a book? How could it contain so many living beings? No, there were also dogs, and this one is a Qilin. That one is a phoenix, a golden toad, and even a thief. Chun Fan's expression grew increasingly astonished. What was happening? This was nothing short of a complete world. Every conceivable character was present, and myriad events transpired. He even witnessed a newlywed couple exchanging vows. 1 bow to the heavens, 2 bows to the ancestral hall. Chun Fan's ethereal soul concentrated, and he could hear the conversations within. Furthermore, the bride was truly beautiful, exuding an air of scholarly grace. Of course, the groom was not lacking either, whether in appearance or family background. He undoubtedly hailed from a prominent lineage. Were these not real beings and beasts? After observing and listening for a considerable time, he finally formed a conjecture. Within the book lies a golden house. Within the book lies beauty. Were these all characters from the book, and within the same world? Had a new ecosystem formed? Did this mean he was the master here? Chun Fan found himself uncertain about his identity and position at that moment, and he wondered, was there anyone in charge here? As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a stirring in his heart and saw a woman standing atop a peak, bowing respectfully to him. The Universal Bank? His pupils constricted slightly as he noticed that behind this woman stood the Universal Bank. Moreover, in the entire world of the book, there was only this one Universal Bank. Did she know of my arrival? Whoosh! Filled with questions, Chun Fan flew directly into this world. Upon entering, he felt an entirely different sensation. And there was no conflict with this realm. It felt as if they were inherently harmonious. Master, the woman greeted gracefully, her voice ethereal. At that moment, Chun Fan finally discerned her appearance. She was exceptionally lovely, with delicate and three-dimensional features, skin as smooth as silk, and dressed simply, resembling a girl next door. Her ancient and elegant aura seemed to embody all talents, radiating a unique charm and confidence. Each of her expressions and movements contained profound wisdom, captivating Chun Fan's heart and mind. Is this woman a character from a book? Who? Who are you? Chun Fan inquired. I am the spirit of the encyclopedia. The encyclopedia is me, and I am the encyclopedia. The spirit replied, her voice delicate. You may call me Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai. Chun Fan hesitated momentarily, then continued. Could you explain to me what all of this is? Who are these people? He hastily averted his gaze. Looking down at the vast world beneath him, it stretched infinitely. He truly dared not gaze at Xiao Bai any longer. Every aspect of her radiated wisdom and knowledge, worthy of his study and contemplation. He felt that if he continued to look, he could endlessly learn from her, without respite. However, staring at a girl for so long was rather impolite, even if he could gain much knowledge. Thus, he decisively shifted his gaze. Xiao Bai, perceptive and intelligent, seemed to sense her master's thoughts. She smiled gently and did not press the matter, instead introducing, Master, this is the world of the encyclopedia. Its extent is immeasurable. All the beings residing here are characters from the encyclopedia, including animals, rivers, buildings, and more. However, after countless years of development and change, the characters here intermarry and reproduce, akin to two characters from the book merging. Their offspring represent new perspectives and knowledge. In this realm, life, aging, illness, and death also exist. They are akin to outdated or erroneous knowledge, viewpoints, and theories. As long as your knowledge, viewpoints, and theories are correct, you may live indefinitely. Hence many here enjoy long lives, resulting in the ever-growing population of this world. By the way, to better serve you, I have recruited several assistants who reside in the Universal Bank, constantly aiding me in acquiring insights and knowledge. This encapsulates the essence of it. I trust you can understand? Stop! Chun Fan immediately waved his hand and said, I believe I can grasp the gist of it. If he continued listening, it would likely consume an inordinate amount of time. In such a vast world, there appeared to be no dynasty or major power in existence. What, then, constrained the majority of the populace? It was clear that without rules, chaos would ensue. His curiosity was piqued. The heavenly Tao. Xiao Bai responded with a gentle smile. Chun Fan inadvertently turned his head for a glance and was instantly captivated by her smile. In that smile, he seemed to glimpse countless meanings and stories. If he delved deeper, it would be overwhelming. Coughing lightly, he quickly averted his gaze, reminding himself once more to refrain from looking at Xiao Bai, even though he could indeed gain knowledge. May I give you a name? Chun Fan asked. The name encyclopedia seems to diminish your grace. Certainly. I belong to you, Master. Whatever you say is what it shall be, Xiao Bai replied. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan felt a sudden warmth in his heart and hurriedly said, Let us call you Yen Ruyu. What do you think? That is my given name. She responded. Chapter 54. Loyalty to the Nation. Chun Fan departed from the kingdom within the book. However, he had gleaned much and realized that the ancient saying, Within the book lies beauty, was indeed true. He even beheld the room where Yen Ruyu resided. A golden house. At that moment, Chun Fan was nearly left speechless in astonishment. The key was that Yen Ruyu resided within a golden house without feeling out of place. Nor did it seem vulgar. Rather, it all appeared so natural, so harmonious, in accordance with the laws of the heavenly Tao. Emerging from this experience, Chun Fan felt as though his soul had been profoundly impacted, and he needed time to process all he had absorbed. After a while, he managed to regain some semblance of composure, muttering to himself, This is utterly incredible. IT has completely overturned my understanding. The existence of the universal bank system seemed designed to challenge various perceptions. Not only was it reshaping the understanding of those living in this world, but it was also reshaping his own. Originally, having lived 3 lives with the first on Earth, he had been exposed to advanced and distinct thoughts and beliefs. Yet at this moment, the superiority he once felt had vanished entirely. Knowledge, endless knowledge. I must cultivate a mindset for learning. The adage, live and learn, proves to be true. He recalled the most significant societal phenomenon observed within the book, the importance of reading. From childhood to adulthood, whether one was an ordinary person or a thief or a bandit, the pursuit of learning was relentless. This phenomenon is not merely a societal inertia. Rather, it stems from the understanding that only by acquiring knowledge can one truly thrive. Knowledge, to them, is akin to sustenance. Without it, one faces hunger, even death. It is an essential commodity. Chun Fan shook his head, contemplating the vastness of what he had witnessed in the kingdom of books. He could likely recount his experiences for days on end without respite. Exhaling heavily, he refocused his thoughts on a pressing reality. To gain the knowledge he sought from the encyclopedia, he had but 2 paths before him. The first was to directly consult Xiaoyu. However, this would only yield superficial insights, as all knowledge would be limited to Xiaoyu's verbal accounts. The second option was to venture into the regions corresponding to the knowledge he desired and engage in dialogue with the inhabitants therein, allowing for a deeper understanding of the subject matter. Point 1 shallow, 1 profound, both complementing each other splendidly. Even Xiaoyu must frequently seek knowledge, particularly for the newly born. With this in mind, Chun Fan resolved to spend more time exploring the kingdom of books whenever possible. Additionally, he recognized another issue. The world within the books had merely unlocked a portion of knowledge, while many areas remained temporarily sealed off, leaving even Xiaoyu ignorant of their contents. The unlocking of these areas required spiritual veins. It appeared that diligent effort on his part was essential. As his thoughts swirled tumultuously, Chun Fan took a moment to ponder before regaining his composure. He then exited the Myriad Realms Bank system, setting up a protective formation around it to safeguard it. Thus, he would not need to worry about intrusions by individuals or wild beasts during the night. The potency of this minor formation was such that it would be impenetrable to beings of the spirit refinement and spirit profound realms. Even those of the spirit movement realm and above would face vehement resistance, creating enough commotion for him to be alerted. Though not overly powerful, a small formation was certainly better than none. Just then, a flying beast of spirit profound strength attempted to alight upon the roof of the Myriad Realms Bank, only to trigger the protective formation, forcing it to flee that a visitor had arrived. Just as Chun Fan prepared to cultivate, he was suddenly filled with joy. While the Qin Gang sword no longer required nurturing through spiritual veins, the encyclopedia did. Moreover, who could say if other items would require them in the future? Swiftly, he returned to the Myriad Realms Bank system. With a heavy thud, a sound echoed through the air. Turning towards the noise, Chun Fan spotted a general, his face weary, his body drenched in blood, and his sword bearing multiple nicks. Clearly just returned from the battlefield. Chun Fan keenly detected the fury emanating from his brow, sensing a volatile emotion akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Simultaneously, information about this general surfaced in his mind. And Zhonghua, a mid-tier spirit transformation powerhouse and a general of the Great Han dynasty. The Great Han, a dynasty swiftly descending into decline. The ruler is incompetent and treacherous ministers dominate the court. It could be said that the dynasty has managed to persist thus far solely due to 2 factors. First, the deep-rooted heritage of the Great Han, and second, Zhonghua. True to his name, Zhonghua is fiercely loyal to his nation. He has dedicated his life to the Great Han, slaying countless foes and leaving a trail of bones in his wake. Despite his youth, he boasts an impressive record of military achievements, marking him as a pivotal figure in the resurgence of the Great Han. He once single-handedly repelled an army of 10,000. His martial prowess is unmatched. He has previously led his 18 elite guards to annihilate 30,000 enemy troops. His strategies are unparalleled. He has commanded armies to obliterate entire nations, were it not for the intervention of a spirit communication realm expert from the Great Zhou dynasty. The territories of the Great Han would surely have doubled. Expanding the nation is his duty. His accolades are countless, and he has never tasted defeat, earning him the title of the Great Han's undefeated general. Alas, his achievements have overshadowed his sovereign. At the pinnacle of his career, the King of Han, swayed by slanderous whispers, stripped him of his military command, and Zhonghua bore no grievances, content to remain idle at home, accompanying his wife and children. Yet his heart remained tethered to his country, always vigilant of its plight, never forsaking his skills, all in anticipation of the day he might fight for his nation once more. A phrase he often uttered was, "Born a citizen of the Great Han, die a soul of the Great Han." Upon hearing of the king's foolishness, neighboring nations rejoiced, immediately extending olive branches in hopes of winning Zhonghua to their side, only to be repelled by him. Just a month prior, the king of Wu, commanding an army of 1,000,000, sought to invade the territories of the Great Han, taking advantage of Zhonghua's disempowerment. The Great Han's border forces, numbering 10,000, fled due to the cowardice of their commander, leading to their annihilation in a single battle. Truly, an incompetent general can doom 1,000 soldiers in an instant. The borders cried out for aid, and Zhonghua was once again called to arms. As he departed, he gazed at his beloved wife, who had stood by him for 18 years, and said, "The fires of war spread far and wide. My lady, do not look back. The road ahead is fraught with peril. I implore you to await my return in peace." His wife, well-educated and gracious, was a true lady of refinement, and she responded with eloquence, "Should you be wounded in battle, remember that warmth still lingers at home. Await the day you return, and we shall talk of the harvest when the rain falls." Chapter 55, National Grievances and Family Hatred, the Loyal Minister in Peril. With that, Zhonghua resolutely departed to the ferry terminal. The hurried passerby longs for the day he can cross the river with you, hand in hand until old age. They all vow their promises are as weighty as gold. Yet they hear the distant sound of war echoing across the horizon. Once sworn to each other, how could they forget their vows? They hope you will remember your humble wife when you return victorious. Watching her husband fade into the distance, Zhonghua's wife silently shed tears. Inspired by her emotions, she softly parted her lips. Yet her beloved was no longer by her side. She understood that she was but a small love, while her husband embodied a greater love. She could not hinder his departure. Returning to the military, his mere presence instantly steadied the hearts of the troops, even though this was a newly recruited army. All those with parents at home, step forward. All those with wives and children, step forward. All only children, step forward. All fathers and sons present in the army, sons step forward. All brothers in the army, brothers step forward. All who step forward will remain in the camp. Those who do not step forward, follow me to slay the enemy. Kill, kill, kill. In an instant, the morale of the troops soared. Those who had stepped forward, however, were unwilling to remain in camp, shouting, "General, I, Zhao Ergu, have a wife and children that if I die, my wife can find another, but I will fight for my country. I, Li Ran, am the only son at home. But I am also a child of the nation. I, Wang Shuang, have both father and son in the army. My father fights for the nation, and so shall I. General, we request a fight." The morale surged anew. The great battle commenced, and Zhonghua led the charge. Unstoppable, he commanded 30,000 new soldiers against the 1,000,000-strong army of Wu. Just a day prior, after a month of fierce fighting, Zhonghua, due to his exceptional leadership and military prowess, had managed to hold his ground against the vast forces of Wu. Today, the king of Wu had unwittingly fallen into his trap. Just as he was about to close the net, a family soldier stumbled in. Kneeling, "General, it's terrible. Madam, what has happened to her?" And Zhonghua's expression changed dramatically. From the moment he set out to battle until now, he had maintained a tranquil demeanor, even when facing the 1,000,000-strong army of Wu, remaining impassive and confident. There was no need to panic. Yet at this moment, he was utterly thrown into disarray. Zhao Gonggong has slandered the general as a traitor, seeking to ally with Wu to annihilate the Great Han. The king has already branded you a traitor, and your wife and son have been imprisoned. They will be executed in 3 days, the family soldier reported. What? And Zhonghwa's brow furrowed, his fists clenched tightly. General, what nonsense is this? You are fighting here for your life, while the king believes the slander and seeks to put you to death. How utterly unjust! In an instant, the surrounding loyal guards and soldiers were filled with indignation. Yet Zhonghua slowly drew his sword, pointing it towards the king of Wu, and spoke in a deep voice. To slay the king of Wu will not only absolve me of this unfounded charge, but will also eradicate the great threat that Wu poses. All troops, heed my command, kill! The battle ignited. After a grueling day of combat, Zhonghua nearly captured the king of Wu, had it not been for the king's strength reaching the initial stage of the spirit communication realm. He would have never escaped. As he struck down the last of his enemies, only 108 soldiers remained behind him. Just as everyone prepared to shout victory, a figure rushed in, panic-stricken, delivering the news. General, it's bad. Madam and a young master have been poisoned to death in prison by Zhao Gonggong. Upon hearing the words, Zhonghua, with a physique as robust as a stalwart pine, suddenly trembled violently. Nearly stumbling to the ground, he leaned on his sword, surrounded by blood-soaked earth, with corpses scattered across the landscape, rivers of blood flowing around him. Suddenly, he laughed heartily towards the heavens. Ching! Look, I have won this battle. I have safeguarded our homeland. Yet, where are you, the one I yearn to protect the most? A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. The soldiers behind him were consumed by rage, a sense of desolation sweeping through their hearts. Whoosh! The Universal Bank appeared, facilitating the exchange of all things. The universal token manifested before Zhonghua, and without hesitation, he grasped it tightly. Taking a deep breath, Chun Fan, having grasped the entire story, felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart and held Zhonghua in utmost respect, prompting him to inquire. This is the Universal Bank. How do you wish to transact? And Zhonghua hoarsely uttered 4 words. Annihilate the Great Han. Chun Fan's heart quivered. To destroy the very nation he had devoted his life to protecting. Only immense suffering could lead to such a choice. Yet, it was indeed the most righteous decision. Thankfully, you are not foolishly loyal. Otherwise, I would truly look down upon you. Chun Fan spoke again. I once heard a saying, my woman, even if she commits the gravest of errors. From the moment she weeps, it is I who have erred. Your willingness to act in fury for a beloved is the mark of a true gentleman. This master can assist you in obliterating the Great Han. Upon hearing Chun Fan's words, Zhonghua's heart ached, revealing a pained expression as he spoke again. The Great Han is rotted to its core. Since this world cannot accommodate me, I shall overturn it. Chinger, do not fret. Once I avenge you, I shall come to join you. At these words, Chun Fan sighed inwardly. Throughout history, loyal ministers with favorable fates have been exceedingly rare, and Zhonghua was both fortunate and unfortunate. Fortunate to encounter a splendid era to showcase his talents. Unfortunate to be under the reign of a foolish monarch. What price are you willing to pay? Chun Fan refrained from idle chatter. Immediately, images of Zhonghua's resources surfaced in his mind. 9-turn body refinement technique, Thunderous Fist, 132 Spirit Stones, first-tier talent point 132 Spirit Stones. Upon seeing this number, Chun Fan felt an inexplicable sense of irony. A distinguished general possessed merely 132 Spirit Stones. Such a loyal patriot, having devoted his life to his country, only to see his wife and children slaughtered. How profoundly ironic. Suddenly, Chun Fan's emotions erupted. Rage surged within him. Taking a deep breath, he narrowed his eyes and declared, I demand your freedom. Become an envoy of my Universal Bank, and I shall help you elevate your cultivation, providing you with a multitude of talismans. With your talent, leadership ability, and reputation within the Great Han, annihilating it should be a mere formality. Upon hearing this, Zhonghua furrowed his brow. Sensing his thoughts, Chun Fan understood. Afterwards, do you wish to end your own life? To join your wife and children? Zhonghua replied, Indeed, I cannot promise you anything right now, but if you can retrieve the bodies of your loved ones, and if possible, preserve their souls, I am certain that one day in the future, I'll be able to resurrect them. Chun Fan spoke. Chapter 56. 9-turn golden body technique. What? Upon hearing this, And Zhonghua's expression shifted. Are you truly serious? It is merely a possibility, Chen Fan emphasized. I agree, without hesitation, and Zhonghua nodded. Then, at lightning speed, he signed the soul contract. Rest assured, even if I cannot revive my wife and children, I will still serve as your envoy and assist your esteemed bank. A true gentleman's word is worth 1,000 gold. Subsequently, and Zhonghua suddenly spoke again. Hearing this, Chen Fan did not take it to heart, saying, although you have surpassed the optimal age for enhancing your strength, I believe that within 10 years, given your talent and willpower, you will surprise me. Here are 10 million spirit stones. I hope you can exhaust them all. By the way, what level is your 9-turn body refinement technique? And Zhonghua was taken aback. How did the master of the Universal Bank know he practiced the 9-turn body refinement technique? He instinctively replied, advance to the Xian tier. Is that all? Chen Fan frowned, and Zhonghua was taken aback again. Throughout the Great Han, only the royal family possessed foundational techniques of the Earth tier. His acquisition of an advanced Xian tier technique was purely due to exceptional fortune. And yet, it was deemed low. The low level of the technique would undoubtedly impact Zhonghua's cultivation speed. Wait a moment. I will see if there are any suitable techniques for you to cultivate. Saying this, Chen Fan immediately took out the encyclopedia, entering the kingdom of books, and inquired of Yin Ruyu. Little Yu, have you heard of the 9-turn body refinement technique? Is there a corresponding advanced technique? He approached it with a trial-and-error attitude, as many knowledge areas within the encyclopedia remained unopened. The reason he did not present the sacred Fireheart technique was that it was not suitable for everyone. Since Zhonghua was on the path of body refinement, he would search for a body refinement technique. The 9-turn body refinement technique, an advanced body refinement technique of the Xian tier, when cultivated to perfection, grants an incredibly robust physique, impervious to all, immune to blades and spears, and even suffers minimal damage from spiritual energy, making one invincible in close combat. Yin Ruyu gracefully stepped forward, speaking without hesitation. As for a corresponding advanced technique, there's the 9-turn golden body technique. It was created by a powerful individual based on the 9-turn body refinement technique, a promotion technique of the heavenly tier. When cultivated to perfection, it can achieve a golden body, rendering one invincible of the same tier, disregarding spiritual energy attacks, sufficient to roam freely. Excellent. That is the one. Provide me with the cultivation method, Chen Fan immediately said, his heart brimming with joy. With the encyclopedia, it was as if he possessed boundless cultivation resources, whether techniques, combat skills, or anything else could be obtained. As long as he had enough spiritual veins. This illustrates how, upon the establishment of the Universal Bank, the accumulation of prestige points had reached 100, and the system rewarded him so generously. He understood that the system was encouraging him to continue establishing the Universal Bank and to further spread its reputation. Thus, he needed to recruit more envoys. Master wishes to cultivate the 9-turn golden body technique? No, the master is in a ghostly state and cannot yet cultivate the 9-turn golden body technique. Can he? Does the master intend to trade it? To bestow it upon another? Yin Ryu analyzed. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's brow twitched. The spirit of the book indeed possessed great wisdom, effortlessly deducing his intentions. He did not conceal it, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Master, why don't I personally inform him? It would facilitate his understanding. Yin Ryu suggested. Chen Fan was taken aback. But, isn't the kingdom of books accessible only to me? Yes, Yin Ryu nodded. Then how will you inform him? Chen Fan inquired, puzzled. I can go out. Yin Ryu replied, Chen Fan had not considered this. You can still go out? Can all characters within the encyclopedia exit? Not all. Only I can, as I am the spirit of the encyclopedia. Yin Ryu explained. Would you like to know why? I can explain it to you. Stop. I currently have no interest in understanding. Chen Fan responded. Yin Ryu. Very well. Master, one must learn throughout life. You must possess a diligent and eager heart for knowledge. Chen Fan. The master understands. That is good. Yin Ryu then lightly lifted her jade feet, her form gracefully soaring outward, quickly enlarging until she appeared beside Chen Fan. She turned out to be a strikingly beautiful maiden, standing at 1 meter 68, clad in ancient attire, exuding an elegant and transcendent aura. With delicate features, embodying the archetype of classical beauty, Chun Fan hurriedly averted his gaze, almost succumbing to the sea of knowledge once more. "Master, is he the one?" Yin Ruyu inquired, looking at the meditating Zhonghua. "Indeed," Chun Fan affirmed, then continued. "In Zhonghua, I have the promotion version of the 9-turn body refinement technique, a body refinement technique created based on the 9-turn body refinement technique called the 9-turn golden body technique. Now, close your eyes and cultivate." And Zhonghua complied with the instruction. Initially, it was believed that Yin Ryu would articulate her thoughts, but in the next moment, Chun Fan witnessed her delicate fingers lightly tap. And immediately the cultivation method of the 9-turn golden body technique entered the mind of Zhonghua. Without hesitation, Chun Fan devoted the last 10 years of time on his time card to Zhonghua. Instantly, the scene before Zhonghua transformed once more that he was genuinely taken aback. Closing his eyes, he began to cultivate. Here, 10 years felt like a fleeting moment to the outside world. He could not afford to waste any time. Chun Fan's voice seemed to resonate from all directions, echoing in Zhonghua's ears. Subsequently, the bewildered Zhonghua unhesitatingly commenced his cultivation. "Master, I shall return." Having fulfilled her mission, Yin Ryu spoke no further and soared back to the realm of the encyclopedia. Meanwhile, Chun Fan noticed that in a corner of this world, a group of individuals was diligently practicing the 9-turn golden body technique, drawing his attention immediately. However, just as he intended to observe closely and comprehend the power of the 9-turn golden body technique, Zhonghua had already opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shooting forth. He promptly knelt on one knee and proclaimed loudly, "Envoy Zhonghua pays respects to the master." In an instant, Chun Fan's thoughts were drawn back. Late stage of the spirit communication realm, judging by your aura, a breakthrough to the spirit sovereign realm is imminent. Excellent. How far have you progressed with the 9-turn golden body technique? Chun Fan inquired. "I have cultivated it to the realm of great perfection," and Zhonghua replied. "Moreover, I have also mastered the Thunder Fist to an exceptional level. Achieving such accomplishments in merely 10 years was somewhat slow, considering Zhonghua was already over 30 and past the prime of cultivation. Nonetheless, attaining such a level was no small feat. Here are some talismans. You likely no longer require them, but your subordinates may find them useful. Take them." "Thank you, Master." Chapter 57. "You are unjust. So, am I returning to the battlefield?" And Zhonghua felt as if everything had transpired in a dream. Yet the surging power within him assured him of the reality. In the late stage of the spirit communication realm, I alone am sufficient to annihilate the Great Han. With his eyes narrowing, a murderous intent enveloped him as he bellowed, "Kill! The Great Han has betrayed me. Let us destroy it. Qing'er, I come to avenge you. I shall trample across this land." Behind him, 108 valiant warriors roared in unison, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" In that moment, the very landscape shifted, and Zhonghua did not recruit soldiers. Instead, he led his 108 warriors directly towards the capital of the Great Han. The fate of the Great Han was sealed. Chun Fan understood that the Great Han was destined for destruction. And Zhonghua and his companions traveled day and night without pause, experiencing no hindrance along the way. The sentinels within the country were lethargic, and the checkpoints were virtually non-existent. Zhonghua and his entourage raced through unimpeded. Even if someone attempted to obstruct them, they were swiftly eliminated by Zhonghua. With his late-stage spirit communication realm strength, he could rampage throughout the entire eastern region, let alone a mere Great Han. It is worth noting that the King of Han was merely at the initial stage of the spirit communication realm. Soon, they arrived at the capital of the Great Han. Finally, they encountered a properly organized guard. The soldiers guarding the city gates were the trusted generals of Lord Zhao. Upon seeing Zhonghua unexpectedly appear, they were perplexed and would not allow him entry into the city, questioning, "General Lin, as a dignified general, are you fleeing the battlefield?" As he spoke, he scrutinized Zhonghua, whose appearance clearly indicated that he had just descended from the battlefield and had been racing back day and night. Since Zhonghua had come directly from the front lines, he was entirely unaware of the situation here. "Get lost," and Zhonghua frowned, his murderous intent palpable. Being publicly insulted by Zhonghua, The general's expression shifted. However, recalling that his lord, Lord Zhao, had already framed in Zhonghua with treason, he felt no fear. In Zhonghua, do not mistake my leniency for weakness. You have betrayed the country. The evidence is irrefutable. How dare you return? Are you followed by hundreds of thousands of troops from the Great Wu? The general coldly interrogated. Hearing this, and Zhonghua laughed in anger. Hundreds of thousands of troops from the Great Wu have infiltrated deep into the heart of the Great Han, spanning thousands of kilometers from the front lines to the capital. And you, the esteemed general, are unaware, yet you dare to question me. The general's face darkened, especially when he felt the unusual gazes around him. His face flushed with embarrassment and rage. He issued an order. What are you all standing around for? This is a traitor. The king himself declared it. Attack! Seize him! However, none of the soldiers dared to approach Zhonghua, for who among them had not heard of his name? This was the divine general of the Great Han, the undefeated commander. How could he possibly betray his country? Confusion and a sense of reverence paralyzed them, preventing them from advancing. Are you defying military orders? Kill him. Those who disobey will be executed without mercy. The general, trembling with rage, shouted, but he himself did not dare to take a step forward. He was merely at the initial stage of the transformation realm, and having not stepped onto the battlefield for years, how could he possibly be Zhonghua's opponent? Moreover, he harbored a genuine fear of Zhonghua. Just as the soldiers hesitated, Zhonghua suddenly leaped into the air. Astonishingly standing in midair, the general's complexion changed dramatically. Spirit communication realm. When did you break through to the spirit communication realm? Zhonghua coldly replied, You are not worthy to know. Yes, he spoke. He flickered and soared through the air, appearing before the general in an instant. The general's face paled. You dare? Bang! With a single punch, Zhonghua obliterated his head. Zhonghua does not fail his mission. Having defeated the 1,000,000 troops of the Great Wu, I return today to seek vengeance for my slain wife and children. Zhonghua's voice thundered across the skies, echoing throughout every corner of the Great Han's capital. In that moment, the entire capital fell silent, all eyes fixated on the imposing figure suspended in the air. This was the man who had protected the Great Han. Today, however, he sought to destroy it. Lord Zhao, consumed by a desire for power, manipulated the king of Han as if he were a mere pawn. Unbeknownst to all, under Lord Zhao's machinations, the Great Han's governance lay entirely in his hands. While the king of Han indulged in pleasures, oblivious to the true state of affairs, for the king of Han believed that strength was all that mattered for a nation. He was the only spirit communication realm powerhouse in the Great Han. So what did it matter if he relinquished control? Who would dare to betray? Today, Lord Zhao presented a Hu ethnic saintess, and the king of Han rejoiced, hosting a banquet for his ministers. Yet, in the midst of merriment, the sudden sound of Zhonghua's voice resounded. One can only imagine the fury that engulfed the king of Han. Preposterous. The king of Han soared into the air. Meanwhile, Lord Zhao's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smirk. Zhonghua possessed unparalleled military prowess, unmatched in history, but in politics, he was akin to a fool, publicly uttering such rebellious words. It was tantamount to courting death. Let them fight. It would be best if they engaged in a life-and-death struggle. I, as the rightful heir, could then reap the benefits. He actually hoped for Zhonghua to grow even stronger. Otherwise, if he were to be killed by the king of Han, the king's prestige would soar, obliterating the influence Lord Zhao had painstakingly built in both the populace and the court. This was clearly not the outcome he desired. The king of Han had assumed Zhonghua was still the former transformation realm powerhouse. But to his astonishment, he could now stand in midair. Spirit communication realm? Zhonghua, when did you break through? Immediately, he seemed to recall something, his expression darkening considerably. It was the Great Wu. It was King Wu who aided your breakthrough. Wasn't it? You have indeed betrayed the Great Han and colluded with King Wu. Now you wish to take my life? The king of Han spoke with a face full of malice. You know not the danger that awaits. Not only will I slaughter your entire family, but I shall annihilate your 9 clans and dismember you in 5 parts. You shall not die a good death. At these words, Zhonghua's aura surged violently. This was the king of Han he had fought tooth and nail to protect. Was it worth it? Was such a king truly worthy of his guardianship? Damn it! Damn it! The king of Han. Right and wrong shall be determined in due course. Since you are unjust, do not blame me for being heartless. And Zhonghua's aura continued to rise, a chilling murderous intent enveloping half the capital. Bring forth all those under in Zhonghua. Leave none alive. Annihilate them all. Do not mar their faces. Afterward, uncover the lineage behind them. I shall utterly annihilate the 9 clans of these traitors. Upon witnessing this, King Han was consumed by rage. Chapter 58. No bones left. Stomp, stomp, stomp. The 100,000 feathered forest army, who guarded the capital of Great Han, immediately set forth to encircle the 108 soldiers of Zhonghua. Form ranks. Engage the enemy. The 108 soldiers promptly formed an unusual battle formation, and rather than retreating, they charged forward with ferocity. Observing this scene, Chun Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. A formation? He then noticed that the array formed by these 108 individuals exuded a terrifying killing intent, and within the void, he could faintly discern the silhouette of a glimmering butcher's knife. Xiao Yu, what manner of formation is this? Chun Fan quickly consulted the encyclopedia and relayed what he had observed to Yen Ruyu, inquiring. This is a killing formation. It is called blood slaughter, true to its name. It is a formation born for slaughter, possessing tremendous power. These 108 soldiers can only form a small-scale blood slaughter array. However, their will is as unyielding as iron, and with the assistance of their master as talismans, they can unleash terrifying potency. Yen Ruyu swiftly provided her explanation. Powerful. At her words, Chun Fan's pupils constricted, uttering a single word. It seems I have the opportunity to learn about formations as well. No wonder Zhonghua could, with merely 30,000 new troops, triumph over the million-strong army of Dongwu, daring even to repel King Wu, a powerful figure in the initial spirit realm. It turns out to be due to this blood slaughter array. Chun Fan pieced everything together. Whoosh, whoosh, at this moment, and Zhonghua and King Han had already clashed. The late stage of the spirit realm against the early stage of the spirit realm. The superiority was indisputable. Even though King Han possessed a vast number of talismans, and Zhonghua's current cultivation method was the high-grade Celestial Tier 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique, he could effortlessly crush King Han. 9 Transformations Golden Body. In the next instant, and Zhonghua bellowed, and immediately his entire being radiated golden light, illuminating the ground. All present had their pupils constrict, their expressions filled with awe. Even some citizens of Great Han directly knelt to the ground, exclaiming, "The saint has descended." Soon, more people followed suit, kneeling and crying out, "The saint has descended." Bang! Crack! With a single punch, and Zhonghua shattered King Han's arms, the overwhelming force even fracturing his ribcage, blood gushing from his mouth. Bang! Subsequently, King Han was sent flying, crashing heavily onto his dragon throne, gasping for breath. Who could have anticipated that the once formidable and lofty King Han would, in a mere instant, resemble a stray dog? You! King Han attempted to speak, only to violently spit blood, and upon seeing Zhonghua standing before him, his expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor altering as he wagged his tail in a plea. General, the matter regarding the murder of your wife and child was all slander from eunuch Zhao. I was merely momentarily deceived. General, your family has served Great Han loyally for generations. How could you commit regicide? This is an act of utmost treachery. How will you explain this to your ancestors? If you spare me, I shall undoubtedly transfer great power into your hands. Indeed, I will certainly punish eunuch Zhao severely. However, Zhonghua remained unmoved, merely asking indifferently, "Where are the bodies of my wife and child?" The reason he did not strike King Han dead with a single blow was not due to insufficient strength, but rather because he needed King Han to reveal the location of his wife and child. I don't know. This whole affair was managed by eunuch Zhao. I truly have no knowledge of it. Puff! In the next moment, King Han's voice abruptly ceased. He stared in horror at the long sword at his chest, dread etched upon his face. He did not wish to die. He did not wish to die. He was the king of Great Han, with the Hu clan's saintess and 3,000 beauties in his harem awaiting his favor. How could he perish like this? Stomp. Yet, Nzhonghua did not cast him a glance, turning instead to pursue the fleeing eunuch Zhao. With a single step, he crossed thousands of meters, arriving before eunuch Zhao. Speak, where are the bodies of my wife and child? General, and everything was by the king's decree. I was merely acting on orders. Eunuch Zhao had just witnessed King Han being thoroughly trounced. How could he, a mere figure in the late spirit realm, hope to contend with Nzhonghua, now terrified to the point of losing control? He had shed all semblance of dignity, cowering on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Bang! However, Nzhonghua had no time for his ramblings, delivering a single kick that crushed eunuch Zhao's left hand. Instantly, eunuch Zhao screamed, the excruciating pain causing his complexion to turn pale. Speak! Nzhonghua stated coldly. Those words. Eunuch Zhao's heart chilled. He understood that if he did not speak, only greater torment awaited him. In the cursed graveyard, eunuch Zhao hastily replied. What? Upon hearing these 3 words, Nzhonghua's expression darkened ominously. The cursed graveyard was where Great Han discarded corpses, a place infested with wild dogs and beasts. His wife and child were actually there, recalling Chun Fan's mention of preserving bones. He instantly obliterated eunuch Zhao's body with a palm strike, then vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the cursed graveyard. Upon seeing dozens of ravenous wild dogs and beasts tearing at various corpses, his expression changed dramatically, and with a wave of his hand, puff, puff. In the next instant, the wild dogs and beasts fell dead, without a hint of resistance or cries of anguish. Qing Wushuang, he howled, then frantically flickered his form, examining each lifeless body. At this sight, Chun Fan felt an impending sense of dread. Wushuang, at a certain moment, and Nzhonghua, resembling an iron tower, abruptly halted, then knelt to the ground, trembling hands lifting a lifeless body. It was that a child approximately 2 or 3 years old, cold and devoid of life. More critically, there were large patches of shredded flesh and torn clothing upon if recalling something. And Nzhonghua's body trembled even more violently. When he noticed 2 severed hands beneath his son's body, his frame quaked violently, escalating his tremors, and Bones left. His wife, in her attempt to protect their son, had held him tightly in her embrace. Thus, in this cursed graveyard, both she and their child and Wushuang remained unharmed, while Nzhonghua's wife was devoured by the surrounding wild dogs and beasts. Holding those familiar hands, he could faintly discern the calluses upon them. Originally, Nzhonghua's wife was a refined lady, untouched by the hardships of life. Since marrying Nzhonghua, she had diligently shouldered the burdens. Nzhonghua, being an incorruptible official, often bestowed his salary upon his subordinates or the families of fallen soldiers. But Nzhonghua's wife had to fend for herself, supporting the family. Yet in the end, she had met such a fate. With no bones left? No. Chinga, in that moment, Nzhonghua roared skyward, blood streaming from his eyes, his voice resonating across the lands. Chapter 59. The ancient hunting ground opens. Nzhonghua was utterly enraged. However, he still retained his reason. Facing the horrific state of his wife and child, he restrained the raging inferno within him, cradling his son's cold corpse in one arm while holding his wife's remaining hands in the other. Swiftly returning to the Universal Bank. Bankmaster, please intervene to save my wife and child. Nzhonghua knelt on one knee, his eyes filled with earnest appeal. Hearing this, Chun Fan spoke. Your son still has hope. But your wife's situation, his words trailed off, yet the implication was unmistakable that I understand. And Nzhonghua painfully closed his eyes, taking a deep breath before speaking with difficulty. As for Chen, in that instant, he abruptly opened his eyes, placing his son's body and his wife's hands upon the ground, then slowly rising, each word deliberate. Bankmaster, I'm going to kill. Go forth without worry. I shall find a way for your wife and child. Chun Fan assured, waving his hand as a universal token reappeared before Nzhonghua. He understood that Nzhonghua's fury was far from extinguished. He was determined to exact vengeance on those who conspired against his wife and child. Whoosh! Suddenly, Nzhonghua departed. Chun Fan, chose not to dwell on his circumstances any longer, instead directing his gaze towards Wu Shuang, whose demeanor was serene in death, along with the two hands beside her. "Xiao Yu, come and take a look? What should we do?" he inquired, opening the encyclopedia. Yan Ryu appeared, her eyes fixed on Wu Shuang and the hands, her delicate brows furrowing slightly before she spoke. "Master, and Wu Shuang can summon her soul using the soul summoning technique, allowing her to cultivate the soul cultivation method to gradually strengthen her spirit, ultimately reaching the level of a human soul for rebirth. As for Zhonghua's wife, Xiaoyu currently has no means to assist, but the encyclopedia encompasses myriad methods, and there should be a solution. However, many of the knowledge access permissions have yet to be unlocked. Once they are fully accessible, a remedy will undoubtedly be found." Upon hearing this, Chun Fan nodded, refraining from further discussion. He carefully placed Zhonghua's wife into a jade box for preservation, preventing decay, and then stated, "Give me the soul summoning technique." Yan Ryu nodded in agreement. "Very well. However, it is best for the practitioner of the soul summoning technique to be a close relative who is deeply reliant on the spirit in life, and to perform the summoning at the place of their passing, as this significantly enhances the likelihood of calling back the soul. After all, Wu Shuang's spirit is exceedingly fragile and may have already dissipated into this world, making it impossible to coalesce into a soul." "Understood," Chun Fan replied, then began to study the soul summoning technique. With his celestial grade talent, he learned the technique remarkably swiftly, and with a master like Yan Ryu guiding him. His progress was rapid. By the time Zhonghua returned, Chun Fan had fully mastered the soul summoning technique, that he then shared everything he had learned, including the method of cultivation, with Zhonghua. Immediately, Zhonghua dedicated himself to rigorous training. Although his talent was of the first grade, resulting in a slower pace than Chun Fan, with Chun Fan's guidance, he advanced quickly, mastering the technique in less than a day. He then embraced Wu Shuang's corpse and departed without delay. Having already delayed too long, he feared that his son's spirit would completely dissipate. Thus he seized every moment. Given the frailty of Wu Shuang's spirit, it would likely take 49 days to succeed. Observing that Zhonghua's attempt to summon the spirit had yielded no results, Chun Fan realized that establishing a soul-summoning altar was necessary, requiring a span of 49 days with no interruptions. However, the current state of the nation was in turmoil, nearly on the brink of collapse. His brow furrowed slightly, with the death of the king of Han, and Zhonghua preoccupied with rescuing his wife and child. Chaos was inevitable. Former rebel forces would undoubtedly rise again. Moreover, neighboring nations would certainly not let this opportunity slip by. They might initially launch tentative attacks to gauge Zhonghua's reaction, but upon realizing his lack of response, they would undoubtedly invade in full force to that point. Whether it be rebels or foreign powers, their entry into the capital of Han could very well disrupt Zhonghua's soul-summoning process. This was uncertain, and Zhonghua evidently recognized this as well. While constructing the soul-summoning altar, he methodically organized the forces in the capital, ensuring that all powers were firmly under the command of his 108 warriors. He then instructed these warriors to guard the capital with their utmost strength. "You must hold out for 49 days. Zhuge Yu. During these 49 days, I don't care what methods you employ. You must protect the capital of Han." And Zhonghua commanded one of his generals. This individual stood at a height of 183 centimeters, with a tall and slender physique, piercing eyes, a resolute countenance, and was at the late stage of the spirit realm. "Yes, General," Zhuge Yu promptly replied, "with my ancestral blood slaughter array, we shall surely defend this capital of Han." Previously, 30,000 new troops had faced the 100,000-strong army of King Wu. With 108 warriors, they had repelled the 100,000 feathered troops of Han. Now, he commanded nearly 100,000 feathered troops and over 100,000 city guards. How could he fear? No wonder there was no mention of the blood slaughter array in the resources provided for Zhonghua. It was evidently this lad's ancestral formation. Observing this, Chun Fan felt a sudden clarity. Yet, why had no rewards emerged from this transaction? Was it because the system deemed this transaction incomplete? Did it require Zhonghua's wife and child to be revived? Or perhaps Zhonghua had yet to fully commit? Furrowing his brow slightly and pondering for a moment, he remained perplexed. Chun Fan shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. The system had its own criteria for judgment, and speculating further was futile. Next, he resolved to continue his training and delve deeper into the encyclopedia to expand his knowledge. With a shift in thought, he began contemplating his upcoming plans. If there were transactions to be made, he would pursue them. Additionally, he intended to involve himself in the ancient hunting grounds, beginning the recruitment of envoys. This was his first proclamation to recruit envoys for the Universal Bank. It was crucial for the bank's reputation and must be taken seriously. With his late-stage spirit realm strength paired with Xiao Yu, they should be more than capable of accomplishing the task. With these thoughts in mind, he hesitated no longer and called for Xiao Mi and Xiao Yu to fly together to the location of the ancient hunting grounds opening. The commencement of the ancient hunting grounds was a grand event that occurred once every 3 years, drawing the attention of all factions in the Eastern Domain. All powers would send their outstanding talents under 20 years of age, while many prodigies from the Central Domain would also come to hone their skills. Furthermore, numerous factions in the Eastern Domain, led by the Lingyun sect, would also focus their gaze on this event. Seeking to recruit the emerging contemporary geniuses, as the day of the ancient hunting grounds opening approached, an increasing number of martial artists flocked to the Great Q.I.N. in this environment. Chun Fan finally arrived at Haicheng. Chapter 60. Unqualified, the 9th Prince of Great Qin. Qin Zheng rushed directly to the army of the Qin King after departing from the Universal Bank atop Lingyun Mountain, reporting the affairs of the bank to the Qin King. Upon learning that the Universal Bank had entrusted a universal token to Qin Zheng, the Qin King was overjoyed. The master of the Universal Bank was enigmatic and unpredictable. It was wise to befriend him rather than oppose him. Xiao Jiao, you have done well, praised the Qin King. That it was precisely because he had received news from the master of the Universal Bank that he had been able to strike first against Chu, leveraging the bank's transactions to elevate his own strength to the mid-stage of the spirit realm, catching Chu completely off guard, leading to successive victories and substantial gains. The reason he had not yet returned to the Qin capital was twofold. First, the territory he had seized from Chu faced significant resistance from many of its citizens, requiring him to quell the unrest and provide reassurance. Second, the situation within Chu was precarious, with pressures mounting from various factions, and he sought to explore any opportunities to extract further advantage from Chu. Thank you for your praise, Father, Qin Zheng replied with a respectful gesture, his heart swelling with joy. He could sense that his father was beginning to show favoritism towards him. Do not return to the royal capital just yet. Go to Haicheng. You must ensure that the various factions attending the ancient hunting grounds are thoroughly satisfied. The Qin King instructed. Hearing this, Qin Zheng's pupils widened in astonishment, a look of overwhelming joy appearing in his eyes. According to past customs, it was the crown prince who had the privilege to host the various factions for such significant events. His father's decision to entrust him with this task signified something profound. Father, I will certainly give my all. I will not disappoint your expectations. Qin Zheng immediately affirmed. Good. The Qin King nodded, his gaze towards Qin Zheng growing increasingly approving. During this time, he had initially heeded Qin Hai's advice and confronted the Universal Bank head-on, resulting in the annihilation of 100,000 troops and substantial losses in skilled fighters, plunging Great Qin into a precarious situation. Subsequently, he adopted Qin Zheng's counsel, fostering a good relationship with the Universal Bank, which led to territorial expansion and a surge in his own power, significantly augmenting the prestige of Great Qin. The disparity between these two approaches was immense. How could he not perceive this? This also illustrated the difference between Qin Hai and Qin Zheng. He even began to contemplate whether it was time to make a move regarding the title of Crown Prince. Let us observe the performance at this ancient hunting grounds. Higher, this is your final opportunity. I hope you will not disappoint me. The Qin King contemplated inwardly, this moment. Qin Zheng hesitated briefly before deciding to inform his father about the assassination of the Universal Bank's envoy by Elder Chen. Given the importance of the Universal Bank, this was a significant matter that warranted reporting. Impudent. Upon hearing this, the previously cheerful Qin King's expression shifted drastically, and he stood in fury. Qin Hai. In that instant, he deduced the culprit was Qin Hai. As the king of Great Qin, he was acutely aware of the close ties between Elder Chun and Crown Prince Qin Hai, leading him to naturally associate the two. Was it Qin Hai who instigated this? If so, I will not hesitate to strip him of his title as Crown Prince, and he shall face severe punishment. Does he not realize that he has offended the Universal Bank? A foolhardy act. The Qin king narrowed his eyes, his expression exceedingly grim. However, he was not in haste to draw conclusions. He harbored doubts as to whether this matter was a deliberate ploy by Qin Zheng to cast suspicion upon the Crown Prince. After all, the direct beneficiary of this affair was none other than Qin Zheng himself. Investigate. Conduct a thorough inquiry into this matter. Should the mastermind behind the scenes be uncovered, they would face severe punishment without mercy. The Qin king immediately issued orders, even dispatching a trusted aide, armed with the imperial sword, to personally oversee the investigation. Upon witnessing this, Qin Zheng's gaze flickered, although it did not directly affect Qin Hai. The outcome was nonetheless satisfactory. One reaps what one sows. After departing from the Qin king, Qin Zheng hurried to the Black City, where he met with Meng Tian and excitedly proclaimed, "I was contemplating how to bring down His Highness the Crown Prince. And lo and behold, he has unwittingly exposed himself, committing such a foolish act. It is truly a stroke of fortune for me." Beside him, Meng Tian wore a smile as well. The Crown Prince's foolish maneuver had nearly secured their victory. Yet, the Crown Prince had not yet lost. They must not let their guard down. Meng Tian cautioned, "In this upcoming ancient hunting ground, both you and the Crown Prince will participate if the Crown Prince is favored by the Lingyun sect and other major powers of the Central Domain. The Qin king may not waver in his support for the Crown Prince's position. After all, while the Wanjie Bank employs inscrutable tactics, the true extent of its influence remains unknown. It is merely renowned in states such as Qin and Chu. Conversely, the Lingyun sect is a premier force across the entire Lingyun continent, with profound foundations capable of annihilating the entirety of Qin or even the Zhou dynasty. It is an absolute behemoth. Once involved with it, one would be under its protection. Even if it were discovered that Old Chun was appointed by the Crown Prince, given the Qin king's character, he would not dare to rashly punish the Crown Prince. Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng's pupils constricted. He was currently only at the late stage of the Lingxian realm, while the Crown Prince had recently broken through to the early stage of the Lingdong realm. This disparity in strength would undoubtedly impact the results of the ancient hunting ground. In other words, his chances of being favored by the Lingyun sect were significantly lower than those of the Crown Prince. Suddenly, the thought of the Wanjie token flashed through his mind. Should he engage in a transaction with the owner of the Wanjie Bank? In the capital of the Qin, Qin Hai glowered ominously in the direction of the Qin king, exclaiming, "Father has actually sent Qin Zheng to receive the various powers. Is this to inform the outside world that I, the Crown Prince of the Qin, am but a joke?" He even dispatched a trusted aide wielding the imperial sword to investigate Old Chen's matter. Is he intent on imprisoning me? He wishes for Qin Zheng to assume the role of Crown Prince. His gaze then shifted coldly towards the direction of the Black City. What makes you, Qin Zheng, better than me? Why? Damn it. Damn it. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, his entire being radiating an intensely violent aura. Calm yourself, Your Highness the Crown Prince. No one in Qin is qualified to contend with you for the title of Crown Prince. Not even the 9th Prince Qin Zheng. At that moment, an aged voice resonated. Chapter 61. The aspirants from all directions. The Qin king's favor towards Qin Zheng was, in fact, rooted in his regard for the Wanjie Bank behind him. What if the Crown Prince were to enter the Lingyun sect? Choosing between offending the Wanjie Bank or the Lingyun sect is a dilemma the Qin king would find easy to resolve. After hearing the words of the elder cloaked in black before him, the Crown Prince experienced a moment of clarity. He knew his father all too well. He was utterly devoid of sentimentality, never adhering to principles. In his eyes, there existed only interests. He would invariably opt for actions that favored him, executing decisions with extraordinary decisiveness. The strengths and weaknesses of the Lingyun sect and the Wanjie Bank were abundantly clear. The Qin king would undoubtedly side with the Lingyun sect. Therefore, I must gain entry into the Lingyun sect. At that moment, he finally understood why the elder in black had exerted himself to assist him in breaking through some time ago. Qin Zheng, I shall ensure you remain forever trapped within the ancient hunting ground, with no opportunity to contest for the throne of Qin. And as for the Wan Jie Bank, the day I emerge from the ancient hunting ground and join the Lingyun sect will mark your downfall. Upon arriving in Black City, Chun Fan allowed Xiao Yu to entertain herself while he donned a golden mask and strolled down the streets, eager to assess the caliber of this generation's talents. He also sought to glean insights into their characters, for recruiting emissaries for the Wan Jie Bank was no trifling matter. Black City, once a little-known town within the domain of Qin, exploded in prominence overnight after the discovery of the ancient hunting ground a few dozen miles away. The entire Qin placed immense importance on it, rapidly expanding the city tenfold, and construction was still ongoing. Today, its scale had multiplied by dozens compared to its former self. From a distance, it appeared as if an ancient behemoth lay prostrate upon the earth. Even so, the streets were bustling with people, and all major inns were fully booked. In other parts of Qin, Ling Xian realm warriors were already quite rare. Ling Dong realm warriors were even scarcer, and those of the Hua Ling realm were exceedingly uncommon. Yet here, Ling Xian realm warriors were ubiquitous, and Ling Dong realm warriors were as plentiful as cattle. Even Hua Ling realm experts could occasionally be encountered. However, no one had yet spotted a Tong Ling realm powerhouse. As Qin Fan walked along, he couldn't help but feel a sense of lamentation. Qin is still too weak. The Wan Jie Bank cannot be confined to this place. It must expand swiftly. Let us use this opportunity presented by the ancient hunting ground to establish our reputation. With a flicker of his beautiful eyes, Chun Fan made his way towards a tea house, as the ancient hunting ground was about to commence. The population of Black City surged, and tea houses, inns, and taverns experienced the highest influx of people that if one sought to gather information, these venues were undoubtedly the best places to do so. This woman must be stunning. The moment Chun Fan entered the tea house, he instantly captured the attention of all present. Even with the golden mask obscuring his entire face, it could not conceal his admirable figure and unique aura, making him the center of attention without effort. However, he exuded an air of icy aloofness, almost as if the words "do not disturb" were written upon his forehead. Thus, not many dared to approach him. Chun Fan had long grown accustomed to such scrutiny. As long as they did not provoke him, they were free to stare. He calmly approached a recently vacated table, ordered a pot of tea, and prepared to listen for information. Soon, many male warriors raised their voices, attempting to catch the attention of the newly arrived beauty. The corners of Chun Fan's mouth twitched beneath the mask, feeling a sense of helplessness. These men were indeed persistent. Yet I'm also a man. Logically, men should not make things difficult for one another, but my sexual orientation is quite normal, although the ancient hunting ground is hosted by Qin. In reality, Qin only possesses 10 quotas. Their national strength is too feeble. Meanwhile, many powerful nations boast dozens or even hundreds of quotas. The Dazhou dynasty, as the foremost imperial dynasty of the eastern region, possesses as many as 1,000 quotas. As for smaller nations, their quotas are woefully scant. Yet to avoid missing any prodigy, even the smallest country will secure at least one. As discussions arose, Chun Fan refocused his mind and began to listen. Gathering the information he required, so many talents had converged here. It was indeed a grand spectacle. Who would emerge victorious in this iteration of the ancient hunting ground? The Tang princess, Tang Yuyu, was as beautiful as a celestial being, captivating and enchanting, with her strength reaching the early stage of the Ling Dong realm. Moreover, she was exceptionally skilled in movement techniques, her speed unparalleled among warriors of the same level. Not only could they not contend with her, but they could scarcely even catch sight of her figure. In my opinion, while Tang Yuyu is formidable, the Desong Crown Prince, Song Miaocai, surpasses her. She is merely a woman. How powerful can she truly be? Song Miaocai excels in formations, being the only formation master among the younger generation of our eastern region. The might of formations is surely known to all, so do not underestimate them. The Deming Crown Prince, Zhu Guorui, possesses extraordinary physical prowess, having recently cultivated a body of copper and iron, impervious to blades and spears, even more monstrous than a puppet. Only spiritual artifacts can breach his defenses. Chun Fan could not help but feel intrigued. These prodigies, whose names were widely discussed, must undoubtedly be the most exceptional and credible talents from the Eastern Domain, which made them prime targets for his recruitment. You know who the geniuses from the Central Domain are. Knowing oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. Unclear, just as enigmatic as ever, they have always been formidable foes to our top talents in the Eastern Domain, and this time is likely no exception. Indeed, we have consistently been suppressed by them. It is truly frustrating. Alas, this time may be different. Have you forgotten about the crown Prince Jihan of the Dezhou dynasty? He possesses an innate ice physique and has practiced the national secret technique of the Dezhou dynasty, the ice-cold art, allowing for rapid progress in his cultivation and terrifying combat power. His mastery of ice energy makes him nearly invincible. He may not be inferior to those geniuses from the Central Domain. And let us not forget the Sword Dynasty's Swordblind. His swordsmanship is extraordinarily impressive, earning him the title of the foremost sword master of the younger generation in the Eastern Domain. 6 months ago, he, at the late stage of the Spirit Profound Realm, effortlessly slew a practitioner at the initial stage of the Spirit Movement Realm with a single strike. Now, he has not made a move for half a year, and no one knows just how formidable he has become. Jihan, Swordblind, Tang Yu. Chun Fan diligently noted these names. We must also pay attention to those geniuses from the Central Domain, as they seem to possess remarkable talents as well. By the way, I heard that Song Yaocai is fond of Tang Yu. I wonder if that is true. Who wouldn't he be enamored by someone as beautiful as Tang Yu? Do you think this beauty could be Tang Yu? Surely not. Would Tang Yu come here? But who do you think is more beautiful, she or Tang Yu? Upon hearing these individuals diverging further from the topic, he could not help but frown. When men gather, must they always talk of women? Chapter 62. Shao Qing, indignant, takes action. Beautiful lady, may I inquire your name? A prince of the Dezhou dynasty, one of the top 3 geniuses of the dynasty. Possessing strength at the late stage of the Spirit Profound Realm, approached with confidence in his status and power. From the Universal Bank, Chun Fan gracefully lifted her teacup, her pink, alluring lips parting slightly as she sipped her tea. Seeing this, the prince's heart raced with impatience, emboldened by the mention of the Universal Bank, a name he had never heard before and thought it could not possibly be a major power. He promptly suggested, "Would you be interested in joining forces with the Dezhou dynasty to enter together? With our dynasty's foundation, we can certainly protect you and the people of the Universal Bank. No need." Chun Fan replied nonchalantly, "I represent the Universal Bank to recruit apprentices and will not be entering the ancient hunting grounds." Upon hearing this, Chun Fan smiled lightly, lacking the desire to show off in front of him. She tossed a few gold coins onto the tea table and stood up to leave. The prince furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why she suddenly turned to leave mid-conversation. His expression grew sour, especially as he felt the peculiar gazes of the warriors behind him. He snorted coldly, saying, "The Universal Bank? Never heard of it. Who would go there? Truly, such unremarkable forces wish to partake in the spoils. Do they think our geniuses are blind?" Chun Fan naturally heard this, but merely chuckled softly, unconcerned. Such small fry were not worth her attention now. However, the Qing gang sword at her waist was quite displeased. How dare it speak of its master in such a manner? Whoosh! It swiftly darted out, encircling the prince of the Dezhou dynasty at breakneck speed before returning to rest quietly in its sheath. Meanwhile, the prince remained oblivious to what had transpired and continued to mock. What a pity for such a beautiful woman. Tiska, that skin, upon closer inspection, it is truly. What's wrong? Then he noticed the unusual looks from his companions and the surrounding warriors, as if they were stifling laughter. Furrowing his brow, he followed their gazes and looked down. To his horror, he found 2 circular holes cut into his chest, and below his waist, his garments were completely gone, exposing himself to those around him. Rogue! A few passing female warriors swiftly turned their heads away, scolding, "Isn't that the Prince of Dezhou? How can he act so shamelessly in broad daylight? Who did this?" Hearing this, the Prince of the Dezhou hurriedly covered his vital parts, his face flushed with shame and anger. "Everywhere else is the same. I might as well cover my face," someone suggested loudly. The Prince of the Dezhou angrily turned and stormed away. Observing this scene, Chun Fan could only smile helplessly, saying, Shao Qing, did I not instruct you not to draw your sword recklessly? Buzz! The Qin Gang's sword vibrated, its emotions seemingly expressing. Bullying the master is simply unacceptable. Shao Qing's purpose is to help the protagonist resolve all troubles. Very well. However, this place is teeming with diverse characters and powerful figures. It would be prudent for us to maintain a low profile. Chun Fan communicated with the Qin Gang sword mentally. Across the street from the tea house, a pair of eyes narrowed slightly, fixated on the Qin Gang sword at Chun Fan's waist. A spiritual weapon, the Universal Bank. Could it be a force from the central domain? To possess a spiritual weapon. In an instant, he vanished from sight, having witnessed everything that transpired in the tea house. This individual, a mid-stage spiritual connection realm expert, swiftly tracked the trajectory of the Qin Gang's sword, which, despite its speed, could not escape his keen perception. How could he resist the allure of a spiritual weapon? Thus, he was determined to seize the opportunity to take it from her. Chun Fan, as a soul-level specter, possessed heightened awareness and immediately sensed she was being watched. However, she did not rush to act. Instead, she spent another hour in the Black City, gathering information before departing. Whoosh! Once outside the city gates, she chose an uninhabited path, swiftly entering a forest. This is a suitable place for battle, selecting a clearing. Chun Fan halted and turned to face behind her, saying, After following me for so long, do you not intend to make your move? Whoosh! Suddenly, a terrifying aura of mid-stage spiritual connection realm surged forth. Locking on to Chun Fan, that a middle-aged man rose into the air, looking down at Chun Fan, and remarked, Your perception is impressive. Your soul is remarkably powerful. Following me all this way, you cannot be here to protect me out of goodwill. Can you? Chun Fan replied coolly, Speak plainly. What do you seek from me? You are quite confident. The middle-aged man did not sense any anxiety from Chun Fan, not even a hint of nervousness, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. He was no longer in a hurry to act. If you wish to join the Universal Bank, your strength is indeed commendable, but I need to assess your talent and character, Chun Fan stated. However, you do not seem like someone interested in joining the Universal Bank. The Universal Bank? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter at a force I have never heard of. Likely a minor power from some insignificant nation. You think I would be interested? As expected, Chun Fan nodded, not surprised in the slightest. Why don't you take a guess at what I intend to do? The middle-aged man's gaze roamed unabashedly over Chun Fan's figure as he retorted, I would guess that since you are not here to join the Universal Bank, you must be seeking death. Chun Fan replied indifferently. Arrogant, the middle-aged man scoffed, saying, I initially intended to take the spiritual weapon from your waist, but now I have changed my mind. You shall stay and serve me well. Originally, I had no intention of killing you. But your tongue is too sharp and your heart too venomous, so I've altered my decision. You shall die. As soon as he finished speaking, the Qin Gang sword, eager to unleash its fury, unsheathed itself and lunged at the middle-aged man. Seeing this, Chun Fan could only shake her head helplessly, lamenting that Shao Qing's temperament was too hasty. Buzz. The middle-aged man immediately focused his mind, quickly forming seals with his hands, as a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth. Not daring to underestimate the situation. After all, he was facing a spiritual weapon. Iron Mountain Shield, coalesce. Instantly, a hefty shield of spiritual energy materialized. Whoosh! Simultaneously, he charged at Chun Fan, intent on killing her and claiming the spiritual weapon as his own, thus diminishing its power and making it his. Chapter 63. The Transaction of Qin Zheng Bang. In the next instant, the Qin Gang sword pierced the Taizhan shield with precision. The familiar clang of metal striking metal did not resound. Instead, it appeared as though the Qin Gang sword encountered no resistance at all, effortlessly penetrating the seemingly indestructible shield. No, I am a royal offering of the great Zhou dynasty. You cannot kill me, the middle-aged man exclaimed. His face a mask of horror. The fear of death jolted him back to reality, and he shouted in desperation. Puff! Alas, it was too late. The Qin Gang sword swiftly pierced through his heart, ending his life. Buzz! Subsequently, the Qin Gang sword quivered slightly. Was that too weak? Chun Fan felt a hint of surprise, not due to the man's identity, but rather the overwhelming power of the Qin Gang's sword, to dispatch a formidable opponent at the mid-stage of the spirit communication realm so effortlessly. It was noteworthy that throughout the encounter, the Qin Gang's sword exhibited no reaction, nor did it summon any celestial phenomena. It was simply an unremarkable strike that resulted in the opponent's demise. Just moments ago, he had been concerned that excessive commotion might attract the attention of powerful figures. Now, it seemed he had been overly cautious. Chun Fan realized that the might of the Qin Gang sword surpassed his expectations. Whoosh! Murder and treasure seizing. I shall take your Chinquan bag. He promptly relieved the middle-aged man of his Chinquan bag and then turned to depart. 3 days later, on the day the ancient hunting ground was to be opened. High in the sky, Chun Fan stood upon the back of a black-feathered eagle, gazing down at the grand spectacle below. Hundreds of spirit communication realm experts joined forces to forcibly create a breach in the formation surrounding the ancient hunting ground, allowing countless prodigies, wielding special tokens, to surge in like a tide. Patiently, he then settled into a meditative position, beginning his practice of the Yin Soul technique. In his leisure, he delved into the vast knowledge contained within the encyclopedia. Enriching his mind. 7 days later, the 10,000 Realms Bank welcomed new patrons. Upon entering the ancient hunting ground, all prodigies would be randomly assigned to various locations within. Qin Zheng, he had long since investigated the conditions of the ancient hunting ground. Within it lay a multitude of ferocious beasts, condensed from malevolent energy. Slaying them would allow one to absorb the malevolent energy, enhancing strength and honing willpower. However, if the malevolent energy was too abundant and one's resolve was insufficiently strong, it could easily lead to madness. Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly, concealing himself in the shadows as he observed a fierce battle between a person and a beast not far off. He was in no rush to intervene. When the clam and the heron fight, it is the fisherman who benefits. He aspired to be that fisherman. The stronger the beast, the denser the malevolent energy, and the more significant the enhancement to his strength. Moreover, the more beasts he hunted, the higher his rank on the giant spirit steel would rise. Only the top 1,000 would have the opportunity to tread upon the heavenly ladder. The heavenly ladder was the convergence point of the elite. As long as he could ascend the heavenly ladder, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of the great powers of the central domain. And if he performed exceptionally well, he might even catch the eye of the Lingyun sect. This was a cultivation sanctuary that countless prodigies from the eastern domain yearned to join. Of course, my ultimate goal is to join the 10,000 Realms Bank. Qin Zheng had already conferred with Meng Tian, and the conclusion was to stake everything on the 10,000 Realms Bank. However, to guard against any unforeseen circumstances, Qin Hai must die. His eyes narrowed, and a murderous intent arose within him. Whoosh! He then decisively took action, for the battle ahead was nearing its conclusion. In the following days, Qin Zheng was exceptionally diligent, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to the hunt, resting very little, and his ranks surged into the top 1,000. However, the number of prodigies entering the ancient hunting ground was overwhelmingly large. All of them the finest from various nations. His talent and strength were somewhat lacking, and the cultivation methods and combat techniques he practiced were of a lower tier than those of others. Even with his diligence, he could not bridge the GAP.BY the third day. He was pushed out of the top 1,000. Meanwhile, Qin Hai's named soared, advancing to over 800 after another 4 days of effort. Qin Hai had reached over 600, while Qin Zheng lagged far behind. Continuing in this manner was untenable. At that point, it would truly manifest as a confrontation between me and the 10,000 Realms Bank against Qin Hai and the Lingyun sect. And at that time, my father would undoubtedly side with Qin Hai. After yet another day of combat, a weary Qin Zheng, battered and bruised, sought refuge in a concealed spot to recuperate. He pondered repeatedly, ultimately finding himself reluctantly casting his gaze towards the 10,000 Realms token in his hand. Passive acceptance was never his style. He preferred to take the initiative within the 10,000 Realms Bank. Qin Zheng. Upon seeing the newcomer, Chun Fan could not help but raise an eyebrow, immediately deducing, "Your performance in the ancient hunting ground has not been commendable, has it?" Qin Zheng curiously surveyed the resplendent hall of the 10,000 Realms Bank, feeling a mix of familiarity and strangeness that I see. What is it you wish to obtain? Chun Fan asked directly. Ding. Current resources of Qin Zheng: 10 million spirit stones, the Burning Heaven technique, the Xian Iron Palm, 1 4th grade Divine Shield Talisman, and the World-Breaking Blade. A system notification chimed in. Chun Fan was taken aback. So impoverished? Yet the World-Breaking Blade is indeed a valuable item. Over the past few days, he had learned a great deal from the encyclopedia, particularly regarding teleportation arrays, which he now understood thoroughly. The World-Breaking Blade was an essential material for such arrays. It was unexpected that Qin Zheng possessed it. Chun Fan had already resolved that he must acquire the World-Breaking Blade, that I wish to enhance my talent. Qin Zheng pondered deeply, concluding that talent was the fundamental aspect of becoming stronger, backed by the great Qin. He lacked resources but was deficient in talent. Talent? Chun Fan, capable of anything within the 10,000 Realms Bank, could naturally discern that Qin Zheng's talent was merely of the 6th grade, which was indeed rather inadequate. Very well. However, what can you offer? He inquired, in response. Qin Zheng appeared to be prepared. The World-Breaking Blade. Master, do you not wish to construct a teleportation array within the 10,000 Realms Bank? The World-Breaking Blade is an indispensable material. Not sufficient. Chun Fan declined. The importance of talent is immense. While the World-Breaking Blade is indeed something he urgently needed, it was not an absolute necessity at this moment. After all, he still had over 20 days to remain here and could easily send Su Qingyu and Wang Debo to gather World-Breaking Blades. I originally had many talismans, but I used them all up in the pursuit of ferocious beasts a few days ago, leaving only a 4th grade Divine Shield Talisman. Qin Zheng lamented, finding himself devoid of anything of value. Freedom. Chun Fan did not hesitate and stated, I require 100 years of your freedom. Chapter 64. Diligent Learning. Striving for improvement upon hearing this, Qin Zheng was not surprised, but rather elated, hastily asking, If I agree, will I then become an envoy of the 10,000 Realms Bank? Chun Fan hesitated for a moment before responding. Not quite. Your character is commendable, but with your talent and strength, you are not yet qualified to become an envoy of the 10,000 Realms Bank, although the bank is indeed in need of envoys. It does not accept just anyone. There are stringent requirements, and Qin Zheng clearly does not meet the criteria. Qin Zheng's face fell instantly. His talent was indeed a significant flaw. Wait, did you not say you would enhance my talent? After the enhancement, would my talent not meet the standards? Qin Zheng seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. It cannot. Chun Fan replied, What I offer you is a 3rd grade talent, to become an envoy of the 10,000 Realms Bank. One must possess a 1st grade talent. Then, if I were to offer my lifelong freedom, could it not be exchanged for a 1st grade talent? Qin Zheng asked, refusing to give up. Not possible. Your lifelong freedom cannot be exchanged for a 1st grade talent. Chun Fan once again denied that. Qin Zheng's expression fell into despair. Why do you wish to become an envoy of the 10,000 Realms Bank? Chun Fan pondered briefly, as if considering something. Is it to contend with Qin Hai? To vie for the position of Crown Prince? Precisely. Qin Zheng chose to be forthright, stating, Qin Hai possesses a 5th grade talent, and just before entering the ancient hunting ground, he achieved a breakthrough to the initial stage of the spirit movement realm. Coupled with his prior foundation and the abundance of resources like talismans, he is bound to excel in the ancient hunting ground, potentially even gaining entry to the Lingyun sect at that time. His position as Crown Prince would be unshakable. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan nodded thoughtfully, pausing for a moment before continuing, though you may not ascend to the role of an envoy for the Universal Currency Bank, you can certainly become an apprentice therein. Based on your forthcoming performance, there exists the potential for your elevation to the position of branch manager at the Universal Currency Bank, assisting our esteemed manager in overseeing the operations atop the majestic Lingyun Mountain of the Great Qin. What? At that instant, Qin Zheng's pupils constricted sharply. The look of despondency that had clouded his features vanished entirely, replaced by unbridled ecstasy. If he could secure the position of branch manager at the Universal Currency Bank, the advantages would be monumental. In fact, in certain respects, it would rival that of an envoy. What must I sacrifice? Qin Zheng inquired eagerly. First, eternal freedom. Second, the blade of boundary breaking. Third, to dedicate your utmost efforts in assisting the Universal Currency Bank in gathering the materials requisite for constructing the teleportation array. Chun Fan replied that in return, you shall receive a third-grade talent and become an apprentice of the Universal Currency Bank. I agree. Qin Zheng responded without hesitation, immediately relinquishing the blade of boundary breaking. The prospect of obtaining a third-grade talent and the opportunity to become an apprentice of the Universal Currency Bank was an immeasurable boon. Moreover, he found himself in a predicament with few alternatives. Excellent. This is a soul contract. Once signed, you shall be an apprentice of the Universal Currency Bank, Chun Fan stated without delay. The soul contract embedded itself into Qin Zheng's brow, binding to his essence before returning to Chun Fan's grasp. Observing the soul contract, which coalesced into a form akin to a piece of paper resting in his palm, Chun Fan nodded, placing it into a jade box and storing it away in the repository. Buzz! He then detached his third-grade talent from his being and infused it into Qin Zheng's innate abilities. Instantly, Qin Zheng's eyes sparkled with brilliance, his aura shifting dramatically, as many issues that had previously plagued him found resolution. As an apprentice, I shall not tarnish the reputation of the Universal Currency Bank, nor shall I allow my third-grade talent to fall into obscurity, Qin Zheng proclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Go forth, Chun Fan said nonchalantly, gesturing for him to leave the Universal Currency Bank. Ding! The 9th transaction was completed, achieving a 100 completion rate. Task rewards were granted. Reward summary. Acquired a blueprint for a teleportation array. 100. As anticipated, Chun Fan was not surprised. While the blade of boundary breaking was remarkable, the value of a third-grade talent was indeed extraordinary, were it not for the necessity of taking Qin Zheng, who had already attained a third-grade talent, as an apprentice of the Universal Currency Bank and depriving him of eternal freedom. The completion rate might have fallen below 100. Nevertheless, the reward bestowed by the system was commendable. The blueprint for the teleportation array was precisely what he required. The materials needed for constructing the teleportation array included the teleportation array blueprint, the blade of boundary breaking, the void shuttle, and the foundation establishment platform, of which he had already acquired 2. At this point, his gaze shifted to the blade of boundary breaking in his hand. It appeared to be an unremarkable white jade dagger, its smooth and cool surface easily masking its sharpness. Yet Chun Fan could sense the immense energy contained within, as if it could rend the very fabric of space. Surprisingly, the blade of boundary breaking was not a spiritual weapon. Chun Fan felt a twinge of curiosity and mused, perhaps it lacks the consciousness to be considered a spiritual artifact. Nonetheless, while it may not be a spiritual weapon, it was indeed capable of cutting through iron effortlessly, making it a formidable tool. After toying with it for a while, Chun Fan placed it in a repository and proceeded to examine the blueprint for the teleportation array. Teleportation Array Blueprint 1. Suitable for constructing a teleportation array. Taking advantage of the moment, he decided to delve into the study of the teleportation array blueprint. Chun Fan had long wished to explore the intricacies of formations, including alchemy and the art of talisman crafting. In the ensuing days, he devoted himself to mastering the teleportation array's blueprint while simultaneously acquiring a wealth of fundamental knowledge about formations. This was an exceptionally profound profession, its complexity rivaling that of martial cultivation. Thus, even with Chun Fan's extraordinary comprehension, his progress remained sluggish. If only I could receive another time card, Chun Fan muttered. Yet he resolved to exert himself even further. Effort yields rewards, and he was determined to seize every moment. Meanwhile, following his attainment of a third-grade talent, Qin Zheng experienced rapid advancement in his cultivation. His internal spiritual orifices opened in succession. Previously, it would take him a month to unlock a single spiritual orifice. Now he accomplished this feat in just one day. Such velocity was nothing short of terrifying. 7 days later, Buzz, the final spiritual orifice, burst open, and Qin Zheng's eyes radiated with a glimmer of brilliance. All 108 spiritual orifices had been unlocked. Next, he merely needed to seek the opportunity for a breakthrough to ascend to the initial stage of the Ling Dong realm. With only 16 days remaining, he needed to act swiftly. he was still significantly distanced from the top 1,000 rankings on the Giant Spirit tablet. Despite his continuous enhancement during this period, kill, to merely await the arrival of an opportunity, was undoubtedly the most foolish approach. Thus, Qin Zheng resolved to pursue a breakthrough through combat. Chapter 65. Fortuitous luck. 10 days passed once more. Buzz! The aura surrounding Qin Zheng surged dramatically, as the spiritual energy from the surrounding environment converged furiously, flooding into his pores. That moment, he resembled a sponge, voraciously absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Swish! At a certain instant, he abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance flickering within it. He had successfully broken through to the initial stage of the Lingdong realm. Charged to the rankings. Whoosh! Feeling the surge of power within, Qin Zheng was filled with battle fervor, casting his gaze towards the towering Giant Spirit tablet suspended in the sky. That moment, Qin Hai's name prominently appeared in the 532nd position. To ascend among thousands of prodigies and secure a position within the top 500 was no small feat. Kill! Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes and charged toward a ferocious beast that was roaring nearby. The slaughter was about to commence once again. Boom! With a single palm strike, Qin Zheng obliterated the beast. What would have required a prolonged struggle was resolved in an instant, showcasing the might of the initial stage of the Lingdong realm. Buzz! Immediately, the carcass of the beast transformed into a dense malevolent energy, surging into Qin Zheng's body. With his indomitable will, exceptional third-grade talent, and prowess at the initial stage of the Lingdong realm, he remained unaffected by the malevolent energy, swiftly converting it into a part of his strength. Whoosh! Kill! The following day, Qin Zheng's achievement skyrocketed, now merely 10 ferocious beasts of late-stage Lingxian realm strength away from the top 1,000 on the Giant Spirit tablet. By that evening, he surpassed them, claiming the 1,000th position. Once again, he ascended the Giant Spirit tablet. Qin Hai, upon seeing Qin Zheng's name reappear on the Giant Spirit tablet, furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. He had presumed that Qin Zheng would not be able to climb the Giant Spirit tablet again. Yet unexpectedly, he had surged in the final days. It seemed he had encountered some significant opportunity. Damn it! Why did I not receive such a fortuitous chance? Qin Hai seethed, feeling a sense of injustice regarding his own luck. Humph! With only a few days left, you may not maintain your position. Meanwhile, I have already climbed to 513. There is hope for me to breach the top 500. The gap between us is still vast. Furthermore, allow me to present you with a little gift. As a token of congratulations for your breakthrough. In the closing days, prodigies from all corners engaged in fierce battles, vying for their ranks on the Giant Spirit tablet. The competition among those at the lower end of the rankings was particularly brutal. Swish! Just as Qin Zheng had dispatched a ferocious beast of late-stage Lingxian realm strength, several figures suddenly surrounded him. You are Qin Zheng, are you not? One among them, clad in white, brandished a long sword, coldly fixing his gaze upon Qin Zheng. Indeed, it is I, Qin Zheng acknowledged. You are the white-clad swordsman Jin Buhuan of the great Jin dynasty, correct? You have usurped my place among the top 1,000, leaving me unable to ascend. Thus I have come to eliminate you. Jin Buhuan replied icily, "It appears you have mistaken me for an easy target." Qin Zheng retorted coolly, in recent days, he had encountered numerous similar situations, and he was well prepared. During combat, he had never fought at full strength, always maintaining his condition, which was why his ranking had remained among the lower echelons. Are you not? Jin Buhuan countered. According to rumors from the great Qin Crown Prince, you have only recently broken through to the initial stage of the Lingdong realm, and your foundation is unstable. The four of us, all possessing late-stage Lingxian realm strength, should be more than a match for you. Jin Buhuan spoke. Qin Hai. Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng's expression darkened instantly. Damn it. He never anticipated that Crown Prince Qin Hai would betray him at such a critical moment. However, although I have only just recently made a breakthrough, who says my realm is unstable? In the next instant, a formidable aura of initial spirit movement realm emanated from his entire being, betraying no signs of a recent breakthrough, as if he had been in this state for several months. This Qin Hai. Has he deceived us? Jin Buhuan's complexion immediately soured. Since you have arrived, you shall not depart. Subsequently, Qin Zheng surged forth, initiating the offensive. Qin Zheng, let us go, or else the great Jin dynasty shall engage in an unrelenting feud with your great Qin dynasty. Jin Buhuan's expression changed dramatically. You do not represent the great Jin dynasty. Bang! In the next moment, Qin Zheng's frenzied assault surged forth that a quarter of an hour later, Jin Buhuan and his companions lay motionless on the ground. Their bodies cold, while the white garments of Jin Buhuan were stained crimson with blood. Whoosh! After retrieving their Qinquan bags, Qin Zheng turned to leave. In the following days, Qin Zheng's ranking lingered among the last 10, never falling, right up until the final day arrived. Buzz! In the skies above, the rotating giant spirit monument abruptly halted. It was time to ascend the heavenly ladder. This instantly drew the attention of all the prodigies. In a moment, some rejoiced while others lamented. The final test was approaching. Qin Zheng's eyes narrowed. Entering the heavenly ladder was merely the first step to truly make a name for himself. He must exhibit a breathtaking performance upon it. In the next instant, a mysterious and unfathomable change occurred within the ancient hunting grounds formation. Then his figure vanished from sight. When he regained his senses, he found himself before 100 steps of the heavenly ladder. Surrounding him were 999 other prodigies. Qin Zheng. Qin Hai was the first to spot Qin Zheng, his expression darkening and his aura turning volatile. You have indeed broken through to the initial spirit movement realm. Have you encountered some great fortune? Truly, you have stumbled upon a stroke of luck? Qin Hai. Since the mask of civility has been torn away, I harbor no reservations. Qin Zheng coldly replied, "To tell you the truth. I have become an apprentice of the Universal Treasury. My breakthrough is entirely attributed to the Universal Treasury." Universal Treasury? Upon hearing this, Qin Hai was momentarily taken aback, but soon the jealousy in his eyes faded, replaced by derision. You truly have stumbled upon good fortune to regard such a pitiful force as a treasure. As the 9th prince of Great Qin, you willingly accept the role of an apprentice. Qin Zheng's expression became grim, fury boiling within him. What? Do you wish to make a move? Yet Qin Hai showed no fear, his gaze darkening as he coldly remarked, "You, who have just made a breakthrough. Your realm is still unsteady, and you dare to confront me?" The commotion soon attracted the attention of other prodigies, all eager for a clash between the two, as it would reduce their competition. Just then, a voice interjected, "Qin Hai, what is there to discuss with a mere waste who has just broken through to the initial spirit movement realm? You should first experience what the heavenly ladder is like." Chapter 66. The heavenly ladder. Upon hearing these words, Qin Hai's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, as he ingratiatingly replied, "Of course, Your Highness." It was Song Yaocai. Standing beside him was none other than Jihan, the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty. Rumor had it that Song Yaocai had always been Jihan's lackey, and it appeared to be true. Does this imply that Qin Hai is but a subordinate to Jihan's subordinate? In other words, a little brother? Hearing the surrounding discussions, Qin Hai's expression soured to the extreme. He glared furiously at the speaker. Then his expression shifted. The prodigies from the central domain. Qin Hai had always followed Jihan and Song Yaocai, frequently interacting with and hearing of these prodigies from the central domain. Who would dare to offend them? Consequently, he could only bury his anger deep within. Taking a deep breath, he stepped onto the heavenly ladder first, under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Witnessing this, Qin Zheng looked down on his elder brother even more. It seemed he was merely a bully in his own territory. Why did Song Yaocai allow Qin Hai to step onto the heavenly ladder first? It was simply to gauge the situation. In other words, Qin Hai was their test subject. If a person like him were to ascend to the position of Qin Wang, the Millennium Foundation of the Great Qin would surely collapse. With unwavering resolve, Qin Zheng vowed to seize the position of Crown Prince. Step, Qin Hai advanced step by step. After all, he possessed a 5th-grade talent and initial spirit movement realm strength, making it impossible for him to halt in the short term. Based on previous years' experiences, the heavenly ladder served as a comprehensive test for prodigies. Only those with exceptional talent and willpower could ascend higher. The heavenly ladder was divided into 5 tiers. The first 30 steps constituted the first tier, which posed minimal difficulty but would eliminate the vast majority of prodigies. Steps 31 to 60 formed the second tier, considerably more challenging, yet still leaving behind a substantial number of prodigies. Steps 61 to 90 represented the third tier. Extremely difficult. Those who reached this level were renowned figures, counted among the elite of the entire Eastern Domain, with a promising chance of entering the outer sect of the Lingyun sect. Steps 91 to 97 comprised the fourth tier, a nightmare-level difficulty, where only the top prodigies of the Eastern Domain stood a chance of stepping foot, and those who did were highly likely to gain entry into the inner sect of the Lingyun sect. As for the final tier, the 3 steps, it had been ages since a prodigy from the Eastern Domain had managed to reach that level. Should anyone succeed, they would undoubtedly become a secret disciple of the Lingyun sect. One could only wonder if this year would see someone ascend to the last 3 steps of the heavenly ladder. As the discussions unfolded, attention finally shifted to Qin Hai. This little brother Jihan was still progressing. Had he reached the 30th step? Was he aiming to ascend to the 31st step and step into the second tier? Listening to these doubtful voices, Qin Hai was infuriated, prompting him to hasten his steps. Step! Now, at the 59th step? Is this Qin Hai truly that strong? Is he about to step into the third tier? Below, more and more prodigies turned their attention to Qin Hai. However, at this moment, Qin Hai felt his feet growing increasingly heavy. Gazing at the step before him, he exerted every ounce of strength to ascend once more to this point. He was already gasping for breath, his consciousness hazy, and his will on the verge of collapse. Helpless, he collapsed onto the 60th step, lacking the inclination to ascend further. He had moved too quickly. Clearly, he was influenced by the discussions below, wanting to prove himself. Fool, your goal is to enter the Lingyun sect, not to bicker with others. Qin Zheng suddenly realized that Qin Hai was utterly unworthy of being his rival. Such a mindset, such a performance, such a caliber. None could contend with him. Whoosh step! Soon, a large number of prodigies began to ascend the heavenly ladder. Having learned from Qin Hai's lesson, everyone climbed steadily. Unsurprisingly, the vast majority halted at the first and second tiers, likely to be valued by the third-rate forces of the Central Domain or to return to their respective dynasties. Those who reached the third tier numbered only a few hundred, with a chance to enter the Lingyun sect, and the second-rate forces of the Central Domain would compete fiercely for this batch of prodigies. Tang Yu, Zhu Fei, Song Miaocai, and several prodigies from the Central Domain all occupied the fourth tier. Qin Zheng remained unhurried, continuing to observe and adjust his state. Prodigies from the Central Domain truly lived up to their reputation. The weakest among them were in the fourth tier. Currently, excluding himself, 6 individuals had yet to set foot on the heavenly ladder: Jihan, the blind swordsman, and 4 prodigies from the Central Domain. Just then, a dispute erupted among the crowd. The prodigy in green from the Central Domain scoffed. "Is this the standard of Eastern Domain prodigies? All beneath our feet. Not a single one worth fighting." An Eastern Domain prodigy immediately retorted, "Are you blind? Many of our Eastern Domain prodigies are also in the fourth tier." The green-clad prodigy sneered. "The fourth tier is also divided into strengths and weaknesses, you know. Are there any prodigies from the Eastern Domain on the 97th step? If I may suggest, don't call yourselves prodigies. Call yourselves wastes instead. We still have Jihan and the blind swordsman. One is sissy, the other blind. How much ability could they possibly possess?" Instantly, the crowd erupted in outrage. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the sword-blind man and Jihan sprang into action. Whoosh! 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 Concurrently, 3 prodigies from the Central Domain set foot upon the celestial ladder, almost simultaneously. Step! Step! Would they ascend to the 5th tier? All the talented individuals narrowed their eyes, casting their gazes upon the 5. These 5 individuals epitomized the pinnacle of brilliance among all present. Moreover, many from the Eastern Domain were secretly cheering for the sword-blind man and Jihan, hoping they would outshine the prodigies from the Central Domain. From the outset, these talent from the Central Domain had looked down upon their Eastern counterparts, never deigning to acknowledge them. Initially, the Eastern talents felt indignant. But after witnessing even the likes of Tang Yu, Zhu Grui, and Song Miaocai being overshadowed, they could only place their hopes on Jihan and the sword-blind man. Step. The 5 ascended to the 98th step of the ladder. Today marked the final day of the ancient hunting grounds opening. Chun Fan had ceased his cultivation, departing from the Wanjie Bank to stand atop the head of the black-feathered eagle, soaring high above the ancient hunting ground. Due to Xiao Yu's ancient bloodline purity reaching an astounding 10, it had entered a period of rapid growth over the past month. Its size had doubled, exuding an extraordinary aura, and its power had now reached the level of the spirit connection realm. Chirp! Thus, upon its appearance, the other flying beasts ridden by various factions quaked in fear. Chapter 67. Wanjie Bank? Never heard of it. Countless factions akin to Chun Fan sought to recruit talents, with the vast majority hailing from the central domain. Additionally, some were from the Great Zhou dynasty. After all, the eastern domain was a place where myriad nations thrived, each forming their own factions, perpetually at odds, and naturally, each sought to recruit their own talents, refraining from bolstering the strength of foreign nations. Even if one ventured forth, they would hardly receive any recognition from another nation, as suspicions of espionage would linger, fearing betrayal at any moment. The representatives of these factions were mostly at the spirit transformation realm, with few possessing the strength of the spirit connection realm, and the most powerful amongst them was a representative from the Lingyun sect, named Zhao Yi, whose demeanor exuded an air of arrogance, as if dismissing everything around him. Initially, all representatives had deferred to this Lingyun sect envoy, showering him with flattery. Among them, Zhou Qi, a representative from the Great Zhou dynasty, lavished praise before directing his gaze to the flying beast beneath Zhao Yi. Envoy Zhao, your white-feathered eagle, as pure as snow, must be of considerable value. Zhao Yi smiled nonchalantly, replying, "This was a gift, and I truly cannot ascertain its worth. However, it recently broke through to the initial stage of the spirit transformation realm." Spirit transformation? Zhou Qi's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Flying beasts are generally at the level of the spirit profound realm, while those of the spirit movement realm are exceedingly rare. As for the spirit transformation realm, one would be hard-pressed to find even a single one in the entire eastern domain. Even the Zhou Emperor's flying beasts are merely at the late stage of the spirit movement realm. A master of the spirit transformation realm can achieve brief hovering, and those in the spirit connection realm can soar through the skies without the need for flying beasts, except for long journeys. Which is why the Zhou Emperor had no need for a spirit transformation level flying beast. Furthermore, the Great Zhou dynasty possesses teleportation arrays. Thus, Zhou Qi's words were entirely intended as flattery toward Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi, clearly pleased, waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I find it too slow for my liking. I was considering replacing IT this." Zhou Qi's lips twitched slightly, inwardly thinking, what a pretentious show-off. The representatives from surrounding factions chimed in. Envoy Zhao's white-feathered eagle must have a bloodline that has returned to its ancient roots. It should be barely an adult, with ample room for growth, truly befitting of the Lingyun sect envoy. Hearing such praises, Zhao Yi felt increasingly buoyant, and even the white-feathered eagle beneath him exuded an air of unparalleled pride, incessantly screeching at the surrounding flying beasts, as if proximity to it would diminish its worth. A true desecration. Whoosh! Just then, the black-feathered eagle, whose size was twice that of the white-feathered eagle, soared towards them at an astonishing speed, its aura radiating the presence of an initial stage spirit connection realm being, akin to a king descending. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure emanating from its bloodline caused the white-feathered eagle's countenance to change dramatically, compelling it to lower its proud head and tremble in fear. Zhou Qi and the others' flying beasts fared even worse. Retreating several hundred meters, too intimidated to maintain the same altitude as the black-feathered eagle, Zhou Qi and the others, who had been sycophantic moments ago, suddenly felt dwarfed, unable to engage Zhao Yi in a normal conversation, fueling their anger. As for Zhao Yi, his expression also darkened. Were it not for his iron grip on the white-feathered eagle beneath him, it would have already descended. This made his face burn with embarrassment. Just moments ago, he had been boasting about the prowess of his flying beast, and now he found himself overshadowed by the sudden appearance of a black-feathered eagle, forced to bow his head in submission. What remained of his dignity? "Who are you?" Zhou Qi keenly sensed Zhao Ye's displeasure and immediately recognized his opportunity to shine. That could be why properly serving Zhao Yi. The number of talent from the great Zhou dynasty joining the Lingyun sect would surely increase. In turn, the Zhou emperor would be pleased, and his rewards would naturally multiply. Thus, without hesitation, he stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon Chun Fan, and scolded, "Who are you? Do you understand the rules? Do you know who stand before you? It is Zhao Yi, envoy of the Lingyun sect. Get down at once." Upon hearing this, Chun Fan sighed in relief. Finally, no one was focusing on his exquisite beauty and devilish figure to avoid drawing attention to his visage. He had donned a golden mask, yet his physique still attracted countless covetous gazes. This time, he had draped himself in a black robe, effectively concealing his perfect form. Now, it seemed to be working well. Chirp! Chun Fan paid no mind to the disrespect shown by these individuals, but the black-feathered eagle could not tolerate it. How could it allow its master to be insulted? Immediately, a voice of overwhelming authority erupted. It was as if it aimed to pierce through eardrums. Whoosh! Then, the white-feathered eagle and the flying beast beneath Zhou Qi and the others plummeted, descending several hundred meters. Zhou Qi and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. A spirit connection realm black-feathered eagle. How could this be possible? In an instant, Zhou Qi and his companions realized they had kicked a steel plate. This man and eagle before them possessed identities far from ordinary. They needed to ascertain the other's identity and background before deciding whether to continue their sycophantic behavior. "Who are you?" Zhao Ye's face turned an ominous shade, his eyes fixated on Chun Fan. Especially as he had to look up to address him, his fury boiling over. It was one thing to bow to someone in the central domain, but to lower himself before someone in this meager eastern domain. Shouldn't he reign supreme in this backwater? In this eastern domain, he was the first to disregard the Lingyun sect's prestige. This envoy was determined to discover which faction represented this insolent individual. Sensing Zhou Qi and the others' scrutinizing gazes, he felt even less inclined to retreat. Otherwise, how would they view him? Zhao Yi. How would they regard the Lingyun sect? Lingyun sect. Upon hearing this name, Chun Fan finally showed a glimmer of interest, slightly raising an eyebrow, and replied nonchalantly, "At Wanjie Bank, I am but a mere servant." Wanjie Bank. Zhao Yi rapidly ran through the ranks of top factions and some reclusive families within the central domain in his mind. Having never heard of such a force, he suppressed his fury, cautiously glancing at Zhou Qi, eager to determine whether this Wanjie Bank was a significant faction in the eastern domain. After all, if a mere servant could possess a spirit connection realm flying beast, wouldn't its master be even more formidable? Then he caught the look in Zhou Qi's eyes and instantly understood. This Wanjie Bank was nothing more than an insignificant power. Zhao Yi, furious, laughed derisively. "Wanjie Bank, what grand pretensions you have. I thought it was a formidable force, yet I've never even heard of it." Indeed, Wanjie Bank was only recently established. Chun Fan replied coolly, "Hey, this." Zhou Qi and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them, their expressions darkening, anger rising within them. Chapter 68. Insignificant this time, representatives from other factions were the first to speak up, recently established. "So, it is an insignificant faction? No wonder you dared to confront Envoy Zhao. You clearly do not understand the terror and might of the Lingyun sect, do you? The foremost faction of the central domain, with emperor-level beings presiding over it. How could you possibly provoke such a power?" Zhou Qi, though not the first to speak, adopted a more severe tone, scolding, "Indeed, if you don't court disaster, you one team meet your demise. Control your beast properly. If you cannot, you might as well relinquish it to Envoy Zhao. Only someone of Envoy Zhao's stature is worthy of possessing a spirit connection realm flying beast." Upon hearing this, the representatives of the other factions were filled with regret, lamenting that Zhou Qi had articulated his thoughts more eloquently and aligned better with the sentiments of the Zhao envoy. How had they failed to express such sentiments themselves? Zhao Yi had initially not considered this angle, but upon hearing Zhou Qi's words, his eyes gleamed with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon the black-feathered eagle, nodding and declaring, "If you can relinquish the black-feathered eagle to me, I shall treat the prior offense as if it had never occurred." listening to this group converse amongst themselves. Chun Fan, who had no intention of engaging with them, found the situation rather amusing. He looked down at Zhao Yi and retorted, "What makes you worthy of the little feather?" Zhao Yi's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, teetering on the brink of fury. How audacious to speak in such a manner to the Zhao envoy. In that moment, representatives from various powers were collectively incensed. With a sharp cry, Chun Fan, overwhelmed by the cacophony, activated the bloodline suppression of Little Feather to its maximum capacity, unleashing a resounding roar that exuded the aura of a sovereign. "You seek death." Instantly, the flying beast beneath the representatives of various factions collapsed, plummeting from the heights above. Those at the spirit transformation level cried out in alarm, while those at the spirit connection level were filled with rage, channeling their spiritual energy to take to the skies. The white-feathered eagle beneath Zhao Yi also emitted a mournful cry before diving headlong towards the ground. Zhao Yi was seething with rage, rapidly gathering his formidable energy, his figure flashing as he charged towards Chun Fan. Others at the spirit connection level also moved to attack. "Get lost!" Chun Fan merely uttered this single word, his jade-like fingers having unknowingly clasped a 5th grade talisman, which he brandished a 5th grade divine explosive talisman. "Why you dare to detonate it?" Zhao Yi and the others were momentarily stunned, halting their advance and shouting with a veneer of bravado. "Were you not all claiming superiority, I would not be a loss exchanging my life for yours." "What say you?" Chun Fan countered. Zhao Yi gritted his teeth, yet dared not make a move. He felt a humiliation like no other. A dignified envoy of Ling Yun's sect, reduced to being cowed by a small faction he had never even heard of. The crux of the matter was that he genuinely did not dare to act. Although the central domain was vast and the Ling Yun sect esteemed, his standing within it was rather mediocre. Otherwise, he would not have been dispatched to recruit talents. He possessed no 5th grade divine shield talisman. If struck by the 5th grade divine explosive talisman, his death would be inevitable. He had far too much to live for to recklessly court death in such a manner. The Myriad Realms Bank. Very well. Just you wait, Zhao Yi thought bitterly. Were you not here to recruit disciples? I, Zhao Yi, shall see how you recruit under the very nose of the Ling Yun sect. Whoever you favor, we shall seize. Finally, there was peace. With the irritating voices silenced, Chun Fan could finally concentrate on the situation atop the celestial ladder. Meanwhile, upon hearing Chun Fan's words, Zhao Yi and the others nearly erupted in rage. Casting a final glance at the 5th grade divine explosive talisman that Chun Fan held firmly, they restrained themselves, their expressions reflecting profound indignation. Jihan, the blind swordsman, and the other 3 geniuses from the central domain stood halted on the 98th step of the celestial ladder, unable to ascend to the next level. Among them, the blind swordsman, through sheer willpower, attempted to advance, but found himself immediately overwhelmed by the tremendous pressure upon stepping on the 99th step, collapsing back to the 98th step. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Although the blind swordsman had failed, he was the only one among the 5 capable of attempting the 99th step. Even Chun Fan could not help but raise an eyebrow. At this juncture, the only person who caught his attention was the blind swordsman. While Jihan performed admirably, his willpower fell short compared to that of the blind swordsman, and he clearly had the capacity to attempt the 99th step. Yet, in a bid to avoid embarrassment before the crowd, he forfeited this opportunity. Shaking his head, Chun Fan dismissed such individuals as unworthy of his regard at that moment, the only one not having set foot upon the celestial ladder among the central domain geniuses. Su Qiming disdainfully uttered 4 words, fully embodying his arrogance. He was a scion of a certain family in the central domain, present in the ancient hunting grounds solely for training, and his demeanor was exceedingly haughty. He also bore the moniker, the Genius Butcher. In the past 20 days, he had claimed over 500 lives within the ancient hunting grounds, all of whom were talents from the Eastern Domain. Such arrogance! At the very least, the blind swordsman had the capacity to attempt the 99th step, while none of these so-called geniuses from the central domain dared to try. Indeed, in my view, these so-called geniuses from the central domain are merely a bunch of loudmouths. In an instant, the Eastern Domain geniuses rallied behind the blind swordsman, particularly after realizing that the speaker was Su Qiming, and they began to retaliate vehemently, a bunch of ignorant frogs at the bottom of a well. Su Qiming scoffed, offering no further retort as he directly ascended the celestial ladder. With each step, he advanced. First tier, second tier, fourth tier. Without hesitation, Su Qiming strode onto the 98th step. All eyes were fixated upon him. The spectators were eager to see whether this arrogant fellow possessed the strength to match his bravado. Jihan's gaze flickered as he sensed that the difficulty of the final 3 steps escalated exponentially. The 98th step had nearly exhausted his strength. Could Su Qiming truly ascend to the 99th step? With all eyes upon him, Su Qiming paused momentarily before raising his foot once more to step onto the 99th step, only to have his body suddenly sink, falling to one knee. Yet he steadied himself. The Eastern Domain Genius's expressions shifted, while the Central Domain Geniuses revealed expressions of joy, ready to mock anew. Chapter 69. Frogs at the bottom of the well. What words could a bunch of Eastern Domain frogs at the bottom of a well possibly utter? After all, they were from a small place, destined to crawl beneath the feet of our Central Domain Geniuses. Just a moment ago, they had boasted with such confidence. The Central Domain Geniuses would not let this mocking opportunity slip away. Who said we have already failed? The blind swordsman is still attempting, and there are still several hours left before the ancient hunting grounds conclude. We have a chance. The Eastern Domain Geniuses gritted their teeth. Their focus entirely on the blind swordsman. That moment, he appeared calm, yet an unyielding determination radiated from his brow. Even after repeated failures, he stubbornly rose again, resolved to reach the 99th step. Just a blind man. How could he possibly succeed? Lacking self-awareness, the Central Domain Geniuses laughed derisively. Upon hearing this, the Eastern Domain Geniuses were incensed, yet they could find no words to retort, only hoping that the blind swordsman would succeed and restore their honor. With a resounding thud, the blind swordsman once again tumbled from the 99th step, looking quite disheveled. He had lost count of how many attempts he had made. Each time, failure was expected. At this moment, it seemed as if everyone had forgotten about Qin Zheng's presence, and he finally regained his composure, stepping onto the celestial ladder. He drew no attention from anyone and steadily ascended, maintaining a consistent pace. First tier, second tier. Meanwhile, the blind swordsman resolutely stood up once more, determined to ascend. In his philosophy, the notion of giving up did not exist. Failure was not to be feared. What was truly terrifying was the reluctance to try again. This time, as before, he abruptly knelt upon one knee, his back arching as he pressed his head against the 99th step, his body gradually being repelled, sliding back toward the 98th step. Was he to fail once more? Such thoughts raced through everyone's minds that moment. The blind swordsman's calloused hands pressed against the 99th step with all his might, exerting every ounce of strength to halt his descent. Just as his body was on the verge of falling back to the 98th step, it suddenly halted. Success. At that moment, the Eastern Domain Geniuses felt a glimmer of hope, while the Central Domain Geniuses frowned. Just as cheers were about to erupt from the Eastern Domain Geniuses, a gilded boot fell heavily upon the back of the blind swordsman's hand. Su Qiming, what are you doing? Are you cheating? Prevent the swordblind from ascending the 99th step of the heavenly ladder. In an instant, the atmosphere was charged with fervent outrage. Blind one, you are unworthy to share the same ladder with me. Su Qiming gazed down upon the swordblind, disdain etched upon his features, declaring, you talents of the Eastern Domain are only fit to be beneath my feet. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Previously, there had been little animosity between the talents of the Eastern and Central Domains. Although past ancient hunting grounds had witnessed some disputes, overall restraint prevailed. Yet this year, the Central Domain's talents, led by Su Qiming, ruthlessly pursued their Eastern counterparts, escalating tensions beyond measure. This ignited a scene of mutual mockery on the heavenly ladder. In this moment, Su Qiming's actions and words seemed to ignite a powder keg, driving the majority of Eastern talents into a frenzy. Only the weak would resort to impotent roars and rages. Su Qiming's thin lips slowly curled into a cold, contemptuous smile as he scanned the assembly of Eastern talents, then savagely twisted his foot, causing blood to flow from the hand of the sword blind. His audacity to provoke was evidently rooted in his conviction that no one could reach his heights on the heavenly ladder, let alone challenge him. From above, Chun Fan observed the unfolding drama, his brow slightly furrowed. Su Qiming possessed commendable talent and character, yet his arrogance was excessive. He regarded others with disdain. Shaking his head, he mused that such a talent was better left unrecognized. In the previous round, these inept Easterners had banded together to besiege his elder brother, denying him even the chance to ascend the heavenly ladder. This time, he would deliver them a lesson. Soon, he would track down those who participated in the ambush against his brother, flaying them one by one, avenging his kin. Su Qiming spoke coolly, maintaining an air of composure, yet his icy gaze bore a chilling intensity that sent shivers down spines. Get lost. Seemingly bored, he suddenly delivered a powerful kick toward the sword blind's head. Should that kick connect, the sword blind would undoubtedly be injured, perhaps even killed. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. No one anticipated Su Qiming would dare to kill on the heavenly ladder, targeting none other than the crown prince of the Sword Dynasty. The Sword Dynasty was a formidable nation, its warriors obsessed with swordsmanship, driven solely by the desire for strength in combat, though its overall power paled in comparison to the Great Zhou dynasty. Even they dared not provoke it. How could Su Qiming be so reckless as to publicly threaten the crown prince of the Sword Dynasty, risking the wrath of an entire dynasty? Boom! At that moment, a fist struck fiercely against Su Qiming's foot. Itsu. Su Qiming's brows furrowed sharply, his eyes narrowing with murderous intent. At this moment, Qin Zheng firmly planted his foot on the 99th step of the heavenly ladder, then assisted the sword blind to his feet, before turning to Su Qiming and calmly stating, "Do you still consider the talents of the Eastern Domain to be worthless? If those who can ascend to the 99th step are deemed useless, then all present here must surely be deemed so, including you, Su Qiming." The color drained from Su Qiming's face in an instant. Song Miaocai's expression darkened as well. He had just claimed that Qin Zheng was a mere waste who had only recently broken through to the initial stage of the spirit motion realm. Meanwhile, Jihan's eyes glimmered with jealousy. He had always been recognized as the top talent of the Eastern Domain, yet now two Eastern talents stood upon the 99th step. Simultaneously, the minds of others went blank, stunned into silence. Who is this person? A talent from the Eastern Domain has actually reached the 99th step? Why does he look so familiar? Below, Qin Hai's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing in shock, as he stammered in disbelief. Qin Zheng, how is this possible? At his words, everyone snapped back to reality. In an instant, the Eastern talents erupted in ecstatic joy, unable to contain their excitement, shouting, "He is one of our Eastern talents. Who says we are only fit to be trampled underfoot by you? Su Qiming, this time, not only have we ascended the 99th step, but two of us have done so." The Central Domain's talents were left speechless. Chapter 70. A provocative invitation. Merely stepping onto the 99th step does not guarantee one can hold their ground. Let us not forget that several hours remain until the conclusion of this ancient hunting ground. Su Qiming did not disguise the murderous intent in his eyes. Ferocious spiritual energy surged violently through his veins as he fixed his gaze upon Qin Zheng and the sword blind. Hearing this, Qin Zheng's sword brows furrowed, that he had only just broken through to the initial stage of the spirit motion realm, while Su Qiming's aura clearly indicated he had reached the mid-stage. The two were simply not on the same level. You Easterners can only be synonymous with failure. I now present you with two choices. Either die or roll down, Su Qiming declared coldly. At this moment, Qin Zheng felt as though he had been ensnared by a formidable aura, sensing the imminent threat of death. In response to Su Qiming's threat, he unhesitatingly drew his sword, pointing it directly at Su Qiming, demonstrating his resolve through action. Good. Excellent. I have never attempted murder on the heavenly ladder before. Now, let the Eastern Wastes witness their cherished talent being crushed beneath my feet. Whoosh! In the next instant, Su Qiming launched his attack. The violent onslaught enveloped Qin Zheng, plunging him into a chilling abyss, as if the specter of death loomed near. Yet within him, the fervor surged. Even in death, he would stand and fight, kill. He bellowed, unleashing his full strength. Bang! The two forces collided with a thunderous clash. Boom! Unsurprisingly, Qin Zheng was forced back 10 paces, his complexion paling, while Su Qiming remained unyielding, launching yet another assault. His speed was akin to that of a ghost, aimed directly at the unsteady Qin Zheng. To be killed by me, Su Qiming, you should feel honored. He laughed maniacally, envisioning the scene of Qin Zheng's demise, even savoring the familiar, yet intoxicating sound of the blade piercing flesh. A frenzied expression crossed Qin Zheng's face. Even in death, he would inflict severe damage upon Su Qiming. At that moment, a flash of white light appeared, darting towards Su Qiming with lightning speed in that instant. Su Qiming's expression shifted dramatically, forcing him to alter his course mid-attack to block this lethal strike. Buffed. However, he underestimated the speed of the opponent's sword. He was unable to defend in time and was brutally severed at the arm. Oomph! With a muffled groan, he staggered back several steps, his face turning pale as blood gushed from his wound, his aura now in disarray. In one move, he had sustained severe injury. He glared at the sword blind with a face full of resentment. Incredulous as he shrieked, "How is this possible? Weren't you unable to stabilize yourself on the 99th step? How could your sword speed be so swift? You are clearly only at the initial stage of the spirit motion realm." The sword blind sword had already returned to its sheath, and he replied calmly, "In this lifetime, I have only practiced the fundamental sword technique. I began training at the age of 3, striking the sword 100,000 times daily for 15 years. At these words, Su Qiming's pupils constricted. The individual before him was undeniably a sword fanatic. "Good. Excellent. Su Qiming, will not let you go." Whoosh! He then vanished, ascending directly to the 98th step of the heavenly ladder. In a 1-on-2 scenario, he held no confidence. Moreover, he had already been severely injured. "Jihan, get lost!" Su Qiming glared coldly at Jihan, shouting furiously down the 98th step. With him were 3 other talent from the central domain. Jihan was no match for them. He vented his frustrations on Jihan. Yet at that moment, Jihan's expression darkened, feeling utterly stifled. However, a wise man does not suffer losses at present. He could only retreat to the 97th step. Yet on the 97th step, central domain talents still held the majority. Consequently, he was driven down once again. Not only him, but Tang Yuyu, Song Yaocai, and Zhuge were all forced down to the 90th step, finally managing to secure their footing. Meanwhile, the entire 4th tier was composed solely of central domain talents. If you wish to blame someone, blame Qin Zheng and the sword blind. Su Qiming coldly declared he was sowing discord. However, Jihan and Song Miaocai indeed harbored such thoughts. If Qin Zheng and the sword blind had not driven Su Qiming to the 98th step, how could they have been relegated to the 3rd tier? The foremost talents of the Eastern Domain had been pushed to the 3rd tier. Where was their dignity? All of this was the doing of Qin Zheng and the sword blind. As for Zhu Guruwei and Tang Yuyu, although their expressions were equally grim, they directed their ire towards Su Qiming and his companions. This Su Qiming is a master of deception. Chun Fan observed this scene, his beautiful eyes flickering slightly. The current situation had evidently stabilized. However, it was apparent that some individuals had not attained the outcomes they desired, which naturally gave rise to other thoughts, such as revenge, of course. None of this concerned him. At this moment, he shifted his gaze towards the blind swordsman. He was not surprised by Qin Zheng's performance. The fusion of his 3rd-grade talent with his own 6th-grade aptitude was sufficient to overshadow all the geniuses in the ancient hunting grounds. It is worth noting that Chu Wushuang's natural talent was utterly mediocre, relying solely on the 3rd-grade talent bestowed by the Universal Money House to dominate the entire eastern region. Qin Zheng's performance would surely be even more dazzling. As it turned out, this was indeed the case in contrast, the blind swordsman's talent seemed inferior, likely not reaching the 3rd-grade level. Yet he stood at the same height as Qin Zheng through sheer willpower and remarkable courage. Especially that one sword strike, Chun Fan, with his formidable Yin soul, could see the blind swordsman's sword strike with utmost clarity, summarizing it in 3 words: swift, precise, and ruthless. His fundamental skills were terrifyingly solid. Such a genius met the criteria for entering the Universal Money House. Eligible to become an apprentice, Blind swordsman, would you be willing to join the Universal Money House? Without further ado, Chun Fan took the initiative to inquire. In an instant, all the geniuses on the heavenly ladder turned their gazes skyward. That moment, they completely forgot the previous unpleasantness. Why had they come here? Was it not to join their ideal force? However, what exactly was the Universal Money House? Why had they never heard of it before? Wasn't Ling Yun's sect always the one recruiting disciples in previous years? Surely the blind swordsman would not choose to go there. Considering he was currently standing atop the 99th step of the heavenly ladder, a cacophony of discussions erupted among the geniuses below. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi and Zhou Qi immediately wore expressions of disdain. Chapter 71. It is I who seek to join a newly established force dares to compete with Ling Yun's sect for disciples. Zhou Qi promptly stepped forward to flatter. Zhao Envoy, I can guarantee that they won't recruit a single genius this time. Zhao Yi, clearly pleased by these words, coldly scoffed and pretended to be aloof, not even casting a glance at Chun Fan. What of your black feathered eagle with spirit connection realm prowess? The purpose of coming here is to recruit disciples. If the Universal Money House fails to secure even one disciple, it would undoubtedly set a precedent, becoming a laughingstock across the entire Ling Yun continent. Zhao Yi, envoy of Ling Yun's sect, he then took a step forward. His demeanor haughty, completely shedding the previous gloom and frustration he felt under Chun Fan's pressure, and spoke. Blind swordsman, would you be willing to join Ling Yun's sect and become a secret disciple? Buzz! Immediately, a wave of gasps and murmurs arose from below. Indeed, given the blind swordsman's recent performance, he will surely become a secret disciple of Ling Yun's sect. Once he became a secret disciple of Ling Yun's sect, his future prospects would be limitless. He would undoubtedly grow into a strong practitioner in the Spirit Master Realm. Perhaps even the Emperor Spirit Realm was not out of reach. Did this require any thought? The blind swordsman would certainly choose Ling Yun's sect. What was this Universal Money House that had seemingly emerged from nowhere? They had never heard of it and dared to court a genius like the blind swordsman. Hearing this, Zhao Yi's lips curled into a slight smirk. His mood lifted. He could not resist casting a glance at Chun Fan, inwardly thinking, just wait. The genius you have your eyes on will not slip through my fingers. I will ensure you return empty-handed, becoming the greatest joke of Ling Yun continent. Blind swordsman, what do you wish to gain by joining a force? At this moment, Qin Zheng noticed the blind swordsman hesitating and immediately inquired. To practice the sword. To obtain resources so I can practice better. To gain freedom so I can practice better, the blind swordsman replied. Qin Zheng's lips twitched. This fellow was utterly obsessed with swordsmanship, a true sword fanatic. Taking a deep breath, he spoke. Ling Yun's sect is a vast force, yet its factions are complex, rife with intrigue and backstabbing. Entering such an environment may not allow you to devote yourself entirely to your sword practice. Upon hearing Qin Zheng's words, Zhao Yi's brows furrowed in concern. Fearing the blind swordsman might be swayed, he quickly interjected, Qin Zheng, with your talent and willpower, you too could join our Ling Yun sect and become a secret disciple. How about it? Moreover, I shall personally recommend you to the elders of Ling Yun's sect. At this, the gathered geniuses cast envious glances, particularly those from the central region. They understood all too well what it meant to be personally recommended by an envoy. He would undoubtedly receive the sect's full support. It is worth noting that secret disciples are graded, and the level of importance is not uniform. Hearing this, Chun Fan found it somewhat amusing, considering Qin Zheng had already joined the Universal Money House and signed a soul contract. How could they entice him away? He kindly reminded, Zhao Envoy, Qin Zheng is a member of the Universal Money House. You may as well give up on that idea. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi, Zhou Qi, and the others exchanged glances, their expressions peculiar. Zhou Qi even scoffed, mocking. Are you all trying to jest with me? Qin Zheng's performance was outstanding, with a chance to enter Ling Yun's sect and be personally recommended as a secret disciple by Zhao Envoy. Do you truly believe he would choose your Universal Money House? Who gave you such confidence? The geniuses below erupted in laughter. How can this Universal Money House be so self-assured? A force that has never been heard of must be insignificant. How could they be so arrogant? They shouldn't even attempt to recruit him. It could very well lead to their downfall. dragging the Universal Money House down with them. Song Miaocai even coldly laughed. A mere clown. Faced with the overwhelming tide of mockery, Chun Fan felt quite helpless. To be honest, no one believed him. Zhao Yi could hardly be bothered to engage with Chun Fan any further, considering her nothing more than a conceited fool. Unworthy of his consideration, he did not wish to delay any longer and spoke again. Qin Zheng, if you were to join Ling Yun's sect, I would personally grant you 10 million spirit stones as a bonus. With your talent, this investment is worthwhile. Moreover, is 10 million spirit stones truly a large sum? My trip to the eastern region for recruitment has already netted over 80 million spirit stones, and this is with my disinterest in spirit stones. Preferring other resources instead. Otherwise, the number of spirit stones would have multiplied tenfold or more. Apologies, Zhao Envoy. Just when everyone assumed Qin Zheng would acquiesce, he shook his head, rejecting Zhao Ye's offer in front of all. In an instant, the entire atmosphere fell into a stunned silence. Did they mishear? Or had Qin Zheng misspoken? Zhao Ye's expression darkened, his countenance turning grim. Has another first-rate force from the central region set their sights on you? No. Qin Zheng shook his head again. Among the forces present, who could possibly be more appealing to you than Ling Yun's sect? Only our Ling Yun sect can offer you a better future, correct? Zhao Yi queried coldly. The Universal Money House. Yet again, Qin Zheng shook his head, uttering a name that shocked everyone. I have already joined the Universal Money House. When mentioning the Universal Money House, his demeanor became exceedingly respectful. I have become an apprentice of the Universal Money House. Previously, he had regarded joining Ling Yun's sect with pride. However, upon truly joining the Universal Money House, gaining third-grade talent, and effortlessly overpowering numerous prodigies with that third-grade talent, he realized that the Universal Money House was far superior to the so-called Ling Yun sect. Especially recalling how the Universal Money House had granted General Meng 100 years of life, further solidified his determination to follow the Universal Money House. Such miraculous methods. Could Ling Yun sect achieve that? No. The two were not even on the same level. It was laughable that he had hesitated before. You have joined the Universal Money House, and you are merely an apprentice there? Zhao Yi could hardly believe it, his face burning with embarrassment as he confirmed. Indeed, Qin Zheng nodded. Wow. Immediately, a greater uproar erupted in the air. The eastern region's foremost genius had actually joined a newly established, insignificant force, and he was merely an apprentice within it. Absurd! Zhao Yi, furious and humiliated, retorted. Are you joining the Universal Money House to count money, to serve tea and water to guests? Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Why did you join the Universal Money House? Do not speak to me of freedom. In this world, strength reigns supreme. How does one acquire strength? Resources, a plethora of rare resources. That is what will grant you strength. With strength, what cannot be obtained. At that point, freedom will be within reach. Was it the Universal Money House that coerced you into joining? Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng once more shook his head and replied, No, it was I who sought to join. Chapter 72. Oath to annihilate the Sword Dynasty. Signing the soul contract. I end this realm. Silence once again enveloped the surroundings. The onlookers had lost count of how many times they had been rendered speechless by shock. The champion of the ancient hunting competition, nonetheless, pleaded to join a fledgling and obscure faction. At this moment, Zhao Ye's face flushed crimson, as if he had just received a resounding slap. Previously, he had lamented that the Wanjie Bank was unable to recruit disciples. Yet now, not only had they recruited a disciple, but they had also attracted the most gifted genius. Moreover, this exceptionally talented individual sought to join the Wanjie Bank as an apprentice. You, Zhao Yi, are you not curious to see how far you can grow at the Wanjie Bank? One day, you shall regret your decision. Zhao Yi was somewhat exasperated, his animosity towards the Wanjie Bank and Qin Zheng intensifying to an extreme. Dare you offend me, Zhao Yi? Dare you offend Ling Yun's sect? Do you truly not know the meaning of death? Sword blind, have you made your decision? Are you willing to join my Ling Yun sect? I can personally recommend you to the elders of Ling Yun sect to become a secret disciple. Zhao Yi then turned to Sword blind, his tone devoid of any prior patience, his demeanor brimming with hostility. Sword blind, who had initially contemplated joining Ling Yun's sect, furrowed his brow in dismay. The esteemed Ling Yun sect. which nurtured powerful individuals, had left him profoundly disappointed in their character and quality. He spoke. What status would I hold upon entering the Wanjie Bank? The crowd. What does that mean? Zhao Yi is inquiring. Yet you respond as if addressing the Wanjie Bank? Is another individual seeking to join the Wanjie Bank? Chun Fan, however, merely replied, an apprentice, the crowd. Unexpectedly, Chun Fan added, given your current performance, you are only worthy of the status of an apprentice. Just as the crowd was still in shock, Sword Blind surprisingly nodded and said, very well, I shall join. The crowd. Are they insane? To forsake the chance of becoming a secret disciple of Ling Yun's sect to join an inconspicuous Wanjie Bank. And as an apprentice, no less. In truth, Chun Fan was also somewhat taken aback. Although he believed Sword Blind's decision to join Wanjie Bank was the right one, a tremendous gain, Sword Blind was still unaware of the horrors and wonders of the Wanjie Bank. Was it because of Qin Zheng? Chun Fan's brows arched slightly as he immediately surmised. Sword Blind had evidently been inspired by the genius Qin Zheng, wishing to join the Wanjie Bank for a reason, especially since Qin Zheng had assisted him, prompting his choice. Nevertheless, even so, Sword Blind was taking a gamble. What if the Wanjie Bank truly turned out to be an ordinary, newly established faction? Would Sword Blind not be left in a predicament? In fact, Sword Blind's considerations were rather simple. The performance of Ling Yun's sect had disappointed him. Thus, why not take a chance with the Wanjie Bank? Even if he lost the gamble, Sword Blind was absolutely confident that he could carve out his own path in the central domain. This was self-assurance. Zhao Yi, thoroughly losing his composure, maliciously threatened. You hail from the Sword Dynasty, do you not? Not a single genius from the Sword Dynasty shall join Ling Yun's sect. Furthermore, I shall ensure the extinction of your Sword Dynasty. Faced with such public threats, Sword Blind's brows knitted sharply, further solidifying his decision that not joining Ling Yun's sect was indeed the right choice. As for the threat against the Sword Dynasty, he dismissed it entirely. The Sword Dynasty had stood strong until now, never fearing any external threats or challenges. Moreover, they actually welcomed large forces seeking trouble, for it provided them the opportunity to engage in a glorious battle. Zhao Yi evidently remained unaware that the people of the Sword Dynasty were a band of lunatics. I have no need to join your Ling Yun sect. Indeed, none of the geniuses from the Sword Dynasty are cowards. We do not rely on any faction. Come and fight. We of the Sword Dynasty await you. In an instant, the geniuses from the Sword Dynasty voiced their agreement. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi trembled with rage. How dare this mere Lingxian realm brat confront him? Seeking death, Zhao Yi abruptly raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of spirit energy that coalesced into a massive palm, which he then slammed down. Bang! In his fury, he had evidently forgotten that the ancient hunting ground was fortified with a large defensive array. With his strength, he could not inflict any damage upon it, let alone attack the geniuses ascending the heavenly ladder through the array. Moreover, this defensive array would rebound any attacks, and then, bang! Zhao Yi was struck by his own rebounding force, sent hurtling backward in utter embarrassment. This time, he had suffered a monumental humiliation. Fortunately, he simply turned and left, seething with rage. Meanwhile, Jihan and the others were left dumbfounded. Was Ling Yun's sect no longer recruiting disciples of the Eastern Domain? Qin Zheng, Sword Blind, how foolish you truly are. Do you even realize what you are doing? Initially, they had thought you possessed some skill, but it now appeared otherwise. Let us leave. With a cold chuckle, Su Qiming led a group of geniuses from the central domain away. Humph! Jihan and Song Yaocai scoffed, casting venomous glances at Chun Fan, Qin Zheng, and Sword Blind before turning to depart as well. Let us go. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Qi and the others also turned to leave, although they felt a strange sense of satisfaction at Zhao Yi's public disgrace. They were not foolish. They knew Zhao Yi was utterly enraged and would surely mobilize all his resources for revenge. At this moment, with Zhao Yi gone, who would dare remain here to recruit disciples? Once marked by Zhao Yi's grudge, who could withstand the consequences? Whoosh! Whoosh! Watching the various factions seeking disciples depart in droves, the geniuses from the Eastern Domain questioned why they should remain. They promptly scattered, fearing that they might be selected by the Wanjie Bank, which would only lead to trouble with Zhao Yi. the envoy of Ling Yun's sect. Yet, these geniuses failed to consider that even top-tier prodigies like Sword Blind and Qin Zheng could only serve as apprentices at the Wanjie Bank. Would Chun Fan truly recruit them? In an instant, the previously bustling scene turned desolate. For the first time in the history of the ancient hunting competition's recruitment phase, an unforeseen turn of events necessitated its abrupt cessation. However, none of this concerned Chun Fan. His aim to recruit talented individuals had been fulfilled with their joining the Wanjie Bank. What occupied his thoughts now was whether signing Sword Blind as an apprentice at the Wanjie Bank counted as a transaction. Would the system grant him a reward? After all, he had not received any additional resources from Sword Blind. Sword Blind, here is the Wanjie token. As you enter the Wanjie Bank, we shall sign the soul contract. With a graceful gesture, Chun Fan summoned a Wanjie token before Sword Blind. Chapter 73. The Yin Soul Needle. Ding! The 10th transaction completed. With a completion rate of 90, acquired the corresponding task reward. Reward summary. Obtained 100 Wanjie tokens and 10 4th-grade talismans. Indeed, merely recruiting a single apprentice for the Wanjie Bank did not yield a completion rate of 100%. Hearing the system's prompt, Chun Fan was not surprised. However, the task completion rate reached 90. This indicates that Sword Blind possesses immense potential. The system holds this individual in high regard. The rewards are quite standard. He instinctively clicked to review the rewards. Wanjie tokens. 100, usable for transactions and entry to the Wanjie Bank system. 4th-grade talismans, 10, including 2 4th-grade shield talismans, 2 4th-grade explosion talismans, 2 4th-grade strength talismans, 2 4th-grade agility talismans, and 2 4th-grade weakening talismans. There's a change. Immediately, Chun Fan keenly recognized the difference in this system update. Firstly, the description of the Wanjie token. It now included an additional note. Usable for entry to the Wanjie Bank system. Although this functionality had always existed, it was the first time it appeared in the reward description. This indicated that the system was quietly enhancing itself. Moreover, it seemed unnecessary to expend resources for upgrades. Chun Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Currently, the Wanjie Bank was in its nascent stage, requiring vast resources. To allocate resources for upgrades at this time would be excruciating for Chun Fan. Furthermore, among the 4th-grade talismans, 2 4th-grade weakening talismans had been added. Such talismans seemed to have never been heard of before. During the past month, he had spent much time traversing the world of encyclopedias, learning all manner of knowledge, including talisman knowledge, which he had also studied. Yet he had never encountered any 4th-grade weakening talismans. Xiao Yu, have you heard of 4th-grade weakening talismans? Chun Fan opened the encyclopedia and inquired of Yen Ryu. No, the illustrious and knowledgeable Yen Ryu, a remarkable talent in her own right, shook her head in response, her willow-like brows slightly furrowing, revealing a look of perplexity. Master, could you demonstrate it for me? She inquired. No. We only have 2 of these. Using one means we have 1 less. Let us conserve our resources. Chun Fan replied, that we shall wait until we encounter an enemy we cannot defeat. Then I will call upon you to witness it in action. Yen Ryu nodded and said, yes. Master, by the way. Master, with your current abundance of spiritual veins, why not extract a few to nourish the encyclopedia? This would also unlock many realms within the book, expanding our access. This was her request, a manifestation of her thirst for new knowledge. Her current understanding was limited to what the encyclopedia permitted. Very well. Chun Fan nodded without hesitation, producing 3 spiritual veins and handing them to Yen Ryu. Thank you, Master. Yen Ryu smiled demurely, bowing respectfully. Upon seeing her smile, Chun Fan found himself momentarily entranced, beyond the profound truths. There was sheer beauty. Instantly, knowledge related to beauty began to surface in his mind. Beauty, an innate yearning within all living beings, could also be referred to as attractiveness. Shaking his head vigorously, Chun Fan felt a tinge of frustration. I merely wish to admire the beauty before me. Yet you complicate matters with such profundity. How disappointing. Observing this, the curve of Yen Ryu's delicate lips widened ever so slightly, as she clearly perceived her master's sentiments. Chun Fan promptly directed her to return her focus. turning his attention to the blind swordsman who was bidding farewell to the talents of the Sword Dynasty. This time, the blind swordsman openly rejected the overtures of the Ling Yun sect, while the talented individuals from the Sword Dynasty firmly sided with him, showing no deference to Zhao Yi and inevitably inviting retribution. However, the powerful figure is courting these talents from the Sword Dynasty, possessing mid-level spirit connection strength, alleviated any significant concerns for their safety. Yet, it appeared that this mid-level spirit connection expert harbored doubts about the capabilities of the Wanjie Bank. He questioned whether the blind swordsman, the foremost talent of the Sword Dynasty's younger generation, could achieve greater prospects at the Wanjie Bank. With a swift motion, he soared through the air, coming before Chun Fan, and inquired, "Sword Liushang." "Chunmi." Chun Fan fabricated a name on the spot, the slave of the Wanjie Bank's master. "What is the overall strength of the Wanjie Bank?" Sword Liushang asked directly, candidly expressing, "We of the Sword Dynasty are uneasy with the crown prince in your company." This remark, Chun Fan raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback by the Sword Dynasty's forthrightness. Truly, the Sword Dynasty's experts are unambiguous in their approach. "What would assure your trust in the Sword Dynasty?" Chun Fan asked with keen interest. "What is your cultivation level?" Sword Liushang pressed. "I am an soul puppet at the late stage of the transformation spirit realm," Chun Fan replied. Soul puppet. Sword Liushang furrowed his brow, evidently unfamiliar with such a puppet. Yet he did not dwell on it, stating, "If you can withstand a single blow from me, I shall allow the crown prince to accompany you. I will give it my all." Upon hearing this, Chun Fan shook his head. "What does that mean? Are you afraid?" Sword Liushang's eyes narrowed, a flicker of sword light flashing within his black pupils. At that moment, Chun Fan felt an overwhelming sword intent, sharp enough to pierce his very soul. "What I mean is, if you can withstand a blow from me, I will not take the blind swordsman away," Chun Fan replied, his tone dripping with arrogance. Hearing this, Sword Liushang's pupils constricted sharply as he fixed his gaze on Chun Fan, then declared, "Very well. I shall see what a late-stage transformation spirit expert can do to dare claim that I cannot withstand a single strike." "Buzz!" Chun Fan smiled lightly, refraining from further words, his brow suddenly vibrating. Soul Needle. Instantly, a formidable wave of energy surged forth, transforming into thousands of silver needles, piercing towards Sword Liushang. Soul Technique. At the moment Chun Fan unleashed the Soul Needle, Sword Liushang's expression shifted slightly. Soul techniques are exceedingly rare and immensely powerful. A moment's carelessness could lead to mutual destruction. At that moment, he sensed the specter of death. Sword Dao will solidify, not daring to be negligent. Sword Liushang's sword-like brows shot up, and an ethereal sword intent coalesced around him, forming a tangible barrier to shield his soul. As a mid-level spirit connection expert, he ranked as the third most formidable within the Sword Dynasty. And even in the entire eastern region, he held a position of esteem. He had devoted his life to swordsmanship, and his Sword Dao was terrifyingly formidable. Yet, thud, the pride he took in his Sword Dao was effortlessly pierced by the Soul Needle. Chapter 74. Various forces stirring what? In the next moment, his countenance changed drastically. He had no time to react further. All he could do was watch helplessly as thousands of Soul needles surged toward his body. Feeling the chilling aura that seemed capable of piercing his very soul, his soul trembled. He knew that if struck, death would be inevitable. Buzz! However, just then, as the thousands of Soul needles were mere inches from Sword Liushang's body, they abruptly halted. It was as if they had instantaneously transitioned from high-speed movement to complete stillness. Such a miraculous display of technique implied one thing: you have yet to exert your full strength. Sword Liushang gazed incredulously at the woman before him, a look of horror flickering in his eyes. "Do you now believe that the Wanjie Bank can offer the blind swordsman a promising future?" Chun Fan elegantly waved his hand, and the thousands of Soul needles instantly dissipated into thin air. Sword Liushang, "I apologize for offending Miss Chun." Sword Liushang, displaying commendable grace, acknowledged his defeat and promptly clasped his fists in apology. Observing this, Chun Fan felt a growing admiration for him. nodding approvingly before summoning the black-feathered eagle and soaring toward Qin Zheng and the blind swordsman. Let us return to the Wanjie Bank. The current strength of these two individuals was insufficient for debt collection. They were too weak, and it would be prudent to keep them close for now. Yes, Qin Zheng and the blind swordsman immediately flickered into motion. Alighting upon the back of the black-feathered eagle, whoosh, the black-feathered eagle then spread its wings and soared high into the sky, disappearing from the sight of Sword Liu Shang and the others. Phew! Only then did Sword Liu Shang discreetly exhale a sigh of relief. At this moment, he realized that his entire back was drenched in cold sweat. Let us go. The ancient hunting competition was abruptly halted. The Lingyun sect was overshadowed by a newly risen force. The two great talents had both joined the Wanjie Bank, and, as apprentices, no less. This string of news detonated across the eastern region like a thunderclap, spreading rapidly as if the news had sprouted wings. Concurrently, representatives from various forces across the eastern region began to contact Zhao Yi. Although the ancient hunting grounds had been suspended, the recruitment of disciples could still proceed. The power resided in Zhao Yi's hands. Qin Zheng and the blind swordsman were unwilling to join the Lingyun sect, yet numerous talents sought to associate with it, and various forces wished to align with the Lingyun sect. However, Zhao Yi was refusing all audiences. Having traveled to the Great Zhou dynasty without departure. What did this mean? Soon, a rumor emerged. Whoever could annihilate the Wanjie Bank or the Sword Dynasty would allow their talents to enter the Lingyun sect. The Sword Dynasty was akin to a sword piercing the heavens, radiating brilliance, a force to be reckoned with. To provoke, it was to invite death or injury. As for the Wanjie Bank, it was an entity unheard of. The choice was clear. All representatives of the various forces held a scale in their hearts. Subsequently, they began seeking the location of the Wanjie Bank. The Qin King, upon learning of the developments surrounding the ancient hunting competition, his expression darkened. Father, Qin Zheng is courting disaster. How dare he provoke the Lingyun sect? If the wrath of the Lingyun sect spreads to our great Qin, our dynasty will surely face annihilation, millennia of legacy. Obliterated in an instant, Qin Hai rushed to the battlefield where the Qin King resided, vehemently denouncing Qin Zheng and the Wanjie Bank. He has forsaken a golden opportunity to become a secret disciple of the Lingyun sect and instead chooses to be an apprentice at the Wanjie Bank. What a fool! Father, I advise that we expel Qin Zheng from the great Qin family tree and issue a nationwide manhunt. This would demonstrate our determination to avoid calamity. At this, the Qin King's frown deepened. Qin Hai's words and actions were all too clear. He sought to leverage this opportunity to sever Qin Zheng's chances of becoming the crown prince of Great Qin, if he were to acquiesce. Qin Hai would undoubtedly propose further demands, to ascend to the peak of Lingyun Mountain and eliminate the Wanjie Bank. By doing so, he could become a disciple of the Lingyun sect. Yet, Qin Zheng's actions were indeed somewhat rash. He was gambling, staking everything on the side of the Wanjie Bank. The Qin King gently closed his eyes, beginning to contemplate the pros and cons of the situation. Father, what are you still hesitating about? Once the Zhao envoys unleash their fury upon our great Qin, it will be too late, Qin Hai immediately urged. Zhao Yi does not represent the Lingyun sect. The Qin King opened his eyes once more, having reached a decision. Unless he were to perish, the Lingyun sect would not mobilize its resources to confront the Wanjie Bank over such trivial matters. If my estimations are correct, Zhao Yi will soon leverage the Lingyun sect's prestige to rally his forces against the Wanjie Bank, as for the Sword Dynasty. He will not take action against them for now. Therefore, we shall observe the developments quietly and ascertain the true capabilities of the Wanjie Bank. It must be said that the Qin King's approach is the most prudent, offering no assistance, feigning ignorance and refraining from declaring his stance. Father, however, this outcome was clearly not what Qin Hai desired. Given the might of the Lingyun sect, even the slightest exertion would surely lead to the annihilation of the Wanjie Bank. There was no need to wait at all. Such an action would only result in missing the optimal moment. Optimal moment. Upon hearing this, the Qin King narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Qin Hai, and said, "What optimal moment? The moment to pledge loyalty to Zhao Yi." Higher, You are far too impulsive. Yet before Qin Hai could voice his thoughts, the Qin king abruptly waved his hand to interrupt. It shall be as I have decided. Return to the capital immediately and maintain order at once. Qin Hai ceased speaking, bowed his head in respect, and departed. However, his eyes were filled with a deep resentment and madness. What observing the developments? Father has grown old and muddled. How could he allow such an excellent opportunity to slip away? Father, Great Qin must not meet its demise at your and Qin Zheng's hands. Qin Hai's expression darkened. Days later, news spread. The Wanjie Bank was situated atop Lingyun Mountain, within Great Qin's borders. Simultaneously, several announcements emanated from the capital of Great Qin. First, Qin Zheng was expelled from the Great Qin family tree and was subject to nationwide arrest. Second, an army of 100,000 was dispatched to subdue the Wanjie Bank. Third, Qin Hai declared himself king. A coup in Great Qin erupted instantaneously. Turmoil ensued, and slaughter commenced. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, representatives from various factions flickered away, racing towards the summit of Lingyun Mountain, fearful of being outpaced by others. After all, there could only be one Wanjie Bank. It was as if the first to arrive would have the power to obliterate the Wanjie Bank. As for the upheaval in Great Qin, it bore no consequence to them. Meanwhile, the Qin king remained exceptionally calm, merely halting his campaign against the Great Chu, atop Lingyun Mountain, within the Wanjie Bank. Chun Fan and his companions were unaware of these developments. He turned to Qin Zheng and said, Qin Zheng, the master has deemed your Xian Tai Palm technique insufficient in level and power. He has created an improved version of the Xian Tai Palm, a high-tier earth-level technique, named the Xian Ming 18 Palms. Chapter 75, 4th rank weakened talismans. The Xian Ming 18 Palms, high-tier, earth-level. Qin Zheng's face displayed unrestrained joy. The most formidable martial technique in Great Qin was merely of a high-tier Xian level. The master had effortlessly crafted a high-tier, earth-level martial technique. He felt an even deeper appreciation for the master's strength. Ah, and your cultivation method, the Burning Heaven technique, is also of too low a level. Chun Fan continued, the master has also developed an improved version of the Burning Heaven technique, which lacks a name for the time being. We shall temporarily call it the Burning Heaven technique as well. It is also a high-tier earth-level technique. The master's gifts were extraordinarily potent. Merely by observing Qin Zheng's cultivation process and martial technique deployment once, Chun Fan comprehended his methods thoroughly and, after a moment's contemplation, casually created high-tier earth-level techniques that if he devoted time, he could even devise techniques at the celestial level. However, for Qin Zheng, mastering celestial-level techniques would be exceedingly challenging. It would be more prudent to start with high-tier earth-level techniques before progressing to their celestial counterparts. Thank you, Master. Qin Zheng immediately clasped his hands in gratitude, his demeanor exceedingly respectful, even somewhat elated. High-tier earth-level techniques. High-tier earth-level martial skills. Each was something he had previously never dared to dream of, Swordblind. The cultivation method you practice is the Spirit Sword technique, a low-tier earth-level technique. The master has similarly created an improved version of the Spirit Sword technique, a high-tier earth-level technique. Chun Fan addressed Swordblind. As for martial skills, you likely do not require them. However, while your swordplay is swift, your movement is slightly lacking. The master has devised the Star Extremity Step, a high-tier earth-level technique, for your training. Thank you. Master Swordblind paused momentarily, then bowed deeply in gratitude. Subsequently, Chun Fan recounted the respective cultivation methods, martial skills, and movement techniques to both individuals. They then embarked on their training with his guidance beside them. Wang Daba returned? Just then, Chun Fan's brow furrowed, and he immediately sat cross-legged, his soul entering the Wanjie Bank. Observing this, Swordblind and Qin Zheng wisely stepped back several paces, refraining from interrupting Chun Fan to continue their training in the distance. Master, upon entering the Wanjie Bank, Wang Daba spoke. I heard that your female servant has offended the envoy from the Lingyun sect? Indeed, Chun Fan replied. In all the time I've known you, I've never heard of a female servant under your command. Wang Daba chuckled. Is she beautiful? Is she single? Chun Fan. He thought Wang Daba was inquiring out of concern for him and the Wanjie Bank. Su Qingyu has already resolved 6 debt contracts and is rushing back with all her might. What about you? You have 4 debt contracts, and you have not completed them. Chun Fan's tone sharpened. Master, I assure you, Wang Daba has not been slacking off. Wang Daba immediately insisted. It's just that the other party is too powerful. I need to take my time. I'm using my head. He pointed his own head. Chun Fan, are you implying that I'm not using my brain when I work? Just then, Su Qingyu's voice rang out. Wang Daba's corpulent frame trembled, especially upon sensing the icy killing intent emanating from behind him, causing him to swallow hard and cough awkwardly. No, I, Wang Daba, swear that was not my intention. Su Qingyu did not even glance in his direction, merely stating coolly, Master, do you need my assistance? Ah, yes. Wang Daba quickly took the initiative, asking, Master, many representatives from various factions are converging upon our Wanja Bank. Do you require my help? Upon hearing this, Chun Fan retorted in disbelief. If I needed assistance, would you even be back here? Wang Daba muttered softly, but Su Envoy has not returned either. Why do you not reprimand her? In response, Chun Fan stated, Su Envoy has already arrived within the borders of Great Qin and will soon reach the summit of Lingyun Mountain. Wang Daba suddenly felt embarrassed, hurriedly covering it up. Master, I can provide talismans, I can provide pills, and more. I can offer many resources. You can keep your meager resources for yourself. Observing Wang Daba's pained expression, Chun Fan found it amusing. Hurry and complete your task. With a swift motion, Chun Fan sent Wang Daba out of the Wanja Bank's hall to Su Qingyu. Return post-haste. Those who seek to trample upon the Wanja Bank shall meet their demise. Yes, Su Qingyu promptly exited, hastening her pace. Have they arrived? Just as Chun Fan exited the Wanja Bank, his brow twitched. He sensed someone approaching the summit of Lingyun Mountain, quite swift indeed, narrowing his eyes slightly. A smirk played upon Chun Fan's lips. Whoosh! At that moment, Sword Blind was practicing the movement technique the master had provided him. Whoosh! Whoosh! His speed was increasing exponentially, and in a short time, he began to grasp some of its intricacies. Though his talent did not match Qin Zheng's, his comprehension was exceptional. Otherwise, he would not have been able to fight above his rank. At a certain moment, his ears perked up, sensing danger. Whoosh! Just then, a figure, as elusive as a specter, surged forth, wielding a sharp blade, cleaving towards Sword Blind's neck, intent on decapitating him. A mid-stage spirit transformation realm. Sword Blind's expression changed. However, he did not retreat. Instead, a frenzied look overtook him as he drew his sword and lunged forward. When the enemy is stronger than you, one must unleash all their strength and fight for their life, for there remains a chance of victory. Otherwise, if fear or hesitation takes root, certain death awaits. Indeed, the individuals from the Wanja Bank are utterly delusional. Observing this, the expert at the late stage of the transformation realm scoffed, as if he could already envision the scene of the blind swordsman being slain by him. His strength was insufficient to obliterate the Wanja Bank. Thus, his ultimate targets had always been the blind swordsman and Qin Zheng. To eliminate these two, who dared to confront Messenger Zhao, would surely earn him favor. Death, just as he advanced swiftly, on the verge of vanquishing the blind swordsman, his speed suddenly faltered. The next moment his expression changed dramatically. How could the blind swordsman let this opportunity slip by? Although unaware of what transpired, he unhesitatingly thrust his long sword towards the vital point of his opponent's throat. Astonishingly, the transformation realm expert seemed to react a beat too late, failing to evade in time. He could only watch helplessly as the sharp blade penetrated his throat and neck. What on earth just happened? Until his last breath, he remained oblivious to the events that had unfolded. Chapter 76. A lone warrior against multitudes. Is this the effect of a fourth-grade weakening talisman? Inside the Wanja Bank, Yin Ryu observed this scene, her beautiful eyes flickering. A talisman capable of diminishing the enemy's capabilities in every aspect, even their very souls. A late-stage transformation realm expert, reduced to a level where he could not even contend suddenly. Chun Fan directly pressed the flawless visage of Chu Wushuang against Ao Ziqing's face. In an instant, the previously distorted and grotesque countenance transformed into one of perfect beauty and striking handsomeness. The sickly appearance instead added an unusual allure. This is the Wanjie token. Remember to return this visage to the Wanjie Bank at the moment of your impending demise, with a wave of his hand. A Wanjie token reappeared before Ao Ziqing, that he placed it upon himself, then eagerly caressed his newly born face, even tugging at it vigorously to ensure it wasn't merely a human skin mask. His hands trembled, especially when he pulled out a bronze mirror and beheld his reflection, leaving him momentarily stunned. Then, in the next moment, he suddenly became frenzied. A look of resentment and malice surfaced on his extraordinarily handsome face as he coldly laughed. "Ha ha! Ao Shan, I shall have your death. Die." Witnessing this scene, Chun Fan felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. This man is a lunatic. Regardless of the reasons leading to his present state, his heart had become exceedingly venomous and perverse, leaving Chun Fan deeply unsettled. "Let us go." With that, Chun Fan casually sent him out of the Wanjie Bank. Ding! The 11th transaction was completed, achieving a completion rate of 200. Rewards for the corresponding completion rate were granted. Reward settlement. Acquired 2 4th-grade weakening talismans and 1 acceleration card. Qin Zheng, Sword Blind. Meet your end. Atop Lingyun Mountain, several figures arrive at the entrance of the Wanjie Bank, immediately spotting Qin Zheng, Sword Blind, and Chun Mi, before launching their assault without hesitation. Buzz. Currently, the protective formation of the Wanjie Bank could only defend against attacks from cultivators at the Spirit Refinement and Spirit Profound realms, and even those of the Spirit Movement realm could not be deterred. How could they withstand the strikes of a mid-stage Spirit Transformation expert? Whoosh! Thus, in the moment of attack, Sword Blind unhesitatingly dashed out 4th-grade Divine Movement Talisman. Though Sword Blind was reckless, he was not mindless. Recognizing the formidable strength of his opponent, he had to exert all his effort. Just as the opponent's attack was about to descend, he activated the 4th-grade Divine Movement Talisman. Whoosh! The mid-stage Spirit Transformation expert never anticipated that Sword Blind would directly activate the 4th-grade Divine Movement Talisman. Moreover, Star Extreme Step. Simultaneously, Sword Blind activated his movement technique, and with an extraordinarily abnormal speed of drawing his sword, he aimed for the opponent's vital regions. Puffed. The opponent's expression changed drastically, unable to react in time before being pierced through the forehead by a single sword strike. Boom! The body fell, lifeless. 4th-grade Divine Movement Talisman. The other's pupils constricted. It seems the foundation of your sword dynasty is indeed formidable. Die. A late-stage Spirit Transformation expert immediately took action, simultaneously activating both the 4th-grade Divine Shield Talisman and the 4th-grade Divine Strength Talisman. Clearly, he aimed to eliminate Sword Blind in one blow. Whoosh! Then another figure darted forward, heading straight for Qin Zheng. As for the others, their gazes turned toward Chun Mi. Ka! Just then, a black feather eagle suddenly descended from the sky, its speed akin to lightning. Seizing the moment when a mid-stage Spirit Transformation expert was caught off guard, it directly pierced through his skull with its sharp beak. Dead. Boom! Following that, the remaining individuals surrounded the black feather eagle. Yet, Xiaoyu was not foolish enough to engage in a head-on confrontation, knowing that among them were still early-stage spirit communication experts. It chose to engage in evasive maneuvers, utilizing its speed and aerial advantage to entangle them. Chun Fan merely cast a fleeting glance at the battlefield before redirecting his focus onto the rewards. 4th-grade Weakening Talisman, capable of diminishing the overall strength of Spirit Transformation cultivators, rendering them comparable to Spirit Refinement warriors for a brief duration. The power of the 4th-grade Weakening Talisman is so formidable. It can instantly transform a Spirit Transformation expert into a Spirit Refinement weakling. A tiger turned into a cat. Chun Fan initially believed that the 4th-grade Weakening Talisman would only reduce the overall strength of a Spirit Transformation expert to that of a Spirit Profound warrior. Not realizing he had underestimated its potency. Acceleration card. Accelerates the cultivation speed of the user's techniques, combat skills, movement techniques, formations, and more, yielding astonishing results. This effect is nearly comparable to that of special items for enhancing strength. Chun Fan mused, I wonder how much time the acceleration card can accelerate. What exactly is the nature of its effects? He speculated. Furthermore, it seemed this acceleration card was of little use to me. With his celestial grade talent, Chun Fan had already cultivated all the techniques, combat skills, and movement techniques he had acquired to perfection. He could even create his own techniques and movement styles. Therefore, he had no need for it. However, just because I do not require it does not imply the acceleration card is without merit. Finally, Chun Fan turned his attention to the ongoing battle involving Sword Blind, Qin Zheng, and Xiao Yu. At this moment, Qin Zheng and Sword Blind were entirely on the back foot. Despite possessing a plethora of fourth-grade talismans, their opponents surpassed them in terms of movement techniques, combat skills, and the realms of their techniques. After all, their adversaries were seasoned veterans who had lived for decades, or even longer. Not to mention, their physiques were inferior to those of their foes. In short, they were thoroughly dominated. Both Qin Zheng and Sword Blind had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Especially Sword Blind, whose opponent clearly had numerous fourth-grade talismans at their disposal. Accelerate. Sword Blind. Without hesitation, Chun Fan applied the acceleration card on his Sword Blind. Then a breakthrough? Originally, Sword Blind felt he had hit a bottleneck in the Star Extreme step, unable to advance for the time being. Suddenly, clarity washed over him, and his speed surged dramatically. Whoosh! He barely evaded the attack of the late-stage spirit transformation expert before him, a breakthrough in movement techniques. Quite perceptive. Unfortunately, even if your movement techniques have advanced, your speed cannot compare to mine. At that moment, he was still employing the fourth-grade Divine Movement Talisman, and, as a spirit transformation expert, his speed was naturally much faster than that of Sword Blind, who was also activating the Divine Movement Talisman. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, what he did not anticipate was that Sword Blind's movement technique appeared to be operating on a whole new level, accelerating increasingly. Chapter 78. Sword Blind breaks through. Xiao Yu slaughters all. Whoosh! This is impossible. At a certain moment, the late-stage spirit transformation expert was accidentally struck by Sword Blind in the left arm, blood gushing forth. His face was one of disbelief. How has your movement technique progressed so rapidly? Moreover, what level is your movement technique? How could it elevate your strength so significantly? His movement technique was of the high-level profound tier, and with his late-stage spirit transformation strength, his speed was astonishing. Swift as a shooting star, yet he was wounded by Sword Blind. In truth, Sword Blind was equally astonished. How had so many of his previous predicaments been resolved so effortlessly? He realized that during those fleeting moments of combat, he had not only fully comprehended the Star Extreme step, but had also grasped the improved version of the spiritual sword technique bestowed by the owner to a state of perfection. Thus, he seized the opportunity to adopt a strategy of mutual injury, successfully wounding the late-stage spirit transformation expert before him. This is the owner. How astute he is. He immediately deduced who was assisting him from the shadows. Buzz! In the next moment, he keenly sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. Subsequently, his aura began to surge. Mid-stage spirit movement. His combat power increased once again. Die. Then, in a flash, he unhesitatingly activated two fourth-grade talismans. The fourth-grade Divine Movement Talisman and the fourth-grade Divine Shield Talisman. Whoosh! The effects of the earlier fourth-grade Divine Movement Talisman had already worn off. Likewise, the fourth-grade Divine Movement Talisman activated by the late-stage Spirit Transformation enemy had lost its effect. Help! Help me! The late-stage Spirit Transformation expert's expression changed dramatically. The speed of the fourth-grade Divine Movement Talisman was comparable to that of a late-stage Spirit Transformation expert. Coupled with Sword Blind's movement technique and sword-drawing speed, he was utterly defenseless. Puffed! In the next instant. Just as he prepared to turn and flee, he was pierced through the heart by a single sword strike. Dead. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone. What is happening? A youth with early-stage spirit movement strength actually slayed a late-stage spirit transformation expert. They were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Sword Blind, come help me. Qin Zheng was in dire straits. Had it not been for the fourth-grade Divine Shield Talisman, he would have perished long ago. Even so, his injuries were severe. He too was astonished by Sword Blind's progress. But there was no time for further contemplation. He immediately called for assistance. Whoosh! Sword Blind flashed over. already charging toward him, huffed. Then, with a terrifying swiftness complemented by an astoundingly rapid swordplay, a single strike felled the mid-stage master of the spirit transformation realm who had been engaged in battle with Qin Zheng. The conclusion arrived with such abruptness that Qin Zheng was left utterly speechless. "You are extraordinarily formidable," he stammered. "Just moments ago, we were evenly matched, and now you suddenly overwhelm me. That it feels unreal. It is the master." Whoosh! The sword blind did not elaborate further, uttering only a brief remark before rushing to assist Xiaoyu. It dawned on Qin Zheng that the master had intervened. Yet, why did the master aid you and not me? Whoosh! With the arrival of the sword blind, the tide of battle shifted instantly. The sword blind's faction, previously at a disadvantage, had now achieved an equilibrium. Whoosh! Desperate measures. Moreover, Qin Zheng exhibited remarkable resilience, leveraging the multitude of fourth-grade talismans at his disposal and activating the fourth-grade swift movement talisman to charge forward once more. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, opting for a guerrilla tactic, chose to confront the initial stage spirit transformation powerhouse head-on, relying solely on speed to suppress the opponent. Possessing an ancient bloodline and being a beast type, its physique was exceptionally robust. With astonishing defensive capabilities, particularly its wings, which seemed to render it immune to all forms of attack. Coupled with its nature as a flying beast, its velocity far surpassed that of other beings of the same rank, thus allowing it to completely dominate in one-on-one encounters. Consequently, the situation began to tilt in favor of the Wan Jieqian Zhuang. Whoosh! At a certain moment, Xiaoyu finally seized an opportunity, its sharp claws piercing through the opponent's skull. Death! With the absence of the spirit transformation powerhouse, the remaining foes became mere lambs for slaughter in Xiaoyu's eyes. Retreat! They immediately turned to flee, showing no inclination to fight. If they lingered any longer, they would surely perish. Chirp! Yet with Xiaoyu's ire ignited, how could it permit their escape? Whoosh! It swiftly darted forward like lightning, pursuing those desperate to flee. Soon, the air was filled with anguished cries. Whoosh! However, just as Xiaoyu was about to pursue the last of the late-stage spirit transformation experts, two silhouettes suddenly sprang forth from the shadows, and both were of the spirit transformation level. One even reached the mid-stage spirit transformation level. They had concealed themselves quite effectively. Chun Fan raised an eyebrow. These two individuals were seasoned, evidently having observed the battlefield closely, thus knowing that Xiaoyu's wing defenses were exceptionally formidable, prompting them to launch their initial assault on Xiaoyu's head. Moreover, the attack was utterly unexpected, leaving Xiaoyu with no time to defend. Fourth-grade weakening talisman. Chun Fan had intended to deploy two fourth-grade weakening talismans, but was taken aback as he exclaimed, "A breakthrough?" Whoosh! Xiaoyu achieved yet another breakthrough, astonishingly reaching the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm. Its speed surged dramatically, and its reactions became even swifter. It could fend off the initial stage spirit transformation powerhouse's assault, but was unable to withstand the mid-stage powerhouse's onslaught. However, to its surprise, the mid-stage spirit transformation powerhouse, capable of endangering its life, suddenly slowed its pace, and its offensive power diminished significantly, even weaker than that of the initial stage powerhouse beside it. Bang! Bang! With no time to ponder, Xiaoyu narrowly evaded disaster, successfully using its wings to block the two attacker strikes. Then, its claws launched a counterattack. Its wings, akin to sharp weapons, sliced towards the two individuals' bodies. Should they be struck, they would surely be torn asunder. Ping! Bang! The battle erupted anew. Whoosh! With its newfound strength in the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm, Xiaoyu's combat prowess soared, engaging two opponents while still maintaining a decisive advantage, swiftly dispatching one of them. The weakened mid-stage spirit transformation expert fell. The initial stage powerhouse stood dumbfounded, questioning why it was weaker, why it would perish first. Feeling utterly perplexed, it had no time to ponder and turned to flee. If it did not escape now, it would meet its end. Thud! Thud! At that moment, a synchronized sound of footsteps suddenly resonated. Xiaoyu looked up to see an overwhelming army before it. Chapter 79. The Battle of Lingyun Mountain. Qin Hai. Chun Fan regarded the dense throng of Qin soldiers, his gaze flickering as he remarked with indifference. This Qin Hai truly seeks his own demise. He had never regarded him with any seriousness. Neither in the past nor now. Shaking his head, he chose to divert his attention towards Ao Ziqing instead. However, Qin Hai remained oblivious to Chun Fan's disregard at this moment. He brimmed with confidence. Since departing from his father's military camp, he had resolved to stage a coup, seize power, and declare himself king, hastily returning to the capital of the Great Qin, where he conferred with the national advisor, Elder Fong. Receiving the advisor's robust support, he secretly prepared to ascend to the throne and rebel. Simultaneously, he carried news that the Wan Jie Qianzhuang was situated atop Lingyun Mountain in the Great Qin, riding a flying beast to meet the Lingyun sect's envoy. Zhao Yi praised him profusely, promising, "Afterward, I shall certainly recommend you for entry into the inner sect of Lingyun." "Thank you, esteemed envoy." Qin Hai rejoiced. Following Zhao Ye's instructions, he discreetly spread the news of the Wan Jie Qianzhuang's presence atop Lingyun Mountain, declaring himself king and venerating the Qin king as the supreme emperor. He also unilaterally expelled Qin Zheng from the clan registry, placing him under nationwide bounty. Subsequently, in a bid to curry favor with Zhao Yi, he personally led an army of 100,000 alongside Elder Fong to the peak of Lingyun Mountain. Though he was not the first to arrive at the summit, his timing was still quite appropriate. Seeing that the Wan Jie Qianzhuang still stood firm atop Lingyun Mountain, he felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, it had not been swiftly eradicated. Qin Wang. Over 20 representatives from various factions in the eastern region wished to join our ranks to jointly eradicate the Wan Jie Qianzhuang. Elder Fong stated, "These individuals possess strengths ranging from the spirit transformation realm, with the most formidable among them even reaching the mid-stage of the spirit transformation." Hearing this, Qin Hai's delight intensified. With their assistance, the Wan Jie Qianzhuang would surely be annihilated. "Issue my military orders. Annihilate the Wan Jie Qianzhuang. Kill." Qin Hai bellowed enthusiastically. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" 100,000 Qin soldiers surged forth, launching an assault on Lingyun Mountain. Whoosh! Whoosh! Over 20 representatives from the various eastern region factions also sprang into action. In an instant, the momentum was monumental. Chirp! The black-feathered eagle let out a resounding cry, then, without hesitation, dove toward the army below. Its speed was astonishing, its wings slicing through the air like a cutting machine, cleaving the Qin soldiers in its path asunder, slaying them on the spot. "Valbeast, prepare to die!" Whoosh! The mid-stage spirit transformation powerhouse immediately flashed into action. Charging straight at it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Simultaneously, two initial stage spirit transformation experts followed closely behind. Clearly, they recognized the formidable nature of this black-feathered eagle and decided to join forces. Bang! Ping! The black-feathered eagle, facing 3 opponents, still held its ground, and a chaotic melee ensued. Qin Hai, you are simply courting death. Seeing this scene, Qin Zheng gritted his teeth in rage. These Qin soldiers, originally the elite of the Great Qin, dared to offend the Wan Jie Qianzhuang. The master would surely not spare them. Undoubtedly, these individuals would perish here, becoming nourishment for the Lingyun mountain range. Qin Zheng, did you ever anticipate reaching this day, from the moment you chose to become an apprentice of the Wan Jie Qianzhuang? Your fate was sealed. You could have utterly crushed me, seized the crown prince position, yet you chose to act foolishly. Opting for a second-rate force like the Wan Jie Qianzhuang, you offended the Lingyun sect. You offended Envoy Zhao, and you provided me with an opportunity. At this moment, Qin Hai felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, releasing all the pent-up frustration he had previously endured. "Ha! You and the Wan Jie Qianzhuang shall be trampled by my Great Qin iron cavalry. Kill! Those who bring me Qin Zheng's head shall be promoted 3 ranks and rewarded with 10,000 gold and 1,000,000 spirit stones." Qin Hai suddenly pointed his long knife at Qin Zheng, shouting loudly, "Kill! Kill!" In an instant, a throng of Qin soldiers charged recklessly toward Qin Zheng. Damn it! Qin Zheng clenched his fists tightly, an overwhelming killing intent surging within him. Whoosh! At this moment, the sore blind made no further remarks. darting forward to engage. Whoosh! Qin Zheng gritted his teeth and chose to retaliate. However, his gaze remained fixed firmly on Qin Hai, 4th grade Swift Movement Talisman, with the assistance of the 4th grade Swift Movement Talisman. His speed was astonishing, rendering any Qin soldier unable to impede his advance, including those formidable generals. Qin Hai's gaze sharpened. Master of the National Affairs, it seems this bounty shall belong to you. I must also express my gratitude for the generosity of King Qin. The figure of Elder Fong, shrouded entirely in a black robe, rasped in a hoarse voice, slowly turning his attention toward the swiftly descending Qin Zheng. Elder Fong, leave a living witness. I wish to thoroughly torment this fool. Qin Hai spoke coldly. Understood. Whoosh! In the next instant, Elder Fong's form flickered and vanished from sight. Upon witnessing this, Qin Zheng's pupils contracted. Master of the National Affairs. A 4th grade Spirit Movement Talisman. He immediately discerned that the Master of the National Affairs had also activated a 4th grade Spirit Movement Talisman, and without hesitation, he activated a 4th grade Spirit Shield Talisman. A 4th grade Spirit Shield Talisman? Intriguing. It appears the foundation of the Universal Banking House should not be underestimated. Elder Fong remarked nonchalantly. However, this Master of the National Affairs is indeed a 4th grade Talisman Master. What I lack the least are 4th grade talismans. Whoosh! Bang! Subsequently, both sides began to clash fiercely. Undoubtedly, Qin Zheng found himself at a disadvantage once more. Among them, the Sore Blind, in an effort to prevent Qin Zheng from being harmed, swiftly followed, intending to assist him. Unfortunately, he was surrounded by experts from various factions of the Eastern Domain. Kill! Kill! At this moment, some of the great Qin soldiers had already reached the summit of Lingyun Mountain, launching a frenzied assault on the Universal Banking House. Bang! Ah! Alas, the majority of their strength remained at the Spirit Refinement and Spirit Profound realms, rendering them incapable of breaching the protective formation of the Universal Banking House. Whoosh! This general is coming. However, before long, a great Qin general of Spirit Movement realm prowess, wielding a massive iron hammer, charged forward at a large number of Qin troops made way. Clear the path, this great Qin general bellowed. Leaping high into the air, bang! However, in the next moment, while still airborne, he was directly kicked away, vanishing into the sky in an instant. The surrounding Qin soldiers were taken aback. They stared in astonishment at the woman clad in a blood-red robe, who had appeared out of nowhere. They were awestruck by her power, even more so by her breathtaking beauty. Kill them all. At that moment, a faint voice emanated from within the Universal Banking House. Whoosh! Immediately, Su Qingyu's delicate figure flickered, and the slaughter commenced. Chapter 80. One strike to annihilation. A modest reputation, those who offend the Universal Banking House must be killed. In the blink of an eye, Su Qingyu, having broken through to the late stage of the spirit communication realm, slaughtered all the hundreds of great Qin soldiers atop Lingyun Mountain. Whoosh! She then stood alone at the summit, her unparalleled beauty exuding an air of indifference. Her aura a blend of fire and ice. Like a queen high above, she looked down upon the 100,000 Qin troops and numerous powerful figures below. Whoosh! Suddenly, an arrow streaked through the sky, aimed directly at Su Qingyu's eyes. Boom! It seemed as though Su Qingyu didn't notice at all, until the arrow came within 10 meters of her, at which point it ignited with a resounding explosion. Whoosh! Subsequently, the flames in her beautiful eyes flickered, and then, as if responding to her will, countless flames surged outward from her center, spreading rapidly and engulfing the mountain in a blaze. Moreover, the sacred fire seemed to possess a consciousness, avoiding the trees and sparing the flora of the Lingyun mountain range, targeting only the enemies for incineration. Fire! Run! Ah! Save me! In mere moments, the entire Qin army on Lingyun Mountain was enveloped in sacred fire. As if they were moving balls of flames, their screams of agony filling the air. One soldier from the Qin army sensed the danger first and turned to flee. However, could his speed surpass that of the sacred fire? In an instant, he felt as though his body were cast into raging flames, an excruciating torment that plunged him into despair. Fortunately, his power was weak. As a mere second-grade spirit refinement warrior, he offered no resistance and was directly reduced to ashes. The might of the sacred fire was evident. Similar scenes unfolded throughout Lingyun Mountain, resembling a hellish abyss. Of course, the vast majority of the weaker Qin soldiers were incinerated in an instant, unable to withstand much damage, while the more powerful generals managed to resist longer due to their sufficient spiritual energy. However, they were unaware that the sacred fire could burn through their spiritual energy, a great Qin general of Tiger Might. At the late stage of Spirit Movement Realm, upon witnessing this bizarre spectacle, was immediately struck with terror and attempted to flee, simultaneously activating his spiritual energy and a third-grade spirit shield talisman for defense. Then, as expected, the sacred fire swiftly enveloped him. The third-grade spirit shield talisman was incinerated in an instant. Even spiritual energy can be burned. After merely 2 seconds of resistance, this great Qin Tiger Might general was reduced to ashes. Dead, what kind of sorcery is this? How could it turn out like this? Is the Universal Banking House a devil? Qin Hai stared in horror at this scene, his previously confident and arrogant demeanor utterly shattered. Your Majesty, run. A personal guard shouted urgently. Whoosh! At that moment, witnessing such an eerie scenario, Elder Fong turned and fled without a second thought, not even sparing a glance at Qin Hai, Master of the National Affairs. Save me! Qin Hai reacted quickly, calling out loudly. Unfortunately, the Master of the National Affairs paid him no heed. Seeing this, Qin Hai's expression darkened, and he shouted in rage, I shall not let you off. I will not forgive you. Just then, the eerie yet powerful flames surged forth, incinerating his guards one after another. The defensive line, composed of over 1,000 spirit profound guards, collapsed with a resounding crash. Qin Hai was but a step away from death. Qin Zheng, ninth brother, save me. Qin Hai suddenly looked at Qin Zheng, even dropping to his knees with a thud, his face a mask of panic and fear. Qin Zheng had ceased fighting, as his opponent was now fully occupied resisting the peculiar flames. Qin Hai, you dared a rebel, willing to serve as another's lackey, nearly leading great Qin to ruin. You are unworthy of life. Qin Zheng cried out, even if I die, I shall drag you down with me. To hell with you. To hell with you. Fourth-grade spirit explosion talisman. He immediately produced a fourth-grade spirit explosion talisman, drawing out 8 of them, and shrieked at Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng, let us die together. Poof. However, in the next moment, just as he was about to activate the fourth-grade spirit explosion talismans, his body suddenly trembled, and a sword tip pierced through his forehead, accompanied by a splatter of flesh and a smear of red and white viscous substance. Qin Zheng, you talk too much nonsense. The voice of the sword blind followed. After all, he is the crown prince of Great Qin, my elder brother. Qin Zheng gazed at Qin Hai's resentful visage, involuntarily closing his eyes. Clearly, witnessing as the crowd engaged in mutual introductions, news of the complete annihilation of the major forces from the Eastern Domain, including the Qin King and his army of 100,000, at Lingyun Mountain began to spread. Within a few days, this news reached the Great Zhou Empire, and the name of the Wanjie Qinzhuang was firmly established. As time progressed, the prestige of Wanjie Qinzhuang began to soar. Ding! Prestige reached 200 points. Prestige reached 400 points. Prestige reached 700 points. Chapter 81. Abundant rewards. Successful summoning. Ding! Prestige reached 1,000 points. Wanjie Qinzhuang achieved the milestone of notable reputation. The rewards included a Wanjie Qinzhuang protective formation, a special item, 10 5th-grade talismans, and 1 6th-grade talisman, resetting the Wanjie Qinzhuang. The magnitude of this reward was truly remarkable. Chun Fan's pupils contracted in excitement. A special item is synonymous with valuable treasures. 10 5th-grade talismans are sufficient to contend with mid-level spirit communication realm experts, and now he had received 10. Furthermore, a 6th-grade talisman was awarded. Even when facing a spirit master realm expert, he might still have a fighting chance. However, what does it mean to reset the Wanjie Qinzhuang? Eagerly, Chun Fan clicked to view the rewards. Wanjie Qinzhuang protective formation. 1. Large-scale formation. Special item. 1. Upgraded Een Soul Puppet. Without any side effects. 5th-grade talismans. 10. Including 2 5th-grade Divine Shield talismans. 2 5th-grade Divine Explosion Talismans, 2 5th-grade Divine Strength Talismans, 2 5th-grade Divine Movement Talismans, and 2 5th-grade Weakening Talismans, 6th-grade Talismans, 1 6th-grade Divine Strength Talismans. Capable of slaying Spirit Master Realm experts. Reset Wanjie Qinzhuang. The prestige of Wanjie Qinzhuang is elevated to a certain level, requiring corresponding scale and facilities. This time, the protective formation of Wanjie Qinzhuang was indeed a large-scale formation. It was capable of resisting any attacks from experts below the Royal Spirit Realm. As for the special item, it enhances the strength of the Yin Soul. Chun Fan felt a surge of excitement and did not hesitate to use it on Xiaomi, instantly elevating her strength to the late stage of the spirit communication realm. Given the increasing number of emissaries recruited by Wanjie Qinzhuang, Xiaomi, as a spokesperson, could no longer suffice with her late-stage spirit transformation realm power. However, her late-stage spirit communication realm strength was barely adequate for resetting Wanjie Qinzhuang. Does it mean that there will be significant changes? Chun Fan looked around the resplendent hall and suddenly felt it was indeed somewhat desolate. Reset. Immediately, he focused his thoughts. Ding! Wanjie Qinzhuang is resetting. The system's cold, electronic synthesized voice echoed, and in the next moment, Chun Fan was forcibly ejected from the hall of Wanjie Qinzhuang. That IT seems that the reset of Wanjie Qinzhuang is quite significant. I look forward to the changes. He then began to sense the late-stage power of Xiaomi in the spirit communication realm. Throughout the Eastern Domain, various factions were closely monitoring the Great Zhou Empire. They wished to discern the Empire's stance and observe the reaction of the envoy Zhao from Lingyun's sect. Useless, Qinghai is nothing but a waste. The entire Eastern Domain is filled with a bunch of failures. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Yi immediately erupted in fury. Beside him, Jihan, Zhou Qi, and others could not help but frown. Zhao Yi's words evidently included them as well. According to reports from spies, Zhao Yi. On the day of the incident, a demonic fire appeared, annihilating 100,000 of the Great Qin army in mere moments. Even mid-level spirit communication realm experts could not last a minute. There must be extraordinary individuals within Wanjie Qinzhuang. It is highly likely that it is that mysterious owner. Zhou Qi inhaled deeply and spoke first, fearing that Zhao Yi would continue to berate, disrupting everyone's peace. The owner of Wanjie Qinzhuang. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi's pupils contracted, a glint of cold light flashing this moment. Jihan stepped forward, presenting a Qinquan bag, stating, Zhao Yi, please calm your anger. Seeing this, Zhao Yi did not hold back and directly accepted it, probing into the Qinquan bag. 10 million spirit stones, 1 5th-grade divine shield talismans. His brow arched, and his anger dissipated significantly. Had he possessed a 5th-grade divine shield talismans back then, would he have needed to fear the 5th-grade divine explosion talismans in the hands of that female servant of the owner of Wanjie Qinzhuang? He would not have been overwhelmed. Zhao Yi. The strength of the owner of Wanjie Qinzhuang is formidable, nearly invincible across the Eastern Domain. Only experts of the Spirit Master Realm can hope to slay him, Jihan remarked. However, His Majesty has recently been preoccupied with the affairs of the Great Ming, unable to spare any attention. Otherwise, he would have personally intervened to assist you in dealing with Wanjie Qinzhuang to alleviate your grievances. Nevertheless, His Majesty has arranged for all your needs to be met with full support. We must ensure your success in eliminating Wanjie Qinzhuang. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi's brows furrowed. Zhou Huang's words were rather eloquent, but they essentially conveyed two meanings. First, Zhou Huang would not take action. Second, he was to devise a way to eradicate Wanjie Qinzhuang, while the great Zhou would only assist from the sidelines, considering the Qinquan bag in his hand and reflecting on the recent ascension of Ming Huang to royalty. Openly defying the great Zhou Empire, there were indeed numerous matters requiring Zhou Huang's attention, so he did not press the issue further. Nodding, he stated, "Let us wait. This envoy has already issued a summons to the sect. All disciples of Lingyun's sect within the Eastern Domain will converge. When that time comes, it will be the moment of Wanjie Qinzhuang's demise. For now, let them continue to flounder for a while longer." Ding! Wanjie Qinzhuang reset successfully. Welcome, host, to explore. An hour later, the system's voice resonated in Chun Fan's mind. Stepping forth, Chun Fan wasted no time entering. Upon entering, he found himself not within the hall of Wanjie Qinzhuang, but outside its grand entrance. Before his eyes stood a two-story structure, exuding an ancient yet majestic aura, with interlocking mortise and tenon joints, sweeping eaves, and exquisitely carved decorations. Especially the four large characters of Qinzhuang on the plaque radiated mystery and authority, making one reluctant to gaze directly. Previously, it had given an impression of opulence. Now, it exuded understated luxury and profoundness, high-end, elegant, and sophisticated. As the owner of Wanjie Qinzhuang, Chun Fan felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Whoosh! In a flash, Chun Fan eagerly entered. Upon entering, he was greeted by the familiar hall of Wanjie Qinzhuang, now adorned with several sets of tables and chairs, evidently for receiving guests at AS for the second floor. It was divided into two areas, a storeroom and a living area. The storeroom had been distinctly separated. Moreover, there was a living area. This truly resembled the complete version of Wanjie Qinzhuang. Chun Fan was increasingly satisfied. In the future, when he practiced within Wanjie Qinzhuang, he would no longer have to endure the desolate hall. Moments later, just as Chun Fan was concluding his tour and preparing to depart, he suddenly sensed something. Zhonghua successfully summoned the soul. He immediately focused his attention on Zhonghua. This moment, after 49 days, Zhonghua had finally summoned his son's Yin soul back, although it was quite feeble. It was nonetheless a chance for his son's survival. Stepping forth, he unhesitatingly carried his son's corpse to Wanjie Qinzhuang. Chapter 82. The Clown Wang Daba, Seducing Xiao Gongonghum. Upon arriving at the entrance of Wanjie Qinzhuang, Zhonghua was momentarily stunned. This the Wanjie Qinzhuang he knows. So this is what the exterior of Wanjie Qinzhuang looks like. Previously, he had entered and exited solely from a hall, never having witnessed the Fa Ade. Upon seeing it now, he almost thought there had been no change at all. Then, as he stepped into the hall of Wanjie Qinzhuang, he was once again taken aback. Why are there so many tables and chairs? However, he could not afford to ponder this for long. His thoughts were fully occupied with his son. He immediately knelt on one knee, cradling his son's corpse, and implored, "Master, please save my son." The Yin soul of Wu Shuang was far too frail, and being so young, he might not even recognize all the characters, making it exceedingly difficult to cultivate the Yin soul techniques, which required time. Chun Fan had been observing in Wu Shuang's Yin soul from the moment Zhonghua appeared. No problem, as long as we can save Wu Shuang. I am willing to wait. And Zhonghua's expression brightened, not in sorrow, but in joy. His son had hope. However, your son's Yin soul may dissipate at any moment. We must find a treasure capable of nurturing his Yin soul. Chun Fan spoke again. Upon hearing this, Zhonghua's expression tightened. Fortunately, your luck is favorable. I have just acquired a mysterious pendant, within which lies a small world dense with Yin energy, capable of nurturing the Yin soul and aiding its growth. And Wu Shuang can thrive within it. Moreover, Chun Fan remarked, this pendant can accompany you. You may use it to teach him to recognize characters and impart knowledge. Your lingering spirit can also enter it, accompanying him as he grows. By the way, this is the Yin soul technique. Henceforth, you shall be the one to guide him in his cultivation. Thank you, Master Zhuang. I and Zhonghua shall certainly devote myself to this task with utmost diligence and loyalty. And Zhonghua expressed, his tiger-like eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. Dio refrained from uttering that last phrase. Chun Fan interrupted Zhonghua, continuing, "Live well. Perhaps you'll have the chance to reunite with your beloved wife." As for expressions of gratitude, there is no need for excessive words. Simply focus on your duties. Understood. And Zhonghua replied with a solemn nod, his demeanor serious and earnest. Actions speak louder than words. Here is the Yin soul technique and the mysterious pendant. As for your son's remains and your wife's hands, I shall temporarily keep them here. When the time is ripe, I will revive them. Chun Fan instructed as he handed over the Yin soul technique and the mysterious pendant. Now, your immediate task is to travel to the Great Jin Dynasty and assist another envoy of the Wanjie Bank, Wang Daba, in resolving a debt matter. Yes. And Zhongwa nodded in agreement without hesitation. Master, did you summon me? At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the door. Wow, I didn't realize the exterior of our Wanjie Bank was so ancient and grand. Master, I never knew you had such exquisite taste. Chen Fan mused. Though I have yet to see the person, I can already recognize his voice. He understood that the speaker outside was the comical Wang Daba. With a confident stride, Wang Daba entered the room, surveying the surroundings before his gaze landed on Zhongwa, momentarily taken aback. You are the master? And Zhongwa, envoy of the Wanjie Bank, he introduced himself succinctly. You must be Wang Daba, correct? So, we are part of the same organization. Wang Daba, with an air of familiarity, responded, It seems you have already heard of my heroic deeds from the master. I am indeed Wang Daba, the second in command of the Wanjie Bank. Coughing, Chen Fan could no longer contain himself and interjected. Envoy Wang, please promptly provide an envoy with a detailed account of the situation over in Great Jin and swiftly resolve the debt matter. Absolutely, Wang Daba declared, unceremoniously plopping down onto a chair and beckoning in Zhongwa. Come, don't be shy. Let's sit and chat. And Zhongwa, despite his reservations, chose to take a seat. Olden, Wang Daba began, but Chen Fan cut in Zhongwa. Are we that familiar? Is it truly appropriate to address me in such a manner? The matter of the Great Jin's unpaid debt is not due to any lack of effort on my part. Rather, the individual in question possesses overwhelming strength at the late stage of the spirit communication realm. Additionally, he is backed by a nation's resources and exceedingly fearful of death, wielding an alarming number of 4th and 5th tier talismans, with a multitude of guards shadowing him. It is exceedingly difficult to ascertain his true whereabouts. What do you suggest I do? Wang Daba lamented, his chubby face etched with worry. However, Chen Fan interjected with a smirk. With such a woeful expression, you appear rather constipated, do you not, to reclaim this debt? I have made considerable sacrifices, Wang Daba lamented. I even sacrificed my charm. Wang Daba, ever verbose, continued without waiting for Zhongwa to respond. You know, I went so far as to seduce the most favored daughter of the Jin King, Princess Yongla. And guess what happened? At this juncture, Wang Daba's face shifted to one of indignation. The princess deemed my strength and talent sufficient, yet found my appearance too unsightly. Thus, she rejected me. How outrageous! It infuriated me. As he spoke, Wang Daba suddenly found himself at a loss for words that, if you keep rambling, do you believe I won't seal your mouth shut entirely? Chen Fan, unable to hold back any longer, swiftly gestured with his finger, temporarily sealing Wang Daba's mouth. That in the Wanjie Bank, he was omnipotent. Startled, Wang Daba trembled, his ample flesh quivering, and then he hastily nodded in compliance like a chick pecking at grain. Once Chen Fan released the seal on Wang Daba's mouth, he coughed and resumed. In any case, the illustrious Princess Yongla missed out on such an exceptional husband as myself. Subsequently, I felt compelled to fulfill the Master's directive regarding the debt. With a spirit of perseverance, I continued to devise a plan. Finally, heaven did not forsake the diligent, and an idea struck me. Can you guess what it is? Wang Daba asked mysteriously. Chen Fan thought to himself. This fellow talks far too much, and it's all nonsense. And he seems to have an inflated sense of self-worth. Cough, did you just charge in? And Zhongwa, caught in Wang Daba's gaze, felt compelled to speak. Is it possible you did not act so impulsively? Impossible. I'm not that foolish. I possess a high intellect. Wang Daba was about to boast when Chen Fan, growing impatient, interrupted him. I switched my target for seduction. Oh, another princess from the Great Jin? And Zhongwa inquired. Not at all. It was the Grand Steward of the Jin Palace, Gonggong Xiao. And Zhongwa. Chen Fan. Chapter 83. The purple gold alchemy furnace arrives at the Great Jin capital. How did you manage that? With a steward? And Zhongwa inhaled deeply, suppressing his urge to ridicule, and curiously asked, as he spoke. He cast a deliberate glance at Wang Daba's physique, pondering whether today's stewards had an affinity for such ample forms. But that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was the magnitude of his sacrifice. To fulfill the Master's commission, was it easy for me? Wang Daba displayed an expression of utter despondency. And Zhonghua inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine, his expression becoming peculiar. Noticing this, Wang Daba promptly exclaimed, "Olden, what does that look? I assure you, there is nothing untoward between me and Gonggong Xiao. I merely cast a couple of flirtatious glances. Had I met the Jin King, would I have sacrificed myself in vain?" Wang Daba quickly clarified that Xiao Gonggong is nothing but a coward, so overly cautious. He is clearly the Jin King's confidant and mouthpiece, yet refuses to divulge any information about the Jin King. Wang Daba was about to elaborate further, but Zhonghua nodded, preemptively stating, "I'm already aware of the specifics." "Thank you, Envoy Wang, for your insights." With that, he rose and respectfully positioned himself against the grand entrance of the Wanjie Bank, slightly bowing. "Master, within 3 days, I shall undoubtedly resolve this matter. The Great Han is in close proximity to the Great Jin, merely a nation apart, which is precisely why Chen Fan chose to send in Zhonghua to assist Wang Daba." "Very well, I shall await your news," Chen Fan replied. "Olden, when you arrive in Great Jin, do remember to seek me out. I'm quite familiar with the place, and no need to rush off." As soon as Wang Daba began to speak, and Zhonghua turned and departed the Wanjie Bank. "Master," Wang Daba wanted to say something further, but Chen Fan promptly escorted him out of the Wanjie Bank. Phew, finally, peace and quiet. Chen Fan exhaled a sigh of relief. Ding, the 8th transaction has been completed. Achieving a completion rate of 90. Receive the corresponding task rewards. Reward summary. Acquired 1 purple gold alchemy furnace. Immediately afterward, the system's notification sounded, and Zhonghua's transaction reward had finally arrived. A completion rate of 90? Quite commendable. Chen Fan had invested considerable resources to recruit in Zhonghua. 10 years, the 9 transformations golden body technique, 1 million spirit stones, and a promise to assist in saving his wife and child. The cost of rescuing his wife and child was particularly steep. Even now, he had yet to bring them back to life. He had already employed the soul summoning technique, the mysterious pendant, and the Yin soul technique. It felt like an insatiable abyss. Nonetheless, the system assessed the transaction's completion rate at an impressive 90, indicating in Zhonghua's immense potential. Review the rewards. Soon, a message materialized. Purple gold alchemy furnace. Quantity, 1. Can be used for alchemy, increasing the success rate of alchemical processes, specifically for alchemists. Exclusively for alchemists. It seems I must carve out some time to learn the art of alchemy. Then I shall procure the necessary materials for alchemical endeavors. Otherwise, having the purple gold alchemy furnace in my possession would simply be a waste. The art of alchemy possesses immense significance, capable of concocting a myriad of elixirs. Chen Fan, who has long harbored a profound yearning for this craft, seizes the opportunity to diligently practice. "Xiao Yu, teach me the art of alchemy." Upon this thought, Chen Fan opens the encyclopedia and immerses himself in the realm of knowledge, observing the intricate operations of several alchemical masters. In the Great Han, ever since Zhonghua orchestrated the downfall of King Han and Duke Zhao, chaos has engulfed the entire region. Neighboring nations have launched attacks, and within Great Han, bandits roam freely. With rebel armies emerging in every corner in this tumultuous time, the populace suffers greatly. Presently, Great Han is rife with various factions, resembling a cauldron of disorder, save for the capital, which remains tranquil, solely due to Zhonghua's presence. At this moment, Zhonghua gathers his 108 valiant warriors, declaring, "I shall soon depart for Great Jin on a mission. You may disperse." He gestures toward a trove of 30 million spirit stones. Dozens of 4th-grade talismans, hundreds of 3rd-grade talismans, thousands of 2nd-grade talismans, and an assortment of elixirs and resources, all seized from Duke Zhao's estate for your distribution. Instantly, the 108 warriors' expressions shift to one of urgency as they cast their gazes upon Zhuge Yu. "General," Zhuge Yu begins it, "I am no longer the general of Great Han, merely a commoner, an envoy of the All-World Bank." And Zhonghua interjects, waving his hand dismissively, "An envoy of the All-World Bank." Zhuge Yu raises an eyebrow, aware of the recent stir caused by the institution throughout the Eastern Domain, but he never anticipated that general and was an envoy of the All-World Bank. And Zhonghua succinctly recounts the affairs of the All-World Bank. Upon hearing this, The crowd is struck with awe, followed by a heavy silence. The general has found his place. But what of them? General, our brother's parents, wives, and children have all perished at Duke Zhao's hands, leaving us desolate and forsaken. Will you abandon us too? Zhuge Yu speaks again. We understand our limitations and know we cannot join the All-World Bank. We only wish to follow the general into battle, willing to serve as vanguards, unregretful in death. In unison, the remaining warriors kneel, their voices rising in fervent accord. Witnessing this, and Zhonghua scans the faces before him, taking a deep breath as his fervor reignites. Very well, let us march into battle together. If you do not fail me, I shall not fail you. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Yu and the others beam with delight. Zhuge Yu, prepare the flying beasts. We shall head to Great Jin. And Zhonghua issues the command without hesitation. Yes, Zhuge Yu responds, turning to depart. With a hum, and Zhonghua begins his cultivation. He is already well aware of the formidable reputation of the Jin King, understanding the challenges that lie ahead in reclaiming debts from him. If he could break through to the spirit manipulation realm, his task would become significantly easier. Zhuge Yu's efficiency is remarkable, and Zhonghua muses, as within a single afternoon, Zhuge Yu procures several flying beasts, and they soar toward Great Jin. A day later, they arrive at the capital of Great Jin. Jin King, you borrowed a longevity elixir from the All-World Bank, with a term of 1,000 years and a penalty of 100 years. Taking 100 years of lifespan as interest, you are now 800 years overdue. Immediately surrender the elixir and the 800 years of lifespan. And Zhonghua, mounted upon a flying beast, gazes down upon the Jin royal palace, his voice echoing throughout the city. Instantly, silence falls over the capital of Great Jin, as all eyes gaze upward in stunned silence. The Jin King is in debt. Moreover, the loan was for a longevity elixir, and lifespan can be collected as interest. With a surge, an aura of mid-level spirit manipulation bursts forth, followed by a thunderous shout. Who dares to act recklessly in the capital of Great Jin? And Zhonghua, he replies indifferently. The general of Great Han? Humph. And Zhonghua, you have audacity. This is not a place for your rampancy. Depart. Chapter 84. The manifestation of the world-destroying blade whoosh. Whoosh. Figures emerge from all corners of the Great Jin capital, soaring into the air, without exception, all at the spirit manipulation level. 8 of them. Zhuge Yu's pupils constrict as he urgently commands. Form a formation. Whoosh, whoosh. Soon, dozens of flying beasts align in formation, establishing an aerial platform, instantly creating a bloodthirsty array. A terrifying aura of slaughter subtly manifests above, resembling a colossal blade capable of severing the will of its enemies. Within the All-World Bank, Chun Fan, who has been closely monitoring the developments, remarks with a hint of indifference. Yet this is insufficient. Those who have broken through to the spirit manipulation level possess indomitable wills. How could their resolve be so easily severed? Unless Zhonghua stands at the formation's core, the array's power would undoubtedly ascend several tiers. Confronting these 8 spirit manipulation experts would then become a mere formality. No sooner had Chun Fan spoken than the 8 spirit manipulation experts from Great Jin launched their attacks. They clearly recognized the array's bizarre nature and its overwhelming power and could not afford to delay any further. Whoosh! Unfortunately, it was already too late, and Zhonghua flickered, arriving at the heart of the array. With a hum, as Chun Fan had anticipated, the array's potency surged. The most apparent manifestation was that the colossal blade in the void materialized, hovering ominously above their heads. With all their might, the 8 spirit manipulation experts from the Great Jin dynasty, witnessing this spectacle, underwent a drastic change in expression. In an instant, their countenances grew grave as they unleashed all their hidden cards, sparing no effort. At this moment, the 8 appeared as shooting stars, converging from 8 directions to launch a relentless assault, carrying an overwhelming offensive, the world-destroying blade. However, Zhonghua maintained a calm demeanor, extending his right hand to grasp the colossal blade above him, creating a stark contrast. So, this is the world-destroying blade. Indeed, it carries an impressive aura. Chun Fan narrowed his eyes, observing the increasingly grave expressions of the 8 spirit manipulation experts. He understood that the world-destroying blade exerted tremendous pressure upon them, with the impending strike of the 8 experts. And Zhongguo wielded the blade with one hand and swung it fiercely. In an instant, the once mighty offensive of the 8 was effortlessly obliterated, encountering no resistance whatsoever. No, it cannot be. The 8 spirit manipulation experts' expressions shifted dramatically, as an overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloped them, prompting cries of alarm. Yet they could not evade in time. All 8 were cleaved in twain, without exception. Not only that, but their very souls were also annihilated. Chun Fan's pupils contracted. His own soul was immensely powerful, allowing him to perceive the changes in the souls of these 8 experts instantaneously. Given their strength, even if severed, they should not have perished on the spot. At the very least, their consciousness would linger for a time. Yet, their eyes instantly became devoid of life. The world-destroying blade is terrifying beyond measure. At this moment, Chun Fan felt a surge of envy. Simultaneously, the entirety of Great Jin's capital fell into a profound silence. Whether they were high-ranking officials, military commanders, common folk, or wealthy merchants, all were rendered speechless in shock. Jin King, do you not intend to show yourself? And Zhongguo gazed coldly at the Great Jin Palace, lifting the world-destroying blade once more, as a terrifying aura of slaughter began to envelop the area, instantly locking onto the entire palace. Inside the palace, tens of thousands of imperial guards, eunuchs, maidens, concubines, and princes were all paralyzed with fear, retreating in unison, their faces marked with terror. Was Zhongguo truly intent on annihilating the entire palace? They were engulfed in panic, desperately hoping the Jin King would intervene. They did not wish to die in vain. Whoosh! And Zhongguo wasted no words. With a mere thought, 18 flying beasts surged forward like an arrow, diving toward the Great Jin Palace. Their speed increased, and the overwhelming aura of slaughter intensified, the sensation of death growing ever clearer. Thud! Thud! Within the palace, many began to collapse to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, their faces awash with despair and pleading. More directly, they felt the Grim Reaper drawing near. Thud! Thud! Following this, a large number of Imperial guards fell to the ground in a faint. Annihilate! As Zhongguo uttered this word, the world-destroying blade in his hand cleaved through the air. At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from deep within the palace. Stop! A voice, resonant like a great bell, echoed, instantly dispelling the pressure on everyone present. Whoosh! Suddenly, a young figure with a strikingly handsome visage surged forth. Pressing both palms firmly against the blade of the world-extinguishing sword, thwarting its advance, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted from his hands. Did he manage to block it? In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, only to be illuminated by expressions of wild joy. The Prince of Jin is formidable. The Prince of Jin is formidable. Roars echoed from within the palace, resonating throughout the entirety of the great capital of Jin. However, Zhongguo's countenance remained eerily calm. In the next moment, the world-extinguishing sword slashed forward once more. Initially, its speed was slow, but it rapidly accelerated, in an instant threatening to escape the grip of the Prince of Jin. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings once more. The situation had shifted far too swiftly, hadn't it? Whoosh, then, the world-extinguishing sword decisively cleaved through the defenses of the Prince of Jin. Heading straight for his face, Olden, do not kill him. I have yet to obtain the youth-preserving pill and his lifespan. Just then a familiar voice rang out, Buzz. Immediately, the world-extinguishing sword abruptly changed direction, slicing past the Prince of Jin. Puffed, puffed. The terrifying assault split the grand palace of Jin in two, leaving a gash several dozen meters deep, utterly shocking to behold. As for those caught in the blast, unsurprisingly, they were at that moment. A vibrant voice emerged. Princess Yongle, Wang Debao, upon catching sight of the familiar and enchanting figure, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and inquire, Do you seek my assistance? Between us, with the demise of King Jin and the recent loss of 8 formidable warriors, The great Jean is bound to fragment a woman, and a beautiful one at that. Princess Yonghua must secure a powerful ally. Otherwise, her remaining days will be fraught with despair. Even if the person before her is the very one who avenged her father's death, our paths are irrevocably severed. Yesterday, you disregarded me, and today, I have become unattainable. Wang Debao inadvertently uttered a classic adage. Debao, is there still a possibility between us? The next moment, a voice resembling that of a duck echoed. Xiao Gonggong. Upon hearing this, Wang Debao's expression shifted dramatically, particularly upon witnessing the suggestive movements of Xiao Gonggong's petite frame. The alluring glint in his eyes and the delicate manner in which he held his fingers that a wave of nausea surged within him. Chapter 86. The Silencing of Wang Debao, Future of the Universal Bank Rejuvenation Pill. 780 years of lifespan, 10 spirit meridians, 10 million spirit stones. Master, this is the bounty from our journey to the Great Jean. In the Grand Hall of the Universal Bank, and Zhonghua respectfully reported the gains from their expedition. Master, I believe you must reward me. Just a moment ago, I was nearly ensnared by that Xiao Gonggong. I was left with goosebumps all over, and my previous meal nearly came up as Wang Debao spoke. He involuntarily shivered, clearly still affected by the encounter. How can you still ask for a reward? Chun Fan, upon seeing Wang Debao, could not help but retort, what have you accomplished throughout this ordeal? I have yet to hold you accountable, yet you dare to demand a reward? When you return, you shall spend a day in the contemplation chamber. You claim to be loquacious, so let us see if you can converse with yourself for an entire day in solitude. What? Surely not. Master, why must you resort to corporal punishment? Wang Debao's chubby face contorted in dismay. Should I silence you for a day? Chun Fan countered. This fellow, who usually addressed him casually as you, had swiftly adopted a more formal tone. Deserving of a reprimand. Upon hearing this, Wang Debao immediately donned a look of grievance, refraining from further speech. Following this, all debt contracts within the Eastern Domain have been thoroughly resolved. Your task is to gather the Foundation Establishment Platform and the Void Shuttle. Chun Fan continued. What? Wang Debao, perplexed, queried. What are those? They sound like material for constructing formations. Master, are you still a master of formations? What formation do you intend to construct? Although I, Wang Debao, may lack expertise, I am more than capable of labor. Look at my physique. In the next instant, he found himself rendered speechless, truly silenced. Fu Dao and Zhonghua exhaled in relief, evidently having endured his share of torment. Wang Debao cast a mournful glance at Zhonghua. Olden, despite my kindness towards you, you offer me no support and react in such a manner. Upon meeting Wang Debao's gaze, and Zhonghua hastily averted his eyes, Chun Fan remarked, this fellow truly relishes theatrics. Though rendered mute, his small eyes dart around with remarkable agility, as if they could speak, conveying his current emotions. Taking a deep breath, he chose not to look at Wang Debao any longer and stated, the Universal Bank requires a teleportation array. Otherwise, traversing the vast Eastern Domain will prove exceedingly inconvenient. In the future, we must venture to the Central Domain and other realms of Lingyun continent to settle debt contracts. Without a teleportation array, we would squander precious time on the journey. This matter had long occupied his thoughts, as he had contemplated constructing a teleportation array quite some time ago. Thus far, he had collected two essential materials, the Blade of Rending Realms and the teleportation array blueprint. Moreover, he had diligently studied the blueprint and was nearly ready to set it up as soon as the materials were in place. Do you know where we might find a Void Shuttle and Foundation Establishment Platform? Chun Fan inquired at present. These two crucial materials remain elusive, and they are the most challenging to procure. Master, I have only encountered mentions of the Void Shuttle and Foundation Establishment Platform in ancient texts. I do not know where they might be found. Zhonghua shook his head, as he was well-versed in military strategy and combat, but had little opportunity to gather information from beyond the confines of his fragile nation. At that moment, Wang Debao fervently pointed to himself. Shall we strike you? Given Wang Debao's exaggerated display, Chun Fan couldn't help but jest. Wang Debao quickly shook his head, then eagerly pointed to himself. You mean to say you know where to find the Void Shuttle and Foundation establishment platform? Chun Fan promptly asked. Yes, 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 Wang Debo nodded vigorously. You had better not be deceiving me. Otherwise, Chun Fan left the statement hanging. Yet the implication was unmistakable, and he promptly lifted the silence imposed on Wang Debeo. I was nearly suffocated. My heavens, truly! Just as Wang Debeo began to ramble on, Chun Fan interrupted. No more nonsense. The Great Zhou Dynasty. This time, Wang Debeo articulated a location with clarity and decisiveness. We're in the Great Zhou Dynasty. Chun Fan continued his inquiry. There exists a teleportation array within the Great Zhou Dynasty, Wang Debeo declared. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan immediately grasped Wang Debeo's implication and inquired, Are you suggesting that we dismantle the teleportation array of the Great Zhou Dynasty?